When this guy checks his watch, he knows the apocalypse will start in a couple of minutes. But instead of hiding, Yuan goes straight to the center of the city, where the most people are gathered in one place. He brings a suitcase full of weapons with him and opens it right in the middle of the crowd. The people around him think he's just some maniac who's lost his mind, but he honestly doesn't care. Literally a second later, a flash of light illuminates everything around them, and system windows appear with the task: survive the zombies for 30 minutes. Zombies flood the area, and while everyone else is too scared to use the weapons they've been given, Yuan coats his knife with a special substance and starts slashing zombies one by one. He earns hundreds of points and levels up instantly. His body grows stronger, and soon he's cutting down zombies by the dozens. Seeing how easily Yuan deals with them, one guy thinks it probably isn't that hard. He tries to kill a zombie with an axe, but despite striking with all his might, he barely manages to cut through the zombie's skin, and becomes just another meal for the zombies. Yuan sees the pathetic attempt, but he can't help him. These zombies may be slow and weak, but they are numerous, feel no pain, and don't die easily. On top of that, the poison from their bites is deadly. After killing hundreds of zombies, the coating on Yuan's knife wears off, and even he can no longer pierce their skin. Then he takes out another tiny bottle and coats his knife again. This is a trick he learned from a man in his past life, someone who survived the apocalypse without having any special skills. It turns out these zombies are extremely vulnerable to ordinary salt, just like slugs. That's why Yuan can kill them so easily by covering his knife with salt. Before regressing, Yuan was the strongest among humans. He had already survived this apocalypse once and reached the level of earthly gods. Alongside them, he tried to clear the Tower of Trials to save Earth and reach the higher gods who started this apocalypse in the first place. But even with his level of power and skills, it was impossible. So the god of time, Kronos, sacrificed himself to send Yuan back in time, so he could level up to the required strength, armed with full knowledge of what was coming. Back to the present fight with zombies. High above, Yuan stands on a tall building, showering salt over the horde. Yuan receives continuous notifications of leveling up as each zombie falls. The first tutorial concludes with 4,077 participants surviving. Our boy receives a detailed summary of his stats, which informs that altogether, he earns a total of 3,027 points, leaving him stunned by his own performance. Suddenly, the system's voice echoes across the area, confusing everyone as they try to locate its source. It congratulates the survivors and announces that a message is being delivered earlier than usual, one typically reserved for after the second tutorial. The reason is due to someone surpassing the baseline far too quickly. The system explains how points can be used. They serve two primary functions: as currency in stores that offer unimaginable items, and as a medium of exchange between players through something as simple as a handshake. Yuan is already aware of this, understanding that accumulating enough points can lead to godhood, and resolves to focus on point accumulation and climbing levels. The message ends, and the second tutorial begins. Safety zones are now being formed in the center of each area. Anyone who enters these zones will receive 100 points every 3 hours. The second tutorial officially starts. A massive circular zone forms at the center of the area. People immediately begin running toward it in a frenzy. Myung's friend urges him to follow, while Myung himself remains overwhelmed by the chaos unfolding around him. Concerned, Myung asks about their friend Chango. The reply is grim. Chango is nowhere to be seen and is likely dead. The news leaves the arrogant boy momentarily shaken. Another friend brings up Yuan, commenting on how monstrous he looked while fighting zombies and speculating that he might be naturally skilled with blades. As Myung spots Yuan in the distance, he runs toward him and informs him that he's headed in the wrong direction, reminding him that the system instructed everyone to enter the safety zone. Myung urges Yuan to join him, masking his desperation with a joking tone about helping a junior. Deep down, he knows staying close to Yuan is his safest option. Our hero, however, replies with a calm refusal. He says he has something else to do and advises Myung not to rely on others, but to stay quiet within the safety zone. Myung, angered by Yuan's indifference, turns back and decides to enter the safety zone alone. Myung becomes the last person to cross into the zone. The system states that the headcount limit of 2038 has been reached. With this number making up roughly half of the remaining survivors, it becomes clear that those outside the zone are at grave risk. Suddenly, a massive earthworm emerges and begins attacking the exposed individuals with razor-sharp teeth. Elsewhere, Yuan kills one of the giant worms. The system rewards him with points and his stats increase. Yuan analyzes the creatures, noting that they move underground and are hard to spot, but with closed eyes and focused senses, they can still be detected. Following this method, he manages to kill another earthworm and increase his stat. Even Yuan is surprised by how fast he's progressing and becomes determined to continue accumulating stat points. He enters the basement of a building, realizing it's an ideal hunting ground. The earthworms have carved tunnels beneath the ground, making this their nesting area. As Yuan discovers a large cluster of them, the system congratulates him for locating a hidden dungeon within Hongdae University and awards him another 100 points. Confident now that he has found their nest, Yuan knows hunting will become even easier. He eagerly sets his sights on reaching level 20. When one of the worms lunges at him with an open mouth, Yuan strikes it down. From its body, a marble sphere emerges. He picks it up, astonished that such rewards are already obtainable. Amused, he remarks internally that he's beginning to appreciate the earthworms, and now has a clear motivation to continue hunting them. Back outside the safety zone, the situation grows dire. The earthworms continue their relentless assault, decapitating victims in a gruesome display. Those inside the safety zone witness the massacre and shudder, many wishing for any fate but the one unfolding before their eyes. After a grueling 3 hours, the system announces that all survivors within the zone have earned 100 points. However, it also informs them that the red zone has now been activated with a new limit reduced to 1,500 people, meaning that anyone exceeding this number will be randomly expelled from the safety zone. Tension surges through the crowd. As predicted, individuals randomly removed from the zone are immediately consumed by the earthworms waiting outside. With 2 hours and 57 minutes remaining, panic breaks out. Chaos erupts as people push and shove, scrambling to remain inside the shrinking zone. A violent struggle ensues, each person desperate to avoid expulsion. Amid the uproar, Myung-hoon raises his voice and commands everyone's attention. He calls for the chaos to stop and declares that, from this moment forward, they will decide for themselves who lives and who must die. Desperate to survive, the brutal Myung makes a grim decision to kill someone. He grabs an old man by the collar, fully intent on taking his life. Meanwhile, our guy continues exterminating earthworms with precision, steadily increasing his stats. Eventually, he reaches level 20, prompting the system to notify him that he has unlocked a new stat, magic power, and his total point count now stands at 3,527, with 5 unallocated stat points. Yuan reflects on his current standing, realizing it's not a bad place to be. However, he understands that the greater rewards lie ahead, beyond the challenge of defeating a particular, yet unnamed threat. With that in mind, he finally distributes his unallocated stat points, investing all 5 into magic power. This stat, he knows, forms the foundation of all future abilities and is more crucial than any other. As our guy begins to consider his next steps, he senses a presence watching him. Gazing upward, he confronts the sky, questioning whether something is observing him. A voice responds. It is the lackey of the administrator. The lackey confirms his presence and thanks Yuan for providing some much-needed entertainment in an otherwise dull assignment. The lackey asks why Yuan summoned him, and our boy promptly requests access to the shop. Assuming Yuan wants to purchase an item, the lackey is surprised when Yuan corrects him. He is looking to buy a skill. Impressed, the lackey notes that Yuan may be the first participant to attempt purchasing a skill in the second tutorial. A screen appears before Yuan, displaying available skills. Scrolling through the vast list feels tedious, so he inquires whether there are additional skills beyond what is shown. The lackey informs him that these are the only skills accessible during this tutorial. Our boy finally settles on a skill called Monkey's Eyes. The lackey warns him that it is not a particularly impressive skill, but Yuan proceeds with the purchase anyway, drawn by its intriguing name. The skill costs 2,000 points, leaving him with 1,527. Yuan then selects another skill called Basic Arcane Sword, spending 2,500 points. The lackey commends the choice, explaining that the arcane sword compensates for the offensive limitations beginners often face. Yuan finds the commentary annoying but remains silent. The lackey departs, stating that he now holds high expectations for Yuan. As our main character reflects on the interaction, he realizes he has been marked as a special administrative target. However, he takes solace in the fact that he has used no unfair means to reach this point. One detail does trouble him, his identity as a returner. He is unsure whether this truth will be discovered. The clock movement, the item responsible for his return, was crafted by Kronos, Mimir, and Odin, beings who once fought against the outer gods that threatened the tower. As a penalty for using the item, Kronos' very existence was erased. Not even the administrator, let alone its lackeys, should be able to detect the item's presence. Even if someone does, Yuan's resolve remains unchanged. With his new skill activated, Yuan sets his sights on increasing its proficiency quickly, confident that its true value lies beyond its surface abilities. He ventures deeper into the basement, where more earthworms lie dormant, as if awaiting his arrival. With 29 minutes remaining in the tutorial, Yuan feels confident that he has enough time to complete his mission. Soon, he encounters the boss of the second tutorial, the mother worm. As he slays another earthworm, the mother worm unleashes a powerful roar. Yuan, observing her reaction, is struck by the creature's fierce protectiveness toward her offspring, despite being a monster that devours humans. Gripping his arcane sword, Yuan launches into the air, fully determined to finish her off quickly. Yuan launches a powerful attack that catches the creature off guard, sending it into a surge of pain as it screams. Completely composed, Yuan mocks the mother worm, questioning whether such a heavy creature could even flip its body. Before activating another powerful strike, he calmly suggests that the creature is making the wrong choice. The mother worm roars and charges toward him face to face, and Yuan seizes the opportunity to land another strike. Elsewhere, an old man clings to Myung-hoon's leg, pleading to be spared, claiming it is unfair for only him to die. Myung-hoon kicks him and demands silence, arguing that everyone agreed to sacrifice someone. The people surrounding them strongly object, insisting they never agreed to such an absurd decision and cursing him for acting on his own. In response, the brutal boy furiously threatens to kill anyone who interferes. As time ticks down from 30 seconds to 3, everyone notices that the countdown halts. The system notifies them that they have successfully passed the second tutorial. Each participant receives 600 points, and it is announced that the tutorial will end in 15 hours. Meanwhile, our hero successfully defeats all the worms, including the mother worm. A lackey appears before him, offering to heal his injuries. Yuan declines the offer, stating that if it counts as a reward, he would prefer not to accept it, as such a minor wound can be healed by simply increasing his stamina. The lackey is impressed, wondering how a normal human could reach this level so early in the tutorials. Yuan remarks that the lackey is as nosy as ever. Yuan realizes that the lackey is clearly surprised by the outcome, as the mother worm was essential to maintaining the ecosystem of the second tutorial. Since its defeat was unexpected, there is no predefined reward, and opinions likely differ on what the reward should be. Curious, Yuan inquires about his reward. The lackey is impressed by our boy's awareness of special rewards, noting that most participants lack such knowledge. Yuan, unimpressed, considers it common knowledge. Frustrated, he presses again for his reward. The lackey presents 3 mysterious options. The first is the right to skip the 5th tutorial, along with information and rewards for the 3rd and 4th tutorials. Yuan quickly assesses that these upcoming tutorials likely hold little value for someone at his level, and suspects the lackeys are eager to push him ahead. The second option is a large number of points, which the lackey offers without further explanation. The third option is an opportunity to connect with Olympus, a powerful organization within the Grand Tower. The lackey explains that beyond the tutorial lies the Grand Tower, filled with massive organizations and godlike beings. He recommends that Yuan accept Olympus's sponsorship for safety and support throughout the tower. Yuan finds the offer surprising, acknowledging Olympus as a dominant force in the tower. After a brief pause, Yuan abruptly chooses the second option. The system rewards him with 10,000 points. The lackey, surprised, urges him to reconsider, claiming that Yuan must not understand the full significance of Olympus. Yuan, unfazed, tells the lackey to stick to his role and not interfere. He also accuses him of acting without the administrator's approval. Shocked, the lackey asks how Yuan knows about the administrator. Yuan counters by questioning whether other lackeys have also been compromised by Olympus. Pushed by Yuan's accusations, the lackey inquires who he really is. Yuan tauntingly thanks him for the reminder of another task. A system prompt appears, offering a meeting with the administrator for 1,000 points. Yuan accepts and pays. The system announces that the administrator has accepted the request. Yuan firmly believes that Olympus is unrelated to the tutorials and that involving them conflicts with his future plans. He emphasizes that the tutorials and the tower should remain distinct. The administrator appears before Yuan, amused by his decision to spend points for this meeting. Yuan introduces himself. The administrator recognizes him as the individual who killed over 1,000 zombies in the first tutorial. The administrator inquires how Yuan knows about his existence. Our boy abruptly reveals that it relates to the first law of the tutorial, which states that all information regarding the tutorial must not be given by the administrator or the tower, but must be obtained by the participant's own abilities. He mentions that he heard the law was written by the administrator himself. The administrator realizes that Yuan is implying he has acquired all his knowledge through his own skills. With the ability to discern truth from lies within the tutorial, the administrator begins to grasp the depth of Yuan's understanding. Yuan then points at the lackey and indicates that he believes the one interfering with the tower is present. He explains that Olympus has been in contact with the lackeys and that the lackey offered him a sponsorship from Olympus as a reward for defeating the mother worm. The lackey becomes nervous and begins speaking in a hesitant tone, but the administrator, enraged, glares at him and destroys him with a single blow. The administrator then thanks our guy for helping him eliminate the corrupted elements. However, Yuan quickly reminds him of the second law of the tutorial, which states that all achievements made by a participant must be compensated with a reward of equal value. He explains that since he used his points to summon the administrator and helped eliminate a lackey, he deserves to have his points returned. The administrator admits that while Yuan may not have killed the lackey directly, the outcome was still his doing, as the lackey was eliminated during the second tutorial because of his actions. Contemplating an appropriate reward, the administrator notes that Yuan already possesses a significant number of points. He offers a handshake, suggesting that Yuan deserves even more. As they shake hands, Yuan realizes this is simply a method to transfer points. A system notification appears, informing him that he has acquired the skill Master of Mana, The administrator chuckles and expresses hope that the reward is satisfactory. He bids farewell to Yuan, stating he must address the issue with the lackeys and promising to meet him again after the third tutorial. As the administrator departs, Yuan feels a powerful energy surging through his body. He is struck by the realization that such a high-ranking skill is part of the tutorial. Although the proficiency of the skill is low, Yuan recognizes its immense potential. He holds out his hand and calls upon mana, forming a large energy sphere known as Mana Blast, a skill that will become usable once his magic power reaches 40. When he jumps down, the floor cracks beneath him, and he is impressed by the impact of his new power. He realizes that his goal is not merely to recover the strength he had before going back in time, but to gain far more. With 13 hours and 20 minutes left in the first tutorial, our mate realizes he must grow even stronger to defeat the outer gods. Driven by this ambition, he leaps into a swarm of earthworms to defeat them and increase his power. As the tutorial nears its end with 12 minutes left, people doubt the government's ability to respond to what has happened. When one man asks the group to wait until the safe zone disappears, the stubborn Myung angrily forces him and his group into forming a supply squad, threatening exile if they refuse. Mocking their hopelessness, he insists his actions might at least save some lives and pushes them to act quickly. Suddenly, someone in the safe zone spots Yuan outside and points in shock. A man yells as an earthworm charges toward Yuan, but Yuan swiftly leaps and kills the creature with a single blow, causing blood to burst from its mouth. Everyone stands stunned by what they have just witnessed. Yuan, unfazed, tells them to ignore his presence and continue their meaningless discussions. Yuan's goal is clear. He aims to claim the rewards. When Myung calls out to him by name to grab his attention, Yuan wonders if he is the leader here. Myung approaches and claims that he has been looking for him out of concern. Myung-hoon instructs everyone to move into the safe zone. Observing the situation, Yuan realizes that this ruthless man must have forced the others to go outside and collect rations. Myung attempts to justify his actions, claiming that the people would have died regardless, and that this was the best choice for everyone. However, our dude finds the logic absurd and questions the morality of risking others' lives just for supplies. The insolent Myung argues that survival in this new world requires shamelessness, and that laws and ethics no longer hold value. He believes people must be cunning, selfish, and cruel to live through this reality. The system finally announces the end of the second tutorial. Everyone inside the safe zone receives 500 points, and it is stated that all inventory items will be lost upon death. Yuan, disinterested, tells Myung to do whatever he wants, stating he has no intention of interfering or advising him. However, he warns him not to cross a certain line, though he doesn't define what that line is, and this leaves Myung puzzled. The system then announces the beginning of the third tutorial. Participants are instructed to hunt monsters within the district and collect 50 essences within a 72-hour time limit. If the limit is exceeded, the district will be destroyed. Additionally, the gate will activate after 70 hours. As monsters begin appearing, fear and panic spread among the people. Those in the safe zone feel relieved, though some begin to view the whole ordeal as a game. Myung, driven by selfish intent, decides he won't bother collecting all the essences himself and instead plans to make others do the work. Our champ, on the other hand, already possesses 132 essences, but he wants to reach 1,000. He feels fortunate to have gained essences during the second tutorial, but he is not satisfied with the amount yet. He channels his mana, and the system notifies him that he has completed a mana blast. After using it, he realizes that the ability drains a significant amount of mana, making it difficult to control. Still, he is confident he can use it effectively once his stats increase. Yuan concludes that if Mana Blast is a basic test of mana control, it is not suitable for his style. Observing the monsters, he senses their fear. Without hesitation, he draws his knife and begins hunting them down. On the second day of the third tutorial, only 22 hours remain. 3 friends, Han Jun-ho, Kang Seong-chan, and Lim Ju-yeon, all standing at level 10, enter the basement of Hongdae University. Han Jun-ho notes that with only 400 survivors left out of 400, they have no choice but to remain in the basement, despite how spooky it is. One of them questions the size of the station. Han Jun speculates that the world may have been flipped during the cataclysm. While the two discuss this, Lim Ju-yeon spots a convenience store and calls them over. Excited, the group's eyes light up at the sight of potential food. Ju-yeon comments on how much they can store in their inventories. Han Jun rushes toward the store, urging his friends to follow, and talks about having ramyun. While running forward and looking backwards at his friends, he didn't realize a monster ambushes him and gruesomely rips off his mouth, shocking his friends. Ju-yeon and Kang Seong immediately recognize the danger as more monsters appear. Despite leveling up and fighting hard, Ju-yeon still doesn't feel confident. Kang Seong calls her name, snapping her back to reality just as a monster lunges toward her. She swings her sword and manages to throw it off. However, they quickly become overwhelmed. Ju-yeon is swarmed by monsters, and Kang Seong becomes entangled with a zombie. As she fights, Lim Ju-yeon reflects on how desperately they have struggled to survive. When a monster charges at her, she wonders if this is truly the end. Suddenly, the monster is struck down, Our hero appears behind them, claiming that he was asleep but woke up due to the noise. The girl is amazed as she watches Yuan kill a monster using nothing but a tin. She finds it hard to believe what she just witnessed. Yuan's attack draws the attention of all the remaining monsters, and they begin to charge at him. Calm and composed, he eliminates them one by one using his power. As the fight ends, the two friends thank Yuan. Noticing that the boy is injured, our fella hands a bandage to Yuan and tells her to treat the wound. As they tend to the wound, Yuan reflects on the 6 hours of sleep he managed earlier. Although he doesn't feel tired now, he still wants to rest more. He remembers fighting earthworms non-stop for 4 days and admits to himself that he pushed too hard. He recalls using scentless powder before sleeping to avoid detection. Realizing that the girl and boy might slow him down, he begins to walk away. Yuan calls out to him, asking if he plans to keep hunting monsters. She warns him that there are more monsters in the subway, including dangerous, snake-like ones. Yuan responds bluntly that he isn't planning to stay here long, and that this is merely a resting area for him. He explains that he has his own hunting grounds elsewhere. As they follow him, Seong-chan notes that this place really feels like a separate dungeon on the second floor. Yuan confirms this, explaining that the structure is completely different, and that this is the real hunting ground. Our mate questions them why they are tagging along, knowing how dangerous this place is. The girl explains that the groups up north have descended into chaos, fighting and killing each other over essences due to growing distrust. Yuan remarks that they must have run away after being attacked. The injured boy insists that they didn't follow him intentionally. Yuan mocks them, suggesting that they were going to die here anyway. Yuan acknowledges that. Suddenly, a loud, strange noise echoes through the area. Yuan turns around and coldly states that there's no guarantee he won't kill them and take their essences. The girl starts to feel uneasy, realizing they never considered that possibility before. Seong-chan tries to reason with him, saying there's no reason for Yuan to kill them since he already has plenty of essences. But Yuan replies that he's after something other than essences. He tells them they'll die even if he doesn't kill them, and that they already know the reason. Yuan senses something strange. If Yuan intended to kill them, he wouldn't be warning them. She demands to know what he wants. Yuan states that he wants to make a deal. If they don't mess up, he will share his essences with them and asks them to follow him. As they proceed, a massive monster appears and attacks. On Yuan's command, the boy runs to safety while Yuan charges the monster, slicing it down with a single blow. He continues forward, cutting down every monster that crosses their path with ease. Seong-chan watches in disbelief, stunned by Yuan's speed and strength. He then starts collecting the essences on our hero's demand. As he sees Yuan collect 50 essences in just 2 hours, Seong-chan realizes the truth. Yuan isn't just powerful, he's in a league of his own. As Yuan picks up and hands over Seong-chan's 7th essence to him, he reflects on how the number of monsters they lure here can't keep up with our champ's speed of killing them. Seong-chan begins to wonder what Yuan's intentions are in collecting so many essences. Curious, he asks Yuan about his level and compliments him, noting that with his speed of hunting, he must be at a very high level. Yuan responds that his leveling pace has slowed down and suspects he might only be able to level up in the next tutorial. This deepens Seong-chan's curiosity, and he wonders what Yuan's level must be if he's not leveling up anymore. Our hero then warns him not to ask or share information about levels or stats with anyone, as they are personal, and advises the boy to try killing some monsters instead of just collecting essences, explaining that doing so will help him level up. Just then, Yuan runs up to them, calling out Yuan's name. As they turn around to look at her, they see a horde of monsters chasing her. Together, Seong-chan, Yuan, and Yuan fight off and kill the monsters one by one, eventually leveling up. After the battle, Seong-chan questions Yuan if they can keep the essences. Yuan agrees, saying they earned them by killing the monsters. He asks if they now have 50 essences each. Yuan explains that they had 20 essences before coming here, and were able to collect the rest in a short time, all thanks to Yuan. Yuan thanks them in return, saying their presence allowed him to hunt 50% faster. Looking at the number of essences, Yuan remembers the limited time left. Only around 3 hours remain before the tutorial ends, meaning the gate is about to activate. Our leader then orders them to follow him back up. The gate glows red, ready to open, as a man clutches his 45 essences. Around him, people pretend to be unarmed, though weapons glint from behind their backs. The bald man knows it's safer to steal than to hunt monsters and prepares to strike the moment the gate opens. Just then Myung approaches. He greets them, but his words are met with coldness. Warning that pride leads to ruin, he surveys the tense crowd and predicts blood will soon be spilled. He demands 700 essences, then lowers it to 400 in exchange for their freedom. Outnumbered, 20 against 50, the man knows refusal means war. As he hesitates, Seong-chan, Yuan, and Kim Yuan arrive. Myung-hoon asks why Yuan has been missing for days. Yuan calmly replies that he was busy and asks about the essences Myung-hoon was supposed to collect. Myung-hoon claims he did. Yuan opens a box filled with essences, shocking everyone. He then directs everyone's attention to a line drawn on the ground and tells them they can take the essences since he has more than enough, but warns that they won't be free. He proposes a deal. 1 essence in exchange for 100 points. He announces that anyone who accepts the deal and wants to live must step inside the line and ask for his permission. Stubborn Senior points his knife at Yuan and accuses him of being selfish, pushing people into a test in the middle of a life-or-death situation. He calls the deal ridiculous and challenges Yuan, asking what he will do if they don't have the points to pay. Yuan firmly states that he would never force anyone to buy the essences from him. Only those with valid payment, whether borrowed money, skills, or items, can make a trade if they wish. As the crowd begins discussing what they can sell, Myung steps forward and angrily accuses Yuan of obtaining the essences through murder, claiming he plans to profit from killing others. He even implies that Yuan must have stolen them. Ju Yeon snaps at him to shut up, shouting that he has no right to talk about stealing. She reveals that cruel Myung killed her friends, and she had to flee far away from him. Seong-chan chimes in, correcting Myung-hoon. He says that if Yuan had really killed everyone for the essences, none of them would be standing with him now. Furious, Myung orders his men to attack Yuan and the others. As the attackers rush forward, our hero swiftly strikes with his knife, instantly decapitating them. He locks eyes with Myung and warns him that he has crossed the line, a line Yuan had once told him never to cross. The crowd, stunned by what they just witnessed, recoils in fear and stops moving. Yuan calmly announces that the conditions remain the same. Anyone who wants to trade essences may enter the line with his permission. A system notification alerts Yuan that his basic arcane sword has evolved into a basic magic sword. Still enraged, Myung orders another attack. This time, Yuan is surrounded, but he fights back effortlessly, killing every attacker with precision and speed. Myung, realizing the gap in power, begins to panic and decides to flee. He runs toward the edge of the line, hoping to escape with his life, but Yuan catches his attention, stating that he has memorized all of his faces. Myung-hoon, confused, wonders what he means. In the next instant, Yuan strikes him down with his blade, ending his life in a flash. The line Yuan drew is now littered with corpses. He moves the essences closer to the door and draws another line. Hyungnim, having witnessed the entire massacre, is overwhelmed. He can't believe that a single person caused such devastation. It feels like a scene from a movie. He then raises his hand and declares that he would like to purchase some essences. His bald companion tries to stop him, asking how he plans to get the points. Hyungnim replies that according to the lackey, his knife is worth 500 points. The bald man disagrees, but Hyungnim urges him to think about the situation logically. Hyungnim then steps into the circle and asks for 7 essences. He extends his hand, and Yuan shakes it, accepting 700 points. After receiving the essences, Hyungnim walks through the door. The onlookers, seeing how easily he passed through, begin approaching Yuan one by one to purchase essences as well. Yuan now stands at a total of 106,400 points and feels satisfied. Ju Yeon then asks if he's planning to leave now. Yuan replies by asking why they're still here. The girl says she wants to stick with him. Our fella answers that he has no intention of forming a team. Seong-chan responds that it's fine even if Yuan only plans to use them as pawns or discard them later. Our guy ends the conversation by saying that this is the end. He advises them not to rely on anyone if they truly want to survive. Then, he lifts his bag and shows it to them, stating that he has no intention of leaving yet, because he has no essences left. Ju Yeon and Seong-chan scream, demanding to know what Yuan's plan is. They express regret, saying he should have saved 50 points for himself, but Yuan urges them to leave in return. They too finally exit through the gate. The 4th tutorial, titled Defense, begins. As Yuan walks, thinking about the tutorial, a man approaches him and asks if all the essences are sold out. Yuan confirms they are, and the man collapses in tears. Sensing that the area will soon become a war zone, Yuan decides to relocate. With nearly an hour left until the tutorial ends, he calls the store. The ambassador appears before him. Yuan asks for lackey, but the ambassador explains they are currently recruiting new ones, as their manpower has been significantly reduced. The ambassador thanks our dude for his trading of essences, saying it helped occupy many lackeys and slowed the opposing side's progress. Yuan questions how he caused this. The ambassador explains that over 100 people used the store to trade points for Yuan's essences, creating unexpected disruption. Yuan asks why the ambassador came alone if all he wants is to facilitate a store transaction. The ambassador insists that Yuan should understand how important his position is. Yuan realizes he's become a special administrative target. The ambassador confirms this. The ambassador compliments Yuan's boldness, admitting that in all his years as an administrator, he's never encountered anyone like him. With a flick of his hand, he summons the store interface and invites Yuan to choose what he wants. Yuan first purchases a mid-grade inventory for 10,000 points. Next, he spends 50,000 points on the Arctic Steel Sword. The administrator notes how difficult a choice that must have been. Yuan then selects a pyromancy robe for 60,000 points and a magic nullification shield for 20,000 points. As he makes these selections, he realizes why the administrator claimed he could destroy the tutorial ecosystem. These items could take him all the way to the tower's highest floors. Yuan spends another 20,000 points to buy 4 ice crystals. Finally, he asks for a well-sharpened sword, priced at 2,000 points, leaving him with 5,400 points. The administrator comments on the sword. It's simple and true to the basics, the complete opposite of the magical items Yuan previously bought. Yuan replies that he quite likes it. The administrator says that with these items, no participant will be able to harm him. Then, the administrator disappears. The third tutorial ends. As the timer reaches 0, Yuan prepares himself for what's next. The system announces that all remaining participants have failed the tutorial, and destruction will now begin. The sky turns blood red. Yuan looks up and murmurs, "It's been a long time since he last saw this sky." The pyromancy robe he bought is infused with the highest level of fire-resistant magic. As the air grows hotter, our hero notices how the robe shields his body. He acknowledges that it will be a powerful asset, even in future dungeons filled with fire threats. Suddenly, screams pierce the air. Survivors cry out for help, begging for mercy from the unbearable heat. Only 3 people remain. The ground erupts beneath them as their screams echo. The system announces the start of destruction. 176th Giant. Trash glass demons appear and begin to advance. Yuan sees countless figures, but he knows the real threat stands apart from the rest. Then, a low-class demon reveals itself. Surutra, a being so powerful it was the reason this tutorial was named Destruction. Yuan acknowledges Surutra, noting how much larger he was during Ragnarok, but now he's only as big as a house. Surutra is revealed to be Surtur's 176th child. Surutra laments yet another world lost to the tower, disappearing into nothingness. He remarks that if the world was going to burn and vanish like this, it shouldn't have been created in the first place. Yuan cuts him off, mocking his dramatic tone by pointing out that he's not even in his menopause yet. He tells Surutra to stop talking so much, and demands that he fight him already. As Surutra looks into Yuan's eyes, he notices a familiar spark, the same eyes as Mount Huago's monkey. Soon, trash glass demons begin to swarm Yuan. One by one, he defeats them, much to Surutra's astonishment. Surutra questions him if he's truly prepared to face him. Our hero casually replies that he had plenty of points to spend. He didn't prepare to fight, he came to hunt. Hearing this, Surutra gets visibly triggered and challenges Yuan to repeat those words only after he's defeated all the trash glass demons and reached him. Annoyed by how much Surutra keeps talking, Yuan continues wiping out the demons. With each demon he defeats, our boy levels up, but the fire explosions upon their deaths begin to chip away at his magic nullification shield. Even with the pyromancy robe, his inner body heats up from 2 hours of consecutive breathing amidst constant blasts. The damage is minor, but completely avoiding it is impossible. He considers using the mana blast, but it drains too much mana for prolonged combat. The shield is nearing its limit after taking the brunt of nearly 1,000 explosions. He resolves that it's time to do that. Yuan shouts at Surutra, demanding that he stop hiding behind his subordinates and come fight him directly. Surutra compliments his extraordinary gear and expresses curiosity about how he managed to acquire such items during the tutorials. Finally, Surutra confronts Yuan face to face. Yuan accuses him of being shameless for destroying the tutorial areas. The fire demon calmly corrects him, saying it's punishment for those who are unqualified. He asks why Yuan is here, despite having such potential. Yuan simply replies that he's already said it. He's here to hunt Surutra. Surutra laughs loudly and agrees to be his opponent. Yuan reassures himself that he has enough fire energy stored within, and that he must succeed no matter what. As their battle begins, Yuan reflects on how he obtained his eyes in an unusual way. He failed Tutorial 3, not because he was weak, but due to other reasons. He insists the important part is what happens next. Surutra questions Yuan about the true scale of the destruction in the tutorial, but before he can finish drawing his sword, Yuan disappears and rubble takes his place. The fire demon realizes the dodge was deliberate. From beneath the debris, Yuan emerges, noting he could have died from the heat. Surutra recalls his countless fights against the battle-hungry one, where victories were rare. He recounts the legendary items, the Ruyi Jingu staff, the flying nimbus, the infinite magic power, but says the most fearsome thing was Yuan himself, wielding the Cinder Eyes. At that moment, Yuan's monkey eyes evolve fully into the Cinder Eyes. Our main character contemplates how his body still feels like it's on fire, despite wearing the pyromancy robe. Before obtaining Cinder Eyes, he could withstand the heat, but now it's different. Yuan now pulls out his steel sword and the ice crystals from his inventory, ready to end the hunt. The fire demon questions what he plans to do in such a state. Yuan assures that this is nothing. As he obtains the ice crystals, his body temperature begins to drop. The system explains that the burns are being relieved. As he exhales cold air, our boy realizes that the energy within him is the complete opposite of the energy inside Surutra. Surutra throws something at him, but our hero dodges the attack with his sword. A huge explosion follows. Yuan counters by placing his sword opposite to Surutra's, managing to control the impact of the blast. The system notifies him that the pyromancy robe is resisting Surutra's colossal fire. Yet, it feels as if his body is beginning to freeze. Yuan retrieves the remaining 2 ice crystals. The system alerts him that his body temperature drops drastically, pushing him into the abnormality state of frostbite. Realizing his body won't hold out much longer, he decides to end the hunt quickly. As the demon steps forward to attack again, Yuan acknowledges there's no need to conserve his mana anymore. He draws his arcane sword and slips beneath the enemy, swinging it with all his strength. Surutra lets out a terrible scream and collapses to the ground. Yuan unleashes a mana blast. The energy slams into the creature's body. Yuan climbs onto Surutra's back and strikes the monster at the base of its neck. The creature shrieks at Yuan, outraged that someone who hasn't even begun climbing the tower dares to strike him down. As the demon burns in flames, the system reports that the cold energy is resisting the fire, and the pyromancy robe continues to hold back the colossal heat. Yet, Yuan realizes that no matter how much he resists, it's not enough. Another notification appears. His cinder eyes are absorbing the fire but fail to fully resist it. The abnormal burn increases in severity. Yuan takes up his sword and increases his fire resistance by 1 level. He refuses to lose. Our hero now blows another attack at Surutra. The system declares that the destruction of the tutorial has been triggered. His sword vanishes from his hand. A final notification appears. He is leveled up. Yuan collapses to the ground, trying to process the reality. He has finally defeated Surutra. The system announces that he has achieved an unbelievable achievement, which is yet to be disclosed. As Yuan regains consciousness, a sharp burn in his hand reminds him that his wounds are still fresh. He hasn't been unconscious for long. Cold energy still pulses through his body, but it's clear that his physical condition is far from ideal. His mind drifts back to his battle with Surutra, the demon he nearly died fighting. He recalls how close he came to death and how the golden cinder eyes he obtained turned the tide in his favor. The tutorial isn't over yet, and he knows there's a long road ahead. He accepts this without complaint. Looking Demon's charred remains, our boy notes how strange he appears now that the fire has faded. He understands that this isn't just any corpse. It's the body of a powerful demon, and something valuable must be hidden within it. He searches the remains and finds Surutra's heart, removing it immediately. Though Yuan wants to consume it on the spot, his body isn't ready. The elixir-like heart is meant to enhance his physical form, and that process requires stamina he currently doesn't possess. The ambassador appears and asks if Yuan is finished. Yuan makes it clear that he is far from done. The ambassador complains that the balance of the tutorial has been completely disrupted because of his actions, and mentions that the other administrators find him frustrating. Despite this, he informs that it's time to move on to the final area, as the 4th tutorial is nearly complete. The ambassador laments the effort it took to negotiate Yuan's reward with the other floor administrators. As a result of their discussion, he shakes hands with our champ, transferring 10,000 points to him, and the system announces that he has now obtained the skill Heavenly Slaying Star. Although Yuan is familiar with many high-ranking skills, Heavenly Slaying Star is new to him. He recognizes it as an A+ level skill, one that shouldn't appear in a mere tutorial. He knows that a high-rank classification doesn't always indicate quality, but this particular skill proves to be a valuable one due to its stat-enhancing nature. When the ambassador asks if he needs anything else, Yuan requests a lesser Scarlet Medicine Ball. With the ambassador's help, he receives one. Before departing, the ambassador advises him to eat and rest to let the medicine take effect. Yuan consumes it. He acknowledges that he has 4 hours to regain his stamina and prepare for the 5th and final tutorial. He sighs, knowing that the next tutorial will be a race against time. Rising to his feet, Yuan enters the last tutorial. He sees a large group of participants gathered, each one the top-ranked contender from their respective world. The system announces that this final stage is called the Collective World. The system explains the objective that Baraganda Island is sinking into the sea. To escape, participants must prove their worth by defeating the boss at the island's summit. The CP earned from the boss will be tallied as scores. The final reward will be determined by score and remaining time. The tutorial has a 30-day time limit. Yuan is surprised by the duration but welcomes the extra time. He figures the boss must be incredibly powerful if they've been allotted an entire month. At least this means he won't have to start fighting immediately. One participant suggests forming teams to defeat the boss, and most agree, until a voice from the back interrupts with a refusal. The crowd turns to see a hooded man, who declares that they are not companions because he doesn't trust anyone. The man who suggested teamwork lashes out in anger, attempting to punch the hooded figure. But the stranger effortlessly evades the attack and counters with magic. He then removes his hood, revealing himself as blonde Hergan, the self-proclaimed heir of Olympus and a descendant of Zeus. Hergan displays formidable strength, marking him as someone the tower itself pays attention to. As a pureblood, Hergan holds a natural advantage over regular participants. Purebloods are chosen to ascend the tower from birth, and their accumulated experience makes the competition seem grossly unfair. Our boy recalls that in his past life, Hergan played a major role in the events of the 5th tutorial. Still, Yuan sees no reason to involve himself with him. He dislikes noise and disorder, so he turns to leave. Before he can, Hergon stops him, demanding to know who he is. As Yuan gazes at the blonde, the latter points to Yuan's robe and questions if it is the pyromancy robe, and expresses disbelief that such an item could be purchased during the tutorial. Yuan calmly states that he bought it with points. Knowing the robe is expensive and requires a high level, Hergon frowns deeply and demands to know our hero's level. Yuan considers the question disrespectful and expresses his disapproval. Hergon acknowledges and assures that he will not ask again. He then proposes the idea of teaming up. Our fella abruptly refuses and begins walking away. Blonde warns that he might change his mind once he learns who Hergon truly is, but Yuan shows no interest and continues to walk. Hergon becomes triggered by the rejection. The ground beneath him crumbles, and a powerful stream of energy surges through the forest. He demands that Yuan stop immediately. At the same time, a monster appears, roaring. Hergon approaches the creature and defeats it with a single strike. After killing all the monsters, he crashes to the ground and wonders how Yuan escaped so quickly. He starts speculating that he might be a pureblood, an elf, a martial master from the Murim realm, or someone from Hermes' bloodline. Meanwhile, Yuan concludes that the blonde must be using monstrous powers since speed is not his strength. Yuan jumps down from a tree trunk to the ground and realizes that the balance of this tutorial is completely disrupted. He now understands that the administrator's earlier message wasn't directed solely at him. Yuan enters a cave and begins eliminating gnolls. Realizing that progress is too slow, Yuan concludes that he needs to move to higher level areas to level up properly. While spreading scentless powder on himself, he confirms that his body has recovered and the cold energy within him has dissipated. Our hero considers his preparations complete for absorbing the demon Surutra's heart. He finally consumes it, and his nerves begin to swell. The system announces that he has ingested the lifeblood of giants and demons, and the giant's blood begins to permeate through his body. Yuan screams as unbearable pain erupts in his chest. The system explains that a battle among demons, giants, and humans has begun within him. Yuan feels as though his body is boiling. The fire within him overwhelms even the pyromancy robe's resistance. He collapses as the system reports that the Cinder Eyes are attempting to suppress the fire. Yuan's bones and muscles feel like they are being destroyed, and his blood flows in reverse. The system then announces that even the Cinder Eyes have failed to resist the giant's fire. In his mind, Yuan imagines a man explaining that the giant's blood was meant to be applied externally and not consumed. Ingesting it is essentially suicide. The man had advised him to obtain the Cinder Eyes or else abandon the heart. This is Yuan's only chance. The system confirms increase in his strength. Trembling and barely able to move, our boy attempts to lean on his hand, believing he is slowly recovering. The system reports that the Cinder Eyes are continuing to fight the giant's fire. Eventually, the system confirms that he has gained control over the fire through the Cinder Eyes. A final notification reveals that Yuan has met the requirements for a hidden piece and has obtained colossal fire. He collapses again, unsure of what this new power entails, and even questioning if he truly wants it. Half a day passes. Yuan lies on the ground, reflecting on the fact that colossal fire is typically obtained by hunting 10,000 giants and using their blood externally. He wonders if he should stop and be content with what he has achieved so far. The system delivers another announcement, stating that he has fully absorbed the bloodlines of both giants and demons. He has successfully absorbed the giant's heart during the tutorial phase. Drenched in sweat and lying motionless, our dude receives the final system notification. He has obtained the skill, Gigantification. Yuan wakes from a deep unconsciousness, realizing that half a day has already passed. Passing out twice during the tutorial feels eventful to him. He regains his strength and stands up, reflecting on the fact that the fastest completion record for the final tutorial was 1 week. He recalls that the person who set that record is Odin, the greatest magic fighter and the ringleader of Asgard's giant faction. Yuan knows he cannot afford to lose and will break Odin's record. The rank chart appears in front of him. As expected, Hergon holds first place. Yuan notes the vast gap between Hergon and Yolche, who is in second place. Paladnite ranks third, followed by Lee Sung-yoon in fourth and Elidor in fifth. Yuan reflects on his knowledge that Paladnite and Elidor are siblings and have experienced rankers from Pantemium, a nation advanced in sword and magic skills. They have completed several tutorials in other worlds. Regarding Yolche, our boy realizes that he knows nothing about him. When he sees the name Sung-yoon, he concludes from it that the participant is from his own world. He shuts off the ranking screen, recognizing that he has already wasted too much time. Checking his status, he finds that his stamina and strength are significantly higher, attributing the enhancement to the giant's heart he acquired earlier. Yuan, the owner of the colossal fire skill, understands that the ability is passed down to future generations and continues to live on after death. Its power increases with proficiency and magic power. Though not a high-rank skill, he admits it is useful in the absence of any area of effect attacks. He exits the cave and activates Cinder Eyes. With Cinder Eyes activated, our main character spots an orc tribe in the distance. He approaches it, thinking it would be a suitable hunting ground to test out the colossal fire skill. As he unleashes the fire attack, the monsters scatter in fear. Drawing a well-sharpened sword from his inventory, he begins killing them one by one. Yuan's current rank is 15,104th with 67 points. Determined to surpass Odin, he resolves to complete the mission within 6 days. Elsewhere, Hergon watches the ranking chart and sees Kim Yuan in second place with 5,266 points. He recognizes him as the man from earlier. However, Yuan's rapid rise in the rankings surprises him. Lee Sung-yoon notices Hergon smiling and asks why. Hergon admits he has found someone he wants to recruit. Lee Sung-yoon correctly guesses that it is Kim Yuan, noting how impressive his progress has been. He even speculates that Yuan might surpass blonde Hergon. Hergon acknowledges that his own focus has been on gathering a team. He now considers Kim Yuan for the final spot and draws everyone's attention to begin the hunt. The scene shifts to Pallid Knight preparing a hunting ground by digging a large trench. Hergon enters the trench and instructs the others to stay back. With his power spread across the ground, he causes a powerful blast, deepening the trench. Annoyed, Lee Sung-yoon questions if this was the spot they had spent the entire day searching for. Hergon explains that without Pallid Knight, digging the trench would have taken days, and instructs the team to descend. All members jump into the trench. Pallid Knight expresses concern about their surroundings and asks Hergon if everything is fine, noticing his tense expression. Hergon is troubled that no dungeon discovery message has appeared. He suspects that someone else might have already found it. Lee Sung-yoon checks the rankings. To his shock, he sees our champ now in first place with 5,679 points. This revelation agitates Hergon, who begins killing monsters at a furious pace. Concerned, Yolche notes that their hunting efficiency will drop if Hergon continues killing monsters at this rate. She instructs the group to split into 2 teams. At that moment, Hergon arrives and informs that they are at a forked road. He assigns Elidor and Pallid Knight to lead separate teams and maintain communication. Hergon takes Yolche, Sung-yoon, Elidor, Fail, and Typhoon to his attention and instructs them to take the right path, trusting Yolche to lead. Using mana blasts, Yolche charges through the area, slaying monsters. A team member remarks on the exhaustion caused by continuous hunting, and Sung-yoon agrees, inwardly deciding to conserve his mana, which he can only use twice more. Elidor notices a gate, and Sung-yoon speculates that it could be a boss room, comparing it to games from his world where the final monster waits behind a sealed door. Yolche, rejoining them, warns everyone to stay alert and not become complacent, as that is when they are most vulnerable. Sung-yoon opens the ranking screen and turns pale. A loud noise erupts from behind the gate, drawing their attention. Realizing the sound might be linked to the top ranking points, Yolche commands the group to take their positions and stay cautious. As they enter the boss room, they find bloodstains everywhere. The system announces that the battle is already over. Seeing the scene, Lee Sung-yoon realizes in disbelief that it must have been Yuan, now holding 10,149 points, who defeated the boss alone. Yuan reflects on his current strength, realizing that he has already tested all of his abilities and has a solid understanding of his combat power. He becomes cautious about using gigantification, knowing that the skill demands significant stats for effective usage. As Yuan finishes his battle, the system notifies him of receiving 3,000 points for attacking the boss room and confirms that the completion rate of the Heavenly Slaying Star has increased. Considering the uncertain but potentially powerful effects of the Heavenly Slaying Star, our fighter resolves to continue increasing its completion rate. He realizes that aimless hunting is no longer viable and starts thinking about targeting stronger monsters and bosses. Just then, other participants arrive, and Yuan informs them that the boss is already dead. One of them questions whether he killed it alone, and Lee Sung-yoon begins to reflect on Yuan's strength. He wonders if Hergon, considered the strongest participant in the tutorial, could have done the same. Sung-yoon finds it difficult to believe that Yuan, someone who came from the same world and experienced the same tutorials as him, has managed to surpass everyone so overwhelmingly. He recognizes him as a formidable presence, and finally understands why their team leader had been so desperate to recruit him. Confirmed in his belief that having Yuan on their side is essential, Sung-yoon offers him a position in their team. Our fellow recognizes Sung-yoon by his Korean speech and inspects the group. He notices that Elidor is present, which confirms she is part of Hergon's team. Since only she and Yolche are visible, he deduces that they have split up to cover more ground. As Yuan observes the girl behind them, he identifies her as Yolche, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. Her presence here indicates that she too is far beyond the typical tutorial level. Internally, Yuan acknowledges Hergon's impressive choice in teammates. Despite the offer, our hero declines without hesitation. Yolche questions whether he plans to take on Baraganda alone. The objective is to measure how much a participant can grow, and how effectively they can collaborate with others during this period. Elidor informs the group that she has contacted Hergon, who is on his way. Sung-yoon predicts chaos upon his arrival. Hergon soon appears, rushing toward Yuan. Our lad takes this moment to pose a question, whether they seek mere survival or aim to become rankers. Yolche is startled by his knowledge of rankers, since he isn't a pureblood. In the tower, a ranker is someone who has cleared all floors, achieving unmatched strength, fame, and near immortality. Yuan clarifies that while he aims to become a ranker, it is merely a part of his journey and not the ultimate goal. Yolche feels provoked by his casual tone, considering the ranker title sacred and nearly unattainable for people like her. Frustrated, Yolche asks whether Yuan plans to become a high ranker. He denies it, claiming instead that his goal lies beyond even that. He intends not just to climb the tower, but to shatter its very ceilings. Hergon, now recovered, asks why Yuan struck him. Yuan explains that Hergon's aggressive approach seemed hostile. Hergon clarifies that he only meant to grab onto him. Yuan jokes that such a powerful person charging at him would make anyone nervous. Apologizing for the misunderstanding, Blonde Leader then expresses his interest in Yuan's lofty goal of destroying the tower's limits. He shares that his father once spoke of beings beyond the tower and reveals his own ambition, to become the king of Olympus. Yuan finds his ambition fitting, considering his lineage as Olympus's main descendant. Hergon then proposes a wager. Whichever of them kills the final boss first and earns the most contribution points wins. If Hergon wins, Yuan must join his team. If Yuan wins, Hergon will serve him as his Hyungnim. Yuan is indifferent to having Hergon as a junior, but expresses interest in having someone like him as an ally, noting that Hergon could become his trump card for a crucial matter in the future. Our boy requests Hergon's help once when the time comes. Blonde agrees, provided the request is not unreasonable, and even offers his items if needed. Yuan accepts the deal, leaving the specific terms open. With the deal sealed, Hergon declares that they will meet again on the first floor, and warns Yuan not to run away. Our boy senses the same intense energy from Hergon that he remembered from his past life, and understands how he once completed the tutorial in just 10 days. Hergon gathers his team, urging them to move faster. Yuan, turning back to the group, reassures them that he has no intention of tricking them. He adds, pointing at the timer, that there's no need to hurry for now, as time within the tutorial will remain frozen for the moment. Yuan claims that Baragonda is not an island but a divine beast. When Hergon inquires about the creatures they have killed, Yuan explains that they are parasites that have found a place within the divine beast's body, draining its strength and torturing it. Yuan adds that Baragonda had intended to submerge underwater again because of these parasites, as they would not be able to survive within its body underwater. Hergon asks whether the creature they fought is the king of the parasites, and Yuan responds that it is similar, as it was responsible for giving birth to and growing more parasites. Hergon begins to question whether he should trust Yuan, since even Olympus did not know this information, yet Yuan, an unknown individual, does. Yuan then informs Hergon that the timer will remain stopped until someone restarts the system, which can only happen through a lackey or an administrator. Hergon realizes that this must be Baragonda's hidden secret, something Odin personally told him. Meanwhile, our hero reflects that the 5th tutorial is ultimately about fighting himself. The crucial factors are how much time is left and whether the boss has been hunted. Elsewhere, other participants notice the frozen time but do not understand why it has stopped. They choose to continue hunting and take advantage of the opportunity to increase their points. Elsewhere, the lackeys are stunned to learn that the humans have managed to kill parasites, an event that has not occurred since Odin. Inside the battlefield, Yuan attacks the chief monster, stabbing it through the neck with his sword. The surrounding monsters, horrified, label Yuan as a monster and flee. Our boy notices that time has started to flow again, and realizes that the lackeys must have resolved the situation. He understands that hunting the parasite dragon again would no longer work since the time stop trick would not be usable twice. Knowing that 4 days have passed since time stopped, Yuan realizes they now have more time than initially expected. Resolving to move forward, he sets his sights on reaching the tower where the god resides. As people gather on the path toward the tower, Elidor comments that hunting the boss is vital for obtaining high scores, and that only strong individuals will participate. Observing the gathered players, Elidor notes that many have mana levels over 20. Yolche remarks that this is expected, as reaching this point in the tutorial demands significant strength. Sung Yoon, surprised, asks if all players in the tower can control mana. Yolche explains that those unable to control mana are typically residents of the tower who were born and raised there. She adds that individuals chosen by the tower and blessed by the system become purebloods, like herself and Hergon. Sung Yoon questions whether they will be able to kill the boss. Yolche admits that normally it would be impossible but cannot judge, given Hergon's strength. A team member remarks on someone's lateness, and Yolche speculates that he must be preparing as much as possible before the tutorial ends. This reminds Sung Yoon of Yuan, and he asks about his absence. At that moment, Elidor spots Yuan approaching. Upon seeing Hergon, Sung Yoon, and Elidor, our hero immediately notices that their mana flows have changed, indicating they have leveled up significantly. When Hergon notices Yuan, he asks about his team. Yuan calmly states that he plans to take on the boss alone to maximize his points. Blonde Leader calls him insane for this. In the rankings, Hergon is 7,000 points behind Yuan. Keeping this in mind, Hergon resolves to attack the monster before Yuan does, relying on the strength and responsibility of his own team. Some players approach Yuan, attempting to form a team with him, but quickly back off upon noticing Hergon nearby. Yuan finds their departure convenient, as he considers their presence an annoyance. Determined, Yuan states that time is the most crucial element in this tutorial, and that he will head in immediately. Blonde Guy mockingly comments on Yuan's plan to complete a month-long tutorial in less than 5 days. Ignoring him, Yuan leaps off the cliff, entering the boss's chamber. The system announces his entrance and instructs him to find and defeat the boss. Upon arrival, Typhoon and Fane are shocked by the incredible number of enemies present. Yuan quickly assesses the battlefield, understanding that it is impossible for such monsters to coexist naturally. The boss, however, has made it possible through sheer force. Yuan takes out his arcane sword and infuses it with colossal fire. Without hesitation, he charges directly into the swarm of enemies, knowing exactly where the boss is located. Hergan's team members watch eagerly, eager to finally see whether his strength matches his points. Suddenly, Yuan disappears from view, astonishing everyone. In the next instant, he reappears, flying towards the boss. In one swift strike, he kills the boss instantly. Witnessing this, Sung Yoon remarks in awe that Yuan is even more of a monster than their team leader. Hergan hears a team member speak and immediately jumps into the fight, asking Yuan to wait for him. As he enters the magic aura and sees Yuan's sword embedded in the monster, he becomes speechless. The rest of Hergan's team watches the scene unfold. Sung Yoon remarks that there may be nothing left for them to do, as Yuan seems to be handling everything. Yolche warns him to stay alert, noting the possibility of traps in the area. Elidor and Pallid Knight unleash fire and ice magic, then commands Sung Yoon to break through the residual energy. Sung Yoon uses his Mana Blast skill to shatter it. In that moment, Yuan realizes that the team is strong enough to survive without much risk. Hergan shifts his attention to something in his view. He notices a drawing on the door and observes that it resembles a war. Yuan deduces that the person they are seeking may be behind that door. Yuan opens the door. Hergan protests, frustrated that he proceeds without informing anyone again. Our champ, unfazed, insists he intended to go alone. Hergan, clearly disappointed, reminds him that they were supposed to do this together, but he ignores him and steps through the door. As Yuan enters, the team hears a loud, heavy roar echo through the space. They begin to wonder if the roar belongs to the boss monster. The Typhoon comments on how the sound alone makes his skin crawl. Blonde leader, sensing the danger, commands the team to follow him inside. Inside the room, Yuan instructs everyone to stay back. The team is left speechless as they lay eyes on a gigantic monster with 3 dinosaur heads, shackled and caged behind metal bars. This is Chimera. The system announces that they have entered the room of boss number 3 and instructs them to hunt the sealed Chimera. The tutorial will end once this objective is completed. Hergan questions whether this is the final boss of the tutorial. The system explains that only one person can unseal and control Chimera as a subordinate. Once the seal stone is broken, the time limit ends and the tutorial concludes, regardless of whether the group meets all criteria. The individual who owns Chimera will earn extra points based on the number of players it kills. Elidor restates that this test requires them to both hunt Chimera and protect the seal stone from those they once considered allies. Yolche notes that with only 10 people in the room, it should be easy to monitor each other. Internally, she considers that if anyone tries to betray the group, only the captain and Yuan are fast enough to act. As Yuan walks toward the bars, Hergan stops him, accusing him of betrayal and reminding him of their original agreement, to kill the boss, not their teammates. Yuan insists he intends to kill the boss and end the tutorial, which is why he originally entered alone. He draws his sword from the inventory. In the ensuing tension, one of them accidentally touches the seal stone, triggering the unsealing of Chimera. The system announces that the seal stone has been destroyed, and Yuan is now Chimera's owner. It instructs him to defeat the now unsealed boss. Yuan tests his control over Chimera by ordering it to break a wall, and it obeys without hesitation. Yuan assures Hergan that he has full control over Chimera and has no intention of harming any teammates. He reveals there is still another enemy awaiting them. Hergan stands in disbelief. Yuan explains that Chimera is a fusion of multiple monsters found on the island. Blonde Guy begins to suspect that Chimera may not be the true final boss. Our boy leaves the choice to Hergan, follow him or not. He walks away with Chimera obediently trailing behind. Hergan instructs the team to follow Yuan. They soon arrive in a strange, haunted-looking area filled with bizarre creatures. The team begins to question where they are, and even Hergan is confused, as the system never mentioned a 4th room in the 5th tutorial. Yuan, confident and determined, leads the way, knowing the final boss lies ahead. The system notifies him that he has entered boss room number 4. As the team spots the new enemy, the system announces that the boss will now be updated. It directs Yuan, as the creator of Chimera, to defeat the final boss. Tension rises as the green dragon, Chimera, grows increasingly agitated. The strange-looking man finds it amusing that, for the first time, someone comes to him rather than fighting over control of the Chimera. He observes the presence of Zeus's blood and focuses on Hergan, identifying him as a half-breed suitable for his purposes. Hergan demands an explanation, visibly furious. Yuan reveals the man's identity as the Dark Magician Child, a former ranker who has long vanished from the tower. Blonde Guy recognizes him as the examiner from the 50th floor, infamous for using hundreds of players as experimental subjects to create chimeras by fusing various monsters. He wonders why such a figure appears in the tutorial. Our boy explains that the man once lost in a humiliating defeat to a player, and after breaking the tower's rules, was stripped of most of his power. As punishment, he has been forced to create tutorial bosses for 1,000 years, with no hope of regaining his strength. The man questions how Yuan knows so much about him. Our hero silently gestures to his eyes. Realization hits, and the man responds with a massive surge of mana. Hergan, witnessing his response, questions the source of his power. Yuan clarifies that this is only a fraction of his full strength, and that, at his peak, he could have ended the fight instantly. Suspicious of Yuan's eyes, the man asks about his origins. Yuan reminds him that he was once a test examiner who experimented on participants, highlighting his hypocrisy. Hergan grows impatient and demands an answer, but he dismisses the notion of indulging the man's curiosity, stating his sole intention is to see him dead. Yuan commands the green dragon to attack. As the battle begins, Hergan asks the remaining team members eliminate the remaining creatures. The group charges forward, engaging the other monsters. Yuan reflects on the creatures, chimeras capable of leveling up, destined to appear in the tower 100 years later. He notes that while there are many, the creator's research remains incomplete. With Hergan's team fighting alongside him, the situation is more manageable. He approaches a dark casket as the childlike man, giggling, proclaims its unbreakable nature. He insists that not even chimeras can escape it and scorns Yuan, calling him a lowly tutorial participant. As he threatens to turn our boy into a green dragon, cracks begin to form on the casket. Our fighter smashes it effortlessly, stunning the man. Confusion and panic spread across his face as Yuan's eyes glow, resembling a lion's head. The man suspects a connection to Olympus. It is then revealed that Yuan is the key player in the Gigantomachy, the war against the giants, a son of Zeus, the central figure of the 12 labors, and the holder of the title, Giant Slayer. He is known for his strength, his unrelenting sense of justice, and his compassion for the weak. He stands as the most respected hero of his time. The system informs Yuan that his arm has been imbued with the power of a giant. Partial gigantification occurs. Despite enhancing both his strength and constitution by obtaining the giant's heart, he recognizes that his limit still falls short. Nevertheless, he assures himself that it is enough. The man, enraged, declares his intent to destroy Yuan. Our boy attacks. His strike effortlessly shatters an emerging triple-enhanced darkness coffin skill. Still determined, the old man retaliates with energy attacks infused with poisonous fangs. Yuan counters the attacks, destroying them while contemplating the difficulty of controlling gigantification. He calculates how long it might take to master the skill, and shatters another incoming attack in the process. The old man, smiling confidently, erects his strongest defensive skill, Ebony Thorn Wall. Yuan's relentless blows begin to fracture the barrier, leaving the man in disbelief. As he pauses momentarily, the man assumes he is exhausted, and that his hand is damaged from striking the wall. But our boy lunges forward, grabbing him by the neck and slams him into the wall. The man collapses, coughing, only to be struck again with overwhelming force. Yuan continues his relentless assault, realizing that without fully mastering both Cinder Eyes and Gigantification, he will be at a disadvantage against future foes. Possessing even one of these powers would make him formidable, but with both, he is confident he will defeat the creator of the chimeras. Yuan moves down his memory lane, remembering Sun Ogong. Hercules stands before the blonde Ogong and asks why he remains silent. He claims to know the truth, that the one who ascended to the 50th floor and killed the chimera's creator is none other than Sun Ogong. Ogong replies that he has nothing to say, and gestures to his eyes, stating that as long as he has them, he can see everything. The creator of the chimera declares that Yuan cannot kill him, as he is immortal. He reflects on the fact that the old man's body has become stronger than steel due to black magic experiments carried out over 1,000 years. This is why he is known as the undead chimera. But since his body is stitched together from various parts, there are bound to be attachment marks. With the power of the Cinder Eyes, Yuan can see all the attachment points. Taking advantage of this, he tears the old man's arm off while the man screams in agony. He then grabs the second arm and rips it off as well, ignoring the man's desperate pleas. Finally, he grabs his leg and tears that off too. Our hero is firm that he wouldn't stop. After all, this man has also torn apart many people, causing them immense pain. Yuan is an extraordinary individual. He fought Surutra in the tutorial to obtain the Cinder Eyes, and acquired gigantification by consuming the heart of a giant. The system notifies him that he has achieved an impossible achievement by killing the boss, the Chimera creator. Because of this accomplishment, the award calculation is delayed. Yuan reflects that he never imagined he would become the unbelievable guy, and that he would receive so many rewards. The Chimera creator, like Surtur, is considered a boss, so defeating him yields major gains. Yuan levels up twice and gains additional stats thanks to the increased completion rate of the heaven-slaying star. The subordinates of the Chimera creator begin collapsing. Hergon's team looks around, confused, unsure if they should expect a counterattack. Our main character approaches and explains that they won't fight anymore. Their boss is dead. Elidor checks in on the team, and one member alerts him that Yulche is injured. Meanwhile, Hergon remains deep in thought, unfazed by the moment. Hergan instructs everyone to help Yulche while he wraps things up. He then approaches Yuan and asks to speak with him privately. Once alone, the blonde says he won't question him about who he is, or how he knows about the connection between rankers and the tutorial. However, due to Yuan's decision, someone has been badly hurt. He asks why Yuan chose to kill the Chimera creator when simply defeating the Chimera would have been enough for him to pass the tutorial. Yuan responds calmly, saying that's usually how things go. Hergon, frustrated, claims that he still could have set the greatest record without going this far. He asks how far Yuan intends to go to satisfy himself. Our boy answers bluntly that Hergan would be satisfied only if he and his members were all dead. In that moment, he himself reflects on the question. How far would he truly go? He doesn't know. He thinks of the outer gods, beings from beyond the tower, a being that could never be born, despair that reaches the heavens. Our boy then envisions the twilight sky. Just to kill a single outer god, countless rankers have died. No one even knows how many of these monsters exist. This is why he must keep growing stronger. He needs to purge the rotting parts of the world and make it strong enough to survive. He concludes that to do this, he must keep pushing forward, no matter the cost. He informs Hergon that he truly doesn't know how far he'll go. He adds that while Hergon is looking for a team to walk beside him, that's precisely why Yuan has never formed one. Others can't walk the same path he's chosen. Hergon is shaken. He realizes that Yuan's future comrades must be powerful enough to face tremendous dangers. He wonders just how thorny the road ahead is for him. Yuan advises the leader to drop the idea of teaming up. If he recruits someone like him, there's no telling when another incident like this will occur. As they finish speaking, the administrator awaiting Yuan's presence draws their attention. Hergon turns to him and asks who he is. Our boy explains that he's the administrator of the tutorial. Hergon, shocked, quickly bows and introduces himself as Hergon of Olympus. The administrator ignores his greeting. Yuan whispers to him to accept it properly. He's not involved in that matter. The administrator grumbles, saying that every time he thinks about all the extra work he's had to do because of them, he wants to pull Zeus's beard. This leaves Hergon confused. The administrator complains that he might get in trouble again due to Yuan. The Chimera creator was under a 1,000-year contract to create tutorial bosses. Now that he's dead, the administrator has no time to prepare a replacement. Because of Yuan, the tutorial will be unusually peaceful for a while. Our hero tells him to stop whining and hand over the reward already. The administrator grumbles about his impatience and hands him a black stone surrounded by a blue magical aura. He says that where and how he uses it is entirely up to him, and so is its protection. The black stone is a piece containing the darkness of the beginning. It holds mana with an unending dark property and is still unrefined. A skilled craftsman is required to unlock its full power. This is the Dark Divine Crystal, also known as a fragment of the Helm of Invisibility. Hades, one of the big three gods of Olympus, used this item. The helm is among Olympus's most powerful artifacts, and this crystal is essential to its crafting. This is one of the items Yuan needed to obtain after returning to the past, but he has now acquired it early. Yuan reflects that he already knows where the Divine Sea Crystal is. The only thing remaining is the fragment of the lightning bolt. He considers that he might obtain that sooner than expected as well. The administrator checks whether he is satisfied. Then he announces that all tutorial participants will now be transferred to the tower. Everyone else will receive rewards based on their CP. He adds that Hergon's reward won't be bad either. Hergon thanks him. The administrator informs Yuan this will be their last meeting and hopes he won't cause more trouble. Our fellow replies that he won't stop. The administrator jokes that with the black stone in his possession, Yuan will now rampage even harder. The tutorial finally ends. Yuan receives a total of 67,488 points, and for setting a new high score, gains an additional 50,000 points. His inventory notifies him that he has obtained the As Egg. As they enter the tower, the system welcomes them to the first floor. Yuan opens his inventory to check what he has received besides points. He notices an item labeled Z Egg and becomes confused about its purpose as it is anonymous. The blonde guy draws Yuan's attention by explaining that they are currently in the outer area of the first floor, also known as the Meadows of Beginnings. They observe several new players lingering around and reflect that, despite the tutorial having ended some time ago, many are still here. Our boy notices that various guilds appear to be waiting nearby, likely trying to recruit new players. Hergon points out familiar faces among them and remarks that Olympus has already begun making moves. He asks Yuan if he is interested in joining a guild, but Yuan declines. Acknowledging his response, Hergon notes that it would make little sense for him to join a guild when he refuses to form a team. He reminds Yuan of his earlier promise, referencing a lost bet. Hergon then inquires about his interaction with the administrator and whether something happened between Olympus and the administrator. Yuan responds that the Olympus Hergon knows appears righteous and devoted to maintaining order in the tower. However, he suggests that if Hergon truly wants to uncover the truth, he must do so on his own, since hearing it from someone else would not be convincing. As our boy walks away, Hergon asks him to at least register as a player once he reaches the town, so they can stay in touch. He also warns Yuan to watch out for a group called the Jackals. Yuan ignores him and continues on his way. Shortly afterward, a man clad in metal armor approaches Hergon and introduces himself as Agamemnon of Olympus. H then thanks him for remembering and is identified as a follower of Ares, who recently became a high ranker. The blonde congratulates Ares through Agamemnon, but but the man explains that Ares refuses to accept any messages from Hergan until he finds his birth mother, citing the importance of lineage. The mention of Hergan's unknown parentage triggers his anger. The armored man, maintaining a polite tone, reassures him not to take it personally, as Ares is known for valuing bloodlines, and expresses hope that Hergan finds his family someday. Despite his rage, Hergan realizes that harming the man would negatively impact his relationship with Olympus. He suppresses his anger and dismisses the armored man. Agamemnon then asks about Yuan, noting that he didn't seem like part of his team. Hergan simply states that he is a friend. Meanwhile, it is revealed that the Jackals are a group of predatory players who no longer ascend the tower's floors. Instead, they remain in the Meadows of Beginnings to rob new players who lack guild affiliations. They refer to the time immediately after the tutorial ends as the time of harvest. Using only his perception, Yuan detects that the Jackals are following him. He counts 20 of them and decides to use this opportunity to test the black stone in his pocket, which grants partial invisibility. The Jackals monitor Yuan from a distance. They observe that he is alone and appears unaffiliated, making him an ideal target. However, when one member suggests letting him go, another points out his pyromancy robe, identifying him as a potential jackpot. They decide to ambush him. Before they can act, Yuan disappears. Confused, they scan the area but are suddenly attacked. Our hero moves rapidly, striking and vanishing before they can react. Patayo, the Jackal's leader, activates his Falcon's Eye skill and is shocked by Yuan's ability to use stealth despite being a new player. Patayo realizes that he must be from the upper floors and is no ordinary target. Our pal grabs Patayo by the neck and warns him not to escape. Patayo protests, citing that he would be penalized for interfering on the first floor, but Yuan remains unfazed. He says he'll let Patayo go if he answers some questions. When a teammate tries to attack, our main character effortlessly stops him and threatens to kill him if he tries again. Intimidated, Patayo agrees to talk. Yuan asks about the whereabouts of Mu Wunshin. Patayo is startled and asks how he knows the name. Later, Yuan is seen sitting alone in a restaurant in the central region of the first floor, enjoying green tea. He reflects on how peaceful it feels to return to this place. As he relaxes, his thoughts drift toward his old comrades. He starts reflecting on the good times he had with his fellows and wonders where they'd be now. But this wasn't for too long, as he quickly stops himself from getting sentimental. He takes out the black stone and analyzes its performance. While it worked against the Jackals, the invisibility is not absolute, limited by its unrefined state and the user's current ability. The black stone, often referred to as an infinity gem, contains vast mana reserves. Yuan realizes that if its power is fully unlocked, achieving true invisibility would be possible. Though he doesn't yet know the stone's limits, he decides to prioritize getting it refined. He recalls that Zeus rose to power and became the ruler of the skies by obtaining a fragment of lightning, and that Hades constantly wore the kine. These powerful items helped shape Olympus's dominance in the tower's history, and will do so again in the future. Yuan plans to seek out an old man he once encountered, Volkard, who has the skills to refine the stone. Yuan finally completes his player registration, but becomes disoriented while trying to find the path leading to Volkard. With no one around to ask, he continues on his own. Along the way, he encounters a man accompanied by a child who pleads for help, claiming his son is starving. As Yuan ignores him and walks past, the man suddenly attempts to stab him, demanding that he surrender everything he has. Our boy reacts quickly, pushes the man away, and strikes him down. The man's gang soon follows, launching an attack, but he defeats them all one by one. Eventually, Yuan reaches his destination. As he enters the house, he notices steam in the air and calls out to check if anyone is inside. A man emerges from behind a wooden door, surprised to see Yuan, as he had been expecting someone else. Upon noticing Yuan's robe, the man asks if it is the pyromancy robe and questions whether Yuan is lost, as he does not appear to be from the area. Yuan confirms that he has come to the right place if this is the smithy. Volkard asks if Yuan is there to purchase equipment and invites him to choose any item he wants. Although he admits the weapons are unlikely to match the quality of what Yuan already possesses, Yuan selects a blunt sword, commenting on its poor craftsmanship, yet he acknowledges that the smithy has managed not to break them. He then asks if Volkard is Valcaro. Volkard becomes furious at the mention of the name and demands to know who sent him. Yuan assures him there is no threat and introduces himself as a new player who has just arrived on floor 1. The old man interprets the number as the highest floor he has conquered and begins to believe him. He internally reflects that if Yuan had called him by his real name or brandished the hammer, things might have escalated quickly, so he decides to tread carefully. He then calmly asks what Yuan wants. Yuan takes out a black stone from his pocket and states that he wants to commission an item. The smith inspects the stone closely and identifies it as an unrefined crystal. When he inquires about its origin, Yuan explains that it was a reward for clearing the tutorial. Volkard is shocked and immediately asks how long it took him to clear it. Our fellow replies that he did it in 5 days and 2 hours and even ranked the highest. The smithy is astounded and recognizes that this sets a new record. He also takes note of Yuan's luxurious attire, which is uncommon for a first-time tutorial player. He agrees to refine the crystal and informs that a special material will be needed to handle its power. The smith asks if Yuan is not concerned about him stealing it if he leaves the item with him. Yuan calmly states that he is adept at reading people's faces. If the old man had any intention of theft, he would have shown greed, but Yuan only sees genuine excitement in his eyes. He is confident that the blacksmith will not break the item. Observing the weapon's balance, our boy reflects that such craftsmanship cannot be achieved by just using good materials or spending time. It is the result of deep experience and honed skills, proof that this blacksmith is no ordinary craftsman. Yuan comments that Smithy's talent is wasted on poorly made weapons and notes that he has even forgotten to ruin the balance of the sword. The blacksmith laughs, realizing Yuan is not an average player. He then asks if he is affiliated with the Purebloods. Our boy replies that he is not, though he might be something similar. Confused but intrigued, the blacksmith agrees to refine the stone and promises to do his best, but he sets one condition. Yuan must keep the source of the refinement a secret. Yuan accepts. Later, Yuan sits alone in a restaurant eating breakfast. He contemplates the 10-day wait required for the stone's refinement. According to the intel he gathered from the Jackals, a meeting is scheduled in 2 days. He reflects on how satisfying it would have been to eliminate them all himself. At that moment, Hergon arrives and joins Yuan at his table. When Yuan asks how he found him, Blonde explains that he searched various inns for a player named Kim Yuan, and that his many connections made the task easy. Yuan realizes that Olympus holds strong influence over the floor, and as a descendant of Zeus, Hergan would naturally have the resources to find him. Hergan asks if Yuan has set his player number, and our boy jokes about the question. Blonde finds it surprising that he is joking at all. When Yuan asks when Hergon plans to climb the tower, Hergon reveals he intends to begin in 5 days after leveling up in the outer regions and working on teamwork. Yuan proposes a mission to completely eliminate the Jackals. Hergan points out that even with 10 people, including both of them and his team, it would be a difficult task. Our fella corrects him, stating it will be just the 2 of them. When Hergon asks for details, Yuan says it's too soon and tells him to return in 2 nights for more information. If Hergon cannot join, Yuan will go alone. Hergon immediately agrees to join and departs. Yuan reflects on the strong bond and loyalty Hergon has toward the team they formed during the tutorial. He then notices a man sitting at a nearby table, watching him. Yuan approaches and inquires about his reason for waiting. The man responds that he was waiting for Hergon to leave. He introduces himself as Agamemnon from Olympus and expresses interest in speaking with Yuan privately. Yuan reflects on Hergon's lineage, noting that as a member of the Sky King's bloodline, Hergon should have at least greeted him. Meanwhile, Agamemnon expresses interest in meeting only Yuan. The suspicious man brings up Yuan's impressive performance in the tutorial, where he secured first place. Rumors about a monster entering the tower have been circulating, referencing Yuan, who acknowledges the compliment. Agamemnon mentions that Hergon previously claimed he and Yuan were like friends, a comment he finds unusual. Yuan agrees outwardly, but inwardly notes that Blonde now seems to consider him an ally. The conversation shifts to how Yuan has not formed a team, a decision Agamemnon praises. He explains that tutorial-based connections are often fleeting due to the small number of players capable or willing to ascend the tower, let alone become rankers. He believes Yuan is different, someone with the potential to rise beyond a mere ranker and reach the status of a high ranker, a great being within the tower. Agamemnon then offers Yuan a place under Ares in the Olympus Guild, promising full support and resources. He distinguishes Ares as superior to Hergan, emphasizing that Ares is already a high ranker and the son of Zeus and Hera. Yuan abruptly cuts him off. He calmly sips his tea, recalling that Olympus is among the major guilds aggressively recruiting new players, just as he had heard. After finishing his tea, Yuan thanks Agamemnon and stands to leave. When asked if he is rejecting the offer, he confirms. He adds that he had even turned down Hergan, Zeus's son, directly. Yuan concludes by saying he has no interest in associating with people who lack class. In the next scene, Agamemnon sits seething in anger and demands to know how many jackals can be assembled immediately. A subordinate informs him that the wolves are currently out collecting funds and it will take several days. The man shouts that no such preparation is needed just to kill one new player. The subordinate tries to reason with him, reminding him that Yuan broke records and surpassed Hergon, and that a few jackals wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Sighing, Agamemnon commands the preparation of a team of 100. He declares that once the harvest ends, they will eliminate Yuan. 2 days later, Yuan asks Hergon to accompany him to meet someone. As they walk, the blonde reflects on Yuan's sharp eyes and recalls what Childe said. He realizes Childe must have been referring to Sun Ogong, the most skilled fighter among all rankers, who became a high ranker in under 100 years. Yuan also wields fire like Apollo, Ogong's older brother. Hergan begins to wonder about Yuan's true identity, Perhaps he is affiliated with someone significant, which explains why he refused to join Olympus. He even possesses gigantification, a skill known only to Hercules and the giant race, which adds to the mystery. Yuan pulls Hergon from his thoughts, urging him to respond properly. They enter a shop where the owner apologizes and says the store is currently closed, offering to take Yuan's contact instead. When our main character mentions he is looking for Mu Wunshin, the man panics and runs. Yuan chases and catches him, pinning him to the ground and identifying him as Mu Wunshin, also known as Cheon Namwoon, a player from the martial realm who abandoned climbing the tower and is now the king of the Jackals. The man denies the accusation, claiming mistaken identity. When Yuan asks why he ran, the man says it was because Yuan's eyes were frightening. Yuan then points at the knife the man was holding, pointing to the melted floor where it fell. He explains that the knife carries a potent, forbidden poison from the upper floors of the tower, something a general store owner would never possess legally. The man turns pale and asks how Yuan knows his identity. He warns our boy to be cautious, claiming he has powerful backers. Yuan references the man's hair and eye color, confirming his suspicions. Yuan asks if the man is acting under Agamemnon's orders. The man confirms. Our boy suggests that the King of the Sky has recently taken an interest in first floor affairs, coincidentally the same floor from which his son recently emerged after completing the tutorial. He questions how long Mu Wunshan intends to serve Agamemnon. Yuan claims that once their task is complete, the ruler of the skies will personally take interest in the Jackals. Hergon remains confused by his cryptic words. Yuan adds that if Mu Wunshan plays his role well, he could rise in Olympus's ranks. Finally, the man asks what he actually wants from him. Yuan learns from the man that there are a total of 1,000 wolves. He hands him a piece of paper, instructing him to gather them all by the following night, assuring him they will meet them there. He then warns the man not to inform Agamemnon or Ares' men, hinting at consequences if he does. Later, Hergon questions Yuan about what's going on, and accuses him of using his father's name for personal gain. Our fella explains that Olympus and the wolves are working together. The blonde refuses to believe it and accuses Yuan of tarnishing Olympus's reputation. Yuan urges him to face the truth and let go of his idealized view of Olympus. He urges Hergon that he must discover the truth for himself, as hearing it from someone else would not be enough. The next day, Yuan waits patiently until Hergon arrives. When asked about his decision, the blonde reveals his conflicted feelings. He explains that although Olympus never felt like home, it is where he was raised, and his father remains important. He remembers only one thing his mother ever said, not to lose his dignity as a son of Olympus. Ultimately, Hergon admits he isn't sure whether to believe Yuan, but he agrees that the wolves must be eliminated. He promises that if Yuan is right about Olympus, he will destroy its corruption with his own hands. Meanwhile, the Jackals gather in one place, surprised by their own numbers. Mu Wunshan, their king, appears in person for the first time, leaving some Jackals intimidated. He declares that today's mission is extremely difficult and that their united strength is necessary. With confidence, he assures them that after today, the wolves will be free to rise. The crowd erupts in excitement. Wunshan then introduces Yuan and Hergon as their sponsors, and offers them Asgardian currency, 1,000-point tokens bought using recently collected funds. Yuan smirks as he accepts the money, knowing it totals hundreds of thousands of points, confirming that Wunshan has indeed chosen to betray Agamemnon. When asked for the next move, Yuan snaps his fingers and activates a massive fire skill. Flames erupt, spreading rapidly through the area. The wolves panic and scramble to escape, bewildered by how the fire reached them. Chaos ensues. Wunshan, enraged and confused, demands an explanation. Yuan remains composed, clearly intending to eliminate the wolves. Hergon steps forward, revealing that he is from Olympus and has decided to cleanse its corruption himself. The wolves retaliate, attacking Yuan and Hergon, but Yuan swiftly counters, eliminating them one by one. In desperation, Wunshan tries to contact Agamemnon, but his message fails to send. Yuan explains that the player kit transmits messages using mana, and when an area becomes saturated with mana, the signal is blocked. Frustrated, Jackal's king attacks Yuan. As he meets our hero's burning gaze, his body freezes. Yuan seizes the moment and kills him without hesitation. Hergon checks on Yuan, ensuring he is alright, noting that they have just killed 1,000 people. While Hergon breathes heavily from exhaustion, he notices that Yuan is not tired but rather burdened by guilt. Yuan claims he feels nothing, and Hergon wonders how he can remain so composed. Yuan justifies his actions by stating that the Jackals thrive on murder, kidnapping, robbery, and other heinous acts. Eliminating them saves countless lives, so he sees no reason to hesitate. Hergon comments on Yuan's quick recovery, internally admiring his resilience and composure. Yuan compliments Blonde for being a righteous man. Hergon replies that he may seem far from kind, but his actions prove otherwise. Yuan accepts it as a compliment. Hergon reflects that since the tutorial phase, Yuan has always acted with a grander purpose in mind, something he was taught to recognize as a great cause. Yuan acknowledges Hergon's vital contribution and offers him a share of the money, assuring him he will understand if he refuses, since it's black money. Hergon, somewhat embarrassed but honest, accepts the offer. Meanwhile, at Olympus, Agamemnon furiously questions his subordinates about the lack of contact with Mu Wunshin. The subordinate responds, explaining that messages have been sent but remain unanswered. Agamemnon cannot believe that Wunshin would run off with the money. Just then, another subordinate rushes in, urging Agamemnon to follow him. As they arrive at the scene, Agamemnon sees the corpses of the jackals. Shocked and bewildered, he wonders what could have happened. Back with Yuan, he counts the total, 384,000 points. Even after splitting the sum with Hergain, it's an amount only top-ranking players typically see. He feels relieved, knowing he no longer needs to worry about food or shelter. Though he wishes to head to Asgard and exchange the points immediately, he hesitates. Doing so would expose him as the one responsible for the Jackal's extermination, which could complicate his standing on the first floor. Still, with this money, he can obtain the essential materials for crafting the Dark Divine Crystal, even if he cannot yet afford the finer details. Our boy reflects on the Dark Divine Crystal, the highest-ranked item he owns, which is now being forged by the tower's best blacksmith. However, another item weighs on his mind. The egg with the most cryptic description he has ever seen. Since the egg is incomplete, its details remain vague, but its aura suggests immense potential, possibly even greater than the Dark Divine Crystal. Yuan then notices a pattern forming on the egg, something that wasn't there before. He studies it closely, feeling that he has seen this symbol before. The word Outer God crosses his mind just as the system notifies him that the egg acknowledges him. Yuan responds, asking the egg what it is. Later, as he prepares to visit the smithy, Yuan reflects on the past few days. He wonders whether the creature inside the egg will become a powerful ally or a destructive force. Most creatures imprint on the person they see first upon hatching, which is why some rankers go to great lengths to acquire and raise monsters from eggs. Despite the uncertainty, he decides to be patient and focus on the tasks at hand. Upon entering the smithy's workshop, Yuan greets him, who welcomes him and explains the difficulty in refining the crystal. The blacksmith then asks about Yuan's preferred weapon type, its dimensions, and the specifications of his armor. Curious, Yuan asks why he needs this information. The blacksmith reveals a container of powder, a valuable byproduct from refining the crystal, and expresses his desire to craft an item from it. Yuan recalls that Hades' scythe was also created from such refined powder. Yuan asks whether high-quality materials like adamantium are required. The blacksmith admits he lacks adamantium, but suggests using mithril, which is sufficient for mixing with other materials. Yuan, knowing it is expensive, considers buying just 1 pound, as he cannot currently afford more without exchanging the money. Surprisingly, the blacksmith offers to sell the mithril on credit. Yuan is taken aback and asks why he would make such an offer. The blacksmith explains that the item Yuan entrusted him with is worth far more than mithril. Since Yuan trusted him first, he is simply returning that trust. Yuan smiles, recognizing the blacksmith as the same dependable person he remembers. Yuan hands over his current sword and requests a replacement that matches its shape and weight. The blacksmith agrees, confident in his craft. A week later, at the Olympus Guildhouse, Agamemnon smirks, believing that the annihilation of the jackals was a test from the tower to offer him a greater opportunity. He believes that by succeeding in this mission, he can redeem himself and possibly gain the favor of the King of the Sky. A subordinate informs him that all players stationed on floors 1 through 10, around 200 in total, have gathered. Agamemnon asks about reinforcements. The subordinate replies that, considering tower restrictions and the possibility of manager intervention, they've secured appropriate support. The man then commands the army of Olympus to go forth and capture the criminal. Yuan kills a dragon. He realizes the growth is minimal despite spending the last 10 days doing nothing but hunting while waiting for the refinement. Recognizing the limitations of the first floor, he notes that he's only gained a single level, but considers it better than remaining idle. At that moment, Yuan receives a notification from the blacksmith informing him that the refinement is complete and he can come collect it. Meanwhile, Smithy admires the refined stone, captivated by its beauty and the craftsmanship it holds. He reflects on how he could stare at it for hours without growing tired, and laments that he cannot use it to craft a fully finished product. As he places the stone on the table, he hears the sound of horses approaching. Gripping his mallet, he steps outside, already aware that this day would come. Outside, he encounters Agamemnon and his team. Agamemnon remarks on the foul-smelling place Volkard has chosen to hide in, and how that made it difficult for them to find him. Volkard asks what brings them here. The man calls him Criminal Hephaestus, confusing his team, who believed their target was the new player causing a commotion on the first floor. They question how they're supposed to catch a ranker, but Agamemnon assures them that the ranker's power is restricted to the first floor, so there's no need for concern. Volkard laughs and challenges them, vowing to smash all their heads. Agamemnon mocks him for calling himself a ranker while wearing nearly nothing like that, and introduces Chryses, an Olympian ranker under Apollo's command. Smithy recognizes her and warns of the severe penalties for interfering on the first floor. Chryses responds that it doesn't matter since Volkard himself is a ranker. Volkard accuses them of being skilled tricksters and dares her to come at him. A battle breaks out between Volkard and Chryses. During the fight, Chryses expresses that she once respected him for following his creed and choosing to wield hammers, instead of chasing greater power, despite having been a ranker for thousands of years. Volkard doesn't take her words seriously and continues to attack. After a brief clash, the woman declares that Volkard will face severe penalties for attacking lower floor players. She reiterates her past respect for him and claims she won't fight him further. She presents a shield, placing it in front of his gaze. Volkard tries to recognize it, and Chryses tells him it is something he once created. As he focuses on the shield, he recognizes the face of Aegis. Chryses acknowledges that it may only be a replica, but it is powerful enough to bind Volkard in a stone statue. Agamemnon sees the fight is over and orders his men to drag Volkard's body. Just then, Yuan appears, declaring he won't allow it. He strikes the leg of the soldier attempting to lift Smithy, causing the man to cry out in pain. Yuan steps in front of Volkard, shielding him, and demands to know the reason for their presence. Agamemnon recognizes Kim Yuan. Meanwhile, Yuan quickly identifies the ranker Chryses and finds it strange that two rankers, Chryses and Volkard, would be fighting in a small slum. Yuan reflects on the possibility of the administrator intervening if the fight continues, which would significantly reduce Olympus's influence on the first floor. From this, he deduces that Olympus must need Volkard desperately for the Gigantomachy. Agamemnon taunts him, suggesting he's simply waiting for the petrification to wear off. Yuan responds with a confident air, triggering man's temper. Agamemnon begins to suspect that the Aegis, being a replica, can only petrify once a day and has an uncertain duration. If the petrification wears off, Smithy would awaken. After a moment of thought, the man in armor orders his soldiers to attack Yuan and retrieve the prisoner. The soldiers hesitate, aware that killing a new player would incur penalties. To tempt them, Agamemnon promises a management position on the first floor to whoever succeeds in killing Yuan and capturing Blacksmith. Motivated by the reward, the soldiers draw their weapons and each claims the kill for himself. In response, our strong boy channels the power of colossal fire into his arcane sword. The blade emits intense flames that engulf the soldiers. Agamemnon then commands his subordinates to attack from a distance. Yuan activates his Cinder Eyes and launches a counterattack, defeating most of the attackers. He mocks their failed strategy, pointing out that sheer numbers are not enough. More soldiers charge at him, attempting to surround him. Agamemnon is left stunned, unable to comprehend how a new player like him is overpowering elite soldiers, some of whom have already reached the 10th floor. Amid the chaos, Yuan calls out to Volkard, urging him to awaken. At that moment, he receives a system notification stating that his Cinder Eyes and Pyromancy robe resist the Sun Shard, signaling that Chryses is finally making her move. Chryses approaches and questions Yuan's connection to Volkard. Yuan claims to be nothing more than a customer, confusing her further. He reflects that despite her penalties, Chryses' overwhelming presence reveals her true status as a ranker. As Apollo's right hand and the ruler of fire, she poses a lethal threat. Fortunately, his abilities are well suited to the situation. With high fire resistance from his Cinder Eyes and Pyromancy robe, and having survived Surtur's flames of annihilation, he believes he can manage. Chryses observes that Yuan possesses a unique skill, far beyond what a new player should be capable of. She attacks using the Sun Shard, which Yuan counters with his gigantification power. Though his gear initially resists the Sun Shard, he is afflicted with a burn. He had already anticipated that strength alone wouldn't be enough to block an attack from a ranker. He briefly considers how much easier the fight would be if he had access to ice crystals to boost his resistance. Chryses follows up with another attack. Despite the Pyromancy robe's attempt to shield him, it fails again. Yuan realizes that at this rate, he will soon be incinerated. He prepares for the penalty he will face due to Chryses' increasingly powerful attacks. With no other option, Yuan retreats into Smithy's workshop, narrowly escaping another fiery assault. Inside, he admits to underestimating the strength of Floor 1's inhabitants. Even weakened and penalized, Chryses is still immensely powerful. As he scans the workshop, Yuan notices a glowing object on the table. He quickly identifies it as a black stone, Volkard's creation. It is a pure dark divine crystal. Yuan reflects that Chryses will understand the tower's true power once she experiences it firsthand. Meanwhile, the girl realizes that Apollo was right. It feels as if the tower itself is alive. It restrains excessive powers to maintain the sanctity of the lower floors. Agamemnon approaches, acknowledging Chryses' efforts in the fight against Yuan. He then instructs his soldiers to apprehend Volkard, treat the injured, and account for the dead. When he mentions Yuan, Chryses suggests leaving him alone. The man objects, warning that Yuan might attack them in the future. Chryses responds that their mission is complete. They have already violated the laws of the tower by causing destruction on the first floor, and further violence is unnecessary. Yuan now holds a dark divine crystal in one hand and a sword in the other as he approaches them. The man questions whether Chryses still believes he should be spared. She replies that sparing him would be too dangerous. The dark property mana he wields is rare and far too intense for someone who should be barely alive. Agamemnon tells Chryses to rest and assures her that they will take care of Yuan. Our hero suddenly vanishes and reappears beside Volkard's petrified body. As he grabs hold of the stone figure, he realizes that petrification does not stop consciousness, meaning the effect will soon wear off. Seeing Yuan with Smithy, Agamemnon yells at his soldiers to kill him immediately. The soldiers rush to attack, but Yuan simply points his sword at them, releasing a pressure that forces them back. Crises smirks, realizing that Yuan possesses something truly extraordinary. The tower has summoned a monster. The man in the armor questions her calm demeanor, to which she replies that he had already claimed responsibility for handling Yuan. Her part was only to stop Blacksmith. Agamemnon becomes visibly irritated, but Chryses assures that she will finish what she has started. Chryses enters the battlefield, and Yuan, unsurprised, faces her calmly. She acknowledges how impressive it is for him to control 2 different types of mana at once, a feat difficult even for rankers. Such talent makes him a highly valuable candidate for Olympus. She offers Yuan a place at her side, promising to provide more equipment than he ever received from Volkard. Yuan bluntly refuses, stating that her offer doesn't even come close to what he is aiming for. Chryses warns him that refusing is a mistake. Yuan checks whether she is still fit to fight. She laughs, mocking him for asking such a question, considering he is just a new player. Inwardly, she envisions herself proudly recounting this battle 100 years from now. By then, Yuan will likely be a ranker or even a higher being. She hopes to survive so she can tell the tale. Yuan realizes that the girl is willing to stake her life on this battle, which means Volkard is crucial to Olympus. If he doesn't return, the next gigantomachy might be averted. Chryses unleashes a powerful attack. Yuan dodges, but he is surprised by the strength she still possesses. Amid the clash, he compliments her abilities. The girl then launches a massive fire attack. Watching from a distance, Agamemnon marvels at the sheer power. A ranker exerting this much force on the first floor is unheard of. He believes it would be a miracle if she survives the penalties. The next moment, Yuan lies collapsed on the ground. The evil man laughs at his downfall, mocking his inability to withstand such an attack. Suddenly, the blacksmith strikes Agamemnon from behind with his mallet, declaring the fight is not yet over. Agamemnon falls, screaming at Volkard about the penalties. The old man replies that he does not care about penalties or anything else. He simply refuses to spare Agamemnon. Just as Volkard prepares to finish him off, the administrator of the first floor appears and intervenes, stating that he is going too far. The administrator asserts that he would never simply sit and watch a major guild cause havoc on the first floor indefinitely. He then directs Volkard to ascend the tower if he truly wants to engage in a proper fight. Smithy responds by clarifying that there must be a misunderstanding, as he has no intention of fighting. Meanwhile, the administrator observes Agamemnon and quickly realizes he is affiliated with Olympus. He instructs the man, who becomes visibly nervous, to deliver a clear message to Zeus. If Zeus attempts something like this again, the administrator will personally pull out his beard. Volkard laughs at Agamemnon, stating that he is being treated well. Inwardly, he acknowledges that he will deliver the administrator's warning to Zeus word for word, especially since the administrator has placed a mark on him. While still unconscious, our hero finds himself in a battlefield, fighting against Chryses. The system notifies him that the unidentified egg bears its fangs. Alarmed by its dangerous aura, Yuan wonders whether it is trying to consume him while he is weak, or if it is attempting to protect him. The system then announces that the egg returns to hibernation. Yuan regains consciousness and opens his eyes to find Volkard standing before him. He calls him Old Man. The man questions how long Yuan intends to keep calling him that. Yuan jokingly remarks that it's not like he can call him Old Woman, and insists that saving Volkard grants him the right to use the nickname. Our boy then asks about his current location and the one responsible for creating it. Volkard then reveals that his true identity is Hephaestus, a former blacksmith of Olympus. Yuan maintains a calm expression, and when asked if he is shocked, he claims that he is. Although Hephaestus sees through the lie, he internally notes that Yuan already knows who he truly is, and is clearly not an ordinary player. Hephaestus assures Yuan that Olympus will stay quiet for some time due to the administrator's intervention. He explains that he has rented a large workshop for a few days. Whether as a favor or betrayal, the old man declares that he always repays his debts tenfold. He asks Yuan to wait a few days while he forges him a sword. Yuan, getting out of bed, agrees to wait for the sword, and decides he will climb the tower once it is complete. Seeing Yuan's limp, Hephaestus suggests he visit the hospital. Later, Yuan stands in front of monsters, reflecting on how much better he feels after spending a day recovering at the hospital. Although he initially planned to confront Olympus on the 10th floor, he has slightly altered his strategy. He concludes that Olympus will not be able to interfere with the first floor for several years due to the administrator's presence. Furthermore, his relationship with Hephaestus has returned to what it once was. He notes that the dark divine crystal is extremely difficult to handle, and that its power far surpasses that of Hades' Kine. After its refinement, he identifies 3 primary changes: the removal of the unrefined description, improved resistance, amplification, and consumption rate, and the addition of a new feature, Hell Summon. Hell represents Hades and the source of his power. Although the feature is marked limited, Yuan gains insight into the crystal's true nature. It acts more as a catalyst that summons power rather than storing it. After using the crystal for a full day, he begins to understand how to control it. He receives a message from Hephaestus, asking him to come to the workshop. When Yuan arrives, he notices the workshop's massive size and assumes it must have cost a fortune. Given the quality of the items Hephaestus produces and his share of profits from Olympus, Hephaestus likely ranks among the top 1% of the wealthiest rankers. Yuan enters the room and assumes that the sword is finally complete due to the quiet atmosphere. Hephaestus hands him a sword in a box. Yuan, confused, opens the box and finds it empty until he notices an invisible glove. Made from a special material with high mana conductivity, the glove impresses him. He quickly deduces that it contains mithril. Hephaestus confirms this observation and mentions that he did not have the time or ingredients to properly assess the glove's use. He leaves it up to Yuan to decide how to utilize it. Yuan realizes the glove was created because Hephaestus saw him handling the dark crystals with his bare hands. He thanks the old man and begins to unpack the sword. Upon revealing the sword, Yuan is struck by its flawless design and sharpness. Hephaestus allows him to name it. Yuan observes how the dark hue of the divine crystal has completely overtaken the green of the mithril and its effects. He names the weapon the Edge of Nightfall. Hephaestus, however, is disappointed with the name. The system notifies that the Edge of Nightfall has become bound to Yuan by Hephaestus's will. Satisfied, Yuan acknowledges that the sword's structure has far exceeded his expectations. Hephaestus asks Yuan if he plans to ascend now. Our fellow responds affirmatively, and when asked about his intentions toward Olympus, he makes it clear that he intends to bring them down, toppling them from the highest point to the very first floor. Hephaestus smirks, noting how unshaken Yuan appears despite being caught up in a massive, chaotic wave. As Yuan walks away, he reflects on his conversation with Hephaestus and feels grateful to have met him once again. He recalls asking if the sword was forged from adamantium, which surprises him, as he knows the old man doesn't possess even a single iron ore. When questioned about how he managed to forge the sword, Hephaestus explains that since Yuan didn't have a weapon, he made one for him, knowing he would need it to fight the outer threats. Yuan realizes that Hephaestus must have melted his own hammer to forge the sword, and even used his bare hand in the crafting process. As Yuan tries to question him further, Hephaestus abruptly ends the conversation, claiming to be tired. Deeply moved, Yuan acknowledges that the old man gave him his heart, and cherishes the encounter as he departs. The scene transitions to the Colosseum laboratory, where the test examiner Shuri relaxes with music and chocolate. While reviewing files, she comes across Kim Yuan's profile. She notes that he entered the first floor only 12 days ago, broke historic records in the tutorial, and received potential rating. Impressed, Shuri observes that this batch has produced several promising players. She recalls Hergon's impressive performance and is surprised that Yuan has already surpassed him. As she watches Yuan proceed alone into the test, despite being allowed to form a team, she speculates that his confidence might come from believing no one on this floor is his equal. Yuan arrives at the Colosseum, the site of the first floor's trial, a test designed to measure a player's power as a warrior. He finds it simple, as it only requires defeating enemies. He glances at the rankings and is unsurprised to see Sun Ogong in first place. Comparing the record to his previous life, he notes how high it is. Ogong only made it to round 12 before. Another familiar name, Hergon, appears in the rankings at round 16. Yuan reflects that this is likely an improvement over Hergon's previous record, possibly thanks to the King's Lightning Glove, which must have helped him progress rapidly. Uncertain of what floor he is currently on, Yuan hopes to reunite with him soon. The system announces the start of the test. The first opponent, towering and sharp-toothed, approaches. Yuan defeats him in a single strike with his arcane sword. The system confirms that he has passed the first floor test and offers the option to proceed to the next trial. He accepts. Shuri, monitoring the test, initially remains unimpressed. However, as she watches our boy fight, she recognizes that something historic is happening. His speed exceeds even that of Sun Ogong. Our fighter continues battling enemy after enemy. Shuri observes that he avoids using advanced skills, conserving his mana and stamina. It becomes clear to her that Yuan is not focused on the current trial. He's aiming much higher, challenging the records of the top rankers. As he reaches the 15th round, the system prompts him to continue, and he accepts. Without hesitation, he initiates gigantification. The system informs him that, due to his low constitution, only partial gigantification will occur, imbuing his arm with the power of a giant. By the 19th round, Yuan faces an enemy who kneels in defeat, claiming it is only his second loss. He remembers a blonde opponent who refused to stay down, but acknowledges that Yuan is even stronger. Yuan notes that if the man's sword hadn't been old and worn, the battle could have been much tougher. The enemy thanks Yuan for giving him a worthy fight before collapsing. The system then announces Yuan's level up. He has officially cleared the 19th trial. Yuan realizes he has now matched Sun Ogong's record. Standing before the 20th round, the final trial that no one has cleared, the system prompts Yuan to decide whether he wishes to proceed. It informs him that he has only 30 seconds to respond. If he remains silent, he will automatically advance to the next floor. Without hesitation, our boy accepts the trial, and the final test begins. Immediately, Yuan senses overwhelming mana and killing intent that sends chills down his spine. As the boss of the final trial appears, Yuan moves to engage, but even with gigantification, he finds himself being pushed back. He digs his fingers into the creature's body to anchor himself and prevent being thrown off. At that moment, he reflects back on Sunogong. He recalls failing the 20th trial on the first floor after being struck unconscious by the creature's tail, an attack that would have killed most players. Only his immortality allowed him to survive. He explains that the creature is a massive snake with 8 heads and tails, spanning entire peaks and valleys, a being bordering on divinity, either a dragon or a remnant of the outer gods. According to legend, Susanu sealed this creature long ago. The system tasks Yuan with defeating the 8th head of Yamata no Orochi. As he faces the monster, he questions how such a trial could be fair. Though the 8th head appears to be the smallest, he realizes that even a single mistake could prove fatal given his current condition. When the creature launches an attack, our hero evades immediately. He notes that his attacks have little effect, and concludes that this is not the Orochi he once knew. Even his dark divine stone strike fails to pierce the creature's thick scales and hide. Despite the Nightfall sword being imbued with divine energy, it is ineffective. For a moment, the trial seems impossible, yet Yuan knows the tower never presents players with truly impossible challenges. He deduces that there must be something on the creature's body that holds the key to victory. As Yuan halts his attacks, Shuri watches from a distance, puzzled by his sudden retreat. She wonders if he has realized his recklessness, or is simply content with his current progress. However, our boy has identified his target. He charges forward, scaling the creature's massive body. Shuri suspects that Yuan has spotted the small indentation near Orochi's heart, the only unprotected spot on its body, devoid of scales. Yuan reaches this weak point and drives his sword deep into it. The creature lets out a thunderous scream of pain. Shuri stands in disbelief. Orochi, a monstrous serpent capable of covering 8 mountains and ravines, is known for its deadly enchantments and destructive power. This legendary beast once nearly annihilated an entire floor of the tower. It was only subdued by the high-ranker Susanu, who wielded a magic sword that could never break and bore an enchantment to seal anything it pierced. Susanu left an irreplaceable scar on Orochi's heart, the very scar that has now become its only weak point. Yuan reenacts this legendary moment, striking the same scar and silencing the colossal calamity once more. The system informs Yuan that he has defeated the 8th head of Yamata no Orochi. The system also notifies him that his achievement is now recorded in the Colosseum. He now contemplates his progress, noting that he has leveled up during the 19th test. He reflects on the difficulty of leveling up through hunting once a player reaches level 60. Now, with 31 levels remaining until level 100, he realizes he is advancing faster than expected. Shuri calls out to Yuan. As his gaze lands on her, he remembers her appearance as a female elf who carries 6 swords at her waist. She moves silently and quickly, leaving no sound in her wake. Shuri is the test supervisor of the first floor. She questions whether Yuan already knew Yamata no Orochi's weak point. Our boy responds by explaining that he believed the tower wouldn't present a completely impossible test, even as a final trial. Finding the difficulty unreasonably high, he decided to inspect the situation more closely and discovered the answer. Shuri notices Yuan's eyes and asks if they are the golden cinder eyes. Yuan clarifies that they have not turned golden yet. Shuri expresses amazement that he possesses both the cinder eyes and gigantification, 2 skills associated with the top-ranking high rankers. She speculates about his origins, asking whether he hails from Olympus, the heavenly realm, or perhaps is the great sage's successor. Yuan simply acknowledges her assumptions without clarification, understanding that she is deeply mistaken. The girl assures him not to worry, as test supervisors are strictly forbidden from sharing any information about the trials or participants. She presents a sword to Yuan, stating that it is an additional reward from the administrator. It is meant for any player who completes every trial on the first floor. She admits that after seeing Orochi, she never believed the day would come when she would hand this sword over, but now the rightful owner has appeared. Our hero inspects the sword and finds that it is a fragment of Totsuka's blade, the weapon Susanu once used to seal Yamata no Orochi. The piece contains a sealed power but is currently in a broken state. To restore its original power, he will need to collect the remaining fragments. Shuri asks whether there is a problem with the reward and offers to speak with the administrator if necessary. Yuan reassures her that it is fine. Inwardly, he believes this is just a bonus and that the true reward is still ahead. Our boy realizes that the poison in it makes the heart impossible for ordinary people to consume. However, if neutralized, it becomes a potent elixir even high rankers would desire. Shuri admits she didn't know the heart would be given as a reward, but congratulates him, acknowledging its worth as an item beyond quantification. She advises him not to consume it, and Yuan agrees. At that moment, the system informs him that the unidentified egg in his possession is reacting and expressing hunger. The egg begins to reveal its form. A massive creature emerges and starts devouring Orochi's corpse. Shuri, witnessing the event, asks how the creature managed to appear in a tower-protected area. Yuan urges her to wait. The system announces that the egg has begun feeding on Orochi's 8th head. The spectator girl questions the creature's nature and tells Yuan that since he owns the corpse, she will no longer interfere. Still, she asks if the creature is one of his abilities. Yuan responds that while it is similar, even he is uncertain. After feeding, the egg confirms it is full and begins to sing. Yuan observes the contradiction in its nature. It appears grotesque but behaves like a child. As he questions what it truly is, the egg falls asleep again. He wonders if its incubation rate has increased, causing its sudden emergence. Shuri asks if he now understands what has just happened. He replies that he knows a little. Shuri, previously convinced that he was Ogong's successor, begins to question her assumption. She believes the heavenly realm would never conceal such a sinister power. She remarks that Yuan holds many secrets but assures him that she will not share them. Extending her hand, she expresses hope to one day hear how far he has progressed. Yuan reflects on her unchanged nature. She still bids farewell to those who pass her test. He sees her as a traditional yet upright, strong, and beautiful warrior. He shakes her hand and acknowledges that it was good meeting her. In the following scene, word spreads that the first floor rankings, unchanged for over 1,000 years, have finally shifted. The people starts chatting about Yuan. The scene shifts to the 9th floor test, the labyrinth. Yuan successfully completes it. The system reports that he has created new paths and will receive additional rewards based on his historic achievements. Yuan worries that the test may have become more difficult for others due to the additional exits he created, but he justifies his actions as necessary to receive a better reward. He decides to move forward. He finally arrives at Hephaestus's location. He smiles and acknowledges that it has been a month. He claims, mentioning him as old man, that he has returned to retrieve what he left behind. Hephaestus informs him that the work is nearly complete. Yuan agrees to wait. During the welding process, Hephaestus is drenched in sweat. As he glances at Yuan, he sees him completely unaffected by the intense heat. The old man questions whether he is feeling the heat, and Yuan confirms, though inwardly he observes how his body appears entirely normal inside the scorching workshop. This makes him wonder about his resistance to fire. Hephaestus asks him the reason it took him 10 days to complete the 9th floor test. Yuan explains that the labyrinth need not have only one exit, so he spent time creating new paths. The old man is impressed and questions whether he ever takes a normal approach to anything. His curiosity about how Yuan will handle the next tests only grows stronger. Our fella chuckles and promises to share his experience the next time he visits. Hephaestus mocks him, asking if he plans to save the weapon for next time as well. He explains that he has never created a weapon like this before, one with the worst mana conductivity. The low mana conductivity means it possesses extremely high mana resistance. As a result, he crafted it using minerals that are typically used for forging armor. Blacksmith assures Yuan that the weapon meets all his requests, but warns that it is a complete failure in terms of channeling mana. When Yuan takes the weapon in his hand, it begins to activate, but the unknown power within blocks the mana flow. Despite this, our boy is thoroughly satisfied with the sword. He stores it in his inventory while praising Hephaestus for his excellent craftsmanship. The old man remarks that the project was enjoyable for him as well, having made the weapon from armor-grade materials. Yuan shakes hands with the blacksmith and transfers 10,000 points in Asgardian bills to him. Hephaestus reacts with annoyance, but Yuan insists on the payment and then departs, stating he will return again. A portal appears near the workshop, and the system informs Yuan that his 9th floor test result has been confirmed. To enter the portal, he must pay a fee of 10 points. The system prompts him to set his destination. Yuan acknowledges that he will finally reach the floors with 2-digit numbers. He instructs the portal to take him to the 10th floor, the martial realm. Upon his arrival on the 10th floor, the system sets his starting location in the martial city of the northern region, a vast continent surrounded by oceans. The 10th floor's test begins immediately upon arrival, unlike the previous floors. Around him, people are recruiting new members to their martial arts schools. A man announces that anyone passionate is welcome to join the School of the Dragon Sword. Another man with black hair calls for sword users to come to the House of the Gentleman's Sword. A third man with brown hair promotes the School of Heavy Steel, claiming it is ideal for those wanting to strengthen their bodies to the level of steel. The system informs Yuan that the 10th floor test is now underway. He must select a martial arts school and pass the test by learning that school's martial arts. This test is notably different from the others, and many players fail to proceed past it due to its unique format. Our hero observes the chaotic environment around him. As he explores, a man approaches and greets him, commenting that he appears to be new to the floor. Judging from his attire, the man assumes he possesses considerable skill and asks if Yuan is a sword user. Yuan acknowledges with a nod. The man becomes excited and insists that it is fate, encouraging him to join his school of sapphire swords. As the man begins explaining more, our boy looks around, noting that the major martial schools likely have no interest in recruiting from this location and, even if they do, would not be actively scouting players in such a manner. Noticing Yuan's distraction, the man becomes irritated. Our fella politely declines, stating that he already has a specific martial school in mind and takes his leave. The man is offended, believing he has insulted him and his school. Yuan clarifies that he did not intend to insult him, but acknowledges inwardly that the man is not entirely wrong in his assumptions. The man accuses him of being no better than a scarecrow who got lucky reaching the 10th floor. Finding the man irritating, our boy reflects that small schools often use displays of strength to attract attention from new players. He warns the man that antagonizing a newly arrived player could result in penalties and damage the reputation of his school. The man concedes this point but insists that the martial realm has its own rules and claims that he must defend his school's honor. He accuses Yuan of having no room to beg now. Our hero clarifies that begging was never his intention, but since the man insists on confrontation, he has no choice. He tells the man to proceed with the fight. Moments later, onlookers gossip about the embarrassment suffered by the School of Sapphire Sword. One man remarks that the head of the school, obsessed with recruiting outsiders, likely pressured his students to bring in new members. The man who challenged Yuan is now on his knees, defeated by a newcomer. Humiliated, the recruiter of the Sapphire Sword School runs off, vowing to kill Yuan the next time they meet. 10 days pass on the 10th floor. Yuan runs, clearly frustrated by the vast distances. Over 10 days, he has covered nearly 4,000 kilometers. In the martial realm, no form of transportation exists, so players must travel entirely on foot. Eventually, Yuan arrives at Memt, heaven in the western region. He realizes he is close to his goal and pushes himself to hurry. By nightfall, he reaches a secluded area in the middle of the jungle. He reflects that about 20 individuals are gathered there, all highly skilled. As expected from Memt, heavens, the place is truly a den of monsters. A voice calls out, asking Yuan who he is, and noting that he does not appear to be lost. Our boy calmly assures them that he means no harm. The voice identifies the location as Memt, heavens of the western region, and reveals that it also serves as the base of the heavenly demonic cult. Yuan remains silent, his composure unshaken. The warriors around him confirm their suspicion. He already possesses knowledge of this place. Despite the tense atmosphere, our boy finds himself reminded of a past encounter with jackals, though he knows the situation is entirely on a different scale and far more significant. Within the heavenly demonic cult, a formidable martial school long opposed to the Martial Artists Alliance, Heaven, they still retain the prestige of being the greatest martial arts school in existence. Among the warriors stands Gwag Hamuk, a pureblood member of the Heavenly Demonic. Observing Yuan, he becomes curious, stating that he doesn't carry the presence of a mere nobody. Gwag demands to know our boy's identity, his current floor, and his skills, necessary information if he wishes to be accepted by the cult. Yuan introduces himself with clarity and determination, stating that he wishes to undertake the Heavenly Demonic Cult's test. In response, the system announces the initiation of the test. Gwag remarks that it has been a long time since any player has dared to take the cult's trial. Our main character comments that it is due to the low pass rate. However, Gwag corrects him, emphasizing that the issue is not the difficulty, but the impossibility. No player has ever successfully passed the test. The next moment, System informs Yuan that he is now entering the barrier. It immediately alerts that he attempts to resist the effects of the barrier, but fails. The system states that leaving the designated path will result in an abnormal status, hallucinations. Our fellow realizes the paths ahead look drastically different from before. Dozens of roads stretch before him, and he must choose the real path among them. Gwag Hamuk warns him that taking even a single wrong step will cause him to be lost completely. Only the heavenly demon himself would be able to find him. As Gwag turns to guide him, he has already left. Now in the middle of a dense jungle, Yuan activates his Cinder Eyes skill. He has already crossed more than 10 forked paths, growing curious about how much farther he must go. At the next forked road, he uses his Cinder Eyes again, and notes something unusual. Both paths are real. This realization confirms that he has not succumbed to the illusion of the barrier, yet he remains uncertain about the correct choice. A breeze blows from the left path, catching his attention. Trusting his instincts, Yuan starts walking. With every step, the surroundings begin to shift and distort. After covering some distance, he comes across a fireplace with a figure sitting beside it. Approaching without hesitation, Yuan recognizes the person, an ancient high ranker and a legend of the martial realm, someone who existed even before the martial realm entered the tower. It is the Heavenly Demon. As our boy reaches him, the system notifies that he has passed the Heavenly Demon's first test. He then observes the enclosed room where no doors are open, yet a breeze flows through. He realizes that this place is not what it seems. The room is an illusion. The heavenly demon asks him when he realized the nature of the test. Yuan explains that he suspected it from the beginning. No true test would be so simple as merely following someone. He believed the demon had been observing him even before he entered the barrier. Acknowledging Yuan's insight, the heavenly demon comments that he is someone who knows how to find his own path. Then, abruptly, he declares that our hero has passed the test. Suddenly, Yuan finds himself back in the jungle. He notes that the system hasn't displayed any result window, despite the test supposedly being completed. He realizes that the heavenly demon is not someone easily satisfied, and pleasing him will be a difficult task. Eventually, our boy arrives at a place resembling a village. He recalls rumors that claimed a demon resided within the heavenly demonic cult, but the peaceful, ordinary look of the village contradicts that notion. Guag Hamuk finds him again and demands to know how he reached this place. Knowing the truth would only cause complications, Yuan simply states that he walked here quickly. Guag is visibly stunned, realizing he has navigated through the barrier faster than even those who know the correct route. Yuan brushes off the questioning. He claims exhaustion from the journey and assumes that the prestigious heavenly demonic cult would naturally provide rest for its test participants. As he leaves, one of Guag's subordinates remarks that no outsider has ever broken through the array formation. Even as a longtime member of the cult, he still needs to memorize the exact paths. Guag is left deeply unsettled, questioning the true identity of Yuan. In the next scene, Yuan takes a steam bath. He reflects on how small and modest the place is. If the test were even slightly easier, the cult would likely be overwhelmed with applicants. Our boy admits to himself that while he still doesn't know much about this place, he is certain that his journey here was not in vain. Yuan walks down memory lane, recalling when he asked his comrades about the 10th floor, known as the heavenly demonic cult's territory. One warrior explains that the test on this floor is said to be nearly impossible, but if the rumors are true, the rewards must be immense. Another reflects that the heavenly demon passed away at the beginning of the war, before Chronos' clock was created, so there's no usable information available. Others tell Yuan that winning the tournament grants a scarlet medicine, and there's a chance to obtain the greatest secret technique of either the Shaolin or the Namgung clan. Yuan inquires if there has ever been anyone who failed to win the tournament. Sun Ogong takes offense, thinking he is trying to provoke him. He rants about the tournament being held without his knowledge, clearly frustrated that he missed it. Another warrior comments that Ogong shouldn't have skipped ahead to the next floor. This further infuriates him, who shouts that no one informed him. Returning to the present, our boy admits he doesn't yet know what lies ahead on this floor, but he's certain it won't be a waste of time. Suddenly, the system notifies him that the egg in his possession twitches and feels cozy. Yuan notes that since entering the heavenly demonic cult's territory, the egg hasn't been still for a moment. He recalls that about a month ago, just days after clearing the first floor coliseum and entering the second floor, he noticed the egg had grown in size. It's a mysterious egg bearing the mark of an outer god. Yuan senses a strange certainty about it, especially after watching it devour Orochi, an ancient fragment. He begins to suspect that it might be the egg of an outer god. Yuan remembers facing Orochi, recalling the egg's horrifying form with tens of eyes and sharp teeth. He wonders if that is what it will look like when it hatches. Despite all his experience, Yuan realizes he still knows nothing about the egg. He reflects that outer gods have no fixed forms and manifest based on the emotions of those who observe them, often taking shapes rooted in fear. He briefly considers killing it. At that moment, the egg shakes its head. Shocked that it responds to his thoughts, he realizes it had been ignoring him until now. Drawing his sword, he tests whether it can withstand a strike. The egg screams in fear but remains unharmed. It curls into itself, and Yuan suspects it may have defensive abilities like it did against Orochi. He questions whether it recognizes him as its owner or simply chose not to retaliate. After a while, the egg floats in the steamed water as Yuan takes a bath. He asks if it enjoys it, and the egg nods. He feels slightly satisfied to see it respond, but it immediately falls asleep again. He curses on its timing, having slept for a month only to doze off again right after responding. The next day, a meeting takes place within the heavenly demonic cult. One member notes that today's discussion will be interesting. The Spear Lord mentions that it has been 30 years since the last challenger, Cheon Joryong. The Fist Lord confirms and asks about Kim Yuan. The Tao Lord remarks that despite being rooted in Mount Heavens, the Fist Lord should already know about Yuan. He complains that he has explained it many times. The Sword Lord interrupts the bickering and urges Tao Lord to explain. Tao Lord states that Yuan has been topping every floor's ranking since the tutorial. Sword Lord expresses skepticism, suspecting the rumors are exaggerated. Tao Lord responds that the tower's records never lie. Sword Lord concludes that only meeting Yuan will confirm the truth. The Spear Lord orders to bring Yuan. As the soldiers move to carry out the command, Yuan enters the hall. The cult's soldiers note his calm demeanor despite being in front of the 4 heavenly lords, interpreting his composure as a sign of great courage. Our boy observes the presence of the sword, fist, spear, and Tao lords. realizing that the heavenly demon himself is absent for the second test. The Fist Lord acknowledges Yuan for passing the first test and expresses hope that the rumors about him are not exaggerated. He instructs that the second test proceed. Just then, Cheon Jaryong, vice captain of the Black Tempest Squad, bursts in, requesting permission to test Yuan himself. The Sword Lord consults the others. After a brief discussion, they grant Jaryong's request. Yuan senses Jaryong's hostility, which is causing him to incur a penalty. He notes that this isn't the cult's official test. The Sword Lord agrees but mentions that every test comes with a reward. He offers Yuan the Crimson Blood Medicine Ball as a prize if he succeeds. Our boy confidently smiles, draws his sword, and prepares for battle. His objective is clear: defeat Cheon Jaryong and receive his acknowledgement and the Crimson Blood Medicine Ball. Yuan reflects on the penalty affecting Cheon Jaryong, noting that it has been adjusted to the difficulty level of the 30th floor. This level of challenge seems excessive for an impromptu test on the 10th floor, making him wonder just how difficult the actual test must be. The presence of the 4 Heavenly Lords confirms that they were ordered by the Heavenly Demon to evaluate the one who passed the first test. Cheon Jaryong expresses disbelief that the Heavenly Demon acknowledged Yuan. In response, our hero implies that Jaryong himself was never acknowledged. Provoked, the man lashes out with his sword, but Yuan swiftly dodges the blow. Jaryong unleashes a flurry of attacks, but none land successfully. During the battle, Jaryong admits that he was never acknowledged. He explains that he dedicated his life to the heavenly demonic cult, swearing loyalty and climbing the tower with the hope of bringing prosperity to the cult. He mastered martial arts, endured endless training, and risked his life to pass the test. Despite his efforts, an outsider like Yuan succeeded, which deeply unsettles him. After hearing his confession, Yuan comments that his mindset is immature. Jaryong retaliates with another sword strike, but our boy blocks it effortlessly. He then partially activates his gigantification skill, imbuing his arm with the power of giants. With a single punch, he sends the man flying and bleeding, collapsing him to the ground. The Sword Lord watches with amusement and smirks at the outcome. He laughs, saying that it has been a while since he witnessed something so entertaining. The Tao Lord comments on Yuan's strength, impressed that he performed so well without fully utilizing his sword, and wonders how much stronger he would have been without the penalty. The Fist Lord dismisses the hypothetical, stating that what they just witnessed is enough proof of his abilities. The Sword Lord orders his subordinates to give Yuan the Crimson Blood Medicine Ball. Yuan responds that since the effort required wasn't much, the reward is sufficient. The Fist Lord adds that even this item is valuable, as most players who arrive on the 10th floor never even get the chance to see it. The Tao Lord remarks that Yuan treated the battle against Jaryong as if it were child's play. The Sword Lord then asks our boy if he has studied martial arts, noting that his sword technique was remarkable and difficult to identify. Yuan replies that he was merely imitating. The Sword Lord announces the details of the next test. The Fist Lord states that the second test will be against him, Pung Baeklim, but not in the form of a typical duel. Instead, Yuan must endure 3 of his techniques. The test will take place in 3 months. Until then, Yuan will be granted anything he needs, aside from elixirs and high-rank martial arts. The Fist Lord offers resources such as a training facility, food, clothes, or shelter. Yuan reflects that although Pung Baeklim may be the weakest of the 4 Heavenly Lords in terms of technique, the sheer power behind each of his attacks rivals the others. He anticipates there will be a penalty applied to him, and even without it, facing a ranker makes the challenge feel intentionally insurmountable. However, knowing that the test involves only 3 techniques, Yuan proposes to begin immediately. The Spear Lord warns him that challenging a ranker so casually comes across as disrespect toward the heavenly demonic cult. Our boy quickly apologizes and clarifies that he means no disrespect. The Fist Lord accepts and says that if he insists, he will comply. The Sword Lord intervenes, stating that the test was given by the Heavenly Demon himself and therefore cannot be altered. Addressing Yuan directly, the Sword Lord explains that he now has 3 months to prepare and find a way to withstand the 3 techniques from the Fist Lord. Later, Yuan follows the Sword Lord through the cult's grounds. As they walk, nearby onlookers gossip that the outsider must be foolish to challenge the Fist Lord so easily. Our boy ponders the Sword Lord's intentions, unsure whether his guidance is driven by curiosity or hidden hostility. He asks if this mentorship was a direct order from the Heavenly Demon. The Sword Lord responds that it was not, and frames his actions as personal interest. He explains that it has been a long time since he encountered an outsider, and after seeing Yuan's potential, he believes it may actually be possible for him to pass the test. Yuan senses that the Sword Lord genuinely wants him to succeed, but unlike other schools that seek members to boost their status, his motivations seem different. This earnest attitude puzzles him. When they reach their destination, the Sword Lord questions why Yuan came to the medical school instead of heading for the weapons warehouse or the martial arts library, assuming those would be his priorities. Our boy assures him that he will visit those places later. He reminds the Sword Lord of his earlier promise to provide anything he needs except elixirs and high-rank martial arts. Lord confirms his words. Yuan instructs the Heavenly Demonic Cult's chief doctor to move all the medicines from the medical school to the training center. Internally, he assesses that a few hundred kilograms of medicine will be sufficient for him to prepare for war against the martial artists' alliance. The doctor, however, remains puzzled about how Yuan intends to use such an enormous amount of medicine alone. He places a condition on him, requiring him to return all leftover medicinal ingredients after 3 months. These ingredients can only be used by Yuan, and any damaged or wasted portions must be reimbursed from his own pocket. As Yuan departs, he confirms they will meet again in 3 months, leaving the doctor behind, who repeatedly urges him to return the leftovers. The scene transitions to the Heavenly Demonic Cult's training chamber, which Yuan deems ideal due to its unique design. It can only be opened from the inside, making it impenetrable without force. Inside the chamber, Yuan begins consuming the medicinal ingredients. As he eats, he notices a gradual increase in his resistance to poison. The process is unpleasant, as he has never consumed medicine to the point of satiety before, and the experience disgusts him. Yuan then feels a strange sensation in his stomach, deducing that some of the medicines may have mixed into a mild poison. However, having avoided any lethal combinations, he concludes that he can tolerate an upset stomach if it means obtaining Orochi's 8th heart. Previously unsure of where to find enough medicine to neutralize Orochi's extreme poison, Yuan considers himself fortunate to have found this opportunity. As he holds the heart in his hand, a mysterious egg opens its mouth. Yuan reacts instinctively, warning it not to get any ideas. The egg, startled, returns to sleep. Our boy proceeds to consume Orochi's heart. Immediately, a system notification confirms that the heart's poison has spread throughout his body, increasing his poison resistance by 1 level. The process takes a toll. He vomits blood as the poison invades his system. Despite the pain, his arcane power begins to rise rapidly. As he reaches for more medicine, his body succumbs to the overwhelming pain, and he collapses. Yet the arcane energy continues to surge. He soon realizes that this increase in arcane power is unusual. For the first time, he understands the meaning of rule over mana. He feels as though mana itself is responding to his will. Determined to harness every ounce of power from Orochi's heart, he continues to consume the medicine relentlessly. The unexpected effectiveness drives him to push further, despite the physical toll. A month passes. Soldiers arrive at the entrance of the training chamber, speculating on Yuan's prolonged silence. One suggests that he might have exited the chamber to obtain a secret technique, while the other reflects on how a climber of the 10th floor wouldn't miss such a chance. The Fist Lord, for instance, has entered seclusion to train, causing heavens to tremble daily. In contrast, Yuan has remained unnervingly quiet, leading them to wonder if he might be dead. At that moment, the chamber door opens, and our hero steps out. The scene shifts to a restaurant-like setting, where Yuan enjoys a chicken leg. A soldier, surprised at his appetite, comments on his apparent starvation, noting that the chamber had grain balls. Yuan admits he avoided eating them due to their tastelessness, as he initially planned to come out earlier. The soldiers ask if Yuan spent the entire month consuming medicinal ingredients, observing that he shows no injuries. However, with free access to medicines, Yuan's decision makes sense. The soldier muses over how potent the poison must have been to require such quantities of medicine. After finishing his meal, our boy thanks the soldiers and informs them of his next destination, the martial arts library. Upon arriving, he notices the tight security surrounding the library. The guards stationed at the entrance appear to be rankers themselves. He recognizes the library's significance. It is the core of any martial school, safeguarding its history and foundational knowledge. Inside, a man greets Yuan and guides him through the library. Yuan is granted access to most of the collection but is warned not to enter a restricted area. Left alone, he begins exploring the books, impressed by the extensive selection of low-rank martial arts available to outsiders, 4 times more than what the Namgung clan offers. Despite the wealth of information, Yuan acknowledges the limitations of time. With only 2 months remaining before the test, he resolves to spend just 1 month here and focus on a technique. His goal is to devise a way to defeat the Heavenly Lord, one of the cult's most powerful figures. As he searches, Yuan reflects on the origins of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. He aims to uncover the root of its martial arts, the very foundation mastered by Cheon Mujin, the original Heavenly Demon. His objective becomes clear: to obtain and master the Heavenly Demon's spirit. A soldier reports to the Sword Lord that Yuan has spent 1 month in the training chamber, followed by another month studying martial arts books in the library. He adds that he personally observed him and noted that it looked as if he intended to read every single book available, an endeavor that even the Sword Lord himself could not complete in 3 years, let alone 3 months. The Sword Lord acknowledges that Yuan's actions are peculiar, similar to when he hoarded medicinal ingredients. The soldier remarks that his behavior is beyond peculiar and views it as a waste of time, asserting that he is not someone the Heavenly Lord needs to be concerned about. Despite this, the Sword Lord admits that although he cannot comprehend Yuan's decisions, This unpredictability is exactly what keeps him hopeful. In the library, the in-charge notices our boy leaving earlier than usual. He remarks that he typically stays late into the night. Yuan, however, has completed his objectives and found everything he needed. The in-charge comments on his unpredictable nature. A month later, in the waiting room of the martial arts training ground, a soldier informs Fist Lord Pung Baeklim that Yuan has spent another month back in the training chamber following his time in the library. Pung Baeklim reflects on his own 3 months of intense seclusion and questions whether his efforts were even necessary. He recognizes the buzz surrounding Yuan's rise and reminds himself to be cautious not to kill him during the duel. At the martial arts training ground, the audience anticipates an extraordinary event. Observers remark on the rarity of seeing Fist Lord Pung Baeklim in combat, and note that Kim Yuan's reputation has grown so much that major guilds are vying to recruit him. As Pung Baeklim enters the arena, the spectators are overwhelmed by his presence. He commands silence, declaring that the duel is not a casual match but a test from the heavenly demon, and must be treated with respect. Yuan enters the arena shortly afterward. Pung Baeklim comments on his timing, and Yuan retorts with confidence. The duel begins immediately. The system registers the conditions of the test, instructing Yuan to dodge or block 3 of his techniques. Pung Baeklim unleashes his first technique, Heavenly Destructive Lightning. Yuan evades the attack, recognizing the danger it posed had it connected. Lord notes that dodging instead of blocking was a wise choice, as a direct impact would have been fatal. Our fellow reflects on the nature of Kai, the martial realm's equivalent of mana, and acknowledges the exceptional level of power Pung Baeklim is allowed to exert under the constraints of the 10th floor. He recognizes this as his second battle against a ranker, but notes that this fight is on a far different level. Crisis, his previous opponent, had been weakened from prior combat and suffered harsher penalties. In contrast, he is in peak form. Baeklim announces the second technique and accelerates with tremendous force, executing the 100-step lightning fist. Yuan activates his cinder eyes, narrowly evading the strike. Observing his precision, Fist Lord realizes that H is reading his movements, deducing that the red glow in his eyes is the source of his heightened awareness. Yuan remains unfazed, prompting the man to channel his energy for the final technique. He declares that a single skill will never be enough to navigate the vast world of martial arts. He warns that under the same sky, Yuan will not be able to escape the next move. From afar, the Sword Lord observes the escalating intensity of the battle. Anticipating collateral damage, he orders barriers to be cast around the audience to ensure their safety. Yuan notices that the Heavenly Lords are mobilizing, signaling that the upcoming technique is on a different scale entirely. He evaluates the situation, realizing the area of effect will encompass the entire arena, making evasion impossible. Calculating that the expanded range likely reduces the technique's potency, he resolves to block it head-on. He activates partial gigantification. Simultaneously, Pung Baeklim releases his third and most powerful technique, Lightning Storm of Genesis, fully confident that Yuan will not be able to avoid it this time. The training ground shatters under the overwhelming technique, and the gathered spectators nearly succumb to its power. From the drifting smoke, our fighter steps forward as the system announces that he has blocked 3 attacks from Fist Lord and has cleared the Heavenly Demonic Cult's second test. A quick assessment convinces Yuan that the technique befits a ranker who once climbed the tower as a player. The fusion of martial arts and skills is extraordinary, yet still within his ability to resist. Baeklim, stunned that his attack was stopped so cleanly, prepares to continue. Yuan accepts, aware that the trial's penalty will intensify if he hesitates. Rumors of Yuan's month-long study in the cult's library spread among the other lords. They recognize that the faint, formless aura surrounding him is the embryonic shape of the heavenly demon spirit, materialized mana that carries its own will. Though only a fragile shell, its mere appearance raises expectations about how far he can advance. Choosing to act first, our boy launches a sword strike. Because his manifestation is incomplete, he cannot fully dominate Baeklim's body, yet the blow still lands solidly. The duel accelerates. The system tallies his progress. 47 techniques blocked, then 59. Baeklim feels both discomfort and fascination as the immature heavenly demon spirit weakens, while Yuan wonders whether his foe has adapted or the aura itself is fading. As Baeklim's 60th attack looms, Yuan senses the mounting penalty and partially activates gigantification, unleashing a mana blast that scorches the arena. Baeklim, impressed by the newcomer's resilience, presses on, and our boy deflects the 89th technique. Determined to finish the contest, Yuan decides to close the distance, immobilize Baeklim for an instant, and strike decisively. He reactivates gigantification, channeling all Giant's power into one arm. The system confirms the concentration of strength as he lunges forward, seeking the brief opening that will determine the outcome. Our boy approaches the Fist Lord and stops the technique at point-blank range. Baeklim is stunned by the feat and quickly notices that Yuan is no longer holding the sword he had been wielding moments earlier. As he releases his grip, blood begins to drip from his hand, adding to Baeklim's surprise. The Fist Lord realizes that his mistake was allowing an opening to his chest, which Yuan exploited. Despite Yuan's clear exhaustion, Beeklam understands that he would win in a few more moves if the fight continued. However, he also recognizes that this isn't merely a battle, it's a test. With more time and slightly higher stats, Yuan might have continued holding his ground. Accepting the outcome, Lord concedes defeat. The system announces his loss, shocking the entire audience. The Sword Lord, watching closely, silently acknowledges that the young man may truly possess the potential to rise far beyond expectations. Another lord raises concern that the test has exceeded its proper boundaries, but the Sword Lord disagrees. The system then notifies Yuan that he has perfectly cleared the second test of the Heavenly Demonic Cult and has obtained the skill Heavenly Demon Spirit. Elsewhere, the three remaining lords discuss the outcome. The Spear Lord reveals that everyone has rushed to the martial arts library, hoping to obtain the same skill. He wonders if they should intervene. The Sword Lord explains that there must be a reason the Heavenly Demon Spirit was placed in the low-rank martial arts section. It appears to be a basic breathing and cultivation technique, indistinguishable at first glance. He doubts many possess the insight to recognize its true nature, or the ability to learn from it. The Tao Lord adds that simply finding and understanding the technique is a trial of its own. Sword Lord agrees and tries to comfort Beeklam, reminding him that no one expected Yuan to discover and learn the skill within 3 months. Beeklam smiles, expressing no shame. Instead, he confesses that it was the most exhilarating fight he's had in a long time. He predicts that this boy will one day become a high ranker, perhaps even strong enough to surpass one of the lords. Later, Yuan rests on his bed, reviewing his stats. Watching his arcane power, he feels slightly disappointed that it hasn't broken the 3-digit mark yet. Reflecting on the final blow against the lord, he admits to himself that the strike was shallow. Had Beeklam not conceded, he would have certainly lost. He recalls that he was forced to use his left hand after offering his right, and realizes that brute strength alone isn't enough to face rankers. Despite the exhaustion, he acknowledges that finishing the second test is an achievement. He plans to rest for 2 days, grateful for his rapid recovery, and relieved that he won't have to bother a doctor. Thinking about the Heavenly Demon Spirit, an A-rank skill, Yuan is proud to have obtained it through effort rather than as a reward. The skill, once mastered nearly to perfection by Cheon Mujin, is now his. He wonders whether he will meet Mujin during the final trial. His thoughts are interrupted by a knock at the door. A voice calls out, informing him that the Heavenly Demon has summoned him. Yuan arrives at the Lord's Manor, where an attendant informs him that only he is allowed inside and must proceed alone. As he walks through the manor, our fellow notes that he cannot sense the Lord's presence, which may be natural given the vast difference in rank. On his way through, the egg in his possession briefly reacts with a menacing aura. Finally, he reaches Cheon Mujin, the Heavenly Lord. He notices Yuan's sword. He admires its craftsmanship and expresses a desire to own it. Yuan declines, knowing he must protect the weapon or face the wrath of its creator. Mujin asks whether Hephaestus forged it, and our boy realizes that Mujin has wielded swords from the legendary smith before. Without delay, Mujin declares the start of the final test. Yuan protests, mentioning his injured arm. The Lord dismisses the concern, stating it is irrelevant since the arm won't be used in the trial. Mujin disappears behind an illusionary barrier and instructs Yuan to follow. As he steps forward, he immediately senses the intricate and dangerous nature of the Requiem barrier. His cinder eyes attempt to penetrate it but fail, and he realizes that a single misstep could consume him entirely. Pushing forward, Yuan enters the Heavenly Demonic Cave, where the final test of the Heavenly Demonic Cult begins. As Yuan enters the barrier, Cheon Mujin instructs him to follow. He asks whether he has truly mastered the Heavenly Demon Spirit. Yuan confirms that he has even obtained it as a skill. Mujin notes that this will make it easier for Yuan to handle what lies ahead. He reflects on how the world has become more accommodating with the advent of skills and praises his combat prowess, advising him to take care of his abilities. Yuan grows confused by Mujin's cryptic words. At that moment, the egg in his possession bares its fangs and begins to salivate. Flames surge and cover the area. Yuan immediately senses the presence of a faint yet undeniable power, one that originates from outside the tower. He realizes this outer god's presence is what the egg has been responding to ever since he arrived at the Heavenly Demonic Cult. The system announces the awakening of a colossal fire, influenced by an unknown force. Mujin identifies it as the Holy Fire. He reveals a prophecy that has been passed down since the cult's founding at Mount Heavens, the place where the fire was first discovered. The cult exists to protect the fire and to find its destined master. Mujin explains that the first heavenly demon, the second, and even his own master devoted their lives to this mission, and he intends to do the same. Yuan asks if he truly believes in the prophecy. Mujin responds by affirming that the cult is a religion above all else, and without unwavering faith, its foundation would crumble. Over time, other factions have grown stronger, surpassing the demonic cult. As heavenly demon, Mujin admits that he had no choice but to resort to trickery to protect the holy fire. He explains that anyone wishing to join the cult must now undergo its trials to prove their worth. When Yuan questions whether he created the test and used the holy fire as a reward, Mujin confirms it, stating that disguising the fire within the test was the only way to protect it. The test's difficulty increased as a result. Our boy inquires if anyone else has ever reached this far. Mujin replies that only the Sword Lord, Shin Mugwek, has seen the fire but failed to overcome it. He then declares that Yuan's final test is to endure the holy fire until it acknowledges him. The trial ends only when he surrenders. Mujin reflects on the severity of the challenge, noting that even great beings like the sage Suno Gong endured similar trials only at the peak of the tower. He wonders whether Yuan will be able to survive, let alone endure the fire. Despite having obtained the heavenly demon spirit and overcoming the Fist Lord, Mujin knows that such accomplishments are meaningless in the face of this mysterious force. As the flames rage, Yuan's cinder eyes and pyromancy robe offer some resistance. He quickly realizes that the fire feeds on fear. It consumes and burns away those who fear it, taking the shape of flame. Our hero begins to convince himself that it isn't hot, attempting to suppress his fear. The egg in his possession opens its eyes and bares its fangs again. Yuan commands it to remain still so he can attempt to absorb the fire. Placing his hand over his chest, he reflects on a familiar sensation, the overwhelming dread born from facing beings that surpass death and logic. He remembers the first time he fought the outsiders and resolves that if he fears this force, he has no right to wield it. Though uncertain of the fire's origins, Yuan declares that he has seen enough of the outsiders to grow sick of them. He recalls that the only thing weakened when he returned to the past was his body, not his resolve. After leaving behind the sword he once used for survival and a world in ruins, he returned to the tower with a renewed fighting spirit. Yuan reflects on despair that reaches the skies, gloom trapped in a swamp, and calamities that never should have existed. He remembers how he faced these threats time and again, standing shoulder to shoulder with comrades who shed blood with him. Since returning to the tower's lower levels, his heart has grown stronger, not weaker. He affirms that the only reason he is here is to win against them. With that unshakable will, our fighter walks into the fire, showing no fear. The flames roar, but he endures. Eventually the test is cleared. He is acknowledged by the holy fire and passes the final trial of the heavenly demonic cult. The system announces that Yuan has earned the title of Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. He receives 100,000 points. The system further notifies him that he has acquired a skill of a higher tier than the Colossal Fire. The Colossal Fire skill disappears. A moment later, the system reveals that he has obtained the skill Holy Fire. With this, he secures the right to ascend to the 10th floor. As our hero stands within the fading flames, he enters a state of disbelief. He has actually succeeded in claiming the fire. Looking around, he notices the flames are not returning to their original form. He wonders whether Cheon Mujin is dead or has simply withdrawn. He soon sees Mujin standing and realizes that the Heavenly Lord is alive. Lord approaches him, ready to speak about the test just endured. A few days later, Cheon Mujin sits in contemplation, reflecting on how Yuan managed to obtain the holy fire. At that moment, our boy enters the room. Observing his condition, Mujin notes that he appears unharmed, without any burns, and has recovered quickly. Yuan informs him that, now possessing the holy fire, he no longer has a reason to remain and considers his role as the heavenly demon complete. Mujin admits that he feels uneasy about going elsewhere, held back by old habits. Yuan tells him that he has been granted a title. Lord, in a light tone, encourages him to accept it, believing he deserves it. Our boy then adds that he will not return to the cult once he becomes a ranker. Mujin reassures him that he is free to choose his path, explaining that the title is not a shackle, but a reward earned through merit. The Heavenly Lord reflects that although the cult may not be in its prime, it once rivaled the martial realm. Holding such a position, combined with the holy fire, makes it a valuable reward. Yuan, relieved to know he has not been chosen as the next lord, accepts the title willingly. He informs Mujin that he is leaving but promises to return for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, expressing interest in participating. As he departs, the Lord contemplates that his long-standing duty is finally over, and the chains that once bound him are now broken. He wonders what to do next and recalls the goal the heavenly demonic cult pursued long before the holy fire appeared. With renewed purpose, he decides to return to the martial realm. The scene shifts to the 11th floor, Taklan. A player named Halaman anxiously hopes for victory this time. The team chart appears, listing a total of 416 participants. Halaman sees his name on Team A, alongside players Lars and Melly. As he reviews the roster, he recognizes none of the other names and notices several blacklisted players known for trolling. Checking Team B, he finds several familiar names, including Roel, a rare healer, and the Nam Gung Hoon group, known purebloods capable of clearing the floor with ease. This leads him to conclude that Team B is filled with strong, recognizable players. Disheartened by his unlucky placement, Halaman laments his streak of 3 failures and examines Team A further, hoping to find potential. He then comes across Kim Yuan's name and recalls hearing of his strength. Still, Halaman doubts that even Yuan can overcome such a stark power imbalance in a massive team battle with over 200 players per side. Elsewhere, Yuan reviews the team compositions from his lodging. He sees that Team B is stacked with elite players, including purebloods from major guilds, while he has been placed in Team A. He realizes this is a deliberate move, orchestrated to punish him, possibly with deadly intent. The examiner of the 11th floor, Hypnos, an Olympian ranker, seems to be behind it. Yuan approaches the counter to inquire about available rooms. The attendant informs him that only one room remains, an elite one priced at 100 points. Yuan accepts the offer. He then asks to exchange Asgaridian currency, handing over 347 bills, each worth 1,000 points. Calling over a lackey, Yuan requests access to the shop. Noticing the lackey's overly polite tone, he asks for a moment to browse. Once the shop opens, he searches for adamantium, a rare material required to complete the Dark Divine Crystal. The lackey suggests purchasing a complete item instead, but our boy explains that producing items himself using raw materials is more cost-effective. The lackey agrees and begins to explain adamantium's exceptional properties: unbreakable, excellent mana conductivity, and amplification. Yuan recognizes the lackey's deep knowledge of the item. The lackey adds that if he has the ability to refine it, the material will be incredibly beneficial. Our boy internally agrees, understanding that adamantium is difficult to refine and only a handful of blacksmiths in the tower are capable of handling it. Its unique properties have earned it the title Material of Dreams. The lackey then comments on Yuan's connection to Hephaestus, saying that the association raises the value of the material for him. While others might struggle to find a capable blacksmith and pay high production fees, Yuan can obtain a high-quality item with ease. The lackey proposes a price of 15 million points for 1.5 kilos of adamantium. Yuan immediately states that he does not have that much. The lackey offers a loan with a 10% interest rate, but our fella declines, stating that it wouldn't help. The lackey persists, urging him to reconsider, offering to cover the rest with a loan. He reminds the lackey that he doesn't urgently need it to continue climbing the tower, and that other sources such as floor-specific lackeys or the auction house are available. With that, he calls off the trade. The lackey makes a final attempt to change his mind, but Yuan responds coldly and walks away, making it clear that he is no longer interested. The lackey tries his best to persuade Yuan to purchase the adamantium. He gradually lowers the price from 1.3 million to 1.2 million, and finally to 1 million points. Yuan counters by offering 850,000. Although the lackey realizes that he is negotiating shrewdly, he also knows the rarity of encountering a high-value customer like him. Attempting to salvage the deal, the lackey proposes a compromise at 900,000, explaining that selling for 850,000 would leave him in the red. However, upon noticing Yuan's irritation, he gives in and agrees to the reduced price. Yuan completes the transaction, spending 850,000 points for 1.5 kilograms of adamantium. The lackey departs, reminding Yuan to reach out whenever he wishes to purchase something again. Yuan considers visiting Hephaestus but halts, realizing he will need the Dark Divine Crystal for the Olympus test, especially given the uncertainty of what challenges lie ahead. Knowing that adamantium is a complex material requiring 1 to 3 months to refine, he decides to postpone the visit to the blacksmith until after the test. For now, he chooses to take a walk. The scene shifts to Namgung-hoon, a natural pure-blood descendant of the Namgung noble clan and the son of a martial guild executive. Known for his exceptional talent, leadership, and hard-earned skill, elsewhere, in the 11th floor dungeon known as Agrea's Maze, a group of warriors in red and yellow clothing make swift progress through the labyrinth. One remarks that it might be the easiest dungeon on the floor, and the other agrees, crediting their speed to the strength of their captain, Namgung-hoon. He instructs his team to clear the dungeon quickly to rest before the test begins. One of the warriors expresses confidence that there is no real reason to prepare for the test, given the perceived weakness of Team A. While some acknowledge Yuan's reputation, they remain convinced that his team is at a disadvantage. Namgung-hoon interrupts the discussion and reminds everyone to stay focused and give their best, regardless of the situation. The team agrees and resumes their work. Namgung privately reflects on Yuan's reputation, having heard his name numerous times, and hopes for a chance to face him during the test. Suddenly, the boy notices something unusual and signals his team to stop. They all observe fire surrounding what appears to be a lump of charcoal. Moving forward, Namgung strikes with his sword and inspects the remains, identifying it as the dungeon boss. The area is scorched, yet the ceiling and floor show no signs of damage. Upon closer examination, Namgung sees a sword mark on the boss's body. He deduces that the creature was weakened by intense heat and then sliced cleanly by a 1.3-meter blade. He is astonished by the precision and power of the attack and wonders who could have accomplished it. Concluding that the dungeon has already been cleared, he instructs his team to return and abandon the dungeon. Meanwhile, Yuan obtains Agrea's thread, a material from the Spider Queen Agrea. He stores it in his inventory, considering its potential worth of 1,000 points or its future usefulness. Reflecting on the power of the hellfire he now controls, Yuan is impressed by its potential. Although the firepower remains low due to limited proficiency, its true strength lies in its ability to grow by consuming the emotions of opponents. Since emotions are difficult to suppress, even for those with strong willpower, the fire's power is highly unpredictable and dangerous. Our boy considers this the most fearsome trait of the outer powers, and now that he has access to it, he feels confident in its value. He also notes that his progress with the heaven-slaying star has significantly improved. Feeling satisfied with the accomplishments on the 11th floor, Yuan acknowledges that although there is still a long way to go, he is progressing faster than expected. He hopes the future will unfold more smoothly. As Yuan descends the stairs, he is recognized by Halaman, who introduces himself as a fellow team member. Halaman explains that many players on their team have already forfeited, but some still remain hopeful. He acknowledges that Team B is filled with elite players but expresses confidence in Yuan's ability. The remaining participants agree, stating they stayed because they believe in Yuan. Yuan responds bluntly, asserting that they do not believe in him but simply lack the points to forfeit, since the test fee ranges from hundreds to thousands of points. He accuses them of clinging to the hope of relying on someone capable. Halaman protests, stating they merely wanted to strategize together. Our boy rudely advises them to give up, arguing that risking death for the test is not worthwhile. He instructs them to leave. When Halaman asks if Yuan intends to quit as well, he clarifies that he will still take on the test, and that his advice was only meant for them. As Yuan departs, the remaining players express disappointment. Some decide to forfeit, feeling humiliated, while others leave in frustration. Halaman remains behind, silently fuming at Yuan's dismissive attitude. On the 11th floor, Hypnos, the examiner, reviews the list of test participants. He immediately notices the significant skill gap between the two teams and anticipates backlash for the apparent imbalance. Aware that the true purpose of the test is to eliminate Yuan, an order from the high-ranking members of Olympus, Hypnos accepts the mission willingly, knowing that a successful outcome will lead to great rewards. As he prepares to begin the test, he receives a message from Lady Hera, the wife of Zeus. Without responding immediately, he turns his attention to the unfolding trial. The scene transitions to the dark forest of Elalam, where the test is set to take place. Out of 200 players initially assigned to Team B, only 51 remain willing to take on the challenge. The other members express surprise that so many still chose to participate. Yuan silently reflects that he had hoped to avoid unnecessary casualties during the test. Hypnos arrives and introduces himself to both teams. He announces that Team A is severely short on members, but no adjustments will be made. He immediately outlines the rules of the test, which is structured as a capture the flag challenge. The rules are simple. Each flag collected counts toward the team's score, and the number on a flag represents how many flags it is worth. He describes the forest as a special testing ground created long ago by the administrator. It is filled with monsters of varying difficulty, and the flags are hidden throughout, in trees, on cliffs, along the roads, and even on monsters themselves. Hypnos notes how difficult it was for him to place them all. The objective is to collect the most flags. Stealing from the other team is allowed by any means: threats, theft, or even killing. Each team also has a designated king, randomly chosen, and the flags that the king holds are worth double. Unlike in chess, losing the king does not result in immediate disqualification, but having a strong king is an advantage. Yuan becomes frustrated at the thought that a weak player will likely be chosen as their king due to the overall low strength of his team. As the test begins, Halaman is surrounded by a glowing light, signifying that he has been selected as the king of Team A. Clueless about his role, Halaman seeks Yuan's protection. Our boy, irritated, instructs him to remain in place while he goes out to collect flags, assuring him that they won't encounter Team B immediately. Meanwhile, members of Team B appear relaxed, confident in their overwhelming numbers. Namgung-hoon, however, notices their lack of caution. As he moves forward, a girl named Roel approaches him. She is known for her rare healing and buffing abilities, which earn her the nickname Angel. Roel tries to ease Namgung's nerves, but he finds the situation suspicious. He expresses concern about the enormous disparity between the two teams, suspecting foul play. Roel suggests it might be a coincidence, but Namgung responds with a saying from his world: "In the realm of the strong, coincidence doesn't exist." When Roel asks about their king, Namgung recalls seeing someone glowing at the start of the test but admits he has already forgotten who it was. Back in the forest, Halaman sits calmly, watching the scoreboard. Team A holds 59 flags while Team B has 110. Other members of his team report that most of the easily accessible flags are gone and that monsters held the majority of the ones they secured. Halaman reflects that only one person on their team is capable of such a feat: Kim Yuan, who likely gathered most of their flags so far. He recalls how Yuan refused to cooperate earlier, but now, with Halaman as king, they cannot win unless Yuan returns to protect him. He holds on to the hope that our hero will come back, especially since he instructed him to stay put. One of the players comments on how massive the forest is, making it difficult to navigate. Halaman inquires about Team B's starting point, but his teammate suggests they rest and resume flag collection at midnight. At that moment, they detect movement in the nearby bushes. Enemy players are preparing an ambush. The system alerts Halaman to defend the flags. Among the opposing players, one expresses concern about Yuan's presence on the team, while another believes he is powerless without the king. They agree that capturing the king will yield significant contribution points. A bald player notes that the numbers are even, 10 versus 11, and concludes that the fight is manageable. As Halaman and his teammates spot the approaching enemy players, they immediately begin to run. One of them grabs the king in an attempt to protect him, but an enemy member strikes and kills the rescuer, declaring his intent to take the king's life. Just as the attacker raises his sword to strike Halaman, Yuan appears and kills him instantly with a single blow. Furious, Yuan scolds Halaman for disobeying his earlier warning to stay in place. As he expresses gratitude, the remaining enemies hear Yuan's name and realize the danger they face. Recognizing that Yuan is indeed formidable, having just killed Kaylee in one strike, one of them prepares to attack. However, our boy strikes first, killing him instantly as well. Yuan advances toward the others, and one of the kneeling enemies begins to plead for mercy. He offers to surrender his own flag and those of his teammates. He proceeds to collect all their flags one by one. Halamun watches in awe, feeling deeply grateful to have him on his side, and now fully understanding his importance. The system announces that the first half of the test is over. Halamun is stunned, realizing only 4 hours have passed since the test began. Yuan asks about the rest of the team, and Halamun informs him that they have gone to gather more flags. Yuan agrees that it is a wise move, provided they don't lose what they've collected. The scoreboard shows that our hero has gathered 27 flags, yet he considers the number insufficient. Team A has a total of 64 flags, but he calculates that it should be 67 based on his own count, indicating that Team B has already begun to capture flags from Team A. Yuan calls Halaman and explains that Team B, having gathered a significant number of flags, will likely shift focus to attacking enemy players rather than hunting monsters. Since Halaman is the king, he will be a prime target. Yuan instructs him to maintain a 20-meter distance at all times, emphasizing that even he would struggle without a king. King agrees without hesitation. Elsewhere in the forest, the other half of Team B receives news of the recent events. They learn that their teammates had no choice but to hand over their flags to Yuan, who effortlessly killed both Max and Kaylee. They express disbelief over his speed and the eerie quality of his gaze, describing his eyes as ghost-like. Namgung reflects on how absurd it is that even though Team B consists mostly of skilled players, they fled from Yuan despite outnumbering him 10-1. The entire team now understands that numbers no longer matter. Even in groups, they are no match for him. Roel deduces that Yuan will continue to protect his team's king, now that he's witnessed the threats firsthand. She instructs her allies to contact the most skilled players on their team, insisting that they can no longer afford to run. Despite losing a few members, they still have strong players, and they need to regroup and take action to eliminate Yuan and the king. 12 hours into the test, Yuan continues to fight and gather flags. Halamun watches in disbelief, thinking that the battle no longer resembles a team match, but rather a trial of 200 players against a single monster, Kim Yuan. The scoreboard now shows that Yuan holds 100 flags. Although the number is impressive, he himself believes it is not yet time to hand them over to Halamun. He reasons that with himself acting as Halamun's protector, they face little risk. However, if the king is captured or killed, the consequences will be irreversible. He decides to transfer the flags just before the test concludes. The team's king observes that players are visibly shaken just by Yuan's presence. He wonders whether this is due to the tense atmosphere or if people can instinctively sense his power. Our fellow reflects on this too, realizing that players from Team B are surrendering their flags as soon as they see his face. He deduces that the enemy team has likely shared the information that he and the king are moving together and may have exchanged player kit numbers to make coordinated retreats when they encounter him. King notes that this strategy won't benefit Yuan if the enemy continues giving up their flags without a fight. Our boy agrees and suspects that Team B is preparing something more strategic. At that moment, an arrow speeds toward Halaman's forehead, but Yuan catches it just in time. He immediately understands the enemy's tactic. They are using a formation known as the Heaven and Earth Net, a strategic enclosure commonly employed in the martial realm. Now surrounded, he realizes the real fight is about to begin. Yuan expresses regret for not having eliminated all the enemies earlier. As Halaman bows to pledge his loyalty, he notices a line drawn on the ground. Our boy sternly warns him not to step outside the circle under any circumstances, and tells him to consider himself dead if he does. The boy argues that staying inside the circle could get him killed, but Yuan insists he must remain there, warning that if he disobeys again, not even he will be able to save him. Halaman asks if Yuan truly promises to protect him. In response, he raises his voice, ordering him to simply stay inside the boundary. Meanwhile, the enemy team discusses their strategy. One member questions why they initially targeted the king. A bald participant adds that no matter how powerful Yuan is, the test will end for him if the king dies. Another points out that our boy appears to be walking alone, seemingly separated from the king. Suddenly, one of the team members steps forward, holding an arrow. Internally, he recognizes that Team B consists of well-known players like Namgung and Roel, which means their performance in the test is being closely watched. He sees this as a perfect chance to kill Yuan and gain recognition. He throws the arrow at him with full force, but it stops midair and sharply redirects back at him. Our hero immediately kills all the nearby enemies except for the one who attacked him, sparing him out of intent. The spared player, now trembling in fear, watches as Yuan demands to know Namgung Hoon's whereabouts. In the next scene, Namgung and Roel stand with other members of their team. One of them activates a skill called Thousand Miles Eyes. But despite the high level of the skill, he admits he cannot see even a shimmer of Yuan's presence unless he is directly in front of him. Someone speculates whether Yuan is an assassin, but the spared player insists otherwise, pointing out that he wields a longsword and doesn't wear the typical dark clothing of an assassin. As he continues speaking, Yuan suddenly appears behind him, startling everyone. He casually compliments the scout's skill and acknowledges the effectiveness of their heaven and earth net formation. Namgung and Roel then arrive. Namgung addresses Yuan, questioning if he has decided to throw away the test in favor of battle, noting that he has left the king unguarded. He apologizes for the circumstances but declares that this is how things have turned out. Namgung acknowledges that while he has a strong team, he feels no shame in using their advantage, attributing Yuan's situation to poor luck. Our boy, uninterested in the explanation, tells Namgung to get to the point. Namgung urges him to surrender the test, stating that he doesn't want to fight under these conditions. Our fella, unimpressed, sarcastically notes that Namgung is more talkative than he expected. Realizing Yuan has no intention of backing down, he signals his teammates to step aside and announces that he will face Yuan alone. Yuan suggests that they all attack together, but Namgung declines. Namgung charges forward and attempts to strike Yuan. He becomes curious about Namgung's stats as the battle begins. He activates the Namgung clan's Imperial Sword form, a technique that exerts immense pressure on the surroundings simply by being wielded. It's a sword heavier and more powerful than any used by other martial schools. However, he quickly senses that his strength is waning despite the sword's power. He attacks again, but Yuan easily dodges it. A system notification informs Yuan that the Archangel's blessings are active. His stats increase slightly and his body feels lighter. Roel, observing the fight, waves at Namgung, noting that he is being pushed back despite receiving her buffs. She remarks that the outcome of this battle is already clear and that Yuan seems to believe the same. As Namgung turns to look at Yuan, he sees purple flames swirling around him. The sight jolts a memory. He recalls seeing the same flames in Agrea's dungeon. He now realizes that this is no coincidence and confirms to himself that Yuan is indeed the same person from that dungeon. Namgung Hoon begins to sense something is off. The swordsmanship Yuan uses now is fundamentally different from the technique that cut down Agrea. It feels like a completely different person's skill. He also realizes that, with the strength of his own attacks, he could never have defeated Agrea in a single strike. This leaves him questioning whether his assumptions were wrong or if Yuan is deliberately holding back. Roel, observing from the sidelines, wonders why the battle suddenly halts. Namgung decides that continuing the fight will only lead to their deaths and formally admits defeat. He turns to Yuan, confirming whether he is the one who conquered Agrea's dungeon. Our boy affirms and inwardly notes that Namgung has lost his will to fight. Team B begins to murmur among themselves, shocked that Yuan single-handedly cleared Agrea, the most difficult dungeon on the 11th floor. Some approach Namgung, expressing surprise at his withdrawal. One player accuses him of cowardice, saying they at least have a chance if they all attack together. Namgung responds that a fight like that holds no meaning. Yuan alone is bridging the vast difference in numbers between the two teams, making him the most deserving candidate to pass the test. He then tells his teammates that anyone who wants to continue the fight may do so, but he and Roel are leaving. When Roel accuses him of cowardice, he dismisses the insult, stating that he values the lives of his teammates more than his own pride. As Namgung walks away, Roel approaches Yuan. Our fella reflects on what Hercules once told him, to avoid unnecessary killing, as it's disgraceful for a grown man to unleash himself against children. Hercules believed that many of these players might become future rankers, and it's better to preserve potential allies than waste strength. Yuan admits to himself that if Hercules were in his position, he would have fought without taking any lives. He has both the skills and the principles to do so. Unlike him, he doesn't see himself as a hero. He hoped the enemy would withdraw on their own, but now that they haven't, he resigns to the possibility that bloodshed may be inevitable. Roel initiates an attack using her Holy Blessing skill. All of Team B joins her, unleashing a coordinated assault. Yuan finally retaliates, countering their combined offensive with a powerful fire-based skill that blocks them completely. Roel commands the team to push through since he is alone, but what they see next terrifies them. A towering fire demon forms in front of them. The flames feed on their fear, growing larger and more dangerous. Yuan realizes that the fire is becoming unstable and, if it continues unchecked, even he might struggle to contain it. One of the players makes a desperate charge toward him, but collapses from the intense heat before reaching the center of the fire. Yuan notes that the players are holding out slightly longer due to Roel's buffs. He sees Roel casting multiple enhancements, including Angel's Wings and Strength of a Giant, tailored to each player. Despite her efforts, none of them can approach the fire. It feels to them like a paralyzing illusion, one they can't overcome. They are frozen in place, unable to attack or even move forward. The lady then attempts to strike Yuan with the Sword of Execution, but he shatters it effortlessly in a single blow. She stands in disbelief as the team recalls Namgung Hoon's words, warnings that fighting Yuan is meaningless and would only end in death. They finally realize he was right. Roel orders a full retreat, declaring that if they all die, the test will be lost regardless of whether they secure the king. Our boy tells them he will spare them only if they surrender their flags. The lady, surprised, asks if he heard their telepathic communication. Yuan replies that their expressions made it obvious. A player questions what would happen if they simply left without handing over the flags. He warns them not to test him. Eventually, they hand over their flags, and Yuan collects them all. As they prepare to leave, Roel acknowledges that although they've lost their flags, they can always earn more. She points out that Yuan is now alone without his king. Our boy, in turn, asks if she wants him to kill the rest of her team. Changing the subject, Roel brings up how she's heard that Yuan has turned down sponsorships from all the major guilds. She offers him a place in Zion, claiming it's a level above the rest, and promising him better treatment than even she receives. Our fella instantly rejects her offer. Roel asks for his kit number, but our boy refuses again, already knowing her intentions. She insists it's for his own benefit. She warns that climbing the tower alone is impossible. To succeed, he'll need loyal comrades and the full backing of a strong guild. Yet even then, the journey is grueling. Yuan reflects that Roel's determination might be the reason she climbed the tower so quickly. Still, he knows that guilds and sponsorships driven by pride, greed, and mistrust would only hinder what he needs to do. He must become strong on his own, so that when disaster strikes, he can be the one the tower looks to, the one who can unify it. Facing Roel, Yuan affirms his belief that he can and will climb the tower alone. He doesn't need a team or a guild to do it. It's possible, and he intends to prove it. Elsewhere, Halamun stands frozen in fear within the darkness of the jungle. A flicker of light catches his attention from deep within the trees. Suddenly, a massive fire blast heads toward him, but he narrowly evades it. The attacking players express surprise at his unexpected reflexes, noting how out of place they seem given his timid appearance. They discuss ending the encounter quickly, aware that Yuan is already giving the rest of Team B a hard time. Halamun realizes that our hero is fighting the entire Team B alone, holding off even the most skilled players. He recalls Yuan's instructions not to move from the marked circle, since leaving it would prevent him from being able to help him. The boy understands that trying to escape would only delay the inevitable. With no chance of winning a fight, he decides the best he can do is stay in place and trust Yuan to return. Gathering his courage, Halamun challenges the players to come at him, confusing them with his sudden confidence. He taunts them, urging them to divide the flags properly in advance. One of the players takes to the air, approaching the circle where he stands, and lands a hit that knocks him to the ground. The player grabs Halamun by the collar, preparing to strike again. Despite this, the loyal boy keeps muttering to himself about staying inside the circle. Just as the player is about to land the final blow, he is forcefully thrown out of the circle. Halamun, unaware of what just happened, survives the encounter through the protection of Yuan's setup. Meanwhile, our boy reflects on Roel's strength and determination, acknowledging that she is impressive in many ways. He hopes that if they meet again, they might fight on the same side. Though the earlier conversation took longer than he expected, he is relieved that it ended without further conflict. As long as Halamun is keeping his promise, there should be no issues. Our fellow then speaks aloud, addressing someone he senses nearby. A figure in a black robe steps out from the shadows, face concealed, and commends Yuan's intelligence. Yuan questions the presence of the test examiner. The examiner, intrigued, asks if he can really see his face. Upon confirmation, the examiner wonders if Yuan possesses a skill capable of piercing a ranker's illusion. He admits surprise at seeing him engage the entire Team B rather than going straight for the king. Our boy recognizes the figure as Hypnos, an Olympian ranker known for his powerful illusions. For someone of his rank to interfere in an official test is a serious offense, and if the administrator learns of this, the consequences would be severe. He realizes that the guild executives are truly determined to eliminate him. Hypnos releases a wave of mana at Yuan, but our boy stands firm. The ranker is shocked since any normal player would have collapsed under that pressure. He begins to understand why the guild's leadership is so concerned about him. Hypnos then activates his signature skill, the Dark Knight, casting a widespread illusion that forces all nearby life forms into a deep sleep. Yuan, recognizing the increased potency, continues to resist. Hypnos urges him to surrender, but he lowers his head and draws his sword. The man remarks that no one would believe a low-ranking player encountered, let alone fought, an Olympian ranker. Even if Yuan survives, the tale would sound unbelievable. He claims that simply having this encounter is a rare privilege. As he presses a dagger to Yuan's neck, our fighter makes a swift move, deflecting the blade. Hypnos realizes that he was feigning weakness to catch him off guard. Yuan counters the claim of privilege by mocking Hypnos' underhanded tactics. He expresses no desire to boast about battling a ranker, but wouldn't mind exposing the cowardice of an Olympian examiner abusing his position. The ranker insists that provocations won't change anything. Yuan disagrees, stating that the knight does not belong solely to Hypnos. Yuan reflects that Hypnos is a close-range mage who specializes in dark attribute mana, making him well-suited for illusion-based techniques. Though he manages to injure him, Hypnos remains an Olympian ranker, a formidable opponent. Despite that, he feels confident in his ability to face this type of enemy. As both Yuan and Hypnos charge toward each other and clash with their swords, our boy activates his fire skill. The The flames engulf Hypnos, and he immediately feels an intense heat. However, as he dodges, he notices that the fire grows even more ferocious, its heat seemingly increasing. When he touches the flames, he realizes that they are not actually hot. It only feels that way. At first, he mistakes it for fire with a will of its own, but he soon realizes that the skill reads his emotions and responds accordingly. He acknowledges that it is a troublesome ability. Yuan, observing Hypnos' reaction, notes inwardly that only a ranker could think to blow away such holy fire so decisively. As their swords collide once more, the force behind his attack causes pain in the man's wrist, forcing him to move his hand. Yuan immediately follows up with another strike. Amid their battle, Hypnos begins to reflect on Yuan's incredible talent. He understands that if the boy eventually becomes a ranker, he will evolve into an unstoppable monster, something that must be prevented at all costs. Determined to eliminate him, Hypnos activates his skill Moon Dream, convinced that he must die here. When Yuan questions Hypnos' fear of the administrator, Hypnos mentally affirms his loyalty to Olympus above all else. Our boy responds lightheartedly, but the man scorns his ignorance, believing he could never comprehend the weight of a greater cause. Yuan, however, thinks about the burden he carries, remembering the words of his comrades who once told him that whoever uses the clock to travel back in time must bear the weight of the entire tower. He recalls the solemn warning. The one who goes back must be capable of holding that burden and ensuring that the tower, a place of countless worlds and billions of lives, does not fall into despair again. Yuan feels certain about one thing. A greater cause is something one claims only when sacrificing themselves, not when sacrificing others. These words enrage Hypnos. The sentiment hits close to home, as he too has returned to relive the same hellish battles once more. Infuriated, the ranker loses composure and lashes out, believing that Yuan has no right to speak about such burdens. Despite knowing that his actions might be considered an unforgivable crime in the tower, he convinces himself that it is all for Olympus and continues his assault. Yuan successfully dodges and counters with a precise strike, plunging his sword into Hypnos' back. He screams in pain, unable to believe what has just happened. He reflects on the nature of his skill Moon Dream, which turns fear into reality. But even this fails against Yuan, whose eyes can pierce through illusion. Our hero shows no fear, even with falling stones crashing around him. In disbelief, Hypnos questions the nature of Yuan's eyes. He responds mockingly, implying that they are simply good eyes. The man curses the failure of illusion and resolves to find another method. Yuan ends the fight, internally acknowledging that while his skill may only be half complete, it is already a powerful countermeasure against illusion. Hypnos raises his sword to strike Yuan, still unaware of what he meant when he said it was over. At that moment, the administrator appears behind him. Hypnos' sword begins to shatter as the administrator grabs it. Realizing who is behind him, the man immediately bows in embarrassment and starts apologizing for his actions. The administrator questions whose decision it was to confront Yuan, whether it was Olympus, Zeus, Ares, or Hera. Still bowing, Hypnos admits that it was his own decision. The administrator recognizes that he is taking full responsibility but warns that regardless, Olympus will not escape blame. He then revokes Hypnos' position as a test examiner and strips Olympus of its authority over the 11th floor. When Hypnos tries to explain, the administrator becomes furious and kicks him away. He is dragged off to be punished for his crimes, as interfering with a test participant while acting as an examiner is considered a severe offense. The punishment is to suffer for thousands of years in a state between life and death. As he is dragged away, Hypnos curses Yuan. Once he disappears, the administrator greets Yuan and acknowledges his extraordinary nature, though he is confused why our boy believed he could face a ranker. Yuan mentions that he faced trouble because of a lack of proper administration. Since he has not violated any tower rules, he feels justified in expressing his complaint. Yuan argues that the team divisions were unfair, and that an examiner, being a proxy of the administrator, should be held accountable. The administrator asks if Yuan is placing the blame on him. Our boy affirms that someone must take responsibility. Amused by his boldness, the administrator smirks and promises a reward once the test concludes. Yuan confirms that he expects the administrator to keep his word. In response, the administrator warns him not to treat him the same way he treated Hypnos, reminding him of his status. Before leaving, the administrator cryptically mentions that a massive wave is approaching the tower. Yuan turns around to see Namgung Hoon and his teammates approaching. Hoon asks whether everything was orchestrated from the start. The team members begin commenting that if such corruption among the higher-ups is revealed, it could throw the entire tower into chaos. Hoon silences them, warning that careless talk could incite conflict between the martial arts realm and Olympus. One of Hoon's teammates questions how Yuan was able to defeat a ranker strong enough to be a test examiner. Hoon reflects inwardly that this is not the first time a player has defeated a ranker. Hoon asks Yuan about his intentions now that Olympus is sure to see him as an enemy. Our boy responds with determination, stating that he will continue fighting until he brings down Olympus's king, Zeus. When asked for the reason behind his grudge, Yuan explains that he once helped a blacksmith who refused to craft weapons for Olympus, and since then, They have been hunting him. Hoon realizes that Yuan is referring to Hephaestus. He advises our fella to be cautious, acknowledging his strength but warning that Olympus is still a powerful enemy. With that, Hoon returns to his clan. In the next scene, Hallaman expresses overwhelming joy at seeing Yuan again after barely surviving. Yuan praises Hollymoon for enduring and not giving up, then shows him that he has collected 618 flags. The Team King reflects that with that many flags, the CP and rewards would be massive, yet what moves him most is the compliment from Yuan, a figure who has broken records and achieved greatness. Feeling accomplished for fulfilling his role as Team A's king, Hallaman receives the flags from Yuan. Upon transfer, the number doubles to 1236. The test ends with Team A's final flag count at 1236, while Team B has only 2 flags. The system announces Team A as the winner and states that Yuan has received additional CP for undisclosed reasons. Yuan's total CP reaches 10,000, and the system grants him and the others the right to advance to the 12th floor. The next scene transitions to a small inn on the 12th floor, where Yuan checks the ranking table. He is ranked first with a total of 22,360 CP. He reflects that earning over 10,000 CP would have been impressive, yet he managed to double that. He assumes the extra points are a reward from the administrator, and together they amount to an astonishing total. Scanning the rankings, he finds Hallaman in 36th place, a ranking better than many high rankers and a fitting reward for someone who risked everything and fulfilled his duty. He notices that Sun Ogong is in 11th place and reasons that a team-based test does not suit Ogong's independent style. He then sees Hergan in 8th place and acknowledges that although he was already talented, he is becoming significantly stronger as he ascends the tower. He grows curious, anticipating that Hergan must now be a very different person from the one he first met. The Namgung noble clan stands as the largest organization in the martial realm, second only to the heavenly demonic cult. It dominates the 10th floor as the central power of the martial guild. Known for producing numerous rankers, the Namgung clan regains its prominence under the leadership of Jinwoon, who resurrects the once declining clan into the greatest force in the martial world. Jinwoon reflects on the chaos of the 11th floor test. Namgung Hoon confirms the disorder, explaining that the administrator had to intervene personally. Hoon decides to leave a record using the player kit, prompting his early visit. Jinwoon reveals that Olympus had located Hephaestus during their preparations for Gigantomachy, but Yuan's interference caused them to lose him. He considers Yuan a serious nuisance for Olympus. Jinwoon questions Hoon about a teammate sponsored by Asgard. Hoon provides the name Gibbons, prompting him to comment that Asgard will soon become aware. As he reflects on Yuan, he acknowledges that a rising star has found himself amid a brewing storm, especially with the upcoming Grand Martial Arts Tournament likely to become chaotic. On the 19th floor, Yuan trains intensely, consistently hitting bullseyes and increasing his speed. Spectators watch in shock as he destroys 1,000 targets. He notes that while he is confident with spears, this is his first time channeling holy fire through them. The system announces that he passes the test and earns 50,000 points, though he feels the reward is underwhelming considering his performance. Yuan contemplates his progress. Thanks to the massive CP gain from the 11th floor, he acquires the item he sought and surpasses his initial growth expectations. He decides to pause his climb before attempting the 20th floor, knowing tests become significantly more difficult, but offer better rewards every 10 floors. To advance further, he plans to raise his arcane points into double digits using a high-grade elixir worth 1,000,000 points. This elixir, known as the Greatest Scarlet Medicine Ball, is produced once every 3 years in the martial realm. He identifies the Grand Martial Arts Tournament as the place to obtain it and begins making preparations to descend. The 10th floor's martial realm bustles with excitement a day before the tournament begins. Crowds gather to witness the realm's greatest event. Discussions revolve around the top contenders, Namgung Hoon, a genius within the Namgung clan, and Hergan, who has already reached the 25th floor. News spreads that Kim Yuan will participate, shocking many who assumed he would continue climbing instead. They speculate on his reasons, considering sponsorship or guild promotion, and anticipate that countless guilds will attempt to recruit him. Meanwhile, Yuan rejects every guild approaching him. He even turns away Bronil, a draconian ranker and guildmaster of the 12th earthly gods. Sariel, representing the Zion Guild, also tries to recruit him, but is bluntly dismissed. Hergan arrives, jokingly receives the same cold response before our boy pulls him into his apartment, revealing he was only teasing. Outside, Sariel's subordinate complains about being denied even a courtesy tea, but he chooses to retreat peacefully. Inside, Hergan explores Yuan's room, impressed by its quality. Our fellow explains that with all the points he's accumulated, he decided to take a luxurious break. Hergan notes the frequent visitors at his door, and Yuan confirms the surge due to the tournament's proximity. Hergan jokes about finding his friend easily online, saying he wanted to surprise him, though Yuan is unfazed. Hergan updates Yuan on his teammates, who remain successful and are on the path to becoming rankers. He acknowledges Yuan's interference in Olympus's plans, and says he initially thought he was insane. Despite being a son of Olympus, Hergan isn't concerned, explaining that it's mostly Hera's faction that's angry. When Yuan asks about Zeus, Hergan remarks on his casual tone, explaining that their father is currently focused on the final floor and has withdrawn from Olympus's politics. Yuan reflects on the significance of the 100th floor, currently the highest point in the tower. Since no one has cleared its test yet, those who reach it are called rankers. He wonders how Zeus would react if he knew about the secret beyond that floor. Hergon advises Yuan to stay under the radar due to Olympus's agitation. He promises to speak positively about him when he has the chance. Yuan questions whether he also believes Hephaestus is a criminal. He then rises, announcing that he is heading out and invites Hergon to come along. When the blonde asks about the destination, our boy replies, they are going to see the so-called criminal, Hephaestus. At Hephaestus's workshop, the blacksmith reflects on the past 4 days. Despite his resolution, his hands remain restless unless they are crafting. Although most of the items he imagines are weapons, he reminds himself that the sword he gave Yuan, his savior, was to be the last weapon he ever creates. Hephaestus has been hearing of Yuan's exploits even from the first floor, noting that he must be climbing the tower in dramatic fashion. He wonders when he will return, as promised. At that moment, Yuan arrives at the workshop with Hergon. Smithy recognizes Hergon as one of Zeus's sons, and while he bristles at being acknowledged as a brother, he explains that he is not here on Olympus's behalf. Instead, he admits that Yuan has opened his eyes to many truths, prompting him to meet Hephaestus and judge his character for himself. The old man observes Hergon's eyes and senses a resemblance, perhaps due to sharing more of their father's blood than others. As they prepare to part, Hephaestus inquires about Hergon's impression of him. He replies that it's too early to tell, but notes he is no longer crafting weapons. He asks when that decision was made. Smithy recalls it happened after the Gigantomachy. He explains that giants once held dominion over the tower thanks to their immense power. While some feared and scorned them, Olympus reached its heights by aligning with them. Hephaestus and the giants once considered each other friends. However, Olympus turned on the giants to consolidate power, inciting a war. Public sentiment turned against the giants, and they sought to erase their past alliances. In that war, weapons Hephaestus forged were used to kill his friends. Disillusioned, he left Olympus and vowed never to make another weapon. Yuan remembers hearing the same story from the old man in the past. He recognizes the pain he still endures and notes the restraint he uses to maintain his composure. Hephaestus continues, stating that Olympus recently requested he forge weapons again. He suspects the giants still exist, and they may be preparing for another war. While nothing is certain, he is 90% sure. He declares his opposition to Olympus and leaves Hergon to decide whom to believe. Hephaestus then leads Yuan to the storage room. As they walk, he remarks that Hergon seems like a good person and understands why Yuan brought him. He asks whether he plans to travel with Hergon. Our boy says he is uncertain but considers giving him a chance. The man remains cautious, believing Hergon is still impressionable and must be watched closely. He opens the sealed area containing the item he crafted. Hephaestus explains that it was made as per Yuan's request, but the process was troublesome. He has already named it Kaini, deciding not to leave the naming to Yuan this time. Yuan is surprised by the name, recalling that in his past life, Smithy gave the same name to Hades' helm. Now, the name is reused for something entirely different, a glove. Hephaestus confirms that he used all the adamantium he brought, embedding the dark divine crystal invisibly within it. Our boy asks to try it on, and Hephaestus agrees, emphasizing the glove's thinness despite its durable material. As Yuan dons the Kaini glove, Hephaestus watches with concern. He has no doubts about Yuan's strength, but questions whether he is worthy of wielding such an item. As our hero inspects the glove, he notes its reduced volume, but as he turns to speak, he realizes Hephaestus has vanished. Suddenly, he finds himself transported to a strange, unfamiliar space. A mysterious voice calls out, asking, "You who?" Yuan considers that he should be the one asking the question, then realizes this must be Kaini's test. He introduces himself mentally as Kim Yuan. The voice responds in fragmented, distorted phrases that seem to reference another time and place. Our boy suspects it is alluding to the fact that he has returned from the future. He questions what the voice is and what its intentions are. The voice identifies itself as an I, claiming it has no mouth to speak. Our boy tries to understand, confirming internally that it is implying its inability to communicate fully due to lacking a mouth. He finds the situation frustrating and difficult to navigate. Little is known about the 3 sacred treasures of Olympus, including Kini, which is made from the dark divine crystal. These treasures vanished during the invasion of the Outers. The only scraps of information Yuan has come from Kronos. He recalls that Kaini was once Hades' helm, but now it has taken the form of a glove. He wonders if the presence he is speaking to is sealed within the dark divine crystal, or if it is the crystal itself. Yuan intended to test Kaini's power, but the lack of proper communication hinders his efforts. The presence within Kaini suddenly notices the egg. The egg rises and unleashes a deafening scream that forces him to retreat. He realizes the aura surrounding it is dense with dark mana, strong enough to potentially destroy his body with just its gaze. Initially, Yuan attempts to dodge the force, but it is too late. He shifts to defending himself with holy fire and discovers that the surge was not an attack. Instead, the egg's incubation rate suddenly spikes. It begins to emit a strange song, and Yuan observes that its growth rate has increased by nearly 30%, far more than when it consumed Orochi's corpse. He suspects that the egg woke simply out of hunger and becomes more convinced that it originates from the outers. It might even possess knowledge of their origin. Turning back to the presence, Yuan concludes that it must be responsible for the egg's sudden reaction. He asks if it knows the egg, and the eye responds only that it will watch. Then it closes. Our boy calls out, but before he can get another response, a powerful wave of mana surges around him. He senses pressure pulling him back, and in the next moment, he returns to Hephaestus's workshop. Hephaestus checks on his condition and explains that the area had become saturated with mana, prompting him to forcefully retrieve Yuan. Yuan exhales in relief, reflecting on how close he came to death. Smithy asks about the glove's fit, and our boy responds that it feels good, light and comfortable, as if he's wearing nothing. Internally, though, Yuan is too shaken from the encounter to focus on that. He recalls the presence's words about watching, and reflects that, although the communication was mostly unclear, he managed to hear some of it. The Dark Divine Crystal, also known as a fragment of Kaini, was hiding this secret. He remembers that there are 3 such fragments in total. Now, he concludes, he must collect the remaining 2 to fully understand what he is dealing with. His next target is the Trident's fragment. As both of them exit the workshop, Hergon approaches, asking what happened during the shaking. Hephaestus deflects the question, saying Yuan should explain it himself, as all he did was hammer a little. The blonde guy checks if Yuan is alright, then jokingly asks if they fought. Our boy reassures him that no fight took place, admitting that one hit from Hephaestus's hammer would send him to hell. Yuan then asks Hergon if he has made a decision. Hergon responds that he is still conflicted and plans to meet with his older siblings before deciding. Our fella asks for clarification on which siblings he means. Blonde identifies them as Apollo and Artemis. Like Hergon, they are illegitimate children of Zeus and rank among the top 10 high rankers in Olympus. Both played key roles in the gigantomachy. Yuan notes that Hergon's intent to speak with them indicates he is taking the matter seriously. Hergon shifts focus to the upcoming tournament. He explains that the event offers a prize and a chance to boost his fame, helping him gain influence within Olympus. Our boy is surprised that Hergon cares about such things, but Blonde explains that unlike Ares, he must constantly prove his worth to form a following. He also notes that the current tournament features a higher caliber of participants and has attracted attention from many top-tier rankers. He claims this opportunity is too valuable to miss. Finally, he informs Yuan that many rankers are paying attention to him specifically and reveals a major rumor. A high-level participant is expected, the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. As Hergon leans in, asking if the news stirs Yuan's competitive spirit, Yuan simply stares back, fully aware that the rumored big shot is himself. Hergon remarks that the Vice Lord must be exceptionally skilled. Yuan then reveals to him that he himself holds the position of Vice Lord. For a moment, Hergon is in disbelief. He compares the position to the vice head of a noble clan and questions whether this title was the reward for completing the demonic cult's test. Our hero knows internally that the real reward was the holy fire, but acknowledges that the position of Vice Lord was technically part of it. Hergon points out that if this information becomes public, Yuan's value will skyrocket. Our boy counters that he has no intention of joining any faction, but Hergon reminds him that the other guilds will likely not see it that way. He smirks, predicting that the next day will be interesting. The following day, the opening ceremony of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament begins. The announcer declares the competition to determine the strongest among tens of thousands of players. The tournament becomes the center of attention in the tower, with many of the most promising rising stars in history participating. The audience is packed with high-level players eager to watch the spectacle unfold. The announcer then announces the commencement of the preliminaries. 10 players take the stage at once, and only the last one standing will advance to the main stage of the tournament. Excitement surges through the crowd as the players take their positions. Another standout is Yang Wanil, the strongest warrior from the Sapphire Sword School. Yang Wanil is pleased that many in the crowd recognize him. He has reached the 18th floor, a respectable height given the tournament's restriction to players below the 25th floor. Confident in his abilities, he believes he will perform well and hopes to raise his school's reputation and gain favor from its head. However, his confidence wavers when he notices Yuan entering the arena. He instantly recognizes him as Kim Yuan and curses his misfortune for being placed in the same preliminary group. Determined to at least defeat him, Wanil approaches Yuan, vowing revenge for a past humiliation. But before he can do anything, Yuan strikes him in the chin with such force that he is thrown back, and Wanil realizes he doesn't even remember him. Seamun Chang, a warrior from the Seamun clan, identifies him by his black hair, black eyes, and pyromancy robe. Our hero coolly observes her and the 2 others standing beside her, stating that it doesn't matter whether they attack together or alone, he'll deal with them either way. When they hesitate, he advances. Chang is overwhelmed by his speed, unable to follow his movements with her eyes. As Yuan attacks, she senses that he's holding back, treating them as if they were children. Moments later, he delivers a powerful strike that incapacitates all 3. Though they collapse, none are dead, confirming that he intentionally restrained himself. The announcer declares that Kim Yuan will proceed to the main stage. Our hero calmly prepares to wait for his next match. In the next scene, the announcer announces Hergon's entry to the stage. Yuan watches and realizes how much his pal has grown. His ranking has steadily climbed with each floor cleared, and he recently surpassed the 25th floor. In terms of pure skill, he rivals players on even higher floors, and his dormant abilities make him stand out even more. His mana, his control over electricity, his combat skills, and even his appearance all mirror Zeus. Yuan considers that Hergon may be someone worth taking along when he becomes a ranker. As Yuan descends the stairs, Wonil calls out to challenge him again. Our boy doesn't recognize him at first. Wonil introduces himself as Yang Wonil of the Sapphire Sword School. Before the conversation can escalate, a man steps in, scolding Wonil for speaking so rudely to Yuan. The man turns to Yuan and introduces himself as Ranker Moon Sobaek, the head of the Sapphire Sword School. He expresses hope that he will continue his training from their martial school. Yuan firmly rejects Moon Sobaek's offer without hesitation. Sobaek acknowledges that he expected this response, having already heard that he turned down recruitment offers from major guilds. Our boy questions why Sobaek approached him despite knowing he would refuse. The guy clarifies that the Sapphire Sword School is technically not a guild. While affiliated with the Martial Guild, it remains primarily a martial school with a long, distinguished history. Though weakened in recent times, it was the first martial school to uphold the traditions of the martial realm. Yuan replies that he prefers to continue on his own and begins to walk away. Sobaek places a hand on his shoulder and reveals that this isn't a recruitment offer. It's a confrontation. Our boy has anticipated that someone would eventually challenge him under the guise of recruitment. He warns Sobaek that interfering with a tournament participant carries consequences and questions whether he is unafraid of the Namgung clan's retaliation. Sobaek dismisses the concern, revealing that he is the blood brother of the head of the Zhuge clan, making him confident enough to disregard the Namgung clan. Yuan realizes that he is acting boldly due to the backing of powerful connections. He questions whether the Zhuge clan head knows his name is being used so freely. Sobaek smirks, stating that he only wants to build a good relationship with Yuan and believes that, if he listens, he'll see the value in joining the Sapphire School. Our hero removes Sobaek's hand and reiterates his refusal, adding that he doesn't trust the Namgung clan either. He only trusts himself. He then pushes Sobaek away. The man draws his sword, revealing his intent to force him into submission. Since the tournament is still ongoing, he believes no one will interrupt them in time, and he plans to finish it quickly to avoid penalties. Yuan then mentions there is, in fact, something other than himself that he trusts. At that moment, Pung Baiklim, the Fist Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult, approaches from behind Sobaek. Baiklim explains that he came to check on Yuan after noticing his prolonged absence. Sobaek freezes at the mention of the title Vice Lord, suddenly realizing that he is not unaffiliated but is, in fact, the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult, the only organization in the martial realm that uses such titles. The Lord asks Yuan how to handle Sobaek, who appears to be provoking a fight. Our boy leaves the decision to him. Recognizing the immense power and position he holds, Sobaek immediately apologizes. He claims ignorance of Yuan's affiliation, and states that he would not have approached him had he known. Baiklim responds that the Heavenly Demonic Cult is not just another martial school, it is incomparable. The man accepts this and quickly withdraws. Yuan then asks Baiklim if the cult was responsible for spreading the rumor about the Vice Lord entering the tournament. He explains that many cult members are excited about returning to the martial realm and may have inadvertently spread the news. He admits he is one of the excited members himself. Yuan ignores this and instructs Baiklim to investigate the connection between the Zhuge clan and the Sapphire Sword School, and to resolve it properly. Baiklim agrees and mentions an upcoming dinner meeting with the Namgung clan, where he plans to raise the issue and ensure that improper actions are punished. He invites Yuan to join, but he declines, saying he has no interest in social gatherings. He knocks on a nearby door, and a voice from inside tells him to enter. Inside, our boy sits at a dining table while Cheon Mujin, the heavenly demon and lord of the cult, pours him tea. Yuan asks why Mujin didn't attend his preliminary match. He replies that he had full confidence Yuan would win. As the man continues to pour tea, our fella senses the heavenly demon's mana flowing into the cup. He realizes it is a test and prepares to endure it. When he notices a crack forming in the cup, he grips it tightly, determined not to let it break. His kini mana begins leaking out, seemingly responding to his emotional state. The Lord questions Yuan's participation in the tournament, pointing out that he is far too powerful for such an event. Our boy responds that he needs the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball and is slightly short of the requirements. Mujin acknowledges the elixir's worth, crediting it for the tournament's massive growth and prestige. Yuan then asks about Mujin's presence and his plans. Lord explains that it is time for the heavenly demonic cult to descend from Met, heavens. They will begin accepting new cultists, administering tests, and expanding their ranks to establish a solid foundation in the martial realm. With advancements in technology, travel between Mat, Heavens and the rest of the realm has become much easier, making now the right time to act. Yuan questions whether the Lord is truly comfortable with this plan, reminding him that he has no intention of being tied to any one group and will not fulfill the responsibilities of a vice lord despite using its power. He expects resistance from cult members. Mujin firmly responds that, as the lord of the heavenly demonic cult, his acknowledgement of Yuan leaves no room for opposition. Our boy questions further, asking if he would still support him even if he ends up destroying the cult. Mujin answers by referring to an event known throughout the tower, one he didn't witness himself due to his isolation in Mut. Heavens. He then asks if the boy intends to prevent the second war. Yuan confirms that he does. Understanding this, Lord concludes that Yuan's path naturally makes him an enemy of Olympus. Our boy then asks again if Mujin is truly prepared to oppose Olympus. He asserts that he cannot let fear of the storm prevent him from setting sail. There is no other choice but to face it. Finally, the Lord emphasizes one thing for Yuan to remember. Regardless of anything else, Kim Yuan is the vice lord of the heavenly demonic cult. The warriors around Sobek notice his grim expression and ask why he appears unhappy, especially considering how well received this year's tournament is and how many promising new contenders have emerged. Another warrior affirms this, listing notable participants such as the Prince of Olympus, a descendant of Asgard, Zion's angel, and Kim Yuan. One of them mentions hearing that Yuan climbed the tower by passing the heavenly demonic cult's test. They begin praising him, noting how impressive it is that he chose to take the test of the demonic cult among all the martial schools. Sobek interrupts, revealing that Kim Yuan is not just a participant, but the vice lord of the heavenly demonic cult. When asked how he knows, he explains that a ranker from the cult referred to him using that title. He recounts how, excited to meet such a talented individual, he tried to introduce himself, only to be met with killing intent and rejection. The warriors are incensed that even a simple greeting was denied. Sobek remarks that the evil cult has always been that way. As he reflects, he smirks. Now that Yuan's affiliation is exposed, no one in the alliance will welcome him. One of the warriors publicly declares that while Yuan may be the strongest contender, they cannot allow a vice lord of an evil cult to claim victory in their tournament. 2 days later, Hergon lies on a bed, musing about the sudden change in the tournament format to a battle royale. He speculates that perhaps the martial realm is finally ready for change. Our boy agrees, noting that the new format will bring the tournament to a faster conclusion. Blonde concurs, pointing out that the previous one-on-one format would have dragged on too long. Yuan asks Hergon why he's here and where his teammates are. Hergon explains that today is the last day, and his teammates have all gone out. None of them plan to compete in the main stage after hearing that he is participating, knowing they stand no chance. With 5 minutes left until the tournament begins, Hergon invites Yuan to head out. Our fella notices Hergon's excitement and gets up to go with him. On the day of the main stage, as Yuan and Hergon walk toward the arena, our boy senses numerous eyes watching them. He attributes the attention partly to Hergon's flashy presence. Realizing that he has been quiet since they left, Yuan understands he's beginning to focus and enter the zone. Hoon approaches from behind and greets Yuan. Our boy immediately recognizes him. Hergon inquires about Hoon's identity, and Hoon explains that he and Yuan took the 11th floor test together and were opponents. The blonde is surprised that Hoon survived. After shaking hands, Hergon introduces himself as the great successor of Olympus and jokes about his dysfunctional family. Hoon responds with skepticism, having heard similar claims from others. As Hoon reflects, his memory drifts to a secretive meeting between the Namgung and Zhuge clans. During the meeting, someone comments that the timeline of the demonic cult's activities aligns perfectly with Yuan passing their test. They suspect the cult believes it is their time to rise. The speaker accuses the cult of trying to claim victory, despite not being part of the martial guild. Hoon challenges them, asking if the cult has broken any rules or used underhanded methods. He argues that skill should determine the winner, not political affiliations, and warns against ostracizing someone solely for being outside the central martial realm. Zhuge Jinchen curses Hoon, accusing him of being a naive idealist and tells him to stay out of it. Hoon realizes Jinchen must be acting on clan orders, and that the Zhuge clan has likely rallied most martial schools to their side. He feels disillusioned that even martial artists are resorting to scheming, and internally wishes that Yuan crushes them all. Back in the present, Yuan notices Hoon's expression and asks if something's wrong. Hoon, although respectful of his skills, warns him to be careful in the main stage. The announcer calls all participants to enter the arena as the tournament is about to begin. Yuan and Hergon step onto the main stage and immediately notice the number of players awaiting him. The blonde now understands why Hoon warned them. He jokes that Yuan is his only worthy opponent and urges him not to lose. Our boy replies confidently, reminding him to worry about himself. Meanwhile, Cheon Mujin enters the seating area where the members of the Zhuge and Namgung clans are gathered. Sobek comments on the historical significance of this tournament and suggests permanently adopting the new format. Zhuge Jing, head of the Zhuge clan, agrees, and both men compliment each other for orchestrating the format change and preventing the demonic cult from taking the spotlight. Members of the Zhuge clan express interest in visiting Sobek's school after the tournament. From a distance, Namgung Jinwon, head of the Namgung clan, overhears their conversation and reflects on how corrupt the martial realm has become, where eloquence trumps skill with the sword. He laments that someone as corrupt as Jing has amassed more power than his own clan and accepts the blame for this decline. Resolving to take responsibility, Jinwon decides to use the tournament as a turning point to bring about a revolution. At that moment, a messenger rushes in, announcing that Kim Yuan is the last man standing. Sobek reacts in anger, frustrated that they failed to defeat just one person. Simultaneously, Cheon Mujin enters the room, remarking on the spectacle put on by his vice lord. He apologizes for his late introduction and reveals that he was invited by the Namgung clan. He formally introduces himself as Cheon Mujin, the lord of the heavenly demonic cult. Sobek questions the presence of the demonic cult's lord, visibly agitated. Jinwon approaches and welcomes Cheon Mujin, expressing gratitude for making the long journey. As Cheon Mujin notices the sword in Sobek's hand, he issues a silent warning with his gaze, making it clear that if Sobek attempts to draw the weapon, he will kill him on the spot. He then turns his attention back to Jinwon, praising him for making the wise decision to invite him. Cheon Mujin addresses the current state of the tournament, acknowledging that if the original format had been upheld, Kim Yuan, the vice lord of the heavenly demonic cult, would have been the clear victor. He states that the current situation is unacceptable. Observing the unease on the faces around him, he notes that they are clearly intimidated. However, he assures them that he holds no anger, because what they attempted to manipulate will now be completely undone. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Yuan activates his arcane sword skill. One of the opponents reacts in shock upon recognizing the technique, which in the martial realm is referred to as sword kai, an indication that he is exceptionally skilled by martial standards. Our hero assesses the situation, realizing that nearly everyone is targeting him. He suspects it's due to more than just paranoia. A female warrior in a blue dress confirms his suspicion, stating that it's not personal. His affiliation with the heavenly demonic cult makes him a natural enemy of the martial alliance. Yuan quickly grasps the strategy behind the altered rules. In a chaotic free-for-all, it becomes easy for weaker participants to gang up on stronger ones without raising accusations of foul play. He sees it as a simple yet effective scheme. However, he dismisses any bitterness, viewing all his opponents as minor obstacles. Once again, he releases his arcane sword. A warrior with long hair observes the size and force of Yuan's key sword, estimating that it would require at least 60 arcane power to produce. She concludes that while Yuan is strong, he is not as formidable as a rancor, contrary to the rumors. Convinced that they have a chance, she commands everyone to attack him together. As they converge on Yuan, Hergan intervenes, releasing a surge of mana to disrupt their charge. He questions their lack of honor in attacking a single opponent. The long-haired warrior accuses Hergan of siding with Yuan. Hergan boldly confirms the possibility. Some players express disappointment, saying their clans had hoped to form alliances with Hergan, but now those hopes are gone. Blonde mocks the Zhuge clan, calling them seasoned scam artists. A clan member warns Hergan to watch his words, but he retorts that he is merely matching their level of insult. The long-haired warrior instructs the others to focus on Yuan while she deals with Hergan herself. As Hergan attacks, she immediately senses his overwhelming strength. She leans in and quietly remarks that she thought Olympus and Yuan were not on good terms. Hergan is caught off guard, questioning how she knows about such internal matters. It dawns on him that someone within Olympus must be leaking information to the Zhuge clan. As the battle intensifies, the girl becomes increasingly confused. While she expected Hergan to be powerful due to his bloodline from Zeus, she never anticipated being unable to land even a single hit against him. She voices her frustration, stating that had Hergan not intervened, they could have easily defeated Yuan. Hergan simply laughs and counters her claim, insisting it wouldn't have been so simple. Yuan continues cutting through opponents with his arcane sword, showing no signs of fatigue. Hergan condemns their collective effort to rig the tournament, calling it disgraceful. With one decisive strike, he knocks the long-haired warrior back and away from the fight. Elsewhere in the arena, our boy lands a brutal killing blow on another warrior, prompting the remaining participants to panic. Overwhelmed by fear, they drop their weapons and flee the arena, announcing their surrender. As the arena clears, Yuan and Hergan stand alone. Yuan acknowledges that they are the only two remaining and proposes that it's time to begin. Hergan agrees, expressing that he has long been waiting for this moment. Yuan begins by asking Hergan two questions. First, he wants to know if Hergan regrets going against Olympus. Hergan responds with certainty, showing no remorse and acknowledging the consequences of his actions. Yuan follows up with a second question, asking if Hergan has forgotten the time Yuan defeated him with a single punch. Hergan recalls the incident vividly, as it was the first time he lost to someone who wasn't a rancor. He also notices that Yuan has been fighting with a sword, different from the one at his waist, and observes that the arcane sword seems to be in poor condition. Hergan confirms that he remembers the previous loss and questions whether he still appears as weak as before. Yuan mocks him, saying he looks even smaller now. With that, Hergon initiates the battle. As their clash begins, the arena is quickly engulfed in mana. Meanwhile, the long-haired warrior, engulfed in flames and writhing in pain, screams for mercy and declares her forfeiture. Jinwoon strikes her with his sword, putting an end to her struggle. He then turns his focus to the battle between Yuan and Hergon, acknowledging it as a fight worthy of being called the final. He reflects on Hergon's reputation as Zeus's son and a genius of his generation. Despite this, Jinwoon realizes that his current strength surpasses most players of similar caliber. Even Yuan seems challenged. Yuan, mid-battle, notes Hergon's incredible speed. Blonde charges, but Yuan blocks the blow by placing his hand on his forehead. The arcane sword in Yuan's hand shows signs of damage from Hergon's mana-infused attacks. Yuan compliments Hergon's strength, while he taunts him about the condition of his weapon. Hergon mocks him for seemingly taking all the hits without a plan, but our boy insists he hasn't been passive. As their battle continues, Hergon reflects on Yuan's physical resilience. Despite being struck with a powerful lightning-based attack, he remains unscathed. Hergon concedes that his physical strength surpasses his own, but believes he still has the edge in arcane power. The blonde dashes toward Yuan and lands a devastating punch, shattering the arcane sword completely. Though Yuan acknowledges the effectiveness of the move, his calm demeanor unsettles Hergon, who begins to question whether he truly has the advantage. Yuan then activates his mana, effortlessly repelling Hergon's electrical attacks. With a powerful punch, he strikes Hergon, who finds himself unable to react in time. The blow sends him crashing to the ground, defeated. As Yuan surveys the arena, now standing on the brink of victory, he notices the long-haired warrior still struggling. Without hesitation, he finishes her off. The system announces Kim Yuan as the winner of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Yuan picks up his shattered unnamed sword and reflects on its purpose. It served as an ideal tool for practicing mana control, but it broke sooner than expected. Just as he requested from Hephaestus, the sword was made with the worst mana conductivity. He realizes that the suppression of his arcane power played a crucial role in his victory. Pretending alone wouldn't have deceived seasoned rankers, so he had to weaken himself to win convincingly. The announcer proclaims Kim Yuan as the champion of the 834th Grand Martial Arts Tournament and invites him to share his thoughts. Our boy responds simply, expressing that the experience was enjoyable. The announcer then presents him with the tournament's grand prize, the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball. Upon receiving it, he senses the immense energy it contains and acknowledges that it will be difficult to absorb. With the tournament concluded, Yuan shifts his focus to the future. His next destination is the 20th floor. Although there are many goals ahead, his immediate priority is to reach his target stats. All the clan members and Lord Cheon Mujin watch the tournament's finale. Zhuge Cheon wonders why Hergon sided with Yuan despite being Zeus's son. The members begin clapping and fake cheering, claiming the tournament was a huge success since their favorite player won, calling it a fortunate event for the martial realm. The Lord finds their false admiration amusing, noting how they suddenly praise the Vice Lord of the cult as a blessing for the martial realm. Zhuge Cheon questions Namgung Jinwoon about his intentions in involving the demonic cult. Jinwoon insists the cult is not evil, and that he did not coerce them but offered an official alliance. Cheon presses further, questioning how the martial alliance could possibly join forces with the demonic cult. Jinwoon argues that it is better than involving Olympus, stating that the martial realm's affairs should be resolved by its own people, not outsiders like Olympus. The members begin to speculate about what he means by Olympus, and Jinwoon angrily tells Cheon to have some shame. Cheon realizes that Jinwoon knew everything but stayed silent to avoid confronting Cheon's faction, which holds the majority. Now that the Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult supports Jinwoon, he has gained both power and legitimacy. He falls into disbelief, realizing that he, Zhuge Jing, head of the Martial Alliance's army and strategist of the martial realm, may see everything end this way. Cheon Mujin comments that this will be the worst family fight and then asks who he is. Sobek in turn realizes he is doomed. A few days later, in the Namgung noble clan's training chamber, Yuan surveys his surroundings. He acknowledges that this is not a place one can simply borrow, and renting it for 10 days would have cost an unimaginable number of points. But he was lucky. He recalls Jinwoon telling him such benefits are easy to grant the winner of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, and warns him not to underestimate the Namgung clan. Our boy remembers his first time entering the tower when it was his dream to become a ranker for the Namgung clan because the place seemed so vast. Now, however, it feels small to him. He takes the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball from his inventory and checks that his arcane power stands at 99, just enough to use the medicine ball. He realizes gaining that one more point will not be easy. He recalls hearing in his past life that the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball's effect varies greatly depending on the user. In the martial realm, people talk about the flow of Kai and breathing techniques, but what matters most is focus. He understands that the real challenge will be how much mana he can contain. Yuan swallows the Scarlet Medicine Ball and feels a surge of high-purity mana filling his body. Because of its purity, the energy is wild and difficult to control, but thanks to his mastery of mana skills, the energy somewhat obeys him. Still, he knows it is not enough. Sweat beads on his forehead as he contemplates the risk, remembering that there was only a 50-50 chance his stat would increase, and at this rate, he might fail. The scene shifts to the 20th floor, Marine Kingdom Portugia, specifically one of its 12 islands, Neptu. The giants demand the guild warriors be released, but the warriors refuse and mock their height, calling them cowards. A member of the Crimson Wolf Guild, Horang, narrates a legendary tale from the Marine Kingdom of Portugia, that whoever finds the Stone of the Sea will become the god of the sea. A giant dismisses it as a fake rumor. The guild member admits disbelief but acknowledges hearing a particular rumor that the giants hid the Stone of the Sea somewhere. The rumor originated from Olympus, lending it some credibility. The giants warn that everyone should be aware of the giants' relationship with Olympus. The guild warriors respond that they know and remind them that since the 20th floor is under Olympus's jurisdiction, it wouldn't matter if 1 or 2 giants died. They issue a final warning. If the giants do not want to die, they should cooperate. As the warning is given, everyone notices someone approaching from the bushes. Curiosity and tension rise as they wonder who it is. Yuan walks through the jungle, activating his cinder eyes. The system notifies him that he has awakened an innate skill by achieving a milestone in a certain stat. With his heightened senses, the skill's sensory field activates, granting him information on all objects and life forms within a 50-meter radius. The guild warriors recognize Yuan as the winner of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Our boy thinks that if they see him as playing hero, so be it. As he runs toward them, he intends to prove he is not pretending. Yuan charges toward the guild warriors, and one of them immediately senses his immense power. The warrior demands to know his affiliation. Another recognizes him as Kim Yuan and smirks, amused that the vice lord of the demonic cult has arrived. The giants stare at him in disbelief. The warriors mock Yuan, calling him just a kid who managed to reach the 20th floor. Horang orders the others to retreat, suspecting that a demonic cult ambush might be waiting nearby. As they depart, Horang considers that Kim Yuan has long been a troublesome figure for them. He sees this moment as a chance to gain favor with Olympus, and decides to head straight to the 20th floor bureau. Meanwhile, the giants Buar and Nuiar thank Yuan for rescuing them. R points out that, despite their youth, 2 giants should have been able to overpower humans with ease. Buar, noticing Yuan's knowledge of their kind, questions if he is aligned with Olympus or Asgard. Nuiar reminds his brother that he is their savior. Buar remains skeptical, arguing that no human helps without reason, and accuses Yuan of seeking the Stone of the Sea. He quickly adds that he does not know its location. Yuan states that he is aware they do not possess the Stone of the Sea, and clarifies that his business with the giants is unrelated. He expresses his desire to meet their elder, Urfa. Buar asserts that their elders do not meet with outsiders, especially not humans. Our boy calmly warns them that defeating giants like them, even in numbers, would be easy for him. Internally, Yuan recognizes that the giants are far from weak. They possess tremendous natural strength but chose restraint, knowing that provoking humans could lead to another massacre of their kind. Buar insists they leave, but Nuiar reveals she has already sent a message to their elder, as thanks for Yuan's help. She explains that the decision to meet Urfa is no longer theirs. The 3 of them ride large wolves toward the giant settlement. Buar expresses confusion over why the elder would want to meet someone like Yuan. Nuiar speculates that he might possess druid taming skills, considering how easily the wolf obeys him. She remarks that someone capable of such feats must not be ordinary, and notes the rumors of his excellence during the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Buar grumbles that he still dislikes Yuan and wonders how he knows someone from among the elders. As they arrive and dismount, our humble boy's wolf affectionately licks his face. Buar scolds the wolf, warning it not to lick him due to his dirtiness, and informs Yuan they have arrived. Before them stands a towering tree named Adam. Buar explains that it is a legendary tree said to never burn or fall, believed to be a branch of the world tree. Yuan reflects that, despite its mythical status, even Adam was reduced to cinders during the second Gigantomachy before his regression. They lead him forward, and along the path, passing giants express shock at the sight of a human guest. The male giant reassures Yuan that, as the elder's guest, he will not be harmed. After ascending a staircase, they reach a hut-like structure. Buar calls out to the elder, who invites them in. Our hero steps forward, aware that he is about to meet a high-ranker and ancient being who lived before the Gigantomachy, a figure regarded as the living history of the giants. Inside the hut, he finds the elder, Urfa, seated calmly with a wolf resting on his lap. He greets him warmly, acknowledging his presence as a human child. Urfa asks Yuan to repeat his name, claiming that his memory is weakening due to age. Our boy repeats his name. Urfa acknowledges that he has heard a lot about him from Hephaestus, and remarks on his efforts against Olympus. He praises Yuan's courage, noting that it's impressive for someone who is not even a ranker yet. However, he warns that what he calls bravery is actually recklessness, as even a minor attack from Olympus could be fatal. Yuan remarks that he thought Urfa was a pacifist, but now sees him as a coward. Triggered by this, the elder questions his audacity to speak so freely. Yuan brings up the looming threat of Olympus and their preparations for the next Gigantomachy, challenging him on whether he plans to do nothing while his race faces potential extinction. Urfa acknowledges Yuan's fearlessness and agrees with his warning. He admits that if the giants continue hiding, their annihilation is only a matter of time, whether in 10 years, 100 years, or even tomorrow. Urfa then brings up the Stone of the Sea, confirming that although the giants are not in possession of it, he knows where it is. Our boy questions why he is sharing this information so easily. Urfa explains there are 2 reasons. First, because Hephaestus's trust in Yuan assures him that he is not aligned with Olympus. Second, because he believes the boy is the strongest player of this era. Later, as Yuan walks alone, he reflects on Urfa's words. He suspects that Hephaestus's endorsement played a major role in gaining his trust, but he also wonders if the elder is overestimating him. He considers whether Urfa intends to test him to see if he is truly worthy of the Stone of the Sea. Arriving at the Atom Tree, Yuan is struck by its immense size. He notes that with his current strength, he can barely damage it. He realizes he cannot fully control the holy fire yet, and if he unleashes it now, it will soon spiral out of control. To mitigate this, he activates his sensory field. A powerful mana blast erupts, and Yuan becomes dizzy from using 2 advanced skills simultaneously. He repeats the process and notices that the synergy between his sensory field and Cinder Eyes is exceptional. However, the strain on his perception overwhelms his brain, and he resolves to train further to improve his control. Nearby, a group of giants notices Yuan. One of them, named Quant, comments on his reputation, expressing skepticism about whether the rumors are true. Another giant reminds Quant that they are only there because Elder Urfa summoned them and advises against making rash comments. Quant dismisses the warning, claiming that all humans are their enemies. Elsewhere, Urfa is deep in sleep, dreaming of a past battle between the giants and the Olympians. He sees a great tsunami and the arrival of the god of the sea. He awakens as the wolf resting on his lap licks his face. Recognizing that he has had this dream many times, he notes that this time it felt more vivid. Just then, a subordinate enters and informs him that a fight has broken out involving Kim Yuan. Yuan engages in a fierce battle with the giants. He grabs Quant's incoming fist and twists it with overwhelming force, causing the giant to cry out in pain. The surrounding giants are stunned, unable to believe that a human has overpowered him in terms of raw strength. Yuan stands unfazed, challenging them to bring more fighters, claiming he will take on as many as they can gather. In the next moment, our hero brings down another giant with ease. Nuiar and Buar observe from a distance, astonished by how many of their kin Yuan has already defeated. They struggle to comprehend how a single human continues to overwhelm dozens of giants. Another giant charges at Yuan, but he, now channeling the power of a giant into his arm, delivers a devastating punch and takes him down. He calls out to the remaining giants, telling them not to come at him one by one, but to attack together. Buar remarks to Nuiar that, as hosts, it is only proper for them to grant Yuan's wish and fight him seriously. The other agrees, and together they step forward to join the fight. Their arrival excites the crowd of giants, who are eager to see the descendants of the giant gods enter the fray. Yuan immediately senses that these 2 opponents are more formidable than he initially expected. Buar expresses that he has been eager to fight Yuan since the moment he saw him. Now he sees it as a chance to test the strength of the man everyone talks about. Yuan retorts confidently, claiming Buar can observe him all he wants, though he won't last long. He lunges forward to strike, but Yuan responds with precise counters, knocking him down multiple times. This surprises our boy, as Buar is more agile than he had anticipated. While he fends off Buar, Nuiar launches a sneak attack from behind. Yuan narrowly dodges her strike, realizing that the battle will be much more challenging without using mana. However, since he has already resolved to use this confrontation as training, he accepts the handicap and continues the fight. During the battle, Buar confesses that he can never talk back to his younger sister because she is far stronger than he is. As the 2 siblings attempt to pin Yuan down, he suddenly vanishes. Moments later, he reappears in the air, having activated his Hermes treads. While airborne, Yuan shifts focus to the final part of his training for the day. He recalls purchasing a special item from the CP shop on the 11th floor and now plans to master it. After already practicing double jump, he now activates Sky Step, a technique that allows agile, mid-air movement. As he maneuvers through the air, Yuan lands a precise strike, grazing Nuiar's arm. The sight of his sister being injured infuriates Buar. They decide to coordinate and trap Yuan. While he hovers mid-air, the 2 siblings attempt to corner him from both sides. Buar complains about Yuan's frustrating mobility, noting how he constantly shifts direction, making it impossible to catch him. Nuiar adds that he seems to predict their attacks before they even make a move. Buar begins to piece together Yuan's strategy. He realizes that the boy hasn't attacked them seriously yet, holding back his strength. This cautious restraint indicates that Yuan is waiting for something. Then Buar notices a sudden shift. Yuan's mana is increasing, despite not being a ranker. The energy has reached a level where even the system's penalty is activating. Recognizing what's coming, Buar braces himself. He decides not to dodge, knowing Yuan is about to unleash his full power. He steels himself to face the next attack head-on. Buar attempts to find a weak point in the tornado of raging mana, hoping to break through its violent current. As he prepares to strike, Yuan charges straight into the storm, surprising him with his audacity. Boar admits defeat, recognizing that Yuan willingly broke through an attack designed with the system's penalty in mind. Nuier also realizes the significance of this feat. Yuan overcame a technique meant to suppress even rankers, head-on. After the fight, Yuan casually remarks that their performance was somewhat decent, stating he looks forward to future battles. Boar is irked by the downplayed praise but silently vows to defeat him next time. They shake hands, a mutual respect forming between them. 10 days later, Yuan and the giants gather for a feast. As they eat, Boar proposes a rematch once the meal is over and encourages everyone to hurry up. However, Yuan declines, stating that the test on the 20th floor is scheduled for the next day, and he needs to be in peak condition. Boar accepts his reasoning. Nuier reflects on her earlier thoughts. Initially, she believed she could defeat Yuan with more effort, but even when 5 of them attacked together, they failed. She realizes that despite being young, he managed to defeat them all within minutes. It makes her wonder how powerful he would be if he had used mana during the battle. As Yuan catches Nuier staring at him, he asks what's wrong. She admits she was thinking about the fight, and concludes that he must have grown stronger in the past 10 days. Our fella disagrees, saying he's still adjusting to the skill he has been training with. Boar changes the subject, asking about the Stone of the Sea, and whether he will return after the test to look for it, or move to the next floor. Yuan responds that he plans to find the stone before ascending. Curious, Boar questions how he will find time with the test so close. He asks if the stone is related to the test, or if Urfa knows something. Yuan confirms that not only Urfa but even the giant gods are aware of it, Boar's own father included. Giant presses further, questioning why Urfa would entrust something so important to an outsider. Our boy explains that perhaps it's because he's the strongest. This triggers Quant, who's enraged at the idea that their elder kept such a secret from them. Nuier tries to calm him, but he insists they all have suffered while remaining in the dark, forced to hide and retreat whenever conflict arises. Quant becomes increasingly agitated, shouting that the stone cannot be more important than their lives. Yuan counters firmly, saying that Urfa made the right decision. If the giants had obtained the stone, they would likely already be extinct. Silence in this case was better than total annihilation. Giant lunges at Yuan in rage, throwing a punch that our hero easily dodges. He grabs Quant and scolds him for speaking without understanding the full truth, adding that ignorance isn't a crime, but reckless accusations are. Quant tries to attack again, but another giant intervenes, reminding him that Yuan is clearly far stronger. Boar calmly tells him to stand down, noting that the truth will be revealed during tomorrow's test. Still, he quietly wonders just how much Yuan truly knows, and what else their elders may have kept hidden. Later that night, Yuan lies on his bed, suffering from a severe headache after using both Cinder Eyes and Sensory Field without rest for 10 days. He knows he must recover before the test. Suddenly, he notices mana leaking from his Kaini glove. He realizes that the Kaini is reacting to the weapon representing Poseidon, the Trident's fragment, also known as the Stone of the Sea. The glove has been acting up since he reached the 20th floor, and the reaction is growing stronger. He theorizes that the Trident's fragment, much like the Kaini, may originate from the same divine source, the divine dark crystal. If that's true, it makes sense for the two artifacts to resonate with one another. This connection could allow him to use Kaini as a kind of radar to locate the fragment. However, for this to work, he must first find a way to awaken Kaini's will at command. He senses that the object itself wants to be complete again, driven by a will to find its missing parts. Determined, Yuan commands Kaini to awaken once more. He promises to wield it so skillfully that Hephaestus himself would rejoice. In response, the Kaini bursts into holy fire, radiating immense power. It is the day of the 20th floor test. The scene opens on Triton Island, the designated testing site. Yuan observes the island, noting its unusual number of monsters for such a small place. Boar remarks that the island bears a strong resemblance to the tutorial island, prompting Nuier to giggle as she recalls him nearly dying to a chimera during their own trial. Ignoring her tease, Boar explains that they brought Yuan here on the Elder's orders, though he doubts anything on the island poses a real threat to someone like him. Our boy, however, remains cautious, knowing that this won't be an ordinary test. Nuier points out that even the rankers from their side are observing the test, though none have dared to show up for fear of sparking a war. Boar agrees, emphasizing that this test is unlike any before. Yuan reflects on Urfa's bold decision, understanding that the giants have been hidden and waited in the shadows since the Gigantomachy. Such a major shift will not go unnoticed by Olympus. If things go awry, the consequences will go beyond the giants simply losing faith in him. Determined, he decides that he must find the Stone of the Sea. The system announces that the test will begin in 10 minutes. Yuan prepares to leave, urging Boar and Nuier not to hold back if the situation escalates. The giant reassures him that he's been waiting for this moment and tells him to proceed without worry. Suddenly, warriors charge toward Boar and Nuier. One of them shouts that Yuan must be eliminated before he reaches the test site and declares that the giants will be easy to handle. The female giant swiftly counters the attacker, surprising him with her newfound strength. Boar calmly announces that they will now fight without restraint. Meanwhile, Theseus, the examiner overseeing the 20th floor test, receives a report from Horang of the Crimson Wolf Guild. He learns that Yuan has saved a group of young giants, and that those same giants are now protecting him en route to the island. Theseus dismisses the Crimson Guild's capabilities, confident that even they cannot handle Yuan, who has already outmaneuvered Olympus twice. He reveals that he has deployed men from the Bureau to sabotage his test while the administrators are distracted. His subordinate agrees but remarks on the strange alliance between giants and a human, considering their shared hatred born from the Gigantomachy. He questions whether saving them was truly enough to change their hearts. Theseus reflects on a secret mission given to him, to find the Stone of the Sea hidden by the giants. If he succeeds, the mysterious figure who tasked him promises to acknowledge Theseus as his true son. Trusting the accuracy of his father's intelligence, Theseus suspects that Yuan's sudden involvement and the giant's actions may be linked to the stone. Before he can act further, he is informed that Yuan has slipped past the attackers and entered the test site. Yuan stands atop a hill as the system officially begins the test. Despite the earlier interference, he is relieved to have made it. The system explains that sea monsters inhabit the island, and the objective is to defeat them and collect hearts of the sea over the course of 12 hours. The more hearts a participant gathers, the more contribution points they earn. Our fella compares this test to the one on the 11th floor, but notes a key difference. There is no cap on the number of participants who can pass. Many are likely forming teams, hoping to advance together. However, he pessimistically concludes that none of them stand a chance. He dives into the ocean, recalling Urfa's advice to aim for the monsters' stomachs, not their backs, in order to awaken the stone. Urfa had warned him that he would encounter more monsters than fish, and that surviving them would only mark the first step toward obtaining the stone. As Elder Giant looked into Yuan's eyes, he questioned whether Yuan had the resolve to see it through. 6 minutes into the test, soldiers from Olympus stand guard at the shoreline. A monstrous sea creature emerges from the water, startling them. After ensuring everyone is unharmed, one soldier reports that they've collected 15 stones, one per team member, and expresses determination to continue gathering more. A spherical device appears in the sky, silently transmitting an order: locate and restrain Kim Yuan. One warrior reflects on the futility of the task, knowing full well they lack the numbers to subdue him. Still, he concludes that facing reprimand later is preferable to being beaten senseless by Yuan. He orders the team to resume hunting for more stones. Just then, Yuan emerges from the water. He silently scans the group of warriors, confirming their allegiance to Olympus. As the warrior hears Yuan's question, he begins to wonder how he knows about them and what he plans to do, especially since he is considered an enemy of Olympus. Our hero, observing their reactions, realizes he was only guessing, but their expressions confirm that he was right. Despite this, he makes it clear through his demeanor that he has no intention of fighting, encouraging them not to panic or flee. Suddenly, massive sea serpents emerge from beneath the water. One of the warriors notices an entire horde of monsters charging from the other side. Chaos erupts as the warriors begin to flee. They are uncertain about the examiner's absence, but they know that if they don't escape quickly, they will lose all possible routes of retreat. Yuan, standing firm, concludes that nothing is wrong. The test is simply being corrected. The system announces that the test is undergoing reorganization. Yuan reflects on Urfa's earlier guidance: to erase the sun and moon seal on the sea creature's stomach and break its seal. Once unsealed, the true nature of the test would be revealed, changing the difficulty entirely. One of the panicked warriors questions what to do with the stones he collected. Our hero urgently gestures for him to run, prompting the warrior to drop his stones and escape for his life. He continues to recall Urfa's words, that the awakened creature might demand a confrontation, and only by defeating it would the reward change to the Stone of the Sea. When that moment arrives, the test would fall under the administrator's jurisdiction, putting it beyond Olympus's interference. The elder had also confessed that he was the one who raised the turtle, made it swallow the stone, and sealed it. He assured Yuan that the giant tribe would not allow Olympus to attack him once the test concludes. His role is to ensure the stone does not fall into Poseidon's hands. He must obtain and protect it at all costs. As Yuan watches the sea creatures go wild, he realizes they have sensed the stone's presence. If even these monsters are reacting, there's no doubt Olympus is in turmoil. They must now understand that control over the test has slipped from their hands. The system announces that the test has been reorganized and that the sea turtle is appearing. Yuan notes that it took a while to awaken. The system then designates the turtle's body as the new test site and instructs our fella to defeat the turtle and obtain the Stone of the Sea. Elsewhere, Theseus receives updates from his men, who still haven't located Yuan. He grows suspicious, wondering why they can't find one man on such a small island. The ground has been rumbling for some time, and the monsters are clearly agitated. Theseus suspects that Yuan is up to something. Just then, he receives a system notification. The test has been reorganized, and he is forcibly removed from the site for failing to meet the conditions. Immediately afterward, he sees the sea turtle surface. He recognizes it as a creature that failed to ascend as a black tortoise, now ruler of the 20th floor and one of the sea's strongest entities. Theseus quickly realizes the seal has been broken, and Yuan must be responsible. No one else could do this. He resolves to report the situation to his father and request reinforcements, vowing to destroy him after the test concludes. At the same time, the Crimson Wolf Guild arrives. Theseus spots Sutar, a giant ranker and the 21st son of Surutra. Their meeting is tense. Sutar states that they are following Urfa's orders and have come to support Kim Yuan. Though Theseus accuses them of causing problems for the other participants, Sutar's men mock Olympus for their overreactions and reassure him that they don't plan to disrupt the test itself. As Yuan battles the sea monsters, he notices Sutar's arrival. He understands the gravity of the moment. Urfa has placed everything on this outcome. He renews his determination to seize the Stone of the Sea, no matter the cost. With unwavering focus, Yuan dives into the center of the monster horde. The special effect of Edge of the Nightfall activates, boosting his stamina regeneration, mana recovery, and magical amplification under the influence of darkness. He tears through the swarm of creatures with overwhelming power. The system repeats its directive, to defeat the sea turtle and claim the stone. Pleased with his progress, Yuan pushes forward with relentless resolve. The one who finds the Stone of the Sea becomes the god of the sea. Amidst the ongoing battle, Yuan reflects on how this tale has been passed down as a legend on the 20th floor. However, the sea turtle bearing the stone is no mere myth. It is now an existence that essentially reigns as the god of the sea. Our boy notices a few monsters trailing behind him, though he suspects that most have been drawn in by the power of the Stone of the Sea, also known as the Divine Sea Crystal. Considering the creatures that dwell inside, he realizes this place is no longer just the stomach of a sea turtle. It has evolved into a dungeon with its own ecosystem. Observing the creature's immense size, Yuan deduces that it must consume enormous volumes of water at once. Suddenly, the creature splits the surrounding water and launches an attack. Yuan counters by enveloping the Edge of Nightfall with holy fire. Under the influence of darkness, the weapon's special effects activate. He leaps over the monsters, realizing that although it may not match the level of Hades' true stealth, he can still momentarily conceal himself using Kine's stealth. As our boy vanishes, a nearby monster roars in fury. He then dives straight into the creature's mouth. Within moments, the completion rate of his heaven-slaying star skill begins to rise rapidly. This makes him doubt whether he will be able to complete it during the test. He resolves to go out of his way to continue hunting. He begins to contemplate the location of the Divine Sea Crystal. He believes the most probable spot is the most vital area within the creature's body, the mana heart, which powers a massive being like the sea turtle. With Kine's vibrations intensifying, he interprets it as a sign and heads in that direction. Whether it is the mana heart or the sea crystal, Yuan is certain it will be heavily protected. Unsure of how many more monsters await him, he chooses to minimize injuries wherever possible. He recalls that while he is using the cinder eyes to see in the darkness, doing so reduces their battle prediction accuracy. He decides to relinquish vision and enhance his remaining senses. Activating his sensory field, he detects monsters closing in from every direction. Yuan grows frustrated, realizing he has encountered more monsters here than throughout his entire climb up the tower. Though he defeats them using his mana, he is aware that even with the Edge of Nightfall enhancing his stamina and mana regeneration, his reserves will not last long if he continues burning through energy at this rate. After a short but intense fight, Yuan finds his mana reserves reduced to half. Having spent more than an hour in this place, he begins to wonder how much longer he can continue. In a moment of frustration, he urges the crystal to reveal itself. Suddenly, a massive burst of fire erupts, and he sees an overwhelming number of monsters converging in one place. It appears as though they are gathering for a celebration. Determined and unwavering, Yuan advances, ready to claim the title of the god of the sea. Hermes' treads, Athena's aegis, and Apollo's sun chariot. These are some of the great works that represent the tower's greatest blacksmith, Hephaestus. Among them, Zeus's lightning bolt stands as his greatest creation. It is an item capable of obliterating an entire island with a single strike and controlling the weather at will. Kine is a work that rivals it. Forged from adamantium, it is capable of channeling the combined power of the dark crystal, sea crystal, and sky crystal. The power of such an item varies greatly depending on the skill of its creator. Yuan reflects that Hades' Kine was originally crafted by one of Hephaestus' disciples. In contrast, the Kine he wears is forged by Hephaestus himself, making it significantly more powerful. Suddenly, a swarm of monsters begins to approach. Yuan sighs, recognizing their desperation for the stone, and notes how they rush in knowing they will die. He thrusts his sword forward. He wonders where the darkness leads, but soon grows uneasy as pain shoots through his right hand, the same hand wearing Kine, as if it is being torn apart. Despite his arcane power exceeding 100, his body still cannot withstand Kine's full force. Using Skystep, our boy escapes the circle of monsters, determined to find the stone. A crystal suddenly appears in front of him. With his sparking cinder eyes, he confirms that he has found it and advances, prepared to kill the guardian monster in one blow. He strikes, killing the creature instantly, and is drenched in its blood. Looking at his hand, he realizes he cannot see it due to Kaine's effect, but he knows it's a mess. To properly use the glove, he must further increase his arcane power and constitution. He acknowledges the need to level up and raise his stats for future battles. As smaller monsters attempt to block his path, he pushes forward and finally retrieves the stone. Elsewhere, Theseus considers it foolish for Sutar to believe that Yuan will succeed in obtaining the stone. However, it remains confident, noting that the elder has already agreed. Theseus privately scoffs at their naivety, convinced Yuan cannot defeat the guardian monster and become the king of the sea. He decides to wait and, once the test concludes, plans to wipe them all out. At that moment, the sea turtle emerges from the water, and the system announces that Kim Yuan has passed the test. Shocked, Theseus orders his men to capture Yuan. In response, Sutar commands his forces to stop them. Theseus threatens that dragging all the giants into the conflict will lead to gigantomachy, but the fireman remains defiant. Theseus smirks, amused that history is repeating itself. Suddenly, a sky carriage appears overhead and drops a sword into Theseus's hand. He recalls how, in their third battle, Sutar did nothing but run, and now he anticipates a repeat of the same. Sutra reflects on Theseus's actions and questions his lack of shame, considering he is the son of Poseidon. Theseus, however, holds no honor for his father and views his actions as a continuation of history's violent cycle. Sutra realizes that their confrontation signifies the repetition of a blood-stained past. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes across the area, causing confusion among the people. One of them warns that monsters are emerging from the water, including the high-class monster, Leviathan, one of the strongest bosses on the 20th floor. A soldier from Theseus's army finds it odd that all the monsters are appearing together, as they usually do not move in groups. Theseus recalls the legend that whoever possesses the Stone of the Sea becomes the god of the sea. His father's obsession with finding the stone now makes sense to him, affirming the legend's truth. Amid the chaos, Yuan arrives and casually comments on the situation, clearly exhausted but unfazed. The shining stone in his hand draws everyone's attention. Recognizing it as the Stone of the Sea, Theseus demands him to hand it over. He launches an attack, but Yuan defends effortlessly. Even after repeated strikes, he remains unshaken. Yuan's composure provokes the boy, who begins to feel the strain of a strange interference weakening his powers. He realizes that the stone is neutralizing water attribute mana, confirming its identity as the Stone of the Sea. Theseus's desire to be acknowledged as the true son of Poseidon and inherit the title of God of the Sea fills him with determination. Fueled by this ambition, he charges at Yuan once more. Our hero understands that Theseus is now fully committed, driven by deep personal stakes. Determined to improve, he decides to focus on leveling up further once the fight with Theseus ends. The battle between the both intensifies. Theseus launches an attack, but Yuan dodges it with precision. Observing this, Theseus begins to understand that Yuan is not an easy opponent. His reflexes are so sharp that he anticipates attacks before they even begin. Meanwhile, Yuan takes note of Theseus's strength. Even though Theseus is barely able to use his water attribute mana due to the influence of the divine sea crystal, he still displays immense destructive power. Our boy halts his attacks, prompting Theseus to believe that he is finally acknowledging defeat. However, he remains composed, his attention momentarily shifting to the approaching threat. The boy in opposition grows increasingly agitated and vows to destroy Yuan, but before he can act, one of his subordinates urges him to retreat, pointing out the worsening situation. At that moment, Sutar enters the battlefield and swiftly kills one of Theseus's men, commanding his own forces to kill the rest and collect their limbs as trophies. The same subordinate again pleads with Theseus to retreat, warning that while they might be able to handle the giants, the sea monsters are a threat they cannot overcome. Poseidon's son hesitates and ultimately gives the order for his troops to retreat and board the sun chariot. With the enemy gone, the fireman confirms the outcome of the battle. Yuan acknowledges it as a victory. Sutar reflects on how, for the first time, they fought to the end without retreating, truly defeating Olympus in this confrontation. Later, as the giants celebrate their long-awaited victory, our fella sits alone in a quiet hut. Despite the win, he recognizes that his duel with Theseus was essentially a loss. Without the divine sea crystal, he wouldn't have lasted as long. He also reflects on how outnumbered Sutar and his warriors were. The battle could have led to devastating casualties. It becomes clear to him that he is still far from being ready to face the inner circle of Olympus. However, he takes solace in the fact that he has progressed faster than expected. What he thought would take 5 years has happened much sooner. With his next goal in mind, Yuan sends a message to Hephaestus, letting him know that he plans to visit soon, and that he has found something valuable. As Hephaestus witnesses the divine sea crystal, he is surprised and inwardly impressed by Yuan's ability to obtain it, something even his uncle failed to do over the course of 1,000 years. Yuan attributes his success to luck, which irritates Hephaestus due to the casual tone. Hephaestus notes that with the loss of the divine sea crystal and Theseus going rogue, Olympus won't have the capacity to focus on Yuan for some time. The old man reflects on how his father must be struggling to keep Poseidon's rage in check. Despite our boy's carefree demeanor, he marvels at how he, without knowing the internal politics of Olympus, still manages to turn every situation in his favor. When Yuan inquires about refining the sea crystal, Smithy explains that it would require adamantium, a material he doubts he can obtain. Our boy confidently states that he'll bring some soon, though he admits that he currently has no money after spending it on Kaini. Hephaestus, despite his skepticism, believes him, knowing that Yuan always follows through on his word. Yuan departs, stating his intention to level up now that Olympus is unlikely to interfere for a while. Hephaestus smirks at the thought, wondering if Yuan is intent on challenging Olympus entirely. Our fella hints that this is only the beginning. Out of curiosity, the old man questions what chaos he intends to unleash next, but Yuan ignores him, leaves the sea crystal with him, and assures him that the payment will be delivered. As Yuan travels, he reflects on his shocked expression. He muses that if Hephaestus knew what he was truly scheming, he might have fainted. At that moment, the egg in his possession twitches. He tells the egg to be patient, assuring it that it may soon meet its siblings. The egg tilts as if understanding him. Our hero anticipates that the decaying corners of the tower will soon resurface, and asks if the egg will grow by consuming those rotting parts. The egg nods in response. He then tells it to wait a bit longer, promising that its next meal awaits at the place Odin mentioned. Yuan recalls Odin's warning that the divine sea crystal must not fall into Olympus's hands. Though it's a powerful item, possessing it would invite massive consequences. Olympus would not tolerate it. Yet, Odin reassures him that Zeus, as king of Olympus, cannot personally act against a player who isn't even a high ranker. Hercules adds that if one major guild acts, others will inevitably respond, complicating matters. When asked if Poseidon might act directly, Hercules explains that Zeus will restrain him. The three major gods of Olympus, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, may share a bloodline, but they are embroiled in constant power struggles. Hercules recalls the bitter rivalry between Zeus and Poseidon, especially after Zeus obtained the divine sky crystal and crafted his lightning bolt. That act secured Zeus' control over more than half of Olympus and led him to vow never to let the other two crystals, the sea crystal and the dark crystal, fall into his brother's hands. Meanwhile, the third son of Poseidon kneels before his enraged father. He reports the loss of the sea crystal and admits that he cannot retaliate, as Zeus has prohibited direct confrontation with the giants. Poseidon, furious, exclaims that it's not the giants but a single player who has defied him. He reflects bitterly that Zeus is only protecting the sea crystal to prevent Poseidon from gaining it, even going as far as to interfere in the capture of Hephaestus. He sees Zeus's restraint not as strength, but as a desperate attempt to hold on to control, which fuels Poseidon's fury further. Elsewhere, in the Asgardian Major Guild, a man smirks upon hearing news of the sea crystal's acquisition, speculating that the Olympians must be throwing tantrums in its aftermath. The scene shifts to the battle god Asura, a warrior with 3 heads and 6 arms, who grows intrigued upon hearing Yuan's name and expresses a desire to duel him in the future. Finally, in the Marble Mountains, a long-haired man reacts with visible excitement upon learning that Yuan now holds the Sea Stone, eager to see how the events will unfold next. A driver informs the main character that they've reached their destination, and thanks him for using the Sun Chariot, a product of Olympus. Yuan watches the flying cart depart, recognizing it as an exact copy of the one Theseus used, realizing now how many had been made. Yuan then heads deep into the forest, toward the tower wall of the first floor, the edge of the world. In that moment, he recalls that no one has ever broken through this wall. He stands among the dark trees, reflecting that no one would have expected it to collapse on its own. Yuan takes out the weapon from inventory. It holds a sealed power. In the distance, he notices a column of orange aura, an unnatural flame deep in the forest. He recalls Odin's words about this location's difficulty not matching the first floor's level. He approaches the light, knowing this is the dungeon of Susanu, one of the 3 noble children, and a high-ranking entity once placed 57th. Our boy isn't surprised, knowing that Susanu would have anticipated their discovery of the place. After all, this is the same location where Susanu once hid his own relic, and the bond between them was as close as that of brothers. Despite a flicker of guilt, Yuan remains resolute. He steps forward and plants the fragment into the ground at the center of the light. As it settles, the system announces that Yuan has successfully discovered the hidden dungeon, Susanu's relic. A massive tower rises. The system then instructs him to climb it to find Susanu's relics, and only then can he leave. Yuan realizes that even entering tower wouldn't be a piece of cake for him. Vampire hyenas from upper floors approach. Our hero, unfazed, engages them. He cuts them down repeatedly, allowing no resistance. He drives his sword through a hyena, grabs it, and hurls it into another. Both fall defeated. Yuan steps through the stone gate as it opens, a system alert confirming his entry into Susanu's dungeon. His objective: reach the 100th floor and pass Susanu's test. Inside the narrow, torchlit halls, he quickly identifies it as a maze, a miniature reflection of the tower. He recalls tales of the gods, especially Susanu, renowned for his strength and ruthless nature, though our boy had never met him. Without warning, Yuan's inventory opens. Realizing his own death, the spirit turns to him, who watches silently. When the samurai attempts to speak, Yuan interrupts, naming him Susanu, one of the 3 noble children, a master of the sword, necromancer, spiritualist, assassin, and once ranked 57th. Susanu crosses his arms arrogantly, surprised by Yuan's knowledge. Irritation flickers when Yuan mentions his death at Yamata no Orochi's hands, though he brushes it off. Our hero challenges him further, questioning if a killer like him deserved respect. Susanu replies that his reputation suits him, and he has no regrets. He lived better than most. Yuan coolly remarks he's glad Susanu died early, continuing forward as Susanu hovers at his side. Intrigued, Susanu studies him, noting his arrogance despite not resembling a rancor. Our boy admits he's only a player who recently reached the 21st floor. Shocked at his low rank, Susanu is nonetheless impressed by his confidence and composure, especially when Yuan claims to have already defeated monsters stronger than those expected here. Bound by the sword fragment, Susanu follows persistently, questioning his origins and the shard's source. Irritated, Yuan demands directions first. After guiding him, Susanu listens as Yuan finally reveals he obtained the fragment on the 1st floor during the Colosseum test, where Yamata no Orochi appeared. Susanu is visibly shaken. Susanu silently reflects on Yuan's strength, wondering how someone so low-leveled managed to survive against Yamata no Orochi. Though curious, he feels a thrill at the thought of witnessing his progress through the dungeon. Our boy swings his sword and destroys a nearby wall. Susanu questions the reason, especially since he had already revealed the correct path, but Yuan brushes off his curiosity. A system alert notifies Yuan that he has leveled up, and his stats rise. As he proceeds, he realizes the dungeon's monsters are ghosts and undead. Suspicious, he asks Susanu if they are the souls of his victims. Though Susanu avoids a direct answer, he senses the immense power hidden within him. Climbing to the next floor, our fella feels as if he is stepping on a mountain of corpses, the sensation making him uneasy. At the top, a door creaks open, revealing a dusty room. From the shadows, a black silhouette emerges, its violet eyes glowing ominously. The system announces that Yuan has reached the 10th floor and must defeat the enemy to advance. With a wave of purple flames, Yuan unleashes his holy fire, consuming the undead in agony until nothing remains but ash. The system confirms the room cleared. Only then does Susanu admit the truth. The undead are indeed the souls of those he killed. Over 5,000 years, he collected countless ghosts and spirits, and only necromancers of his level or higher can release them. He warns Yuan that the difficulty will escalate after the 5th room, and asks whether he intends to ignore the souls and press on. Our hero firmly declares that he was ready for this fight from the beginning. He advances with determination, clearing one room after another, each victory sharpening his skill and intensity. By the time he reaches the 50th floor, the system rewards him with Susanu's first relic, the garment of the 4 great elementals. Yuan replaces his cape with the new outfit. Though it reduces his physical resistance, he chooses to rely on his sensory field for dodging and presses onward. 42 days pass. During this time, Yuan begins hearing voices whenever he kills an enemy, accompanied by strange messages. He realizes these voices belong to the dead, something only high-level necromancers usually perceive. This leads him to suspect Kaini, his relic, is the cause. Noticing his fatigue, the spirit remarks that the dungeon is harsh, yet acknowledges his remarkable progress for someone from the 21st floor. He also comments on Kini, pointing out that Yuan has not been using its full potential. Our boy admits his ignorance, realizing that he knows little about the relic. Since he was never close to Hades, Kaini's original owner, its abilities remain a mystery. Convinced it must have hidden powers beyond mana amplification, Yuan reflects on Hades' secrecy among the 3 Olympian gods. Though impressed by Yuan's growth, Susanu reminds him he is still far from the level of a high ranker. Calling his progress miraculous, he warns that the next challenge will be especially dangerous. When he opens the door to the 60th floor, thick smoke fills the air. Something massive moves within the haze and glowing eyes pierce through the fog. A wave of immense mana surges forward as the system announces the new enemy, the Death Knight, King Arthur. Shock flashes across Yuan's face at the name. Yuan faces King Arthur, memories flooding back of the first time they met. Back then, he was still a fledgling, and Arthur had seemed like a true warrior, skilled with the sword, deeply trusted by his comrades, and unmatched in loyalty. Yuan admits he misses that version of him. Now, however, the fighter stands as an undead, clutching the legendary sword Excalibur, imprisoned here by Susanu long ago. Even in death, his body still bears its equipment. Arthur approaches with menacing intent, and Yuan braces himself. When he strikes, our boy narrowly dodges and notes his ice attribute mana. The system alerts him of Hermes' treads and Sky Step activating. Their weapons clash. Yuan realizes that under normal conditions he cannot defeat Arthur. Only Susanu had slain him once before. Arthur remains composed, blocking Yuan's attacks with conjured ice walls. He strikes back, cutting his arm and demonstrating mastery of fencing. The system warns of frostbite as Yuan's body temperature plummets. Only the garment of the 4 great elementals shields him from freezing completely, though his movements grow sluggish. Despite the relentless ice assault, our hero carefully reads Arthur's pattern. Simple, but flawless. Using his cinder eyes, he maneuvers through the blizzard of blades. When Arthur leaps in for another crushing blow, he blocks, then channels the giant's power, converting endurance into raw strength. With a decisive strike, he pierces his opponent's shoulder, severing first one arm and then the other. Arthur collapses, powerless, yet gazing at Yuan with amazement. As his body fades, a purple aura of lingering resentment flows into Yuan's hand, absorbed by the system. Yuan, frowning, mutters that he wishes Merlin could have witnessed this moment. To his shock, Arthur echoes Merlin's name. He listens intently as the opponent, weakened but lucid, speaks again. He offers Yuan a contract, fulfill his final wish, and he will pledge eternal loyalty as a subordinate. His only request is to see Merlin one last time. With his dying breath, Arthur delivers a final revelation. Lancelot betrayed Britain. Yuan reflects that he has heard a lot about Lancelot. He contemplates that he is the new head of the Round Table, and a top ranker who turned the Round Table into one of the largest guilds. Yuan does not understand how he could betray Britain. Arthur asks for a favor, but Yuan, lowering his head, claims that he is not a necromancer, and can only hear his voice because of the object he owns. He lacks the power to revive Arthur as an undead. Our fella assures Arthur he will still try his best, believing the situation is not completely hopeless. He realizes that he will meet Merlin eventually, and then considers that since he may have to defeat Lancelot for Britain, having Arthur as an ally would be valuable. He promises to fulfill the knight's favor. A system announces that King Arthur's request has been accepted, and the cleansing of Britain has begun. Another alert informs that completing the task will grant complete submission of King Arthur, as he is notified about how he has obtained the soul of the King of Knights. Yuan reflects on the concept of complete submission, and walks toward Arthur's sword on the floor, realizing that what seemed a normal request is actually a hidden piece. Susanu comments that things ended disappointingly and looks at him, prompting to ask where he was hiding. Holding the sword, Yuan looks at him seriously, questioning if it was merely coincidence that he killed Arthur. The necromancer says he does not know and challenges Yuan to reach the top for answers. In response, our hero throws the sword towards Susanu, then casually sends it into the system inventory. The spirit questions this strange behavior, but he tells him he is overthinking and criticizes the elaborate test. Exhausted, Yuan claims that he just wants to finish quickly and sleep. The next scene appears at the Ranking Management Bureau on the 50th floor of the tower. Inside the bureau, a red-haired man and a brunette stare ahead in fear. A bureau agent slams his fist on the table, demanding answers, and a man enters, calling out to Ogong. Ogong's yellow eyes sparkle as he responds defiantly that it's none of his business. The woman claims to be the administrator director sits across from him, warning him to behave and avoid fighting management over using an alter ego. The director grits his teeth and says they cannot answer personal data inquiries. Ogong stomps out, frustrated, and slams the door. The red-haired man sighs in relief. He compliments how overwhelming Ogong's aura could be for just an alter ego. The director remarks that if it were Ogong's true self, the administrator would have come in person. She explains that unless an official request is made, no personal information can be shared. He notes that even Tower insiders know little about Yuan. The source line in his file contains only a question mark. The director does not think it's a system error and understands the administrator's interest in him. She observes that Yuan hasn't climbed above the 21st floor in 3 months, and suspects something other than a pause in climbing. She wonders what he is actually doing. The next scene appears as Yuan just got done with 99th floor test. As he goes through his profile, he realizes he has increased his stats quite a bit. Yuan sits on the steps, realizing that he just has the 100th floor left, which is going to be difficult in his opinion. He looks tired, covering his head, staring at Spirit Susanu. The spirit inquires what is wrong. Yuan rises slightly. The spirit wonders if he is not curious about what lies ahead. He realizes the necromancer is now in control and urges himself to move forward. The spirit claims that he never expected someone from the 21st floor to come this far. He lists Yuan's attributes: smoldering gaze, gigantism, sacred fire. Susanu questions whether he could really be a ranker. Yuan admits that for now he is not a ranker. As they pass through the door, system notification confirms entry into the final floor, with the reward being the spirit's relic. Yuan enters the vast room, frowning, realizing that Spirit has vanished. The creature mentions that the man who killed me has arrived. Yuan is shocked as he realizes he will meet Arthur's killer. A massive demon in the form of Susanu's spirit waits at the end of the corridor. The spirit invites him to continue. The spirit, curious, asks if Yuan has ever truly been a ranker. He glares contemptuously, thinking Susanu has gone mad and never expected him to become a dungeon boss. He frowns deeply, staring forward, activating his cinder eyes to analyze his opponent. The spirit insists that he just wants an honest answer. In response, our hero proposes a bet, saying he also has a question he wants answered. The loser must answer the winner's question. Susanu accepts the challenge. As the tension rises, Susanu senses the energy of an overwhelming number of spirits, and realizes that all of them have been killed by Yuan's hands. Yuan initially thinks that Susanu left the dungeon to display the spirits, relics, and legends he has collected through countless battles, but then he reconsiders. Susanu isn't someone who cares about showing off. In truth, he has used the system to delay his death, because all he wants is to keep fighting. Yuan senses the immense weight of Susanu's killing intent, a force sharpened by the slaughter of thousands of rankers, hundreds of thousands of players, and millions of innocent lives. The opponent spreads his arms, grinning at the arrival of someone worthy within the tower. He rushes forward, leaving a black trail in his wake, eager to clash blades. Our hero swings his sword to meet Susanu's furious assault. When Susanu's attack is halted, he falters in confusion. A system notification activates. Cinder Eyes reads the path and triggers the sensory field. Yuan shifts his footing precisely as Susanu slips, observing how the demon retains monstrous strength despite being nothing more than a spirit. Knowing that even a second of hesitation will lead to death, our fella continues to parry and repel Susanu's relentless strikes. Suddenly, his arm bulges and enlarges as the Gigantomachy skill activates. As Susanu grabs him from his shoulder, Yuan counters immediately, striking with holy fire. The attack sends it flying back, though it fails to cause real harm. Yuan, breathless and drained, realizes the vast difference in power. His strength, speed, and mana are depleted, and even the holy fire proves ineffective. The opponent rises with a grin, entertained by the desperate attempt. At that moment, a memory surfaces in Susanu's mind, a past soaked in conflict. In a dark forest, Susanu questions the man's desire to kill Arthur, a mere child, not even a ranker. The hooded man dismisses the need for identity, claiming only his desire matters. He explains that a war will lift penalties and administrative interference, allowing for unrestrained slaughter. He recalls a warrior from the past who once ignited the same bloodlust, now sparked by Yuan. Our boy leaps backward to evade another savage strike, gripping his blade tightly as a yellow aura seeps from it. He watches the black silhouette of Susanu approach, his purple aura surging. He ascends into the air while Yuan charges headfirst into battle. As Susanu descends his blade, he focuses, recognizing that a cut from that weapon would cause unstoppable bleeding. He ducks and dodges, refusing to fall. Susanu, frustrated, swings relentlessly while Yuan blocks and counters. Their blades crash in the air, sparks flying with each strike. The opponent mocks Yuan's strategy, accusing him of relying too much on evasion, and claims that he would end the fight. Yuan leans back to avoid a deadly arc and retaliates. Amid the battle, Yuan pieces together the puzzle. The reason he hears specters despite not being a necromancer, why Kaini absorbs souls, and the significance of Susanu's cryptic words when observing Kaini. He realizes that the divine sea crystal governs all that resides in the ocean, the divine sky crystal commands all that resides in the sky, and the divine dark crystal holds dominion over the shadows and the dead. Everything connects. With clarity and unwavering determination, Yuan orders Susanu to obey him. The battle between Yuan and Susanu erupts with fierce intensity. Susanu clutches his blade, exulting in the start of combat. He spreads his stance, but his body flickers, the sign of losing control over his spirits. Rage consumes him as he realizes that he, a mere 22nd floor player, is the cause of his instability. Yuan, however, remains calm, aware that his opponent is beginning to witness his true strength. With Kaini's power stirring, its full potential becomes clear to him, absolute dominion over the dead. A smirk forms on his face as he embraces this realization. Regret flashes in Susanu's eyes for revealing too much, but he charges anyway, confident that knowledge alone won't grant Yuan victory. Their blades clash. Yuan's red eyes sharpen as he absorbs Susanu's energy and pushes him back. A system alert confirms his transformation. He has gained the power of giants. He overwhelms Susanu with fearless aggression. The more they fight, the more he falters. He has never seen such defiance. As a colossal yellow eye manifests above, watching them, Susanu stumbles back in fear and confusion. His attacks weaken, his form destabilizes, and his resistance crumbles. Yuan's energy surges, engulfing him in dark fire. Piece by piece, Susanu fades away. The system declares the dungeon complete. Alone in the collapsing chamber, the system confirms. He now holds Susanu's soul and earns the title, King of the Dead. Another alert warns that the dungeon will collapse within 30 minutes. The scene shifts to the edge of the world, where the first floor meets the horizon. Yuan sits on a stone near a dense forest, two transparent screens floating before him. One displays the spirit sword Kusanagi no Tsurugi, a weapon that grants temporary power at the cost of draining life. The other shows his new title, King of the Dead, dominion over the souls of the fallen. He studies both rewards carefully, suspecting the title was not merely a dungeon prize but tied to how he wielded Kaini. His gloved hand glows faintly yellow as he considers its unfamiliar power, steeped in necromancy. A nearby spirit begins explaining. The undead in Susanu's tower had both bodies and souls, and now Yuan, with Susanu's soul and Kaine's ability, can seal spirits into corpses to create undead soldiers. Our boy reflects on this unintentional mentorship, amusing himself at the spirit's frustration. Finally, the spirit reveals his identity: Arthur, the King of Knights. Acknowledging him, Yuan names him Phantom Arthur. The system registers it, and a towering stone form arises, inhabited by Arthur's soul. Though discontent about his new body, Arthur accepts necessity. It is time to summon Susanu. A black cloud swirls, and Susanu materializes, visibly irritated. He recalls their unresolved conflict, silently addressing the question Yuan carries. Though he doesn't know who ordered Arthur's death, Susanu offers something greater, an invitation to witness his memories. As Yuan enters Susanu's memories, he witnesses a hooded magician approach him with an offer to kill Arthur, who is still a child. Susanu questions the necessity of the act. The magician encourages war. Yuan recognizes the magician as an outer god known as Foolish Chaos. The faceless entity speaks of war and the spread of destruction. The entity claims Arthur's death will sow the seeds of war. Intrigued, Susanu accepts the offer with a malicious grin. In the present, our boy watches Susanu's silhouette evaporate. He admits he never knew the identity of the entity, but shortly after their encounter, the gigantomachi began. Hades intervened and halted the conflict. Yuan furrows his brow, realizing this entity killed his friend. He silently vows to destroy it. As evening falls, he lies on his bed, covering his face. He believed that returning to the past would give him control, but realizes the outer gods remain a step ahead. Remembering Arthur, he acknowledges that 1,000 years have passed since his death, marking the time for the seeds of chaos to bear fruit. Yuan begins to suspect Lancelot, the current king of Britain, may be connected to Arthur's murder. He attempts to gauge the depth of Britain's involvement. Closing his eyes, he reflects on how Arthur's death served as the catalyst for everything. Resolute, he prepares to continue climbing the tower to change the state of the board. He recalls a tall tower near a fault, where an old bearded man in a hood stands opposite a warrior. He recognizes them as Merlin and Arthur. As he observes the scene, he realizes that death has claimed everyone except him. He envisions a black demon cloaked in violet fire leading an armored army across a battlefield. Merlin grins, surprised by Yuan's initiative. Regret consumes him as he realizes that learning the truth earlier could have saved many lives. Floating in the air with his sword drawn and surrounded by white smoke, Yuan remains unmoved by the toll of repeated time travel. He is determined to kill again and again for the victims of the entity. He jolts awake realizing it was a dream. Despite the outer gods initiating their schemes, Yuan refuses to fall into despair. He decides to visit Hephaestus before proceeding to the 21st floor, knowing he must complete the task assigned to him. It has been a long time since his last visit. Upon arrival, Hephaestus strikes with a hammer on his chest. He stands furious as Yuan bends over in pain. Clutching his chest, he bows respectfully. The old man questions his long absence because he knew Yuan did not pass the test yet. Our fella stays silent as Hephaestus stands near his desk, trying to contain his anger. He eventually explains that he was exploring a hidden dungeon, which took longer than expected. Realizing he has once again ventured into danger, Smithy throws him a small box. Yuan opens it to find a bright blue sea crystal formed from divine waters and brimming with mana. He examines it, noting its difference from the divine dark crystal and its dominion over the oceans. Hephaestus requests Yuan's magic glove Kaine. He hands it over, and the blacksmith begins modifying it to create a slot for the sea crystal. He informs that the process will take half a day. As Hephaestus begins working, he comments on the glove's potential. If Kaine could handle 2 attributes, it would be significantly more powerful, although using 2 crystals simultaneously is impossible. Yuan considers the possibility of strengthening the glove and asks how to achieve that. The blacksmith replies that it could be done using other materials or mana. Yuan realizes that he is beginning to understand his knowledge. Hephaestus comments on his idea, feigning ignorance. He leans over the table as the blacksmith admits the idea is good and that he can be useful. Our main character ironically remarks on the compliment. Hephaestus reacts sharply, swinging a blade tip toward him. He raises his hands defensively. The old man tells him to be quiet. In the evening, the blacksmith sits alone in his workshop, reflecting on the time when Yuan suggested using mana and materials to strengthen the Kaine. He knows it is possible, but only temporarily. The equipment's capabilities cannot be permanently altered. Old man's attention shifts when a loud banging echoes from the door. He turns toward the passage with a dissatisfied expression and grabs a sledgehammer as the door crashes open. He braces himself, hoping it is not one of the Olympian spawns. Ogong enters and glances at the blacksmith. Without acknowledging the outburst, he walks toward Hephaestus, noting the forge's heat and questioning if he still lives the same way. The old man watches him closely and asks about the tool he once crafted for him. Noticing a different weapon in Ogong's possession, he questions why. Ogong claims to have found something better, an artifact once belonging to the Dragon King, and says he discarded the weapon Hephaestus gave him. The words strike a nerve and the blacksmith's temper flares. The yellow-haired guy then states that he is looking for someone named Yuan. The name alone causes a flicker in Hephaestus's expression. Ogong's golden eyes, sharp and unforgiving, catch the shift. Old Man knows those eyes pierce through lies and reveal truth. He cannot afford to be careless, not when it involves Yuan. He masks his thoughts with a smirk and denies knowing him. Ogong repeats the question. He denies again. A warning follows that lying could be fatal. Still, he insists. Far away, deep within a cave in the dark mountains, Yuan stands in his crimson pyromancy robe. The robe's value is immense and immediately draws attention. A group of warriors stands nearby, murmuring. One questions why someone would wear such an expensive item on the 21st floor. Another recalls a rumor that he had died and is now climbing the tower again. Yuan glares at them out of curiosity. Reinhar, an elf player, recognizes him and notes how his crude tone contrasts with his refined appearance. The system announces the start of the 21st floor test. A glowing blue stone appears in the center of the cave. The objective is to protect the crystal from monsters. Hidden among them are doppelgangers capable of destroying it. If the players die or the crystal is destroyed, the challenge fails. To complete the test, they must find and eliminate all the doppelgangers. The players react in shock. Yuan listens silently, his red cloak motionless. He draws his blade and questions the other's fear. He walks forward with confidence, approaches an armored man, and in one clean motion, severs his head. The body falls as the head melts, revealing a doppelganger. Without hesitation, our hero assumes control. He declares that he will locate and destroy the doppelgangers, leaving the others to guard the crystal from the monsters. His murderous aura convinces them he is no doppelganger. The players scramble to hold off the monsters. A knight rallies them, urging focus. Near Reinhar stands a gray-haired man, relaxed and smiling. He mentions the presence of side spirits. Reinhar snaps at him, warning him not to be careless. In the heat of battle, Reinhar begins to realize Yuan's overwhelming presence. As his back brushes against the man behind him, he feels the weight of that presence and quickly apologizes. The man in black says it is fine. When Reinhar looks at him more closely, he recognizes him as Yuan. He mutters something but quickly dismisses it when Yuan turns to him. Inwardly, Reinhar notes how strikingly alike they appear. Our boy questions if he also senses something unusual. Reinhar asks what he means. Yuan explains that since the first doppelganger appeared, he has not found another. It is taking too long. Finding one immediately after the test started, and then none feels suspicious. Reinhar tries to brush it off as coincidence. He tells the group to remain focused, but it is clear that as long as Yuan stands before the crystal, nothing can come close. Even with the strange feeling in the air, Yuan seems to enjoy it. Somewhere not far away, the other Yuan in the robe watches quietly. He smirks, eager to see how far the version of Kim Yuan the others trust can go. The system notifies that only 26 minutes remain in the test. The cave remains filled with monsters. The players, exhausted and desperate, await the end. As they move away from the blue crystal, several warriors gather and notice that Yuan has been standing still instead of searching for doppelgangers. Another knight mentions that no one can approach the crystal because he is guarding it. Yuan, dressed in the pyromancy robe, steps forward from the crystal. He believes the doppelgangers are now hiding after seeing him kill the first one and are planning to silently eliminate the players. The others rush toward him, asking if he truly cannot find any more doppelgangers. Our boy demands that everyone point out one person they suspect. The warriors freeze. Yuan approaches and proposes eliminating one suspicious person at a time to speed up the process. The players react with fear and anger, claiming they cannot kill based on mere suspicion. One player raises a hand, stating that someone was acting strangely. The group begins to agree, but a knight protests, shouting that continuing like this would doom them all. He suggests gathering suspicions in one place. Yuan notes that most of them have already agreed to his plan and declares they will now uncover the doppelgangers. He grabs a knight by the chest. The knight screams for mercy, but before he can strike, his weapon is blocked by someone. Standing opposite him is another Yuan, this one in black attire. The attacker is stunned. The players gather around, realizing the two figures look exactly the same. The real Yuan admits he ignored the doppelganger before since it wasn't doing harm, but now it's interfering with the test. The others begin to recognize their identical appearance. The doppelganger realizes the real Yuan is standing in front of him. Our fella kicks him across the floor. The knights, panicked, begin claiming they are not doppelgangers. The false Yuan insists he is the real one, but the real one strikes him down. As the doppelganger dies, its face changes. The group, overwhelmed and fearful, runs towards him, pleading that they are not imposters. Yuan dismisses their panic, claiming it doesn't matter. He walks forward and comes face to face with Reinhar, who acknowledges him as the real one. Reinhar begins proving his identity, asking him to confirm it with his teammates. One teammate supports Reinhar, claiming he has been their captain for a long time. Yuan mocks the idea that having a team means someone can't be a doppelganger. He grabs Reinhardt by the neck and throws him aside. As he hits the ground, his face starts to change, revealing his true form. Yuan then strikes another player who acted shocked at Reinhardt's reveal. He decides not to prolong the test and activates the heavenly demon spirit, determined to eliminate the rest of the doppelgangers. With that, our boy completes the 21st floor test. The system informs him that he can now teleport to the next floor. As he opens his eyes, he is greeted by a strange figure standing before him. Yuan questions the figure's identity. The man, frightened, introduces himself as Mamos. Yuan asks whether he is a player or a doppelganger. Mamos claims to be both. Our hero studies him and asks about his bloodline, suspecting he isn't a normal doppelganger. Mamos explains that his father is Belial. He doesn't recognize the name at first, but then remembers. Belial is the Demon King, the Monarch of Lies, and one of the 7 demon kings of the powerful guild, Demon Lords. Yuan realizes that Mamos might truly be his son. Understanding that the Demon Lord Guild rivals Olympus in strength, Yuan considers that Mamos may hold a status comparable to Hergon. He asks Mamos why he is here. Mamos responds vaguely, saying the timing and place aren't ideal. He shyly admits that he is a fan of Yuan. He is taken aback. Mamos, with teary eyes, explains that he has admired him since the first floor test and has followed his progress with awe. He promises not to repeat his earlier mistake and expresses a sincere desire to repent. Using his cinder eyes, Yuan senses no falsehood. He concludes that being on good terms with the son of Belial could be advantageous. Yuan decides to spare him. Mamos falls to his knees and expresses gratitude. He then states that in return, Mamos must do him a favor. Surprised, the man looks up. Yuan asks for his number. A month later, Yuan receives a message from Mamos, who informs him that he has also applied for the next test. He estimates that he should be able to clear the 22nd to the 24th floor within 10 days, as these are 20th level tests, unless Olympus interferes. Shortly after, he receives a message from Hergon, asking to meet, as Hergon is currently on the 22nd floor as well. The scene shifts to blonde Hergon, waiting patiently at a tea house. When Yuan arrives, he notices that he has been there for a while, judging by his empty cup. Hergon mentions he had nothing else to do, and came here to refresh himself. When Yuan asks about his progress, Blonde states that he is currently on the 34th floor, adding that the climb has become more difficult. Yuan finds his formality amusing. Hergon shifts the conversation, bringing up the sea stone and stating that Yuan's actions have thrown Olympus into chaos. He explains that the relationship between his father and uncle is fractured, and Olympus is currently too focused on its internal struggles to deal with Yuan. However, he warns that this won't last forever. He urges Yuan to make a decision, either surrender the sea stone to Olympus, or seek the protection of a powerful guild like Asgard or Heaven. Yuan stands, ending the conversation, and asks if Hergon is done. Hergon, frustrated, questions if he truly plans to continue like this. Our boy remains firm, challenging Hergon in return. The blonde abruptly agrees, admitting that this is the reason he wanted to talk. He then warns him about the 25th floor, specifically the Heart of Britain, which he claims is a trap set for him. Yuan acknowledges the warning and departs. Later, Apollo contacts Hergon, asking how the meeting went. Hergon, annoyed, calls him brainless. Apollo questions whether he intends to die, but the blonde insists he's not thinking that far ahead. When Hergon asks about his uncle, Apollo explains that he is still weighing his options, as the decision is significant. He advises Hergon to focus on becoming a ranker, and Blonde agrees, recognizing the importance of strength. He reflects on how Yuan didn't seem to take the warning about Britain seriously. Apollo considers this foolish, but he remains serious and hopeful, believing that this time might truly be different. The 24th floor test begins. The system announces the objective, to stop the big cows. With each passing stage, more cows will be summoned. Players earn stage number times 10 points per round, and 5 points for each cow they defeat. They can also use 10 points to summon a big cow to an enemy team. The system warns that leaving the designated area results in elimination. A team clears the test by being the last one standing. The first stage is set to begin in 5 minutes. Mamos, excited, asks Yuan if he's happy they're on the same team. Yuan reminds him that they will part ways after this floor. The man, disappointed, asks to continue together. Yuan refuses, explaining that the man will quickly change his mind once he begins carrying out the tasks he has planned for him. Just then, the system declares the boundary lines drawn and gives every player an initial 10 points. Yuan immediately realizes that all teams are starting equally, and that the first move would be to summon a single big cow. Members of Yuan's team begin expressing their relief and excitement over being on his team. Mamos notes that everyone seems to trust him. Yuan calmly hopes they won't regret that choice. Suddenly, a large number of big cows appear. Players panic as it becomes clear that multiple teams have pooled their points to summon a flood of cows at once. Mamos gives a strange smile, deducing that this is a coordinated effort to eliminate the strongest team, their own, making this a battle between Yuan's team and all 9 others. Yuan activates his Mana Blast skill. Mamos asks about his mana stat and how many blasts he can use simultaneously. Yuan stays focused, saving the conversation for later. The blast unleashes a powerful wave of mana that stretches beyond the boundaries. Yuan's teammates are shocked by the overwhelming display of power. Yuan urges them to endure as long as possible and taunts that since they chose to stay, they better pass the test with a good score. On the 24th floor, Team 3 discusses the situation. The girl with green braids observes that no large groups of cows are heading toward their team, and the blonde man beside her agrees. Meanwhile, Team 5 realizes that other teams might be thinking along the same lines and decides to prioritize eliminating Yuan. Team 9 comes to a similar conclusion and prepares to target his team as well. The system announces that the 9th stage will begin in 5 minutes. Players start to gather. One notes the madness of facing nearly 1,000 cows per horde. Another remarks that no teams have been eliminated yet. Mamos expresses frustration, believing that the trial seems never-ending. Yuan instructs his team to hold out until the 10th stage. Mamos, his palms covered in black smoke, shows concern, but Yuan reminds him of his earlier statement, how 100 bugs are still nothing more than bugs. As the cows continue multiplying, the system repeatedly announces that more are being summoned. A player complains about the endless wave of enemies and questions the seemingly limitless point gain. Yuan draws a black sword and blocks Mamos' path, insisting on proceeding alone. The boy hesitates, but Yuan reassures him. Dark bulls appear, kicking up clouds of dust. Yuan uses a mana blast and notices his mana control has improved, thanks to his skill. The system announces that the 9th stage has officially begun. Yuan begins eliminating the large cows one by one, and with each kill, the completion rate for Heavenly Slaying Star rises. Our fella contacts Mamos and instructs him to spend all his points summoning big cows onto another team. The boy is hesitant, recalling Yuan's earlier plan to save up points for a stronger attack later. Yuan explains that they need a strong counterattack now to keep the pressure on. Mamos questions if he can handle it, given the 1,000 cows approaching them, but he confidently assures him he isn't tired. Other players begin to notice Yuan's overwhelming strength and wonder how he isn't already a ranker. Mamos reflects on the unfairness of his dominance. Despite being a pure-blooded demon who has witnessed unimaginable power, he finds his abilities miraculous and awe-inspiring. As Yuan continues to slay the big cows, the system finally announces that he has fulfilled the requirements for Heavenly Slaying Star. He obtains a new skill, Demonic Body. A new stat, Demonic Energy, is added, and it increases by 20 points. Yuan realizes that demonic energy is unique to demons. Though it shares some similarities with mana, it is far more destructive in nature. When he uses it, Mamos wonders if he has demonic heritage. Yuan, unsure himself, explains that it just happened with the new skill. All the players begin speculating about Yuan's powers and whether he might be a demon. With 24,355 points now accumulated, he prepares to initiate the final phase. The scene shifts to another team, where a player yawns, commenting on how Yuan hasn't given others a chance to fight. As the system displays that more big cows are being summoned, the team stares in shock. Herds of massive cows charge at them from all directions. A player directs to guard from all the directions. Earlier, Yuan summoned 200 cows per team, and now assumes that only a few strong groups have survived. He sees time as the true threat. If the others manage to endure, he plans to repeat the trial cycle until they wear down. With a dark smile, he resolves to continue this strategy. Some teammates feel uneasy. One of them quietly questions whether Yuan might be a demon, while another expresses relief that they are on the same team, admitting he would have felt chills otherwise. He receives a notification confirming that he has cleared the 24th floor test and gains 50,000 points. The players cheer in relief and gratitude, acknowledging that victory came easily thanks to Yuan's strength. In addition, he receives 5,430 bonus points and unlocks a new skill, Cloud Walk. The skill grants him the ability to temporarily lighten his steps and create invisible paths in the air. He speculates that it may be a lesser version of Hermes' treads. Mamos approaches and asks whether they should part ways here. Yuan proposes they remain together until the 25th floor begins. He agrees joyfully and grabs his hand. On the 25th floor, they arrive before a grand semicircular monument adorned with statues set within arched alcoves. At the center stands a mounted warrior, King Arthur. This floor is revealed to be part of the Britain Tower. One player notes that Britain is famous for its beauty and tourism. Yuan studies the monument and identifies the figures as the Knights of the Round Table, with the mounted warrior as Arthur himself. Arthur's spirit confirms this identity, expressing a lingering attachment to the world. He then brings up a body Yuan once promised him. Our boy refers to a cow's body he encountered earlier, but Arthur, displeased, rejects it, insisting that it is not human. Mamos joins the conversation, informing him that Lancelot currently rules as the King of Britain. Despite this, Arthur remains the central figure on the monument. Our boy remarks that Lancelot is only a temporary ruler. Mamos finds this odd, given Arthur's long absence. He reflects on Arthur's legacy and how Lancelot has led Britain for 1,000 years. He believes the modern Round Table no longer resembles the ideal Arthur once established. The sound of hooves draws their attention. A knight in armor and a flowing blue cloak arrives on a white horse. He introduces himself as Percival, the 31st Knight of the Round Table, and confirms their arrival on the 25th floor. Percival inspects the newcomers and asks whether they are the ones who took the test. The players introduce themselves one by one while Yuan observes silently, noting the ambition in the knight's eyes. He understands that such a powerful and rapidly growing guild would naturally try to recruit strong individuals. Mamos asks whether all these men are part of the Round Table. Yuan clarifies that only Percival belongs to the order. Still mounted, Percival acknowledges their quiet confidence and informs them that the royal court is seeking someone to fill a vacant seat at the Round Table. He postpones further details, urging the group to rest first. Since they are currently in a border zone and the capital is nearby, he invites them to follow him. Remaining wary, Mamos whispers his suspicion that the knights might be plotting something. In response, he casually throws an arm over Mamos's shoulder, quietly offering reassurance. Flustered, the boy questions whether Yuan truly trusts the knights. When he affirms his trust, Mamos nods and agrees to move forward. A crowd gathers near a towering fortress wall with heavy wooden gates. Peril looks ahead with confidence and informs the group that beyond this wall lies Camelot, the capital of Britain. The players gaze up at the massive structure, clearly impressed. One remarks on the wall's height, while another notes how much larger the city is than expected. Before the group enters, a knight addresses them, explaining that Britain enforces strict policies regarding demons. Without clearly verified identities, demons often face restrictions when entering or exiting the city. Standing beside Yuan, Mamos reacts with confusion. His expression quickly turns to anger as he demands clarification. He questions whether the law isn't simply a form of racial discrimination. Yuan responds seriously and asks whether such a regulation truly exists. The knight confirms it, explaining that the law was enacted after the first king's disappearance. He requests their understanding, calling it a sensitive matter. His blue eyes remain cold as he states that exceptions can be made if someone vouches for the demon's identity. Yuan looks at Mamos, who now trembles with fury. The boy shouts that his very existence is proof enough. Identifying himself as the son of Belial, one of the 7 demon kings, and a top 100 ranker who leads the Demon Lords Guild. The soldiers freeze in surprise. Mamos threatens to report the incident to his father. Percival quickly steps in, stating that further discussion is unnecessary. Since Mamos's background is now verified, he grants him entry. Percival orders the gates to be opened. As they begin to move, Mamos privately messages Yuan, admitting that he didn't expect the knights to display such prejudice. However, they backed off after he revealed his parentage. He then asks how he knew this would happen. Yuan answers that it was simply a matter of intuition. As they step into Camelot, the egg in Yuan's possession begins to show signs of distress, baring its fangs and crying out in hunger. Yuan suspects the presence of an outer god's remnants nearby. Having already completed the heavenly slaying star, he now turns his attention to the egg. He decides to accelerate its incubation to discover whether it will become a natural enemy of the outer gods, or the knife that ultimately cuts him. The system continues to notify him that the egg is hungry. Yuan silently observes the Camelot. Arthur's spirit floats nearby, a glowing orb, noting that despite the centuries, the castle has not aged a day. When Arthur questions Yuan's presence in the castle, our boy recalls what Percival mentioned earlier. Lancelot wishes to meet him. Their conversation is interrupted as Mamos appears, furious at Yuan's presence. He accuses him, a demon, of trespassing in the sacred grounds. Yuan responds calmly and chooses to leave, parting ways with the others. As he walks away, our fellow reminds Arthur of his earlier request to meet Merlin. The spirit is moved, realizing he may have misjudged Yuan, especially after being given the orc's body. Arthur reflects on Yuan's calculating nature, suspecting that his every action serves a greater purpose. It notes that he may still lack experience as a player and emphasizes the importance of maintaining a pure heart. Yuan disagrees, making it clear that his actions are deliberate and that he intends to turn Britain upside down. Elsewhere in the castle, a maid bows and thanks an old man for defending her from a cruel knight who threatened to cut off her hands. She recalls the knight's fear upon seeing the old man and asks for his name. The old man brushes off the question and tells her to tend to the garden more sincerely, as he enjoys walking there for peace of mind. As he walks away, he laments the decline in the character of the Knights of the Round Table and recalls how things were different in his time. Turning to someone behind him, he asks for agreement. Yuan, still dressed in white, steps forward and confirms that he does. Our boy recognizes the old man as Merlin, the legendary wizard who helped build Britain alongside King Arthur and created the Round Table. Though Merlin does not recognize him, the name sounds familiar. Yuan introduces himself as a new player and activates the red system menu. The old man guesses Lancelot must have invited him, but becomes wary when Yuan pulls out a glowing sword from the inventory. Recognizing it as Excalibur, he grows tense and demands to know how our fella came into possession of it. Yuan suggests they speak in private. Later, the two sit at a table, sharing tea. Merlin questions how Yuan obtained Arthur's sword. Our boy explains that he found it by chance. The revelation stuns Merlin, who believed Arthur to be lost for over 1,000 years. He admits that in his sorrow and anger, he tried to forget the king. The discovery that Arthur's fate has finally concluded brings him a sense of emotional release. Merlin presses further, asking how he knows about his bond with Arthur and why he sought him out. Yuan responds that he met the King of Knights a few months ago. The old man is overwhelmed and asks if Arthur has been alive all this time. In response, Yuan raises his hand, summoning dark, swirling magic. The system announces Arthur's summoning, and a massive orc appears before them. Merlin is shocked by the appearance and realizes Yuan is a necromancer. Impressed by the display, he questions whether our boy intends to use the undead to kill him. Yuan clarifies his intentions by stepping back, allowing Arthur to speak directly. Arthur, now in the orc's body, greets Merlin after a long time. Tears well in Merlin's eyes as he recognizes the soul of his old friend. When he asks why he has returned in such a form, Arthur places the blame on Yuan. Arthur then explains the true reason for his return. He has something important to discuss. He reveals that the person who murdered his son resides inside the castle. Upon hearing this, Merlin is struck with a wave of shock and rage. Arthur, still bound in his undead state, accuses Lancelot of being responsible for his death. The tension rises until Yuan intervenes, urging restraint. He warns them both that any rash action would only attract unwanted attention. Merlin resists, but Yuan insists that calmness is necessary for now. When pressed, the orc denies that Lancelot killed Arthur, claiming he lacks the strength to defeat him. Merlin reflects on this. Arthur may once have been the mightiest knight, but now Lancelot stands as a high ranker and temporary king of Britain. If Arthur or Merlin were to strike against him, it could plunge Britain into chaos and weaken the Round Table. Merlin argues this is why Arthur should lead. Arthur, however, points out the danger. If he steps forward in his undead form, Lancelot could accuse Merlin of manipulating him, using it as justification to kill him. The dilemma leaves Merlin conflicted, unable to decide the best path. Breaking the silence, Yuan asks when the next Round Table meeting is scheduled. Merlin replies it will occur in 10 days. Yuan asks if it's possible for an outsider to attend. The old man admits it is not impossible with his backing. Our boy then declares that on that day, they will overturn the Round Table itself. Meanwhile, Lancelot returns to his palace, greeted by his knights Thal and Lollet. They report that nothing unusual has happened during his absence. Lancelot stresses again that the safety and prosperity of the people must remain their greatest duty, and the knights bow to this reminder. Thal then reports that, according to orders, Percival escorted Yuan into the castle. He asks whether that boy should now be summoned to the audience chamber. Lancelot agrees, remarking that meeting Yuan directly is the best course. He then reveals what he has learned. Through Asgard, he has been gathering information about Yuan. Many guilds sought to recruit the rapidly rising player, but Asgard grew suspicious, wary of his swift climb. Their investigation continues, but troubling rumors already circulate. Yuan may have ties to King Arthur's death. Lancelot admits there is no solid proof but emphasizes the credibility of Asgard's intelligence. Lollet questions why Yuan should even be invited if such accusations exist, while Thal asks for permission to fight him directly. Lancelot confesses he too felt the same urge at first. Yet as king, he must weigh the broader consequences. If a ranker strikes at a mere player, it could provoke the administrator, destabilize Britain, and damage their ties to Asgard. Still, he agrees Yuan cannot be ignored. Thal steps forward, volunteering to deal with the matter quietly and pledging to shoulder the consequences alone. Lancelot praises the loyalty of his knights, assuring them that their service will be remembered by both himself and Arthur, who now watches from above. Elsewhere in the palace, a green-haired man sits alone, laughing quietly. He revels in his newfound influence, marveling at how easily power has fallen into his hands. No one even stopped to question whether he was truly ally or enemy. For now, he basks in the thrill of holding a nation's fate, savoring a position once enjoyed only by King Arthur, but now his to command. At the same time, Yuan senses something is amiss. A knock sounds at his chamber door. Though barely a day has passed since his arrival, moves are already being made against him. Activating his cinder eyes, he peers through the door to see two armored knights. He immediately deduces that Lancelot must have poisoned their thoughts. Thal and Lollet summon Yuan, requesting a brief conversation and leading him to the castle grounds. They thank him for coming, but he notes the place feels more like a battleground than a meeting spot. Thal smirks, remarking that Yuan must be hiding guilt. He warns that he will ask questions, and should Yuan lie or refuse, he will sever his limbs. The interrogation begins with a sharp demand: who killed King Arthur? Yuan, taken aback, asks what relevance the question holds. Without hesitation, Thal lashes out with his sword, condemning Yuan's reply as insolence unfit for a mere player addressing a ranker. He repeats the question, pressing harder for an answer, the threat of violence hanging heavy in the air. Yuan questions whether Lancelot sent the knights. One of the soldiers considers it disrespectful that Yuan speaks so casually of their king. As a knight moves to attack in anger, he quickly draws his sword and strikes first. Blood spills from Thal's mouth, making it clear to him that these knights do not intend to settle the matter with words. Lancelot has instilled vengeance in his men, and by manipulating them into action, he proves himself cunning. Realizing this, Yuan decides to overpower Thal before the situation escalates further. As Thal advances, Yuan raises a hand to stop him. Confused, Thal pauses, An invisible spirit appears beside Yuan, urging him not to kill the knights, reminding him that they act out of loyalty and are not truly at fault. Yuan considers revealing Arthur's presence to them, but quickly dismisses the thought. While Merlin believed him because of a shared secret, these knights are convinced Yuan is allied with the one who killed Arthur. More importantly, the truth must wait until the Round Table Conference. At that moment, Lalit enters the battlefield and challenges Yuan to a one-on-one duel, warning that any outside interference will nullify the skill's effects. The stage is set for single combat. Arfella questions Thal's withdrawal from the fight, and Lalit explains that attacking a lone player would dishonor their code of chivalry. Though Yuan acknowledges their code, he questions whether they value victory or tradition more. Lalit insists that their way has always brought them victory, and that the Round Table itself was founded on those ideals. Our boy dismisses their glorification of inherited power and identifies himself as a true warrior of the battlefield. Determined to prove his point, he charges forward, vowing to make his opponent understand through strength alone. Gripping his weapon tightly, Yuan hears the spirit's warning to show restraint and silently promises to honor it. He strikes Lalit's shield with full force. A system message reveals that the Round Table shield is protecting his opponent. Knight frowns, recognizing his strength and realizing he cannot be treated as an ordinary player. Despite his defensive stance, Lalit's strength is immense, powerful enough to destroy solid walls. Yuan compares him to a living tank and leaps into the air, pressing the assault. Lalit braces himself, promising to respond in kind if Yuan wishes to compete in strength. Our hero charges again. At that moment, another alert appears. Yuan has completed gigantification for the first time. Lalit begins to wonder how Yuan possesses such overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, our boy understands that it's not solely his own power, but also the strength of Kaini, a weapon forged by the greatest blacksmith using a vast amount of adamantium, the strongest metal. Yuan punches Lalit's shield with his bare hand. Despite not using any techniques or tricks, he steadily gains the upper hand. The system notifies that the charge is activating. As Yuan kicks the shield, mana surges outward. The system announces that the shield of the Round Table is actively protecting its wielder. A visible crack appears in the shield, leaving Lalit in a state of disbelief. He struggles to process how a player, who isn't even a ranker, can accomplish this. Yuan ultimately shatters the shield. He stands firm, unmoved by the shock on his opponent's faces. The system then alerts that single combat has been disabled due to third-party intervention. Our boy reflects on how Lalit's commitment to the code of chivalry was a mistake. Choosing to fight alone meant underestimating the opponent. Thal agrees they've underestimated Yuan, but what provokes him most is the claim that Yuan can defeat both of them alone. He charges forward. Yuan quickly dives out of range and activates his sky steps, allowing him to walk in the air for 5 seconds. Yuan dodges Thal's sword and counters with a strike of his own. The knight feels the increasing weight of the penalty system, and realizes that prolonging the fight won't be to his advantage. Yuan prepares for a larger attack. While Lalit hides behind the remnants of the shield of the Round Table, Thal holds his sword at the ready. He swings at Yuan, but the continuous penalties infuriate him. Despite this, he and Lalit resolve to drag out the battle, even if it costs them their lives. Yuan remains cautious, knowing that a reckless approach could turn him to ashes. He has only 1 minute left to use his demonic energy. With this in mind, he activates it, pushing the energy to level 20. His objective is now clear. If all he needs to do is block, then that's exactly what he will do. Thal sees a clear path through the tangled mass of mana, but before he can act, the system notifies that the judgment of the Round Table descends. Yuan's demonic energy reaches level 20, and he prepares to give his best. He unleashes a mana blast, resulting in a massive explosion. Thal lies unconscious beside his sword. Yuan notices that he has fainted but feels relieved that he is still alive. As Thal rests, he reflects on Yuan's final attack, realizing it was powered by demonic energy and arcane force. He wonders how both energies can coexist within a single body. At that moment, Lancelot appears behind Yuan, commenting on the chaos left on the battlefield. Lalit bows before him and apologizes. Lancelot coldly declares that they have tarnished the name of Britain with their actions. He draws his sword and beheads Lalit, then turns to Thal and kills him as well. Witnessing the brutality, Yuan is triggered and tempted to kill Lancelot on the spot, but restrains himself. He understands that if Lancelot dies now, the world will remember him as an honorable king who maintained peace, rather than exposing the darker truth. Suddenly, the system notifies that the unknown egg bears its fangs. Yuan looks at Lancelot and begins to suspect external divine interference, possibly a god possessing him. He assumes that Olympus ordered the attack and wonders what compelled them to act now. Lancelot apologizes for his knight's behavior, attributing their actions to emotional turmoil over the king's condition. He extends an invitation to Yuan, offering a chance to personally express his regrets. Yuan casually accepts. As Yuan walks away, Lancelot clenches his fists in frustration, regretting that he only sent 2 knights. A strong aura begins to rise from him as he prepares to report the incident to his elders. The system issues a notification indicating ground restoration. Next day, inside the castle, Yuan sits at the same table as Lancelot, enjoying a meat feast. He notes that mana has been leaking from the castle throughout the night, likely as a result of Lancelot's presence. Suddenly, he drops his knife after detecting the scent of blood in the food. Lancelot comments on Yuan's supposed unfamiliarity with refined meals, but he bluntly dismisses the quality. Lancelot shifts the conversation, questioning him about his meeting with Merlin. He remarks that Merlin has been disinterested in major affairs for a long time, focusing instead on minor things like gardens. However, since Yuan's arrival, Merlin has shown renewed interest, even appearing at the training ground after Yuan left last night. When Lancelot confronted him that night, Merlin claimed the area was unusually loud, and that he came to clean up the night's mess. Yuan dismisses the topic as coincidence, but Lancelot presses for a clearer answer. Our boy cuts him off, demanding that he stop dragging the conversation. The room suddenly fills with mana, and Yuan realizes it is a technique meant to disable a player's system functions, preventing communication or recording. Lancelot accuses Yuan of possessing the Sea Stone and insists he should hand it over to someone who desires it. Yuan instantly identifies Poseidon as the one seeking the divine artifact. Lancelot warns him not to speak Poseidon's name carelessly, and confesses that he had originally planned to take the stone by force. He had devised several methods to eliminate Yuan, but altered his strategy after discovering Mamos is Belial's son. Instead of framing Mamos, Lancelot chose to mobilize his knights. He offers Yuan protection and support in exchange for the stone, proposing allegiance with the ruler of the seas. He mocks the offer, pointing out that the same ruler tried to kill him just a day earlier. He laughs at the abrupt generosity and calls for a better offer if the king truly wants his cooperation. Lancelot frowns at the remark. As Yuan stands and leaves the table, Lancelot demands to know if he truly understands who he is. Yuan responds that he knows very well, and implies that Lancelot may have forgotten who he once was and what he has now become. Descending the stairs outside the castle, Yuan recalls that Poseidon was the one who first contacted him. He believes there must be a significant reason behind this change, suspecting that a war is brewing against Zeus. Despite his current limitations, he realizes that Poseidon sees value in him. He is reluctant to act just yet, but considers it useful if the gods begin to clash. His inner voice urges patience, acknowledging that the meeting with Lancelot was tense but necessary. At that moment, a system message appears, informing Yuan to be ready for tomorrow. The next day, sunlight streams through the palace windows onto the round table, where many figures are seated. Among them is Yuan. Across from him, the knight Gawain notices Merlin's presence and feels reassured, though he silently wonders why Merlin has brought Yuan along. He also takes note of Thal and Lolit's absence. Lancelot addresses the gathering, acknowledging that it is unusual for someone without the proper privilege to sit at the round table. However, he allows Yuan to remain, citing Merlin's request. He seeks the approval of the other knights, who nod in peaceful agreement. Turning to Yuan, Lancelot questions if he understands the significance of the seat he occupies. Our boy responds with confidence, stating that while he may not know its symbolic meaning, he is aware that he is sitting in either Thal or Lolit's seat. His response causes a stir among the knights, many of whom rise in alarm. Lancelot then questions whether he knows what became of Thal and Lolit. Yuan calmly asserts that he witnessed their deaths at Lancelot's hands. A warrior objects, and another demands Yuan's removal. The king, however, stops them and confirms the accusation, admitting that he was the one who killed them. The room falls into stunned silence. Lancelot then turns to our main character, urging him to explain to the round table why such a drastic action was necessary. Yuan, unshaken, dismisses the attempt to manipulate the narrative, asserting that the true purpose of the meeting is to hold Lancelot accountable for his crimes. He senses Yuan's growing confidence. As he walks toward the door, he mentions that there is someone else he wants everyone to meet. He opens the door and Arthur enters. The knights rise to their feet in shock, immediately recognizing their former king. Lancelot appears visibly shaken. Arthur greets the assembly and addresses Gawain, asking about his son and the sword he once gifted him. His gaze shifts to Nidrak, and he expresses joy at seeing the youngest member seated among the knights. Meanwhile, Lancelot remains frozen in a state of disbelief and panic. The implications of Arthur's return threaten his claim to the throne. He quickly begins formulating a response. After a brief moment, he leaps forward and declares that the figure before them is a doppelganger. He accuses Yuan of bringing a demon into Camelot, Mamos, the son of Belial, claiming that this demon has taken Arthur's form. Several knights support the claim, confirming that they too saw the demon and that he had vouched for him. One knight, however, objects, urging the others to recognize Arthur by the royal symbol he bears. Despite this, Lancelot remains adamant, insisting that the symbol is false and that they must stay vigilant. The present king, determined to expose what he believes is deception, prepares to strike. As he raises his sword, Merlin intervenes, stopping him with a burst of mana. In that moment, the illusion fades, and Mamos reveals himself, having taken the form of Arthur. Outrage erupts among the knights as they realize the truth. Enraged by the deception, they call for the execution of both Mamos and Yuan for disrespecting the round table. Mamos calmly raises a hand, asking them to wait. Turning to Lancelot with a smirk, he comments on how confident he was that Arthur's dead, so certain, in fact, that he was willing to raise a sword against his own king. Yuan snaps his fingers, and in that instant, Arthur appears, now in the form of an orc. As he takes Lancelot's name, recognition flashes in Lancelot's eyes. He immediately realizes that this is the real Arthur. Arthur questions how he was so certain he had died. Merlin urges everyone to remain silent, warning that an important matter between Arthur and Lancelot is about to unfold. Lancelot explains that he had only deduced the demon was a fake and was never completely sure of Arthur's death. Arthur, however, accuses him of hypocrisy for calling others imposters. He raises his hand to reveal a ring bearing a radiant stone, one of the only 2 royal emblems in existence. He states that the second emblem rightfully belongs to his son, Mordred Pendragon, and demands to know where Lancelot has hidden it. The revelation silences the room. The knights exchange uncertain glances, their expressions tinged with fear. Lancelot curses under his breath, as though recalling something grave about the emblem. Without hesitation, he bolts toward the window and leaps out. Confusion spreads among the knights. One of them urges the others to chase after Lancelot, but Arthur halts them. He explains that a mass mobilization of the Round Table would incite panic among the already anxious citizens, and that the safety of the people must remain their highest priority. He assures them that the false king cannot leave Camelot. Meanwhile, Lancelot sprints toward the castle gate, intent on escaping. He commands the guards to open the gates, but before he can reach them, he is stopped. A system notification echoes that the territory has been designated as a prison, making it impossible for him to exit. Lancelot immediately suspects Merlin's interference. As he struggles forward, magical chains snake around his limbs, neck, and torso, binding him in place. The guards question Merlin's actions, but he orders them to stay back, declaring that this guy is no longer the king of Britain, but a traitor. The old man reveals that the trap was orchestrated by Yuan, who believed the people deserved to witness Lancelot's betrayal. All Merlin desires now is to understand why he did it. Bound by mana chains, Lancelot admits that he simply wanted to be king. As he speaks, black stripes spread from his neck across his face, and his eyes flash violet. A shockwave erupts, wreaking havoc in its path. He launches an attack toward the heart of the city, but Merlin intercepts it, forming a protective barrier around the nearby buildings. The ground splits from the impact, and the system warns that the prison is fracturing. The old man quickly repairs the damage. Lancelot taunts that not even a great magician can withstand a high-ranking warrior and maintain such power. He continues striking the territory, causing repeated cracks, which Merlin continually patches. He soon realizes Lancelot's true goal, to shatter the magical seal itself. The Round Table's defensive shield activates, enclosing the area. Simultaneously, Yuan receives persistent alerts. His egg companion cries out in hunger. He knows that if Lancelot escapes, disaster will follow. Yuan rushes toward the scene. Arthur observes, claiming this is the day he has long awaited, the day he will kill Lancelot with his own hands. Yuan's body becomes infused with the power of a giant, and radiant flashes burst forth as he catches the king's blade with his bare hand. With an unwavering gaze, our hero stares down Lancelot. Lancelot, unshaken, mocks him, declaring that an undead cannot stop him. In response, Yuan ignites his holy fire. At that moment, Lancelot hears a voice within, something dark, whispering that it will feed on his fear and grow stronger. He insists he fears no one, declaring his status as a high ranker. But the voice warns that it is too late. His body and soul are already being devoured. The egg in Yuan's possession finally reveals its true form and devours Lancelot, who bears the titles of betrayal and greed. As the false king struggles and cries out for help, Arthur declares that Thal, Lollet, and Mordred are the reasons he must die. The system announces the elimination of Lancelot of betrayal and greed. Following this, the system declares that the throne of the King of Britain is now vacant. A 10-day period begins, during which candidates can receive votes, and the one with the majority will claim the title of king. Yuan receives 200,000 points, the same amount he once earned from defeating Orochi. He realizes that Lancelot's full designation included not just his name, but also attributes representing his true nature. He reflects on how outers are often labeled by the traits they embody, concluding that the seed of foolish chaos within Lancelot must have been tied to his greed. The egg pats its belly and sings, and our boy notices that its incubation rate has reached nearly 70%. Compared to the quick consumption of Orochi, it digests Lancelot more slowly, likely due to the vast amount of energy absorbed. Merlin approaches Yuan, expressing concern about the creature's ominous energy, which feels even more overwhelming than Lancelot's. Yuan refers to it simply as an outer, explaining that he lacks full understanding of what it truly is. Merlin questions the name and the nature of the being, but he warns that the situation is far from over and suggests that an even greater threat is approaching. Elsewhere, in a divine realm, Poseidon grabs a subordinate by the neck and smashes his head for failing to greet him properly. He heads toward Zeus and quickly initiates a conversation about Lancelot's defeat in Britain. Poseidon demands to know Zeus's next course of action. Zeus responds that to avoid a larger conflict, they must accept this small loss and erase all traces of their involvement. He rationalizes that since there was never an official connection with Britain, eliminating everything would be cleaner. Internally, Zeus considers using a lightning bolt capable of eradicating eradicating not just Camelot, but much more. Poseidon questions whether the administrator would permit such an act, and Zeus confirms that he has already gained their approval for a single strike. Back in Camelot, Merlin questions Yuan about the single shot Zeus plans. Yuan explains that the ruler of thunder, Zeus, is preparing to strike. The system then announces the initiation of a new test titled Annihilation of Camelot, declaring that a lightning bolt will fall and must be stopped. Our hero concludes that the strike being registered as a system test confirms that the administrator has sanctioned it. He wonders why someone of Zeus's power would go to such lengths for Lancelot. The old man comments that he is no fool. If he obliterates Camelot, Olympus will face severe penalties and possibly provoke Asgard, their rival guild. The system announces that the lightning bolt will strike in 5 minutes. Yuan remarks that even Olympus fears Asgard, especially with Odin as its leader. Still, he believes that Olympus is willing to suffer the loss to cover its tracks. The old man, pressing his weapon to the floor, admits that he still doesn't fully understand the situation, but insists they act now and talk later. The system alerts that Merlin is protecting Britain. Yuan lifts his eyes to the sky, his cinder gaze reflecting the tension. Merlin urges him to help instead of stalling. But he isn't just looking at the sky, he is calling upon a memory. He recalls receiving a mysterious message shortly after arriving in Camelot. At the time, he avoided responding, unsure how to face the sender. Now with time running out, he can no longer ignore it. The system notifies that the 12th eye of the great sage, Heaven's equal, is watching him. Yuan mentally reaches out seeking help. The voice responds with indifference at first, claiming it has no concern for his fate. Yuan challenges that response, pointing out that such indifference contradicts the effort taken to locate him. The voice denies searching for him, but he pushes further, noting that if the voice truly didn't care, it wouldn't still be here. With only 2 minutes left, the voice concedes that it cannot stand by and let Camelot be annihilated. It agrees to help just once. A red beam descends from the sky and Sun Ogong materializes. As the final minute begins, the system recognizes his arrival. Yellow-haired Sun Ogong immediately prepares to intervene. Yuan focuses solely on the mission, knowing that this one act of assistance will not be repeated. Sun Ogong smiles at Yuan, then takes action as the system announces the beginning of Camelot's annihilation. He raises his weapon, Rui Jingu, and unleashes its power, commanding it to grow. Rui Jingu manifests, resisting the force of the descending lightning bolt, though Merlin's barrier shatters under its pressure. Ogong praises its strength, while our boy reflects that, even as a replica created through a skill, Rui Jingu remains powerful, but still not powerful enough to fully block the divine lightning. Yuan notices a strange reaction within his kaini and confirms his suspicions. He tells Sun Ogong to hold on, then uses his shoulder as a platform to leap into the sky. Confused, Ogong remarks on his recklessness but activates his golden cinder eyes and observes the lightning bolt beginning to decay. The system reports that the garment of the 4 great elements is resisting the lightning's electricity. Simultaneously, Kaini and the true divine dark crystal begin to resonate with the bolt. Yuan realizes that the reaction mirrors the one triggered when the divine dark crystal came near the divine sea crystal. Knowing that the lightning bolt is one of Hephaestus's masterpieces forged from the divine sky crystal, he concludes that the reaction is of divine origin. Yuan understands that Kini is made of the divine dark crystal, while the lightning bolt was created using both the divine sea and sky crystals. These 3 must have originated from a single source. Otherwise, such a strong resonance would be impossible. The system declares that Kaini absorbs and becomes imbued with the power of the lightning bolt. Despite this, our boy, blood spilling from his mouth, struggles against the overwhelming force. The lightning still maintains its destructive power, even after being partially offset by Rui Jingu. Camelot is now under the status effect of electric shocks. Rui Jingu attempts to resist but fails. Yuan curses his own powerlessness, but this frustration solidifies his determination. Kaini continues to absorb the lightning's energy until the sky finally returns to its clear blue state. With the attack over, Yuan loses consciousness and falls from the sky, where the yellow-haired catches him. The system announces that the annihilation of Camelot has been successfully stopped. In another realm, Zeus informs Poseidon that the appearance of the great sage Heaven's equal rendered the lightning bolt a failure. Poseidon expresses confusion, questioning what benefit Ogong could gain from opposing Olympus. Zeus explains that he is a free spirit, unbothered by allegiances or consequences, and declares that such a being cannot be made an enemy. Poseidon wonders how Ogong managed to intervene in the lightning strike and assumes he must now be incapable of doing it again. Zeus, however, identifies Yuan as the true variable. Poseidon, taken aback by this remark, begins to suspect that Yuan's strength might already rival that of the rankers. Concerned that Asgard has likely been alerted by now, Poseidon asks Zeus about his next move. Without warning, he turns his lightning against Poseidon, who screams in rage and betrayal. Meanwhile, Yuan rests in Sun Ogong's arms, having just saved Camelot. Ogong sarcastically questions why he asked for help if he was so eager to die. Yuan calls him an idiot, surprised by his behavior. Yellowhade, watching him closely, realizes that he knows the truth. Later, Yuan awakens in bed with the edge of nightfall lying across his lap. Merlin enters, revealing that Yuan has been unconscious for 5 days and that he feared for his life. As he recollects what happened, he remembers receiving a new skill, Fragment of the Lightning Bolt. Attempting to activate the skill, a burst of lightning strikes the room. Merlin scolds him, asking if he intends to destroy the castle after saving it. Yuan explains that the skill is new and he hasn't yet mastered it. Merlin then informs him that someone has been waiting for him to wake up for several days. At that moment, Hephaestus storms into the room, telling him to stay still and avoid causing any more chaos. Yuan, surprised, wonders what the old man is doing here. After a short lecture, the system announces that Hephaestus's nitpicking has finally ended. The next scene begins with Yuan seated at a tea table across from Hephaestus. As he finishes recounting the events leading up to the lightning bolt, he explains his theory. The 3 divine stones must have originally been one, given their intense reaction when brought together. He shifts the topic to Lancelot, to which the old man casually replies that the monkey is probably lying around somewhere asleep. Our boy then questions Hephaestus's presence in Camelot. Yuan makes a sarcastic jab, saying it seems like Hephaestus was worried for him. The blacksmith barks in denial, reiterating that he came just to look around. Then, Hephaestus abruptly asks whether Her still has the Stone of the Sea in his possession. Our fellow replies that he does. Merlin, startled, confirms if Yuan really obtained it. He nods, admitting that he somehow did. Hephaestus then returns to the topic of an item he had discussed previously. After giving it some thought, he says he now has a clear idea of how to proceed and has already gathered the necessary materials. He asks Merlin for permission to borrow a workshop in Camelot. Merlin agrees without hesitation, saying he can't deny the greatest blacksmith around. Hephaestus informs him that 2 kilograms of adamantium is ideal for drawing out the full potential of the 2 divine stones due to high compatibility. Yuan, calculating, states that the cost, materials and processing included, will be 1.25 million. Hephaestus protests, pointing out that he brought the metal himself and accusing him of trying to scam him. They haggle briefly until Yuan proposes a final offer of 1.4 million. Smithy accepts the deal, takes the glistening stone from him, and promises to have the item ready within 3 to 4 days. Yuan agrees to come collect it then. Later, Yuan walks through Camelot with Merlin. Merlin reflects on the chaos that followed the disappearance of the king, and Yuan comments on how unstable the Round Table must be. The old man agrees, explaining that once Lancelot's betrayal came to light, they could no longer sit still. He recalls the heated debates over Arthur's legitimacy and the shock of Lancelot's treachery, underscoring how influential Lancelot had been. He admits that the Round Table may never regain the strength it once had. When Yuan asks if he regrets it, Merlin replies that he does not. He believes this was a necessary purge, that the old must be removed so the new can rise. He thanks Yuan for helping right what had gone wrong. Our boy humbly notes that it was only possible because Merlin trusted him. Merlin then requests that Yuan summon Arthur. The 3 of them, Yuan, Merlin, and Arthur, enter a hidden location once used by Lancelot. Merlin reveals that Lancelot had hidden the body of Arthur's son, Modred Pendragon, here, likely unable to bring himself to destroy it. Arthur becomes emotional at the sight of his son's remains. Merlin explains that he chose to keep the body hidden out of fear that exposing it would worsen Britain's instability. Yuan suggests that Arthur should reclaim his son's body, but Arthur refuses. He feels that Modred died because of his own failures and says he cannot allow himself the indulgence of guilt. Merlin agrees, acknowledging that it would be too cruel for Arthur to carry such a burden. Yuan challenges Arthur's thinking, asking whether the steps he's about to take won't contribute to the safety and rebirth of Britain. Arthur admits that it's because of him that their fractured kingdom is finding its way again. Our smart boy urges him to reconsider, arguing that moving forward while honoring Modred's legacy is a way to create a new future for Britain. He reminds Arthur that his son would have believed in his father's path and stood by him. He realizes Yuan is right. His son loved Britain and would have accepted this decision for the sake of its future. Yuan solemnly promises to ensure that the choice they're making won't be in vain. He channels his power and performs the soul transfer, placing Arthur's soul into Modred's body. Arthur, reborn, pledges unwavering loyalty to Yuan and declares him as their rightful king. The system announces that Yuan has received Death Knight Arthur's oath and has gained the complete loyalty of King of Knights, Arthur. The following scene shows Sunogong reflecting on the moment he caught Yuan after he fell from the sky. He recalls how naturally Yuan had spoken to him, without fear, formality, or reverence. It felt familiar, as if they'd known each other for a long time, and Ogong can't shake the feeling that Yuan already knows who he truly is. Yuan turns to Arthur and asks how he feels, remarking that the body he now inhabits was nearly on par with that of a high ranker, so the adaptation shouldn't be too difficult. Arthur agrees that while he still needs time to adjust, he feels capable. He tells him to speak casually with him, reminding him that Yuan is now his king. Just then, Ogong descends from above, landing nearby and exclaiming in disbelief that Yuan has somehow become Arthur's king. With a mocking tone, he reminds everyone that if he hadn't stepped in, he would have been dead, making it even more absurd that our boy is now receiving oaths of loyalty. Ogong jumps down and confronts Yuan, saying it was strange that he believed he would help him. He questions what gave him that confidence, and then admits that he suspects Yuan knows him very well. Yuan reflects silently, recalling that at first, he thought he came because of the fire eyes, now a unique skill only possessed by Ogong. Originally, it had belonged to the monkeys of Mount Huago and their kin. Since Yuan, a mere player unrelated to that lineage, now had the fire eyes, he assumed Ogong would come to confront or question him about it, and possibly help first, then investigate. Yuan notes that most players in the tower know of him as the biggest star of the sky, a ranker who fights against the heavens themselves. But Ogong quickly cuts him off, clarifying that's not what he meant. Ogong leans in, questioning Yuan more directly, asking whether he truly knows him. He activates his cinder eyes, claiming that they can see things far beyond the scope of Yuan's half-trained gaze. As Yuan instinctively tries to shield himself, his own eyes fail to resist the intense scrutiny of Ogong's vision. Ogong reveals what he sees is not just Yuan's current self, but another version of himself, his original self, standing beside Yuan in the vision. That image convinces him that our fella has a deep, personal familiarity with that version of him. Yuan realizes that any attempt to fabricate a lie would be pointless. Ogong can see through him too clearly. With no other option, he confesses that in the world he once lived in, he had been his friend. Not just an acquaintance, but someone close enough that they constantly teased and fought with each other. Ogong's fire eyes burn brighter as he peers deeper into Yuan's mind, witnessing scenes from their past life. He sees Yuan lying on a rock under the sun. Yellow-haired approaches and asks if he's asleep. He replies that he isn't. Ogong demands the spot, calling it his own, but Yuan refuses, stating that the rock gets the most sunlight. Without hesitation, the guy shoves him hard, sending him tumbling to the ground. Yuan scrambles up and throws a punch, only for Ogong to deflect it and retaliate with a blow strong enough to make Yuan's nose bleed. Ogong smirks, taunting that he is far from being a match for him. He declares that Yuan should be thankful he didn't take things further, but instead of backing down, Yuan bursts into laughter, his spirit undeterred. The next memory follows instantly, another sparring match. Yuan, bloodied and bruised, calls out that it's their 9th match and 9th loss, but insists the 10th will be different. The two starts clashing again. Yuan finally blows a punch at Sun Ogong's face that he falls on the ground harshly. Yuan taunts that it's been a total of 10 matches and 1 honorable win. He then approaches his hand to Ogong to pick him up. Coming back to the present, as Sun Ogong watches at how frank they both are, he mentions that both of them seems to have a lot of fun. Our boy explains that he was annoyed at first because he wasn't used to a life where he had someone by him. Sun Ogong asks him the reason he spent time with him, asking if he really trusted him. Yuan mentions that he had no option but to spend time with him because he couldn't get rid of Ogong. Yuan then narrates about how the wall collapsed and the outer gods rushed in. Ogong, extremely curious, questions if he fought them all. Yuan explains that it wasn't just him. Everyone there fought and they lost very brutally. Yuan then reflects upon and informs him that the decision was made to go to the past. Everyone waved for him since he was the one to improve faster and to kill the highest number of outer gods. The yellow-haired comments that he now understands that Yuan came from the future. Our fella taps his head out of frustration. The system informs that proficiency of fire eyes drastically increases. Yuan mentions that everything that happened in Britain was also necessary for the plan. Lancelot has caused huge trouble later. Sun Ogong questions him about the progress. He claims that it's so little that he can't even describe it, and describes that he is only at the stage of blocking the hole in the crock. Ogong then asks about the chances of them winning. Yuan answers that it's almost 0.1%. Ogong comments that it's very little. Yuan claims that the important thing is that they even have a chance. He then brings up his next question, asking to know if the monster earlier is one of those guys, and then immediately gets frustrated, claiming that he hates complicated things. Ogong wishes to have his original body. Yuan questions if his original body is currently locked on the Marble Mountains floor 50. Ogong is shocked that he knows this too, and questions him if Yuan will also help him that moment, knowing the situation of his original body. Yuan says yes on the condition if he helps him in return. Ogong mentions that he has already helped him. Yuan taunts that can't compare with him helping Ogong save his body. Ogong reminds him that he asked for one time and can't take that back. Yuan makes him show a site where knights are on their horses, and Ogong immediately recognizes that they're Valkyries. Ohong, in frustration, questions what does Asgard want. Yuan explains that they're the supporting guild of the Round Table, and they probably came to see the situation. Yuan adds, informing that Lancelot was also in contact with Olympus. Ogong asks if this is the only reason they came. Yuan claims that they wouldn't have made a move if the Round Table leader simply changed sides to Olympus. The Great Ragnarok War that led to Asgard's extinction, the Round Table originally planned to start that here. Yuan reflects that Olympus wanted to use Lancelot and ensure Asgard's downfall, but now that Lancelot has been eliminated, there's nothing to worry about that. Yuan starts to leave. Ogong, confused and frustrated, questions if they are coming for war and if Yuan will talk to them. In the next scene, our boy stands on the border of Britain and complies how it is the edge of the world. The administrator informs Yuan that taking a direct test under his supervision will require a significant number of points. Undeterred, he confirms he has enough and proceeds to accept the challenge. The system outlines the parameters. Yuan must traverse the vast, dangerous forest and carve a path through it within 1 year. He may receive assistance from pioneer parties already stationed there, and completing the task in less time will earn him additional points. The test officially begins the moment he descends from the castle walls. From above, Sun Ogong appears in the sky and offers his help, but our pal refuses, knowing that outside interference would invalidate the test. Ogong sighs, disappointed, and wonders if he'll be left with nothing to do for a whole year. Yuan boldly declares that he intends to finish it within a month. With that, he races into the distance, promising to contact him once it's over. The scene transitions to the dense, unexplored forest at the edge of the world. Whispers ripple through the players stationed there that Kim Yuan has arrived, and he's taken the test directly from the administrator. Among them is Wallach, the vice captain of a pioneer party. He expresses his gratitude at having someone of Yuan's caliber join them, hoping his presence will prove beneficial. Wallach remarks that even experienced parties are projecting 1 to 2 years to navigate the forest, and yet Yuan intends to do it in just 2 weeks. Unbothered, our boy simply tells him not to worry and sprints ahead. Watching him go, the vice captain reflects on how players with promising futures should act with more caution, but he is already heading straight into the front lines. He silently hopes Yuan will be safe. As Yuan advances deep into the forest, he notices a lingering fatigue in his body. Still, a surge of energy flows through him, likely a result of his rising stats. He asks Wallach if this is their first pioneer party. When he confirms, Yuan warns that a single moment of hesitation or surprise can cost the lives of their comrades. A leader must always remain composed. Suddenly, a fragment of the lightning bolt reacts with Yuan's kaini. Moments later, the Dark Divine Crystal also responds to the fragment's energy. The system alerts him that, due to low proficiency, the lightning bolt will take 30 seconds to activate. Yuan prepares accordingly. Exactly 30 seconds later, the fragment activates. Yuan channels its energy and unleashes it upon a monster ahead, obliterating it instantly. The surrounding players watch in stunned silence. Without hesitation, Yuan commands them to follow him. He leads the charge forward, setting the pace for the next phase of the test. It is now the 4th day of the pioneering test. Concerned players approach Wallach, expressing their fear that their pace is too fast and they might lose track of Kim Yuan. Wallach, though understanding of their exhaustion, insists they continue until sunset, urging everyone to endure just a little longer. Internally, he reflects on Yuan's capabilities. While Yuan's power doesn't yet reach that of a true high ranker, his level is undeniably close. Yet, he remains reckless, still immature like most players from the 25th floor. At this rate, Wallach doubts they'll see any real progress within 2 weeks. The forest is simply too vast. His thoughts are interrupted when a monster suddenly emerges and lunges at him. With barely a moment to react, Vice Captain realizes he's already within striking distance of the creature's jaws. But before the attack lands, the monster is taken down in an instant. The other players rush to Wallach's side, checking on his condition. The man who saved him introduces himself as Pung Baiklim, the Fist Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. He states that he arrived under the direct orders of the cult's Vice Lord, and asks for his whereabouts. Confused, Wallach warns that outsiders aren't allowed to enter without the Pioneer Party's approval. As he tries to make sense of the situation, Yuan appears. Baiklim immediately waves and greets Yuan, who casually asks if he came alone. Baiklim replies that he did not. Wallach, stunned, begins to understand what this means. Yuan is the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. The surrounding players quickly react to this revelation, crowding around him and pledging their loyalty. Yuan sternly silences them. Though he knows that assistance from the Pioneer Party would disqualify his efforts, Yuan determines that deploying his own authority, as Vice Lord, is within the bounds of the rules. It's not outside help, it's a power that belongs to him. He instructs Baiklim to assist the Pioneer Party in advancing the forest path as swiftly as possible. Both Baiklim and the rest of the party accept his command without hesitation. That evening, the group camps around a fire. Amidst the quiet, Yuan receives a message from Merlin. He wonders where Yuan has been, and what he's doing with a Pioneer Party. Yuan replies with a playful jab, saying he heard Merlin is playing the role of interim king, then shifts tone to ask if Merlin can help him. Merlin agrees, though he cautions Yuan not to expect much. Britain is in chaos. On the 14th day, the system announces that Yuan has successfully completed the world's pioneering test. Although his additional rewards are postponed, he is officially granted access to the 26th floor. The system announces that Yuan has earned 50,000 points for successfully completing the test, with additional rewards granted based on his exceptional time. His total now amounts to 150,000 points. Without hesitation, he allocates 50,000 points each to the Fist Lord and the Spear Lord. Both thank him with genuine appreciation. Our boy reflects that there's nothing worse than a stingy leader. Had it not been for the Heavenly Demonic Cult, he wouldn't have achieved such a high score. With the test behind him, Yuan now plans to head back to Camelot, Hephaestus has been persistently calling for him, claiming that his project is complete. Before he departs, the Fist Lord calls out to him, requesting something different as a reward. Rather than points or material offerings, he asks for the chance to spar with Yuan as an equal. The Spear Lord immediately scolds him for his boldness, but our hero raises a hand to stop him and agrees to the request. Yuan asks if they should proceed right now. The Fist Lord accepts. He then orders the Spear Lord to stand guard and ensure no one interferes with the duel. The system confirms that all penalties are temporarily lifted, allowing them to fight without restriction. Yuan smiles as he faces Beklim, stating that he'll hold back from using the heavenly demon's spirit, acknowledging it would be difficult for Beklim to draw out his full strength due to incompatibility. Internally, Yuan finds himself nostalgic, noting how long it's been since he last summoned the blue lightning bolt, and realizing how far he's come since then. Beklim, confident, remarks that Yuan is underestimating him too much. They both charge forward, fists meeting mid-air with thunderous force. As they trade blows, Fist Lord quickly notices Yuan isn't using his holy fire skill. He questions him, to which our boy replies that he's currently focusing on developing something new. Beklim scoffs, warning that he'll regret holding back. The Fist Lord unleashes his sky-destroying lightning technique. Expecting Yuan to dodge, Beklim is surprised when he chooses instead to block the full force of the attack. He knew Yuan had grown stronger, but not to this extent. The system then triggers a new notification that Yuan's entire body is now imbued with the power of a giant. His constitution is rapidly converting into raw strength. Feeling the transformation settle in, Yuan knows that he's finally ready. He closes the gap in an instant and throws a devastating punch straight at Beklim. Beklim feels the crushing force of Yuan's punch reverberate through his bones, a sensation so intense it seems as if they might shatter. Staggered, he marvels at Yuan's strength. Despite all the training he had endured since their first encounter, when he lost to a player who had only just reached the 10th floor, Yuan had grown even further beyond his reach. From that moment, Beklim had vowed to dedicate himself completely to training, never missing a single day. All he had desired since then was a proper, unrestricted duel with Yuan. Now standing before him in a real match without penalties, Beklim realizes he's been granted that wish. He cannot afford to end it shamefully. Charging forward with renewed resolve, he activates his 100-step lightning fist, closing the distance to strike. Just as his fist is about to land, the image of the Heavenly Lord flashes before his eyes, stopping him in his tracks. The Heavenly Lord warns him not to cross the line. Overwhelmed, Beklim halts his attack, recognizing that Yuan's strength is no longer something he can match. When Yuan questions what he saw, he admits that it was the Heavenly Lord. Yuan smirks, noting that his deepest fear has always been tied to the Heavenly Lord. Accepting his loss, Beklim thanks Yuan for granting his request. Yuan responds simply saying it was fun. The scene shifts to Camelot, where Yuan is welcomed by Merlin. Noting Yuan's early return, Old Man jokingly asks if the great sage abandoned him on the flying Nimbus. He then observes Yuan's visible alliance with the heavenly demonic cult, and remarks that this affiliation ties him closely to the martial realm in the grander scheme. Merlin expresses disbelief at the cult's alignment with the martial realm, observing that the realm is now formidable enough to rival the major guilds. Yuan confirms it and quickly shifts the conversation to the status of the Round Table. The old man explains that after the recent commotion with Asgard, several members declared their departure, all blaming Lancelot. Yuan corrects him, insisting the true cause is Olympus, and assures that things will settle soon. He promises to see to it himself. Merlin nods in agreement. Emitting a surge of mana, Merlin reveals the true reason for Yuan's return. He presents a powerful artifact, telling Yuan to bring it to the next floor. He explains that Hephaestus named it Triana and left cryptic instructions that his boy is to find another one. Though Merlin doesn't understand what it means, he mentions that Hephaestus said that Yuan will. The man adds that Hephaestus guessed Yuan would prefer something more comfortable than traditional armor, so he crafted Triana with that in mind. Upon donning it, Yuan notes the gear's lightweight design and impressive coverage. Triana is made from true divine crystal and adamantium, offering both mobility and defense. Yuan turns toward Merlin, drawing his sword. The old man immediately grows wary, instinctively raising his guard, and demands to know what Yuan intends to do. Yuan swings his sword in multiple directions while Merlin watches, calling him mad. He stops and raises his hands, assuring it's fine. He explains that although his hand appears normal, it's actually protected by adamantium armor, which can't be easily cut, even if he tried. He adds that even if the sword were made of paper, it wouldn't have caused much damage. Cautioning Merlin, Yuan tells him to stay out of the way as things might get dangerous. Observing a mysterious entity, Yuan wonders if it's the same one he saw in Kaini. When he questions the entity's identity, it simply refers to the second before vanishing. Merlin asks about the figure, but Yuan replies that he doesn't know either. Inwardly, however, he's certain he has seen its face before, but can't recall where. The man asks if Yuan will continue on his own path, and he confirms. Merlin notes that this boy never takes a break and always charges ahead. He jokingly tells Yuan to visit later, saying there might be a statue of him by then. Our boy bids farewell and departs. Shortly after, the system notifies Yuan that his delayed reward for world pioneering has been determined. He is given a choice between acquiring a new skill or increasing his stats. He chooses stats, stating his intention to strengthen himself further. He proceeds to take the 26th floor test and passes it. From there, he rapidly advances floor by floor, passing each test without pause. Half a year later, Yuan reaches the 41st floor testing area. Sitting beside a fire, he roasts fish while a group of players secretly observes him. They reassure each other that their mute skills will prevent him from hearing them. One player comments that gathering 50 summoning stones is already impressive, though they have more. Another mentions rumors that Yuan advanced through illegal means. As the players prepare to attack him, they charge together, only to be shocked upon discovering that he possesses far more stones than they do, 812 in total. In an instant, all the players vanish, and Yuan's collection grows to 1,020 summoning stones. He separates them, holding 983 in one hand and 37 in the other, recognizing it as an effective decoy strategy to appear weaker than he is. He reflects on how quickly he gathered the 1,000 stones, noting that multiplayer tests work in his favor since others unknowingly bring the items he needs. Now ready to take the main test, Yuan activates the summoning stones. When prompted by the system, he chooses to use all of them. The system announces the summoning of the demon lord, Diablo. Yuan is initially confused, not expecting it to appear in a 41st floor test. He speculates that the demons and the administrator may have formed an alliance for the test, concluding that this must be a summoned form, not Diablo's main body. Still, Yuan acknowledges that Diablo is a formidable opponent, capable of completely destabilizing the test's balance. The demon lord, surprised by the boldness of summoning 1,000 stones, mentions his deep slumber and disbelief that someone would go to such lengths. Yuan, however, sees this as the perfect opportunity to eliminate Diablo and ascend the tower loaded with points. Diablo bursts into laughter, shrieking with rage at Yuan's audacity to challenge him despite knowing who he is. The system notifies him that he has entered Diablo's tainted sanctuary, and the opponent threatens to reduce Yuan's body to ashes. As the environment shifts, the system further announces that Yuan's senses are being paralyzed, and that he is resisting the effects of domination. A command follows. Yuan must defeat Diablo. Yuan first decides to focus on the sanctuary. Activating his Cinder Eyes, he counters the tainted sanctuary's effects. The holy fire surges through the space, purging the corruption and successfully breaking the sanctuary's control. Turning around to check the results, Yuan sees Diablo advancing, hand outstretched. Without hesitation, he launches an attack using the holy fire. Diablo, intrigued, comments on the nature of the attack. He leaps forward and strikes at Diablo's face with his sword. As the opponent attempts to defend, Yuan lands another blow, pressing the assault. Diablo expresses his dislike for the fire he is wielding. In retaliation, Diablo breathes fire, but Yuan dodges swiftly. He quickly realizes that the holy fire isn't having the desired effect on him, and notes that Diablo's mental fortitude rivals that of his main body. However, he observes that the lightning bolt imbued with Kinney's power had managed to break through to some extent. As Diablo attacks again, Yuan evades, disappearing into the smoke created by the fire. The thick haze blinds Diablo, who can no longer pinpoint his position. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan confirms to himself that lightning is effective against Diablo, and decides to shift strategies entirely with Lightning Bolt. He activates Sky Steps, doubling his speed for 5 seconds. With each step, Yuan walks on the sky itself, his body now infused with the power of a giant. At that moment, Diablo finally senses his approach, just as it's already too late. Yuan strikes Diablo with force, causing the demon lord to shriek in pain and anger. Diablo, surprised by the attack, acknowledges his remarkable performance and assumes he must be a player due to how well he's handling the test. He offers Yuan a place in the Demon Guild, promising to make him the next Demon King once he becomes a ranker. Yuan firmly responds that he's human and reminds Diablo that the Demon Guild only accepts demons. However, Diablo insists he isn't just human, he also holds demonic energy, which proves he is part demon. He assures Yuan that he possesses the capabilities to rule over all demons. Realizing that Diablo has detected the demonic energy within him, our fella understands the weight of the offer. No such proposal has ever been made in demon history, which confirms how much Diablo values his power. Still, he rejects the offer, asserting his humanity and reiterating his refusal to join any guild. The opponent comes to the realization that this is indeed Kim Yuan, the same man known for refusing every guild offer. The system then announces Yuan's victory over the Demon King, Diablo. He earns 1 million summoning points, reaching the maximum limit, and the test automatically concludes. As part of his reward, Yuan acquires Diablo's horn, which can be used to gain the favor of demons. His demonic body proficiency improves, along with several other stats. With that, he proceeds to the next floor. Arriving on the 42nd floor, our boy comments with distaste that the place is just as awful as ever. The air is stale, and the atmosphere feels suffocating. A voice from behind agrees with him, expressing confusion over why his uncle still chooses to live there. Yuan turns to find Hergon approaching. Hergon greets him warmly. but Yuan playfully mocks him for being as cringe as ever. Hergan laughs it off, saying he's just happy to see Yuan after such a long time. As they walk together, Yuan internally reflects on how much he's always disliked the 42nd floor, even before turning back time, because of how difficult it is to breathe in this barren, stifling world. The blonde brings up rumors about events on the 33rd floor, complimenting Yuan for causing Olympus so much trouble. Yuan is surprised the news has already reached him. Hergan explains it's likely because he has climbed so high in the tower and risen through the ranks. He casually mentions that he has access to many details, including how Olympus rankers are plotting against Yuan. Yuan quietly acknowledges the truth in that statement. Hergan's current ranking is even higher than Zeus's was back when he was a player, which means many people must be eager to form connections with him. Eventually, the two arrive in front of a grand entrance. Yuan confirms whether this is the right place, and Hergan assures him that it is a symbolic location in Olympus they visited before. He tells our boy to follow him down, warning that this is where the true depths of hell begin. As he descends, Yuan follows closely behind. He notices that the path seems far deeper than expected, and it feels like more than 10 minutes have passed since they started going down. Yuan calls out to him, who replies that there's still a long way to go. Suddenly, Yuan feels a watchful gaze fixed on him and assumes this must be a welcome ceremony prepared by the world's ruler. Though uncertain if his plan will work, he decides to try. He activates the power of the giant within him. As a monster emerges to confront him, Yuan readies Kenny and punches the creature with immense force, launching it away. With no time to waste, he remains focused, determined to finish everything as quickly as possible. Yuan strikes down each monster one after another with precision and force. Among them, Cerberus becomes wary, sensing the activation of gigantification. Yuan notes the creature's reaction and reflects that it must remember the past. Specifically, the time when Hercules had trained hundreds of Cerberuses using nothing but sheer physical power. Attempting to read deeper into the creature's essence, Yuan activates his Cinder Eyes but finds himself unable to gain insight. At that moment, a figure appears, Hades. Internally, our boy recognizes him as Olympus's underboss, the most trustworthy of the big three gods and the only high ranker among them who still maintains his sanity. Known for rescuing Kronos from the refinement enforced by Zeus, Hades stands as a pivotal figure in the resistance against Olympus. Yuan and Hergan sit across from Hades at a table, where they are served black tea. Hades remarks that the tea is good for Yuan, as it helps with mana circulation and eases both body and mind. As Yuan takes a sip, the system notifies him that he has consumed hell grass. His mana recovery rate increases for an hour, and mental clarity sharpens. Recognizing the rarity of hell grass, Yuan notes how exceptional this treatment is. Hades admits his disbelief, even as he sees Yuan with his own eyes, that someone could stop Zeus's lightning bolt. He then turns to his nephew, questioning whether he truly intends to continue associating with Yuan. Hergan confirms that he does, affirming Yuan's reliability and expressing his desire to stay with him until the end. However, Hades reveals that he sensed Yuan was hiding something during his battle with Cerberus and openly states his distrust for those who conceal the truth. Yuan internally acknowledges that Hades, as expected, won't be easy to win over. The man then shares that Hephaestus had vouched for Yuan without hesitation, insisting there was no need for an explanation and that he wouldn't regret the decision. Yuan isn't surprised, noting that everything in the end boils down to relationships and influence. Shifting topics, Hades questions him about his role as Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult and whether he can make Cheon Mujin act. Yuan responds that he cannot promise anything since making him move is beyond the Vice Lord's authority. He explains that his position could easily be overturned by a single word from the Heavenly Demon. However, Yuan adds that while he can't speak for Cheon Mujin, he might be able to mobilize the other cult members. Hades interprets this as reluctance and suggests that Yuan simply doesn't want to involve them. Our boy clarifies that it's not about willingness, but necessity. In his view, there is no need to draw the Heavenly Demonic Cult into the conflict. The man asserts that the battle would end if the king, Zeus, is brought down. Yuan reflects that it must end as a battle, not escalate into a war. Involving the cult would lead to merged factions and escalate the conflict into a full-blown war against Zeus's forces. The optimal outcome lies in ending it with one decisive battle. Just like Ragnarok and Gigantomachy, Yuan challenges Hades' earlier words, questioning how he can claim the fight will end with Zeus's fall, despite being against him. Hades responds by accusing our boy of arrogance, pointing out that all he has done so far is block one of Zeus's attacks. He then questions whether Yuan truly believes he can handle it. Yuan denies it, leading to Hades' confusion over what seems like contradictory wordplay. He explains that the real instability in Olympus doesn't come from Zeus alone. He acknowledges Poseidon's absence, how he and Hades were noticed by Zeus, who responded by imprisoning Poseidon in the underworld, where he has remained for about half a year. Hades confirms the situation. Yuan agrees that Poseidon's absence is part of the imbalance, but insists that the entire power disruption isn't solely Zeus's doing. He then proposes an idea that could tilt the scales decisively, bringing Hercules to their side. Hergan stands up in shock while Hades questions Yuan about their chances. Our boy estimates the odds at about 70%, which leaves the blonde flabbergasted at how high the probability is. Yuan reiterates his earlier question, asking if victory would be possible by bringing Hercules to their side. Hades reflects internally on Yuan's accomplishments, how he has single-handedly altered several key aspects of Olympus. He recalls how Yuan saved Hephaestus, defeated the test administrator appointed by Olympus, claimed the divine crystal, stopped the lightning bolt, and even restrained Zeus himself. With that history, Hades trusts that Yuan wouldn't speak without conviction. Acknowledging the possibility, Hades confirms that their success could be within reach. As Yuan prepares to leave, Hergon questions his destination. He responds that he is heading to the 40th floor to take care of something crucial before drawing in Hercules. Hades clarifies that his support isn't based solely on Yuan's strength. Instead, it's an investment in the results he has already achieved and the legacy he is shaping. The man adds that Yuan's interference has disrupted Zeus's plan to use giants and demons to overtake Asgard. With Asgard prepared to retaliate, even Zeus must proceed with caution. Hades decides to speak with Odin and instructs Hergon to meet the Apollo siblings when the sun rises. Meanwhile, Yuan observes his surroundings, noting how the place feels strangely homey despite being hell. Ever since witnessing Kaine's abilities, the thought has lingered in his mind. The skill carries the name of the world on the 42nd floor. As Yuan activates Kaine, a glowing yellow eye appears in its center. When he tests it, the system abruptly announces that he is being summoned to hell. Shocked, he sinks downward. Yuan finds himself submerged underwater, yet he can breathe. The system declares that this is his first time entering hell, and the king of the dead is confronting him in his realm. As he tries to make sense of the environment, he wonders whether it is a sea, an ocean, or pure mana. Everything around him feels infinite. He realizes that Kaine serves as a vessel to tap into this boundless power, and that this is the source of the dark divine crystal. The system states that the dead bow before Yuan in reverence. Confused, he questions their worship, not understanding why they revere him. On the 40th floor, Arthur, cloaked in darkness, stands among the clouds. Yuan floats beside him. Arthur explains that after his death, Susanu trapped him between life and death, which explains the gaps in his memory. Our hero notes that Arthur is providing little help. Arthur recalls seeing something resembling an ocean during that time. Yuan suspects that the dead reside in those waters, which reinforces his belief in Kaine's significance. Gazing toward a floating city with a tower standing, Yuan wonders if Arthur has visited the place before. He confirms that he once came here after founding Britain to meet a ranker from Olympus. Now he waits for an order, addressing Yuan as king. As Yuan and Arthur enter the city, they are met with hostility. The knights and citizens begin hurling pebbles at them in anger. Our fella defends himself, engaging in combat with several knights. Observing the grandeur of the city, he remarks internally on how Olympus seems heavily invested in someone who only recently became a high ranker. He attributes it to the individual's bloodline, being a direct descendant of Zeus and Hera. His words provoke outrage. The knights scream in fury, offended by the insult. Yuan tells them to deliver a message to their superior. If they wish to avoid disgrace, they should know that Yuan has arrived, addressing the challenge to Ares, the ruler of war and combat. Inside the castle, Ares hears the sounds of battle and demands to know the cause. A subordinate report that Kim Yuan is responsible. Another loyal knight reacts with fury, questioning how he dares challenge their king. One of the knights catches sight of the glowing Excalibur in Yuan's hand, surrounded by blue mana, and suspects a challenge from the Round Table. Ares examines more closely and points out that Arthur is undead, no longer associated with the Round Table. He concludes that this is Yuan acting independently. Yuan mocks their realization, pleased that someone at the top can understand the situation quickly. He formally proposes a one-on-one duel with Ares. Ares' subordinates protest, questioning how an ordinary player could issue such a challenge. Our boy clarifies that this is no ordinary fight. He proposes that the victor take everything the loser possesses. Ares dismisses the offer, claiming he has no interest in Yuan's belongings. Yuan calls him a fool and reminds him of the divine sea crystal in his possession. Immediately the knights step forward, volunteering to handle Yuan themselves. But Ares stops them, warning that he hates interference in his battles unless he permits it. He accepts Yuan's challenge and declares that he will kill him and claim the sea crystal as proof of victory. Yuan instructs Arthur to eliminate anyone who tries to interrupt their duel, and Arthur agrees. The battle begins with the clashing of swords and mana. Their powers collide, and Yuan is briefly pushed back. Ares questions why he isn't using his undead forces, stating that he knows Yuan is a necromancer. The system issues a penalty warning, recognizing restricted skill usage. Yuan responds that he still has a greater trump card and insists that using Arthur would be unfair, urging Ares not to hold back. Ares mocks Yuan, accusing him of placing too much confidence in his own abilities. In response, Yuan activates his Cinder Eyes, allowing him to read the path of Ares' sword. As the opponent strikes, he evades the attack with precision. Yuan's arm becomes infused with the power of the giants. The system announces that his constitution is temporarily transforming into strength. He launches a counterattack, and Ares feels the immense weight behind the blow. Yuan smirks, noting internally that this is the very power Ares once envied in Hergon. The mention of Hergon triggers Ares, and he lashes out, but Yuan steps aside, making the attack miss its mark. He calmly observes opponent's growing frustration and warns him to be careful of his own head. Ares activates his lightning bolt skill. A violent explosion erupts across the field. Yuan watches the result and makes note that the move had the effect he needed. He prepares to replicate the situation. Ares declares that lightning is not Hergon's power but his father's, and that he can never defeat someone of Zeus's bloodline using it. The battle rages on, and the citizens caught in the crossfire realize their danger too late. One knight watching from the sidelines wonders if Yuan is truly just a regular player, because to him, it seems like he is clashing with a ranker of equal standing. Yuan takes note of Ares' disregard for his followers. He does not seem like the god of war and battle, but more like someone who has lost all reason in pursuit of conflict. Meanwhile, Ares reflects on Yuan's terrifying arsenal. He holds the divine crystal, gigantification, cinder eyes, and even Zeus's lightning. Ares believes that if he kills Yuan and claims even one of those powers, he could finally surpass his father. Arthur watches quietly, his sense of honor burning. He asks Yuan how long he plans to let this continue and requests permission to end Ares himself. Yuan senses Arthur's anger and knows it is justified. Of all people, Arthur had held the most chivalric respect for Ares. Yuan makes a resolute decision to bring the fight to an end. He tightens his grip on his sword and steps forward. As Ares watches him approach for a brief moment, he sees not Yuan, but Zeus standing in his place. Yuan recalls Ares' earlier claim about lightning belonging to his father. Without hesitation, he pushes forward, silently presenting the answer with his presence alone. They face each other with the tension rising. The system delivers its final announcement. Hell worships the king of the dead. Ares realizes that Yuan's mana is nearly infinite. Understanding the origin of an item's power and unlocking its full potential clearly makes a significant difference. As Yuan approaches to strike, Ares concludes that he must have realized the danger of prolonging the fight and is now going for a final blow. Ares acknowledges Yuan's skill as impressive for a player, but believes he cannot be defeated by someone who hasn't even landed a proper strike. Our boy waits patiently for Ares to make a move. Ares suddenly feels his body freeze, unable to move. Yuan recognizes his weakness in tactical thinking and mentally mocks how easily he gives in. Alerted by this shift, Ares suspects that Yuan deliberately left an opening to lure him closer to the dark element mana, but it's already too late. The fragment of the lightning bolt in Yuan's possession reacts with Kaini. He unleashes his final strike, resulting in a massive mana explosion. Ares' subordinates attempt to rush into the battlefield, but Arthur intercepts them under Yuan's command. Yuan grasps a glowing golden necklace in his hand. The system announces that the King of the Dead calls for Ares' soul. Our main character reflects on the immense power he now holds, one capable of reducing even a high ranker to ashes. He considers reserving its use for future battles once he fully masters it. He also realizes that she must have already heard of this incident. In the sky, Athena, a high ranker from Olympus, appears. Concerned, she asks if the news of Ares' death is true. One of Ares' subordinates confirms it. Athena declares Yuan as an enemy for killing her younger brother. The system informs him of the Gorgon's cries as petrification begins. He activates Holy Fire and the Cinder Eyes to resist it, successfully overcoming the petrifying effect. He then sees the Gorgon shield, Aegis, reputed as Olympus's best defensive weapon. He observes that the original shield can cause petrification with just a cry. Arthur asks about the plan to deal with Athena, pointing out how dangerous she looks. Yuan states there's no need to rush since it isn't their turn yet. The system announces that the Cinder Eyes resonate, and the 12th eye of the great sage equal to heaven watches him. Sun Ogong arrives and joins Yuan. All the knights in the castle recognize the presence of the great sage. Athena inquires whether he is Yuan's companion, but soon Ogong dismisses the idea, claiming Yuan is still too sloppy. Athena interprets Ogong's presence as a declaration of war against Olympus, and orders her subordinates to attack. Ogong summons his Rui Jingu and enlarges it. He then notices Yuan's weapon and admires its craftsmanship, deducing it was made by Hephaestus using a significant amount of adamantium. Our boy anticipates the battle to be even more thrilling now. Sun Ogong decides to take on Athena while suggesting Yuan deal with the others. Yuan accepts without hesitation and instructs Arthur to assist in neutralizing the remaining enemies and to prepare for retreat. Arthur complies, and all of them prepare for the battle ahead. The system notifies that Gorgon's blessings activate and the blessing of war envelops the shield. Sun Ogong strikes the shield with his Rui Jingu. Behind the shield, Athena calculates the timing, anticipating that the front line will collapse once the path is cleared. She pushes off the ground and leaps onto Ogong's staff. As he shortens its length, she loses footing but swiftly recovers by jumping again. He points the staff at her and forces her upward by increasing its length. As she rises, he grins and commands the staff to expand further. Meanwhile, Yuan and Arthur engage the rankers. Our fella frowns as he recalls the rumor that they were comrades rather than siblings, and realizes that the rumor was wrong. strong. The system notifies that his cinder eyes waver and the sensory field activates. He feels the strain from his battle with Ares and realizes he does not have much time left to keep fighting. Yuan follows closely behind Arthur, who clears a path with his sword. The system announces that the ocean's blessings envelop Arthur's body. Arthur decides that if Yuan's objective is to escape, then they must fight without killing. Yuan accepts this as his only option. He knows the most important thing is to get out alive and inwardly recognizes that the rancors they face may one day be strong enough to defeat an outer god. He understands he must preserve them. He activates holy fire infused with demonic energy and charges at the knights, urging them to stop acting as a shield. The power of the Cinder Eyes and the heavenly demon spirit suppresses the holy fire. Yuan and Arthur tumble out of the palace and roll down the white stairs. Yuan thinks to himself that holy fire is practically a cheat code. It works on nearly everyone except high rankers. He acknowledges that Ogong remains on defense and cannot pursue Athena, but considers the outcome a success. They have made progress, and that is enough. Although exhausted, Yuan is certain that they will no longer fall victim to Olympus. He believes this is the beginning of its destruction. High above, Athena halts her assault. When asked for her reason, she explains that Kim Yuan has escaped, so there is no longer any need to fight. Ogong watches the castle engulfed in fire and mana and finds the sight impressive. Athena questions whether everything was prearranged by Yuan and Ogong. Ogong remarks that Yuan dislikes when plans fail, which leads her to suspect that he might have predicted her arrival and deliberately involved a traitor from the heavenly realm. She asks for an explanation, but Ogong refuses to give one, and instead comments on how entertaining everything was before departing with a promise to meet her again. The scene transitions to the 38th floor. Yuan notices the sweltering heat caused by the surrounding volcanoes. He reflects that no one would expect a place that looks so peaceful to house something as destructive as a nuclear bomb. He spots footprints and follows them until he reaches his destination where Hercules stands. Yuan observes Hercules chopping wood. He realizes he has not seen his face in a long time, but his aura remains exactly the same. From the way Hercules is working, he deduces that he must live nearby. Feeling drained, Yuan asks to rest at his place. Yuan urges the brown-haired Hercules to do him this small favor, offering to pay for the lodging. Inwardly, he realizes that this high ranker holds the key to bringing down Olympus, and that he must find a way to make him part of his team, no matter what. He also knows that Hercules is the kind of person who would refuse even the most outrageous requests, simply because he is kind. Yuan asks again. Hercules responds that gathering all the logs takes time and tells him to follow him if he can wait. Yuan agrees and expresses gratitude, promising to repay the favor. He feels relieved that Hercules is not unpredictable like Ogong. As he watches brown-haired move ahead, he finds himself wondering how someone like him ever earned the title of Giant Slayer. When they reach Hercules' hut, Hercules tells him to head inside. Our boy asks about the purpose of all the logs. Hercules replies that someone else might need them, even if players don't get cold. Yuan wonders if he is sending the log somewhere and comments that it's a kind thing to do. The boy brushes off the idea and says he will prepare food after he finishes with the logs. Yuan offers to take care of the meal himself, since he is letting him stay in his home. Later, as they eat together, Hercules compliments Yuan on his kitchen skills and observes that he must cook often. Our boy replies that he only does it occasionally. Hercules notes that he moved around the kitchen so naturally that anyone watching might assume he had been living there for months. Hercules then asks for his name. Yuan introduces himself. The guy says he has never heard that name before and assumes he must be a player. He confirms this and adds that despite being a player, he has become quite famous lately. He asks if Hercules has heard about him. The guy replies that he has been living in isolation for a long time. Our hero advises him to go out occasionally and not cut himself off from the world completely. Hercules comments that he does not seem very social either. Yuan admits that he is not. Hercules then says that even though this is their first meeting, Yuan feels strangely familiar. He agrees and adds that perhaps similar people naturally get along. At that moment, Hercules finally introduces himself, and Yuan claims that he has heard he is a high ranker. The next day, as Yuan helps Hercules with logging, Hercules mentions that the trees on this floor are harder and heavier than steel, which makes them ideal construction materials. This reminds him of Hergon, who remains undefeated in terms of pure strength and wonders how he manages to move such heavy timber every day without the aid of tools. Hergon questions why Yuan is still around, given that he had mentioned only staying briefly. Yuan responds that living here does not seem so bad. When asked about his test, Yuan confirms he has time. Still, the boy insists he should leave before nightfall. Although Yuan claims he can handle himself, Hercules persists, asking it as a favor. Yuan notices something off. Hercules looks like he is in pain. He suspects that his concern is not just for his safety, but more about not wanting him to witness something. Yuan reflects on how different he is from what he has heard and wonders why he harbors such hatred toward giants. Hercules shuts down his questions, stating that they are not close enough for such inquiries. At that moment, the system announces that Ocean's blessings envelop Yuan's body. He feels a surge of mana so dense it nearly makes his body burst. Hercules reminds him that this floor is unlike any he has encountered. Despite not spending much time in this timeline, Hercules realizes that he had hoped for deeper conversations with Yuan. The thought stings more than he expected. Our boy silently notes that Hercules will come to regret many things once he learns the truth. Deep down, he wishes to hear it again. The story of his idol, his friend, and the hero he respected the most. The system announces the beginning of Day 16. A promise between giants and humans is being enacted. It declares that the master of the world is changing and that stronger penalties will now apply to unspecified species. The giants have become the new rulers of the world. Despite the warning, Hercules charges into battle while wielding a glowing green tree trunk. When he strikes the ground, a blast of light erupts and pierces through enemy bodies. He continues fighting even as the system penalizes him for his unspecified race. Each blow sends a shock through him, but he endures it. Grabbing one of the monsters by the face, he smashes it into the ground and continues his relentless assault. Yuan watches as penalties stack against him, and yet he never falters. He recalls Hercules' words from the past that one must always have a clear motive when wielding a weapon or a fist. Otherwise, the fight is nothing but senseless carnage. Now Yuan sees it for himself. This is not a fight with purpose. Watching Hercules now, he reflects on how hard it is to believe that this man still lives by that principle. Yuan reflects on the vow Hercules once made everyone take, to choose the ruler of the world before anything else. For half the month, it would be a human ruler, and for the other half, a giant. They would never encroach on each other's territory. Gigantes would reign over the giants, while Zeus would rule Olympus. In the present, Yuan watches Hercules fight and wonders if this is what he was like after the gigantomachy. Having spent over 1,000 years running alone, it now seems as if he is still fighting a war that has already ended. After the battle, Hercules assures Yuan that the area is now safe, and tells him that if he wants to survive, he should go somewhere secure, or stay inside, and not move. Our fella notes that Hercules is enduring penalties so severe that most rankers would die from them. As Hercules continues onward, he notices Yuan following him and questions his intent, pointing out that he does not even know the destination. Yuan responds that while he may not know the destination, he knows what Hercules intends to do: hunt down the remaining giants. Hercules corrects him, stating that he is not after just any giants, but is searching for Gigantes, one of the 3 giants who represent their race. The path to him is dangerous, and even Hercules cannot guarantee his survival when the battle begins. Yuan then claims to know Gigantes' location. He offers to lead the way. Hercules grabs him by the shoulder and turns him around, demanding to know how. Yuan asks him to calm down or his attire might tear. Hercules apologizes and then asks for directions. He explains that Gigantes is further down, beneath the lava. The scene shifts as the two descend through the lava lakes. Hercules hands Yuan the lion skin cap he was wearing to protect him from the intense heat. When Yuan puts it on, the system announces that he has acquired the Lion King's blessing. Though he knows his Triana could shield him to some extent, he chooses to stay still and accept whatever the boy gives him. Hercules then asks if they must go deeper. Yuan tells him to repeat the process 3 more times. The brown-haired guy continues striking the ground, creating more openings, until they reach a hidden realm beneath the earth, a place of green forests and floating clouds. Upon arrival, Hercules asks how Yuan knew this place existed. Yuan replies that an informant had told him, someone he would never be able to see or recognize, even if he wanted to. The boy presses for more answers, but Yuan avoids responding. He knows he cannot reveal that the informant was Hercules himself from the future. Instead, Yuan asks him to follow him if he wants to uncover the truth. Hercules reflects on a rare feeling that he has met someone he feels comfortable around, someone he could see as a friend. Yet he cannot ignore the possibility that this could be a trap. Yuan could be a spy for the giants. Still, Hercules resolves that even if it is a trap, he will destroy everything. Yuan eventually stops in a quiet clearing. He acknowledges that walking so far with him must seem suspicious. When Hercules asks why he stopped, Yuan points toward a tree and tells him that striking it will reveal the truth. Though confused, Hercules does as instructed. The moment his fist connects with the tree, he feels a deep vibration and powerful energy. At last, he realizes what Yuan had led him to, and now he has found Gigantes. Hercules' eyes sparkle as he finally lays eyes on Gigantes. For a brief moment, awe washes over him and pushes aside the anger that has long consumed him. Yuan reflects on how, in the original timeline, this is the place where Gigantes is brutally killed by Hercules. That event becomes the spark that ignites the second Gigantomachy. This time, Yuan is determined to change the outcome. He will not let history repeat itself. He watches Hercules and wonders silently if vengeance truly brings him happiness, and whether he really longed for revenge this desperately. Hercules, growing wary, demands to know who Yuan truly is, what he wants, and why he speaks as if he knows everything. Before Yuan can respond, Gigantes approaches with thunderous steps. He recognizes Hercules as the one known among his kind as the Giant Killer. He recalls how the blood of countless giants was spilled by Hercules, soaking the land with sorrow and rage. Gigantes vows to sever his head and offer it to Zeus, and promises that all of humanity will pay for breaking the ancient oath between their races. Yuan steps forward and tells them to stop for a moment. He says that brute force seems to be a universal instinct. but questions whether they even remember the reason behind this fight. Gigantes responds with bitterness, saying that Hercules has killed more giants than any other being, and that he will not stop until more are dead. That alone is reason enough. Yuan turns to Hercules and asks what his reason is. He replies that the giants killed his mother and that he seeks justice for her death. In response, Yuan opens his palm and reveals a glowing golden necklace. It is the same one he took from Ares' treasure chest. Before Hercules can ask why Ares would hand it over, Yuan urges him to see for himself. The system announces that the user confirmation is incomplete. It then identifies the user as Hercules, son of Alcmen. Another alert follows, signaling that the memories stored within the necklace are beginning to play. The brown-haired guy finds himself overwhelmed by images from a time long past. He sees his mother speaking softly to him and apologizing for bringing him into a harsh world where others will always try to control and use him. She asks him to remain kind and never misuse the strength he possesses. The scenes shift and show how she raised him with care and patience. She taught him, protected him, and helped him grow into a better person. Hercules watches the day he completed his trial and told his mother with pride that his rank was now higher than his father's. He remembers the joy they shared and the peaceful days they spent together, but that peace ends. One day, his true father visits their home after learning that Hercules has become a ranker. His mother insists that he is still too young and should not be dragged into war. The man replies coldly that Hercules is his son before he is hers. She disagrees and says her son is only seen as a weapon in his eyes. The man admits it openly. Hercules is a weapon and a perfect one. The argument grows tense. The man silences her with a terrifying tone and says that he has many other sons, daughters, and women willing to bear his children. Her value means nothing. Ares enters with his soldiers. He comments that the Zeus's way to take the boy away suits him well. Alcmene tells him it is disgraceful and that Hercules wouldn't let go off this easily. Ares agrees, claiming that Hercules' recklessness suggests that war is coming soon. Ares then tells her that a life devoted to battle and power is greater than anything else. He then says that the world will soon believe she died at the hands of a giant and that Hercules will be used well. His soldiers strike Alcmene down while Hercules watches in horror and sorrow. Before her death, Alcmene's sister appears and begs her to abandon her child and run. She says that Zeus will kill her if she stays. Alcmene refuses. Even if the world sees her son as nothing more than a tool for war, she will not abandon him. She cannot let go of his small hands to save her own life. Her sister asks if she feels bound by duty. Alcmene says it is not duty, it is love. Every second she spent with her son brought her happiness. There was never a moment she did not love him. She thanks Hercules for being born as her child. The system then signals that the memory sequence has ended. The Gigantes admits that he never knew this part of the story and asks Yuan if he came all this way, despite the danger, just to resolve the misunderstandings between Hercules and the giants. Yuan confirms. Yuan then mentions that he has heard about him from Urfa. He points out that the Gigantes was asleep, but he replies that he wasn't sleeping the entire time. He occasionally awoke to receive updates. Yuan questions why he never tried to stop Hercules earlier. In response, the Gigantes reveals a scar on his body caused by Zeus's lightning bolt. He explains that it took a long time to heal, and during that period, he focused on preparing for the next battle. Yuan realizes that the giants too were getting ready for war. He reflects on how the second Gigantomachy was much greater than the first. Numerous major guilds were destroyed, including the powerful race of giants. He concludes that Zeus is responsible for the escalation of the conflict. The Gigantes remarks that after seeing how Yuan handled Poseidon, he assumes he is on their side. Yuan remains silent. The Gigantes adds that he and Yuan stand in similar positions, where a single decision can shift the tide of fate, and he possesses enough strength to wipe out an entire floor. He continues by stating that Yuan is influencing his decision more than he expected. He never thought his hatred would fade, but now, here stands a seemingly weak player who is changing history. Our boy responds with a proud remark about himself. The Gigantes notes his lack of humility and comments that if he had any, he would have earned a high rank among the giants. Yuan warns him not to tempt him, claiming he is already popular enough. The Gigantes concludes that the only thing left now is Hercules' choice. Meanwhile, Hercules clutches the golden necklace tightly in his fist. Consumed with rage after learning the truth, he stands. Yuan urges him to calm down. Hercules asks about Ares, and our pal informs him that Ares has been killed. Hercules acknowledges that his revenge is no longer necessary. He turns toward the Gigantes, apologizes for his actions, and offers his life to them, though he cannot give it just yet. The Gigantes asks if he is seeking Zeus. Hercules confirms and vows to kill his father with his own hands, promising to return later and atone for his sins. The Gigantes refuses to accept his apology, citing the many giants Hercules has killed. Still, he admits that both Hercules and his mother were true victims of Olympus. He promises not to punish Hercules if he swears to destroy Olympus. The boy gives his word, swearing on his mother's honor that he will bring Olympus down. Hercules thanks Yuan for opening his eyes to the truth, acknowledging that he would have initiated another battle with the Gigantes, if not for him. Yuan replies that if that's how he feels, he can offer him support later on. Yuan then asks if Hercules plans to fight against Olympus. The boy confirms his intent. To lift his spirits, Yuan decides to give him a gift. Using necromancy, Yuan summons a figure from the dead. Hercules recognizes the figure and asks about its identity. Yuan reveals that it is Ares. Ares is enraged at Yuan, but the system announces that the spirit now worships him. Yuan notes that although spirits are often weaker than their physical forms, there are exceptions. He draws his sword and places it on Ares' chest, pointing out that Ares was a high ranker in life. While ordinary beings would collapse under pain, high rankers are different, and he invites Hercules to strike as much as he likes. Hercules demands that Ares beg for forgiveness. Ares refuses. He then thanks Yuan for giving him this chance and begins to savagely beat Ares. He continues relentlessly until Ares' face becomes unrecognizable. Eventually, Ares begs Hercules to stop, repeatedly apologizing. The system announces that the warrior of war and combat has been brought to submission, and that Yuan's proficiency in the King of the Dead skill has increased. The boy says Ares should take the same punishment again. At that moment, Yuan realizes that he no longer has enough mana to maintain the skill. The ability needs to recover, and so does Hercules. As Ares collapses on the floor, Yuan casually offers Hercules more help if needed, saying he can assist in beating him again. The guy replies that it's enough for now, as Ares isn't the only one who deserves punishment. Yuan asks if he needs help, stating that he has gathered a good amount of information. He asked what else he knows. Yuan informs him that he has identified their enemies and allies. He advises Hercules not to confront Zeus directly in the current situation, warning that he cannot defeat him alone. Hercules assumes he is asking him to wait until he completes his plan. Yuan confirms that is exactly what he means, instructing him to destroy anything he wants, just not Zeus. Hercules accepts and walks away, claiming he will do just that. As Hercules leaves, Ares mutters that he forgot Yuan is a necromancer and begins to shout in frustration. In reply, Yuan pretends to summon Hercules again. Terrified, Ares begs him to stop. Our hero remarks that he could easily strip away Ares' will and turn him into a mindless puppet like the other undead, but it would be better if Ares fought on his own terms. Ares asks if Yuan wants him to swear allegiance. He immediately refuses, explaining that he is now an enemy of Olympus, but still cannot raise a sword against his father or mother. Yuan responds that in that case, he will continue using Ares in battle as he is. No matter what Ares feels, Yuan declares that he will use his power to destroy everything in his way, even Olympus and Zeus. He then swears on the system, promising to keep Ares out of any battle involving Olympus if he cooperates. Ares agrees, but on the condition that a contract is made immediately. Yuan accepts. The system announces that a death pact has been achieved. The pact states that the spirit now fully belongs to the player, cannot participate in any fight against Olympus, and will be freed if the contract is broken. The system also confirms that Yuan has gained the allegiance of the warrior of war and combat, restoring Ares' full power. Meanwhile, on the 77th floor inside Hera's temple, two knights, Mantheus and Hector, talk about Hera's prolonged absence. Hector comments on the growing chaos caused by a single player. Mantheus adds that there are rumors of Hades and Poseidon joining forces, which prompted Zeus to take preemptive action. At that moment, a powerful mana explosion erupts. Hercules appears, mercilessly killing the knights. With his eyes burning with rage, he demands to know where Hera is. The knights inform Hercules that Hera is not present. In response, Hercules threatens to destroy all the temples, claiming that she will appear once he does. The knights shout at him for his disrespect. One of them mocks him, declaring that they do not fear an ancient relic that has remained inactive for 1,000 years. However, another knight intervenes, urging for a peaceful resolution, aware that their opponent is the formidable Hercules. Hercules advises them to gather in larger groups if they plan to fight him. The knights realize the threat and shout that they will all die, which the boy acknowledges without hesitation. Elsewhere, Hergon sends Yuan a message, informing him of Hercules' raid on Hera's temples. Yuan responds that he was the one who told him to start there, confirming that he is now on their side. Hergan continues to message him, demanding to know how Yuan managed to win Hercules over. Yuan ignores the stream of messages and tosses the message ball aside. At that moment, he receives a message from Hades, stating that they are ready. Yuan knows that he has not missed a single piece in the plan. Now the only step left is to move the pillar that will shake Zeus's foundation. Hergon sends one final message, asking Yuan to come to the 42nd floor, claiming there is something only Yuan can help him with. On the 42nd floor, Yuan meets Hergon and asks him to join the fight against Zeus. Hergan questions why he should. Our fellow insists that Hergon is already prepared to oppose his father. Hergon disagrees, explaining that it is not that simple. He reflects on Zeus's power, recognizing him as the king of Olympus, ruler of the skies, lord of the lightning bolt, and currently ranked 9th among the top rankers. Despite his rapid ascent, Hergon feels insignificant compared to Zeus, and believes he would be of no real help in such a fight. He questions Yuan's reasoning, asking why he believes Hergon should be involved. Yuan offers 2 reasons. First, Zeus has only ever loved one child, and that's Hergon. Secondly, in a battle between father and son, rank becomes irrelevant when it is the one person he loves who stands against him. Hergon, however, questions the idea that Zeus ever loved him. He explains that although Zeus brought him into the world, it was his mother who raised and loved him. He never truly knew his father's path, Hercules being a prime example of that distance. He further reflects on Olympus, describing it as a place that prioritizes objectives over results, and results over cause or righteousness. They have always done whatever was necessary to meet their goals, regardless of morality. He then asks why Yuan claims Zeus loved him. Yuan offers to explain only if Hergon believes he is telling the truth. Blonde interjects, confident that Yuan is not lying, given the accuracy of everything he has said so far. He places a hand on his head, asking for a moment to process everything. Yuan silently wonders whether Hergon will make the same choice as before once he knows the full truth. In that moment, Yuan receives a message from Apollo. Apollo informs him that his father has ordered an attack on the heavenly demonic cult. Yuan and Hergon ride together in a carriage. Yuan asks if the preparations have begun. Hergon, with his head lowered, replies that they haven't. He states that the war must be stopped at all costs, and he cannot stand by and watch hundreds of thousands die without reason. Our boy acknowledges his resolve. Hergon then asks if Yuan has contacted the heavenly demonic cult. Our main character confirms that he has and that he is heading to the 10th floor. He assures Hergon not to worry, since Cheonmujin is there, and everything should be fine. Despite this, Yuan feels uneasy. He knows nothing should go wrong, but a bad gut feeling lingers. He considers that since the Apollon siblings are targeting Hades, Zeus likely won't use them. He speculates that Zeus might instead rely on Athena, Hermes, and Dionysus. He briefly wonders if he has sought help from any guilds, but dismisses the thought since no guild would risk aligning with Olympus at this point. Yuan then voices his concern, saying he suspects Zeus will use a hidden card. Hergon asks what he means. Yuan explains that there is a high ranker sealed within Olympus's prison, someone whose name is known to perhaps fewer than 10 people in all of Olympus. Hergon questions how Yuan knows of this and why Zeus would choose to release them now. Our hero answers that Olympus has lost almost all strategic value, like the next gigantomachy is no longer possible, Hercules has defected, and the 3 main gods are divided. Even Hephaestus, the key to weapons distribution, is no longer on their side. Yuan concludes that although another war could arise someday, it would take thousands of years for Olympus to recover. In such a fragile state, it makes sense for Zeus to use a risky card, even if it means endangering himself. Meanwhile, at the Olympus camp, their forces have entered the territory of the heavenly demonic cult. Athena recalls Zeus's command to capture Kim Yuan and subdue the cult. She reports that Cheonmujin and the cult are aligned with Yuan and states she'll need at least 4 high rankers for the mission. Zeus instructs her to take Odysseus and Hermes. He will provide the 4th by the next day. Hermes breaks Athena's focus, complaining about being dragged into such a troublesome mission. Athena reminds her to take the fight seriously. Hermes reluctantly agrees, stating she dislikes fighting but will do her best. At that moment, blue mana engulfs their ship, halting it mid-air. Athena, frustrated, demands to know why Hermes didn't steer them to a safer location. Hermes admits that she couldn't, and that this power is unlike anything she encountered even during the gigantomachy. Athena immediately realizes it's Cheonmujin, the man who holds half the Murim world's power. She suspects that the cult's rank may shift by the end of this battle. On the ground, the heavenly demonic lord watches their arrival and calls it a fitting welcome. He commands his followers to defend Mount Heavens and the cult itself. Athena orders Hermes to defeat the 4 figures standing at the front, the lords of the heavenly demonic cult, and declares their annihilation. Hermes agrees. Among the cult, the Fist Lord voices outrage at Olympus's audacity to attack them. The Tao Lord blames it on their choice to appoint someone with no blood ties as Vice Lord. The Fist Lord silences him as they all continue channeling mana to restrain the ship above. Elsewhere, from within a stone cage, a voice demands to be released. Athena tells the prisoner that he will be freed once their father permits it. The voice identifies her as Athena. At the same time, Yuan's egg stirs. A message from the system appears. The egg shows its fangs. The creature inside is beginning to awaken. On the other hand, people continue to fight. As Zeus frees the card player, he hands her a box, claiming it as a gift and warning her never to open it, no matter what happens. The girl reflects on the irony of receiving a gift from the enemy who killed her parents. A dazzling radiance spills from the box, engulfing everything in a beautiful purple light. From within the light, figures begin to emerge. On the battlefield, the fighting momentarily pauses. Fighters draw back, avoiding attacks as they notice a red-haired girl standing before them. Recognizing her as someone from Olympus, they are captivated by her presence. Her name is Pandora. The knights shout at her for coming unarmed and order her to retreat and support from a safer position. One of them questions who she is, realizing that no one like her has ever appeared in Olympus before. Pandora's magic deepens their fear, pushing their minds toward hopelessness and the belief that death is inevitable. Under her spell, the soldiers spiral into madness. Her voice, laced with magic, convinces them that a cruel death awaits, and that even their souls will find no rest in Olympus. As she leaves, they all die. The Heavenly Lord questions what she has brought. Pandora only taunts him in return. Athena quickly realizes that Pandora is no longer willing to wait. If the force she carries reaches the battlefield, the heavenly demonic cult will be obliterated in a single breath, along with their own forces. At best, the only survivors would be Athena, Hermes, and the heavenly demon. Athena grows frustrated upon sensing Yuan's arrival. Riding on a carriage, Yuan clutches an egg that begins reacting to Pandora's presence. He urges his horse to move faster as the pressure intensifies. Hergon, affected by Pandora's spell, feels dizzy. Yuan instructs him to go to the empty heavens and assist the Lord. As Hergon leaves, he rolls down a hill and lands directly in front of Pandora. His jaw clenches as unfamiliar emotions spiral through him. Despair stronger than he's ever felt before. Her presence amplifies every negative feeling within him. Though he doubts victory is possible, he refuses to give up. The egg's reaction confirms his suspicion. It too is a seed of foolish chaos. Yuan informs the egg that the table is set and it can begin to devour, but the egg remains still. Puzzled, he questions its hesitation, then channels a weak stone infused with lightning toward Pandora. Pandora covers her face, claiming that their very existence causes pain. Yuan reacts by striking with a fragment of lightning through Kaini, creating a violent crack in the ground. Taking a fighting stance, he knows the attack won't be enough to harm her. He must act quickly and leave no opening for her retaliation. Suddenly, the ground gives way beneath him, and he falls into a pit. Pandora lowers her hands, visibly displeased. Slightly injured, Yuan acknowledges her overwhelming strength, but resolves to continue fighting, even without knowing how to win. Our boy continues to launch attacks from every angle, but Pandora evades each strike with fluid, precise movements. As he watches her closely, she suddenly unleashes a surge of magic that splits the entire ground beneath them. Recognizing the toll that close combat would take, Yuan realizes that prolonged fighting would only drain his stamina. He turns to the egg in frustration, questioning why it refuses to help if it truly possesses sentience. The egg simply tilts its head in response. Activating his cinder eyes and expanding his sensory field, Yuan assesses the situation. He recalls that when Pandora was once active, her power surpassed even Athena's in terms of pure ranking. That fact likely hasn't changed. A direct confrontation is hopeless. He reacts a fragment of the lightning bolt with Kaini and activates his demonic energy. Flames begin to rage around Pandora as he transfers his sword to his other hand. Surrounded by fire, Pandora asks what wrong she has done and why he seeks to kill her. Covering her face once more, she cries out in anguish. Her magic spirals uncontrollably, setting the land ablaze. Our smart boy quickly understands that her strength is directly linked to her negative emotions. The more they intensify, the stronger she becomes. Victory is only possible by stripping her of that advantage. He remembers another power that feeds off negativity and decides to harness it. On the other hand, Athena continues her high-speed duel with the heavenly demon. Their battle shifts across the terrain, clashing from one location to another. Athena acknowledges his speed and recognizes that he lives up to the title of heavenly demon. His sword repeatedly leaves deep cuts across her shield. As the fight drags on, Athena reflects on Yuan's condition, certain that he won't be able to endure Pandora for much longer. Her current concern, however, is the heavenly demon in front of her. She knows she needs to conserve energy for Pandora later, but she hadn't anticipated that he would match her like this. The heavenly demon taunts her, noting that she seems distracted, as if she already knows she's going to lose. Athena dismisses the claim as nonsense and declares that today marks the fall of the heavenly demonic cult, and that the heavenly demon will come to regret his association with Kim Yuan. In response, the heavenly demon reflects on the state of the cult. Though dormant for a long time, it's clear that others now underestimate them. He acknowledges Yuan's position as Vice Lord and declares that he is more capable than most rankers. But more importantly, he emphasizes his greatest strength, his unyielding will. Even in the face of the impossible, Yuan never backs down and always finds a path forward. Opposing Olympus won't stop him. The only thing bound to be destroyed is them. Back at the battlefield, Yuan feels the holy fire gradually intensifying. Pandora begins to sense the change too, commenting on the rising heat. Yuan knows that while it may be weak for now, it's working. Holy fire is a monster that feeds off fear, and Pandora is drowning in it. As long as she remains in this state of despair, the flames will only burn brighter and stronger. Smiling, Yuan turns toward the egg and invites it to come out now, saying the table is finally set. He urges it to devour what lies before it. A massive explosion erupts. The incubation rate spikes rapidly. Yuan watches in disbelief as the egg consumes an overwhelming amount of energy and wonders if it's devouring something within Pandora herself. This creature is clearly different from Orochi or Lancelot. If the incubation completes at this rate, he questions whether something akin to an outer god will emerge. the egg begins to crack. Bright light shines through as the incubation enters its final phase. Finally, it breaks open. Two glowing eyes stare out from within. The creature inside speaks, asking if Yuan is the one who brought it into this world. Yuan activates his cinder eyes to identify it, but the effort fails. The creature steps out, revealing itself to be small in size. The system immediately prompts Yuan to give it a name. The small creature enters Yuan's body through his chest, disappearing within him. As it merges, Pandora reacts violently and collapses to the ground. Yuan watches her, wondering if it's finally over. Hermes approaches him, her eyes fixed on him with curiosity. She questions what exactly he just summoned. Yuan instead asks if she plans to fight. Hermes responds that she's done more than enough, and adds that she never enjoyed fighting like her sister does. With a glance at his feet, Hermes claims that the shoes he's wearing are hers. Though she promised not to ask for them back, she demands to know what that creature was. Yuan admits that he doesn't know himself. Hermes gasps, assuming he's hiding something, and accuses him of being secretive. Just then, the Fist Lord and his soldiers arrive, surrounding Hermes. Much to everyone's shock, Hermes raises her hands and surrenders. She calmly explains that she no longer feels like fighting, and besides, things don't seem to be going well for her sister either. Athena arrives moments later, frustrated, and remarks that Yuan has done it again. She questions how he managed to turn Hercules against Olympus. Our guy simply states that he told him the truth. Athena, enraged, warns him not to condemn her father and declares that Olympus's downfall is Zeus's responsibility alone. Yuan finds their perspective curious. It's as if they see the conflict as completely one-sided. He wonders if Athena truly doesn't know what happened between Zeus and Hercules. Activating his cinder eyes, he peers into her truth and confirms it. She genuinely has no idea. He reflects that while Hermes likely wouldn't care if Olympus fell, Athena might be different. If she learns the truth, she could turn against Zeus. As the true commander during the Gigantomachy, her battlefield experience and power would be a major asset. Yuan decides to keep her close for now. He commands the followers of the heavenly demonic cult to take Athena and Hermes away. They obey immediately. Athena glares at him with eyes full of fury. Meanwhile, deep within Olympus, Apollo and Artemis appear before Zeus. He greets them coldly, commenting on how unfortunate the situation has become. He mockingly states that it will take another 3,000 years for Olympus to recover its power, time to father more children, raise them, and make them into rankers. Apollo and Artemis realize the truth. Zeus has summoned them to bind them down. If they're going to escape, they'll need the sun carriage. With it, not even Zeus could follow them easily. Just then, the sun carriage appears in the sky. Apollo spots it and prepares to leave. Zeus calls out, disappointed that they would leave without even greeting their father properly. He accuses them of refusing to take part in the Gigantomachy and of secretly meeting someone behind his back. Without replying, both siblings run toward the carriage. Zeus demands to know which side they have chosen. Back at the heavenly demonic cult's camp, tents and temporary shelters are spread across the land. Hergan spots Pandora and immediately shouts in disbelief, demanding to know why she's there. Yuan responds that she won't leave even if asked. Hergan, frustrated, tells him to kick her out. Yuan calmly suggests he do it himself. Realizing he can't force out a high ranker like Pandora, Hergan gives up and walks away. Yuan then instructs Arthur to guard the barracks and ensure no one escapes. As Pandora starts to move, Yuan clarifies that he wasn't speaking to her. She acknowledges it, already aware. Now, the moment arrives for Yuan to name the small creature that emerged from the egg. He finds its appearance and aura reminiscent of a character from MapleStory, and so names it Kim Dan-pung. The creature reacts happily to its name. Pandora watches the creature and mutters that the name is strange, and that the creature itself is terrifying. Yuan observes her reaction, wondering if it's an instinctive rejection born from her long exposure to the influence of the Outers. Kim Dan-pung's eyes sparkle, glowing with deep purple mana. The room is suddenly filled with its energy. Yuan asks if Dan-pung is the one causing this. Dan-pung nods and calls him Papa. Our boy smiles and comments with amusement that his little Dan-pung is already showing his teeth to his dad, then affectionately calls him a good son. The system announces that Yuan has obtained a new skill, Predator. This ability contains the strength of a giant. Yuan quickly understands that when the system said a portion of Dan-pung's abilities would be shared, it included skills as well. The bite he just received was part of that power. Those teeth were Predator. Dan-pung explains that the unknown entities are outer gods. They are calamities, disastrous waves of destruction, and he can prey on them to grow stronger. Yuan finds it fitting and compares it to a feast. He then notices something peculiar. Dan-pung has levels and stats. He is more like a player than a mythical beast. This new power has the potential to change the course of everything Yuan has planned. He reflects on the odds he once gave himself in the future. He had said that there was only a 1% chance of victory, but now, that chance has increased to 10%. Overjoyed, he praises Dan-pung's brilliance and encourages him to keep up the good work. Hergen appears and approaches with curiosity. He gives Dan-pung a playful tug and comments on how cute he is. Yuan immediately pushes him away, warning that if he gets too close, he could be eaten alive. Blonde laughs and teases that Yuan is acting like a doting parent. Yuan responds that all parents are like that, though inwardly he knows Hergon would run the moment he understood what Dan-pung really is. He asks Hergon to sit and then questions him about his mother. The boy looks confused. Yuan explains that since Zeus is likely to step in himself now, they need to understand every piece on the board, especially the hidden card. Hergon pauses before realizing what Yuan means. Our boy confirms it. Hergon is the hidden card. Zeus's other half lies within him. The power is not fully awakened yet, but it definitely exists. How they choose to use this power will determine the outcome of the war. Yuan presses again, asking about his mother. Trusting Yuan's insight, Hergon begins to speak. He tells him that his mother was a beautiful and pure woman. She was a chaste lover who gave her heart to only one man for her entire life. That man was Zeus. He learned the truth from the fountain of truth. When he looked into it, he saw faces that did not match what he had known in the world. He had been close to many people, but only 2 women showed the same face both inside and outside the fountain. Hera, who despised him, and the only woman who ever smiled at him. Hergon fell in love with that sincerity. He believed he would never feel that way again, but he gave her his half. Yuan summarizes that she was the only woman who ever truly loved Zeus. Hergon corrects him. They cannot say that for certain, since Nemesis and Themis were also involved. Yuan reminds him that both of them sided with Hades. Hergon insists that his mother would never turn against Zeus. Yuan notes that Hergon is different from her. He agrees. His mother knew what was right but chose to be blind for the sake of love. She once told him she did not want him to become like her. Olympus was founded to bring order to a world full of chaos. Hergon sees his role now as reviving that original intent. He stands up and announces that he will go rest, having completed a major task. Just then, Yuan receives a system message. He tells the blonde that it is time to move. Hades has made his move. It is their turn to strike Olympus. Hergon stops and asks if Yuan believes this will be the final battle. Our hero replies that it probably is. This is the last fight against Olympus. Hergon then asks what he plans to do afterward. Yuan reminds him of their first meeting, when he said he would destroy the ceilings of the tower. Hergon realizes that Yuan has the same goal as his father. He asks what it is that lies at the top of the tower that both he and Zeus keep reaching for. Yuan answers that it is not something he needs to know yet. The scene shifts to the 32nd floor, known as the World of Peace. Hercules stands victorious over Orion, Poseidon's third son. He comments bitterly on how Poseidon is even willing to use his own nephew as a weapon. He recalls what Yuan told him before. After destroying the 2nd temple, Zeus will not try to stop him at the 3rd. But when the 5th temple falls, Zeus will retaliate. He will send troops and high-ranking warriors to weaken Hergon's forces. It is only when Zeus is near collapse that Hercules will finally see him. Yuan had warned him not to charge forward blindly, driven by vengeance. His father is clever and cautious. What Hercules needs is a precise and unfailing plan. He does not need to win right away. He only needs to buy time. Hercules now sees that everything is unfolding exactly as Yuan predicted. It is as though Yuan stands above Zeus, guiding the board from above. Dionysus appears and asks if Hercules is ready to receive his father's lesson. He remarks that Zeus must be nearly out of resources if he is sending a high ranker now and burning through more of his power. He smiles, recognizing what this moment means. The prelude to Olympus's ultimate fate has finally begun. Zeus, on the other hand, realizes that it has been a long time since he left the temple. He originally thought he would only emerge for the next Gigantomachy. As he watches Hercules enduring thunderbolts without using any skills or dodging, he becomes aware of just how powerful he has become. Zeus wonders how many more thunderbolts he can withstand, and recognizes that the gap between them has grown too wide. At that moment, Hades appears, observing Zeus's surprised expression. Zeus responds to his brother's presence with a mix of amusement and familiarity. Hades informs him that the war has begun. Zeus dismisses it as a mere family dispute, and Hades, though agreeing, reflects on the size and complexity of their divine family. Zeus notes that from this point forward, the conflict seems to be a battle among brothers. He remarks that Hades' previous revolt ended long ago and smugly states that Hades has never once defeated him. Hades acknowledges this but hints that he might be overlooking someone. At that very moment, Poseidon appears. Zeus smirks, having long awaited this confrontation. Enraged over being imprisoned by Zeus, Poseidon launches an attack, but he counters with ease. Hades, watching the clash, realizes that half of this plan had been a gamble, but it is unfolding exactly as Yuan had anticipated. He recalls his earlier meeting with Yuan and Hergon. Yuan instructs him to retrieve Poseidon from Asgard's prison. If negotiations with Asgard seem impossible, he advises making a deal. Tell them Poseidon is needed to defeat Zeus. Since Zeus is a threat to Asgard as well, they will have no reason to refuse. Yuan adds that this will cause internal conflict within Olympus and discord among the 3 main gods who define it. Hades worries that Odin may fear a united front from the Olympian trio and might refuse to cooperate, but Yuan assures him that the situation changes if he sides with them. Hades questions whether there's enough time to win Hercules over, and Yuan confidently affirms that there is. Back in the battle, Poseidon attacks with electric currents channeled through water. Zeus responds with his mana, trapping him completely. He reminds Poseidon that they are poorly matched in combat. Poseidon, undeterred, retorts arrogantly. Suddenly, Hades grabs Zeus by the neck and threatens him, testing their strength. Zeus stays calm, noting that Hades cannot reach him. Hades realizes that Zeus is barely exerting effort in defending himself. He comments that Hades must have grown lazy in his training, as the real fight hasn't even started. Poseidon warns that he is manipulating them, but the arrogant man taunts them for their lack of progress. Poseidon, enraged, insists that Zeus has been stuck in the temple all this time, but Zeus claims it only appears that way. In truth, he believes they have been stagnant, doing nothing. Poseidon does not understand what he means. Zeus asks whether they have ever thought about climbing higher than the top of the tower. He declares that he will ascend beyond it no matter what, and only then will he become the true king of the tower. Poseidon shouts that there is no higher floor, but the king firmly believes otherwise. At that moment, Yuan appears, prepared to finally confront Zeus. Zeus asks Yuan what he knows, and Yuan claims that his knowledge surpasses his own. Zeus considers it a pretentious answer but still insists on knowing more. He then releases his mana on a massive scale, creating a pressure so overwhelming that even Hades realizes he cannot get closer, while Danpeng shouts at the intensity. Yuan taunts Zeus, remarking that he must be curious about the stage prepared for him, and reflects that the difference between them lies only in how he figured things out on his own while Zeus learned through others. Zeus realizes how many aspects of Olympus have gone wrong because of this single player. He acknowledges Yuan's remarkable talent and admits that he has reached a height beyond him. He apologizes for underestimating him and declares him an enemy. Yuan then brings Pandora, who embodies the misery of the world because of the box given to her. She asks what has been done to her, while Zeus wonders if this is another card Yuan has prepared. Our fellow responds that Pandora is not a card, but karma he has created himself. Hades senses the shift in the battlefield as Zeus now focuses entirely on Yuan. It feels like a chess match where everything ends once the king is defeated. Zeus no longer cares about anyone else, targeting only Yuan. Yuan and Zeus clash, their mana colliding with opposing force. The system alerts the summoning of Hell and the summoning of the ocean, as the authority of the divine dark crystal strengthens. Yuan turns to Pandora, asking if she can continue the fight against Zeus, and she affirms. Yuan realizes that his role is to create the highest chance of victory, beginning with shaping an environment that amplifies Poseidon and Hades' powers. Hades notices the change and questions him, recognizing the power of the divine sea crystal, but also sensing that his own power is affected. Yuan knows Hades must be shocked, as the divine dark crystal is unknown to him. When the man wonders if revealing his temptation would make Yuan betray him to Asgard like Poseidon, Yuan firmly denies it. Hades then asks if they can defeat Zeus with this power, and Yuan answers no. Their chances have only increased from 0 to 10%, which is still too low. Zeus responds by striking with a fragment of the lightning bolt against Kaini, but it proves insufficient. Yuan recalls Hergon's warning that the most terrifying aspect of Zeus is not his might, but his unbreakable armor. The lightning bolt is not only a weapon, but also a spear, shield, and armor, embodying his power itself. Unless they break through it, no one can reach him. As Yuan and Pandora continue their assault, Hercules enters the battlefield. He arrives late because he was dealing with the gifts Zeus sent his way, but now he comes to face his father. At the same time, Hergon arrives on his sun carriage, filled with determination. He remembers our main character's instruction to do one thing only, to seize the lightning bolt for him. Yuan entrusted this task to him, believing that only Hergon, who carries half of Zeus's inheritance, has the ability to accomplish it. The system announces the witnessing of complete gigantification, declaring that the power of a giant cries out for battle. Yuan reflects that even the skills themselves are fighting to secure victory. Hercules' physique is already overwhelmingly powerful, but it has grown even stronger after enduring countless beatings from the rankers Zeus sent his way. The battle narrows down to endurance, whether Yuan exhausts himself first, or whether Zeus's mana eventually runs dry. The latter seems nearly impossible. Even without his lightning bolts, Zeus retains an almost limitless supply of that power. The system indicates that the chance of victory has risen to 30%. Yuan prepares to act, but his attention shifts as Hergon finally arrives on the battlefield. Hergon recalls his words, that he must seize the fragment of the lightning bolt Zeus possesses. It is possible only for him, since he alone inherited half of Zeus's power. The system announces that the fragment of the lightning bolt reacts to Hergon's presence, resonating with a new fragment and yearning to return to its original form. The fragment then chooses its master. Zeus's attention is immediately drawn toward Hergon, who now serves as a lightning rod. Yuan values the opportunity, but knows Hergon cannot endure the power of a high ranker for long. If this chance is lost, another may never come. Zeus realizes his mistake. He should never have given Hergon half of himself, never allowed such emotions to take root, never left any regrets. As Hercules, Hades, and Poseidon close in, their combined attacks trap him. Zeus shrieks, calling Hergon's name, memories of the past flashing before his eyes. Our hero seizes the moment. He charges forward and tears away Zeus's right eye. Hades and Poseidon are left bewildered, questioning why he would take an eye. Yuan recalls Hergon's words that he never concealed his lightning bolt. Instead, he flaunted it openly. The golden eye, with its significant name, carried the divine sky crystal lightning bolt embedded within. Now, with the lightning bolt taken, Yuan remarks that their chance of victory has risen to 70%. Meanwhile, Zeus, consumed by rage and disbelief, stands still, holding his eye. Hercules observes how different the battle feels now, remarking on the weakness of his father's current position compared to before. He and Zeus clash with their mana, the battlefield shaking under the collision of their powers. From the side, Hades questions Yuan, asking if he truly stole the thunderbolt, since Zeus's mana still seems intact. Our boy, holding the golden eye in his hand, explains that his true strength lay in the lightning bolt, but he would not have become a ranker with a single item alone. He then realizes the thunderbolt is behaving differently than before. The system announces that the thunderbolt refuses to be used, and that the resistance of the sea has failed. Yuan concludes that fragments alone are not enough to wield it. Remembering the vast power of Zeus's mana, Yuan calls upon Pandora, asking her to hurl him as high as she can. Pandora throws him into the air, and Yuan activates sky steps, propelling himself higher until he lands on the sun carriage. Hergon, still there, asks if it is finally over. He assures that it soon will be, thanking him for his efforts. The thunderbolt begins to react with the fragment of the lightning bolt, resonating strongly. Yuan sees its synchronization and plans to gather it fully. The system announces that his resistance to electric attributes is rapidly increasing. Yuan understands that wielding the thunderbolt core exists on an entirely different level. Even holding it is a miracle. He resolves to push further. For the first time, our boy senses that the destruction of Olympus, something he once believed impossible until he became a ranker, is now within reach. The system announces that he is forging the first thunderbolt, and the thunderbolt itself acknowledges him, if only slightly. He knows, however, that with his current stats, he can wield it only once. Leaping down from the carriage, Yuan declares his eagerness to see how Zeus will handle this power. The area floods with mana as massive destruction erupts on a grand scale. Hades realizes that this battle is no longer about raw strength, but about who can wield a top-tier divine item. He wonders if Yuan can truly endure it. Zeus rises again, his body renewed. Hercules mutters in disbelief at how strange it is to see him seemingly grow stronger once more. Pandora recognizes the resemblance to the box she once opened, while Poseidon, overcome with rage, declares that their persistence must end and readies his strike, only to find Zeus standing still. At that moment, Yuan dashes in from behind, telling Poseidon to step aside, as Zeus is his opponent. Charging forward, he calls upon Danpeng to block the way. Danpeng answers with determination, and the system announces that the predator bares its teeth. Yuan seizes Zeus's hand. The man demands to know if Yuan gained this power from above, but our hero replies that it comes from outside. The system announces that predation has begun, and Danpeng starts to level up. The system announces that Danpeng's divine power, growth rate, and magic power surge to new heights. A further notification follows, declaring that Yuan has defeated despair, the being that feeds on dreams. Our fella understands that his role in the fight is over. It is now up to the others to finish what remains. Zeus turns his gaze toward Hercules, acknowledging that his son might hate him, but declaring that he has no regrets for anything he has done until now. He claims that Hercules should be grateful for being born a pureblood, carrying the lineage of an emperor. Hercules' eyes burn with fury as he grips his weapon tightly. To him, Zeus has no right to be called a father. With rage driving his every step, he charges and strikes Zeus with relentless brutality. What follows is the fall of Olympus. The once unshakable guild, standing for millennia as the most powerful, collapses in an instant. Its recovery, though swift, renders all the centuries of effort meaningless. Asgard, the faction most invested in the outcome, descends onto the battlefield. Thor attempts to seize the sea stone from Yuan but fails. Zeus, drained and powerless, is captured and taken into Asgard's deepest prison. Later, Yuan asks Hercules if he regrets not killing Zeus. The boy admits that he does, a little, but says he wishes to stop here. Zeus is now a man stripped of everything, power, dreams, and future. To Hercules, letting him live without revenge, without anything at all, is enough. Our boy acknowledges and respects his choice. The resplendent castle, built from countless memories, tears itself apart by its own hand. Those who remain within Olympus comfort themselves in whatever ways they can. Hergan resolves to make Olympus bloom once again. For him, this marks the beginning of a new era. Yuan reflects on his meeting with Hephaestus, who told him that true creation comes from joy. Only then can the greatest item come to life. The old man revealed that the Black Godstone, the Sea Godstone, and the Heavenly Godstone together would form the ultimate item. He also recalls his encounter with Asgard when he was given a golden stone. It was a message from Odin, Yuan's father, an invitation. If Yuan survived this battlefield, Odin wished to meet him. He now knows that the time has come to rescue him. The scene shifts to the 44th floor, the land of the three nobles. The three of them move in unison, preparing to attack Yuan together, but he assures them he is not here to fight. Instead, he asks about one of the three sacred treasures, rumored to be hidden in this land, and inquires about its location. All three of the nobles attack Yuan, but he counterattacks with equal force. One of them remarks that if one of the 3 sacred treasures were nearby, he would have already found it. Yuan confirms the statement, but assures that he does not know. The man then asks if he is Kim Yuan, and our boy simply smiles in response. The scene shifts to Yuan inside a house, reflecting on how unbelievable it is that he managed to get it for only 12 points. He recalls how the administrator gave the 3 precious children the right to rule the land. The world, however, has been neglected and has descended into chaos, worse than the hell of the 42nd floor, all in the name of freedom. Public order no longer exists, and people constantly try to steal points and items at every turn. Yuan knows that word has already spread about him searching for the 3 sacred treasures. The 3 precious children hold only one. One of the remaining 2 treasures is already in Yuan's possession. He also realizes the chaos that will unfold if they discover that the one meant to be in Susanu's hands is actually with him. Danpeng begins to cry, but Yuan slaps him lightly, reminding him that crying is useless. He sets a treat in front of Danpeng, instructing him to wait, assuring that something bigger awaits if he endures. The scene shifts again to Yuan confronting a ranker. He defeats the opponent in a single blow and warns the others to finish their drinks and leave instead of fighting. They flee in fear. Yuan then faces Amiterasu, ranked 52, the owner of the Yasakani no Magatama, and the middle child of the 3 precious children. Amiterasu demands the location of the Yata no Kagami. Yuan claims ignorance, explaining that he is searching for it as well. He recalls learning of the treasure's existence during the test of the 43rd floor, where the information was given directly by the administrator. He acknowledges that Amiterasu knows far more about the treasures than he does. Amiterasu, in turn, tests Yuan's strength with Solar Blaze. Our hero resists with his Cinder Eyes, Holy Fire, and the Garment of the 4 Great Elements, but the defense fails and leaves him burned. Danpeng tries to step forward, baring his teeth, but Yuan stops him, deciding they must lose this fight. He knows Amiterasu will not harm him as long as he possesses information about the treasures. Yuan questions his intentions, asking if he plans to take the treasure once it is found. Amiterasu demands that Yuan hand over all information, claiming the right as its true owner, even threatening to annihilate the heavenly demonic cult if necessary. Our boy refuses, warning that the cult is not his only support. He reveals a golden token from Valhalla, which Amiterasu immediately recognizes. Realizing the token was personally granted, he acknowledges the complications Asgard's involvement would bring. Amiterasu declares that he will not hand over the Yata no Kagami and asks what Yuan wants in return. Yuan requests something of equal value. The man offers to kill 100 people of Yuan's choosing, acting as his blade until the mirror is found. Understanding the desperation in the offer, Yuan counters by asking him to save lives instead. He requests 10 rescues and Amiterasu agrees. They seal their agreement with a handshake. Later, our dude reflects on the deal with the spirit. He admits that he does not trust Amiterasu, as both of them are hiding behind masks. The spirit acknowledges Yuan's cunning, recognizing that he used the sacred treasures as bait to bring Amiterasu to his side. It questions his true intentions, and asks if he really has the Yata no Kagami from the 44th floor. Yuan grins, confirming that it is indeed in his possession. The spirit concludes that the Yata no Kagami is on the 44th floor, and Yuan is already using its power without possessing it. Yuan knows it serves as the perfect bait to lure Amiterasu. The spirit acknowledges his brilliance in both combat and cunning, but despises his perfectionist nature, the kind that refuses to fight without certainty of victory. For the spirit, true battle only sharpens the blade at the edge of life and death. Yuan reflects that he once died fighting like that. The spirit regards his own death differently, calling it his greatest humiliation, since Amiterasu manipulated him into facing Yamata no Orochi. Promising to fight alongside him, Amiterasu instead abandoned him in a scheme to steal Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Amaterasu's obsession lies in surpassing Susanu. Despite obtaining Yasakani no Magatama, he still ranked lower, which left him questioning the ranking bureau itself. He believes that by gathering all 3 sacred treasures, he will gain power, authority, and status surpassing Susanu's, and he revels in how close he is to achieving it. In the jungle, Yuan questions the soldiers who follow him. They claim to act under the orders of the 3 precious children, and insist they mean no harm. He realizes Amiterasu is behind it and dismisses their attention as meaningless. To them, he clarifies that he is not their subordinate, only cooperating temporarily. He warns them against attempting to monitor him, forcing them to choose between life and death. Amiterasu soon contacts Yuan, demanding to know why he is provoking his men. Our boy answers bluntly that they behave like thieves who kill and steal, and he refuses to be entangled with them. Without waiting for a response, he cuts the communication. Susanu's spirit delights in Amaterasu's flustered voice, mocking his arrogance. Yuan recognizes that the man still postures as a king, sending subordinates to do his bidding, and worries that once Amiterasu gathers the 3 treasures, his power will rival Olympus. Determined, Yuan resolves not to let him consolidate such strength. Susanu's spirit continues to laugh, ignoring protests from the other spirit that calls Amiterasu its king. Danpeng distracts Yuan briefly, and he stops him from eating something. Yuan then focuses back on his mission. He He knows the Yata no Kagami is hidden in a cave and uses his cinder eyes to find its location. Cutting through the dense forest with the sword spirit, he reflects that its edge is sharp enough to cut through anything. Susanu observes that swords exist to cut down the living, but Yuan counters that trees are alive as well. After a long trek, Yuan reaches the cave. The sword in his hand trembles in reaction to the Yata no Kagami. He understands that the three sacred treasures, though separate now, were once one, and their true power only emerges when united. This explains Amaterasu's obsession. Susanu admits he avoided meeting Amaterasu again after obtaining Kusanagi, knowing that he would use deceit to steal it. He hid it rather than allow that possibility. Yuan recognizes the importance of protecting both Yata no Kagami and Kusanagi from Amaterasu's grasp. Susanu unexpectedly offers support, willing to help him once if it means striking at Amaterasu. Yuan accepts with satisfaction, knowing its aid is a powerful card to hold. Gathering his mana, Yuan condenses it into a blast and fires it into the cave. The entrance collapses into an opening, and the true challenge begins. Ahead lies the maze within the mountain range, where the Yata no Kagami awaits. Yuan breaks through the cave, searching for the Yata no Kagami. He realizes that he has not seen a single person, monster, or even a bug for days. The monsters on the 44th floor are not troublesome since they are too weak to provide experience, yet the complete absence of them feels like a bad sign. The sword in his hand trembles violently, confirming that the Yata no Kagami is nearby. Danpong suddenly reacts with excitement, signaling that the Yata no Kagami is within reach. The system confirms it, revealing that the entire space around him is the Yata no Kagami. The realization unsettles him, as he wonders if the mirror is truly meant to be this vast. At that moment, the mirror dungeon activates and the mirror trial begins. The system orders him to defeat himself. Yuan reflects on the situation, comparing himself to monsters who stand beside the most powerful high rankers, such as the victorious fighting Buddha, Hercules, and Odin. He quickly realizes that the opponent before him is not merely a reflection of his appearance. The figure standing there carries something deeper within, something different. When he sees his future self take form, Yuan understands that this is not a simple doppelganger. The trial is showing him the version of himself that exists beyond his regression, a self that he has not fully accepted. That figure appears broken, carrying the weight of a different world, yet radiates overwhelming power. Yuan remains cautious, analyzing his opponent's nature. He confirms that this is no mere imitation. Activating the Supreme Arcane Sword, he rushes forward with an attack. The clone evades, moving with the fluidity of someone who has lived through countless battles. In response, Yuan calls upon his necromancy, summoning the undead forms of Ares and Arthur. Ares struggles to adapt to his borrowed body, while Arthur steadies himself for combat. Yuan remains aware that this is only possible because they now inhabit the forms of rankers, their strength far surpassing what they once held. Susanu watches, amused by the unfolding battle, yet refuses to intervene, declaring that his sword will only move against Amaterasu. Yuan feels the strain of his soul being tethered to Susanu, an uncomfortable reminder of the cost of their connection. He understands that the only way forward is to surpass Susanu's strength. Though the demand seems steep, Yuan accepts it as inevitable, knowing his rank will rise regardless. What frustrates him most is the unfairness of the trial, an opponent who is drastically stronger. As the weight of this realization sets in, his doppelganger charges at him with unrelenting force, and the true battle begins. As both Yuan and the clone clash, the battle shakes the mirror space. Ares and Arthur intervene, inserting themselves between the two combatants. When the doppelganger moves in for a strike, Arthur channels his mana to block the incoming blade, a feat that catches the clone by surprise. Our boy studies the clone with sharp awareness. The resemblance in the clone's eyes to that mischievous monkey is undeniable, yet the figure before him is not a mere clone. The refusal to reveal his true identity makes it clear that the truth must be forced out. By comparing these exchanges, he confirms that the clone is not as strong as the original. Even with the three sacred treasures, the mirror fails to perfectly replicate a top 10 high ranker. Yuan slides his sword back into the inventory. The clone misinterprets this action as surrender, but Yuan readies another weapon instead. He reflects on the nature of the spirit swords, knowing they clash with his temperament. Their will always pushes against his own, yet he cannot resist the thrill of being the one in control, the one who takes center stage. The clone's eyes narrow when he recognizes the spirit sword in Yuan's grip. He dismisses it as disappointing, warning that reliance on such a weapon will not bridge the gap, for he still stands as the stronger one. Yuan acknowledges inwardly that victory is uncertain. His odds are slim, but the battle is not unwinnable. He carries one decisive advantage. He knows every detail of the clone's combat style, from attack patterns to the order of movements. Ares and Arthur charge at the clone together, only to be cut down and collapsed in moments. Their sacrifice grants Yuan the chance to press forward. He knows that despite understanding the clone's patterns, his own lack of dexterity leaves him vulnerable. To reinforce himself, he wraps his body in holy fire, a protective shield against the overwhelming attacks. Persistence drives him. Combining the speed of sky steps with the force of gigantification, he hurls himself forward. The clash of swords erupts again, ringing with unyielding intensity. The clone senses something unsettling with each strike. The longer their blades meet, the more his suspicion deepens into certainty. Yuan is not simply reacting, he anticipates every move, as though he already knows the path of the fight. Yuan reflects on the strange balance of the battle. His opponent struggles to keep pace, yet the fight feels too even, too familiar, as if he is dueling his own reflection. The thought crystallizes within him. The figure before him is no doppelganger, no clone of another being. After piecing it together, our hero comes to the only possible conclusion: he is facing himself. Yuan feels a sharp disappointment as he wonders how he could possibly be losing a battle against himself. Focusing his thoughts, he realizes that if his opponent is truly him, then he should be able to predict the next move. As the replica shifts to strike, our boy sidesteps and presses his mana-infused hand against the other's chest. They face each other again, blades clashing in a storm of sparks. Yuan seizes an opening and slashes at his opponent's leg, drawing blood. The other collapses, and his sword floats above him, suspended in the air. The technique reveals itself as Kai sword manipulation, something Yuan knew the other would be capable of. He acknowledges that it is an inefficient skill due to the immense mana cost, but it has always remained his final, hidden trump card. On his knees, the other figure concedes. Losing to Yuan means he cannot be real, only a fake. Our boy releases the suspended sword with his mana, allowing it to drop into the other's grasp. Without hesitation, the clone plunges the blade into his chest, declaring that though he does not understand Yuan's true intentions, he hopes Yuan achieves victory in the end. His body fades into nothingness as the system announces that our hero has passed the mirror trial. The battle is now over. He glances down at his damaged hand, realizing the toll of the spirit sword. Its vigor devours the very life of its wielder, turning even against allies as much as enemies. The time spent here feels fleeting compared to before his regression, yet he cannot help but wonder if his lingering ties to the past continue to weigh him down, despite his focus on the present. A sudden shift interrupts his thoughts as a round, mirror-like object materializes before him. Recognition flashes across his face. The Yada no Kagami has finally appeared. The system confirms his discovery. Meanwhile, in a distant place, Amiterasu waits in frustration. Days have passed without word from Yuan. He dismisses the possibility of Yuan's death, certain that someone with the potential of a high ranker could not be defeated so easily. Instead, suspicion grows that he may have already found the mirror and is plotting betrayal, perhaps siding with Asgard from the very start. Resolute, Amiterasu vows not to allow Yuan to have his way. With power like his, he will never remain idle. He will surely climb higher. To prevent this, Amiterasu commands his soldiers to maintain constant watch over the testing grounds and ensure Yuan does not ascend to the next floor under any circumstances. A soldier quickly reports back. Kim Yuan is still within the 44th floor. Yuan sits with Pandora and notices the shift in her expression. He turns to Hercules, who explains that she has been this way since Yuan left, and that she clearly needs him, whether it is he himself or Danpeng who is helping her. Yuan's presence surprises Hercules, who expected him to be on the 44th floor. Yuan has come after a minor battle and asks if he can stay for a while. He reminds him that his plan was to climb higher and reach the top, but Yuan responds by revealing the 3 sacred treasures. Recognizing their significance, Hercules concludes that our boy is being pursued by the 3 noble children. Hercules reflects that only Amiterasu and Tsukuyomi remain, acknowledging Amiterasu as a powerful high ranker, and wonders if Yuan seeks his aid. Though exhausted from endless battles, Hercules is still ready to step in. Yuan, however, refuses his help, determined to fight alone. The boy remarks that fighting alone is difficult, yet he senses Yuan will prevail despite the odds. He knows he only needs more time to prepare for a proper fight, and to wait for something he has set in motion, which is why he wishes to remain with Hercules. While staying, he asks for Hercules' help with his training. Later, Pandora sits quietly, eating chips, while Yuan explains that his gigantification remains immature and must be honed through someone like Hercules. Though he claims he is not good at teaching, our boy insists he will figure it out in time. The training begins with fists. The moment Hercules channels his mana, the overwhelming pressure forces Yuan to collapse, coughing blood. He remarks that holding back is the hardest part. When the real sparring starts, Yuan strikes with everything he has, landing blows strong enough to be lethal, yet Hercules does not even flinch. He only grows irritated by the defiance in his eyes. Their fists clash with equal force, and the system declares the gigantification, crying out in pain. Yuan falls to the ground, muttering in delirium as he wonders about the true measure of Hercules' strength. Pandora approaches with a first aid kit, her expression a mix of concern and exasperation. She mutters under her breath, calling him stupid in her own awkward way, then kneels to dress his wounds with quiet care, wrapping bandages across his bruised body. Yuan continues his relentless training with Hercules. The system repeatedly announces the rise in his proficiency, marking each breakthrough as gigantification evolves step by step. Later, Yuan sits with Pandora and Hercules as they wait for soup to boil. Hercules explains that gigantification relies heavily on the body's muscles. To demonstrate, he flexes his bicep, emphasizing that strength must be directed and controlled like this. The training resumes soon after. Yuan receives the notification that his body has been imbued with the power of a giant, and that he has materialized the arm of a giant. Hercules acknowledges the cleverness of focusing gigantification into one place, though he warns that the strain on Yuan's arm will be immense. Our boy insists that this time will be different and charges forward. Despite his determination, the battle ends in another loss. Exhausted, Yuan lies on the bed. Pandora quietly tends to him, pressing a bandage over his injured arm while muttering, "Simply stupid," in reverse. Yuan notices her unusual phrasing, and Hercules realizes she is speaking that way with intention. He instructs Yuan to rest for 3 days and not to move. When Hercules turns away, he gazes at his bruised hand, unsettled by the damage. Even battles against the giants had not left him this marked. He wonders if he is forging a monster. Pandora offers to tend to his hand, but he refuses, confident it will heal on its own. Still, he reflects aloud that Yuan's progress is frightening. Though he admits he is no skilled teacher, Yuan learns directly through combat, his body serving as the vessel for mastery. In the time others would take to merely reach the 10th floor, Yuan has advanced far higher, throwing himself into every trial and adapting with staggering speed. Pandora asks if Hercules is afraid. He admits he is, afraid not of his strength, but of his goal. Hercules confesses that Yuan is chasing something far beyond Olympus or the noble children. Those obstacles merely bumps along his path. His power is not for strength's sake, but for a greater purpose, an unrelenting goal that allows him no rest. Yet Hercules cannot discern what exactly Yuan is pursuing. At that moment, Yuan enters, feigning sarcasm about the subject. Pandora scolds him for moving, reminding him to rest for 3 days. Yuan insists that since only his arm is injured, moving around is no problem. The girl pushes back, telling him that resting is still best. Before the argument can continue, Yuan receives a message from Hephaestus. The work is complete. Our boy explains that he is not going to fight, only to visit the first floor for a while. The scene shifts as Yuan, Pandora, Hercules, and Danpeng stand before Hephaestus. The craftsman greets them with weary eyes, questioning the strange group and whether they are tower destroyers. Yuan complains about being ignored despite knocking. Hephaestus admits that the presence of his companions only makes him feel more drained, yet he confesses he had too much fun with the project asleep. Hephaestus leads them to the back of his forge. There, he reveals the completed creation. He explains that normally he names his forged items himself, but this one rejected his claim. The moment it was completed, it named itself, as though it already had a master. The old man explains further that he has wielded items like the divine sea crystal, the divine dark crystal, and even the lightning bolt once against Zeus. This artifact is the culmination of those 3 stones, fused into one. It does not recognize Hephaestus, but instead acknowledges Yuan alone as its master. Yuan reaches for the object and asks its name. The system answers, Heart of Uranos. The moment he touches it, his surroundings dissolve. He is pulled into another space where a voice resonates, welcoming his arrival. Yuan recognizes it immediately that it's none other than Zeus. A figure before him claims that Zeus has many descendants, yet he has inherited his image well. Uranos, the father of Kronos, recalls how his own father was a tyrant. He devoured his brethren, consumed his uncle Pontus, and even swallowed the giants imprisoned in Tartarus, all in order to survive and strengthen himself. He explains that he gathered the ancient rankers, Odin of Asgard, Vishnu of Veda, and countless others, to kill his father. The battle was won, but half of those rankers perished. He describes his father as the cruelest and strongest being in history, the true sky of Olympus, incomparable even to Zeus. When Yuan realizes the man before him is Uranos, he becomes perplexed by his calm and almost welcoming behavior. The man presents himself as nothing more than an old man confined in a small room, but Yuan senses that he is not hostile. Yuan asks him about Kronos, knowing that the side effect of using clock movement erased his very existence from the world. Yet he wonders if a father could ever truly forget his son, even one who killed him. Uranos admits that he has no memory of Kronos, but commends Yuan for collecting all the pieces, something he had not believed possible. Yuan then presents a crystal, which he has heard is the heart of Uranos. Uranos confirms this and explains that it was once his everything. For the sake of that heart, he devoured his brothers and endlessly pursued power, transforming into a monster before he even realized it. He warns Yuan of the dangers of greed, an insatiable hunger that can turn anyone into a monster. He tells Yuan to equip the heart if he wishes to understand. Yuan does so, and the system announces that he has obtained the heart of Uranos and his ambition. The power feels familiar yet unstable, crude and unrefined, like something that only grew in size without true balance or purpose. Yuan realizes that this is the monster Uranos spoke of. At that moment, Danpeng leaps toward him, and the system reveals that the predator has awakened. Uranos recognizes Danpeng's presence and remarks that Yuan carries something far from ordinary. The little creature levels up, and the system announces that Yuan has defeated the ambition of Uranos. The man addresses Yuan as himself, declaring they will meet again before vanishing in an instant. Yuan finds himself back in Hephaestus's workshop. The old man checks on him, and he assures him that he is fine. though still shaken and confused. In his palm rests the heart of Uranus. He reflects that items like this usually hold little value or possess power beyond the system's capacity to describe. Odin's Gungnir was like that, so this must be similar. Since it is described as stored power, he concludes that it must function as an energy source. Soon, Hephaestus and Pandora watch from a distance as Hercules prepares to face Yuan. Yuan intends to test the heart's power, and Hercules, confident in his body, is ready to withstand whatever is unleashed. Our boy recalls how his previous training was nothing more than a month of enduring one-sided pummeling, unable to inflict even a scratch. But this time, with the heart of Uranus, the outcome may be different. As he activates the heart, the ocean's blessings flow around his body. The system announces the summoning of Tartarus. The power feels like the dark ocean that once swallowed him on the 42nd floor. A status condition called corrosion spreads through him, filling his body with unbearable pain, enduring the torment until he strikes. Mana surges through him as he launches a devastating punch at Hercules, the force rippling outward like a tidal wave. Hephaestus recognizes the power of Uranus in that moment, astonished by its magnitude. He realizes that he has indeed created one of the greatest masterpieces of his life, yet even with this overwhelming force, Hercules still withstands the blow. Hercules, however, feels the weight of the strike. For the first time, he is forced to stiffen and strain to block an attack, unable to understand the true nature of what Yuan has just unleashed. Pandora carefully places bandages on Hercules' wounds. The boy notices her inability to ignore an injury, and reflects on her knowledge of healing, while Pandora insists that he should rest. He then looks toward Yuan, who sits in front of him with his hand wrapped in bandages. Yuan acknowledges his condition, realizing inwardly that the dark element mana mixed into the wound is preventing it from healing properly. He suspects the same is happening with Hercules as well. Hercules considers the dangerous nature of Yuan's power, noting that it could act as poison to him depending on how he wields it. Yuan accepts the risk, knowing he cannot afford to play safe and must instead focus on controlling its use. Hercules reflects on how he continues to attract unusual and extraordinary things. Danpeng, a creature unlike any ordinary divine beast, and items with a power he has never seen before. Yet Yuan handles all of them with perfection. When the sun carriage is prepared, Hercules asks Yuan to drop him and Pandora at the 38th floor, reminding him that his training with gigantification is complete and that it is time to continue climbing the tower. Yuan agrees. Pandora, worried about his departure, is reassured when Yuan promises to visit her often. They board the carriage together, and during the journey he asks about the Apollon siblings, recalling that they disappeared before the confrontation with Zeus. Hercules explains that after becoming the new guild master of Olympus, his uncle freed them from the underground prison at Zeus's temple. Apollo, however, remains in critical condition, while the whereabouts of Artemis are uncertain. Our boy notes that they must have suffered greatly. Hercules, surprised by his concern, remarks inwardly that Yuan is not as cold as he seems. Still, he warns him not to worry, since the siblings entered the tower long before him and are strong enough to withstand such trials. Yuan understands that Hercules is offering words of comfort, despite knowing he is different from others. This realization makes him see that Hercules has not changed from the future he knows, still carrying the same warmth and kindness. He silently thanks him. On the 44th floor, soldiers march through the forest in search of Yuan. They complain bitterly about being forced into this task because of him. One soldier attacks an innocent man who protests in terror. Rather than stopping, they decide to loot him, rationalizing that it is better to profit than waste their time. Many of these men are criminals, outcasts without guilds, and failed climbers who could not form proper teams. Now, under the banner of the three precious children, they channel their frustrations and desires into a single cause. Their unity has formed a strong organization, intent on hunting Yuan, who cannot easily escape the 44th floor. Soon, word spreads that Yuan has been seen carrying the Yada no Kagami. Elsewhere, Arfella senses their pursuit and deliberately reveals his presence to draw them all into one place. For days, he has been luring them together to eliminate them in a single strike. He is surprised by the sheer number of criminals gathered within the city, a force so vast that Odin had been wary of them uniting under a single leader. Yet the true mastermind, Amiterasu, remains absent, which Yuan considers fortunate since it allows him to conserve his strength. Amid the smoke, a figure appears. It is not Amiterasu, but Tsukuyomi, one of the three precious children. She confronts Yuan with hostility, and he notices her fixation not on the Yada no Kagami, but on the Kusunagi no Tsurugi. The sword in his possession begins to tremble, reacting strongly to her presence. He realizes that Susanu, whose power resides within the blade, is stirred by Tsukuyomi. The reaction is mutual, suggesting that Tsukuyomi too is drawn to him. Yuan calculates that if she turns against Amiterasu, she could become a decisive ally. He mentions that Amiterasu used the Yamato no Orochi to kill Susanu, and asks Tsukuyomi to choose whether to side with her old friend or remain loyal to Amiterasu. Tsukuyomi confirms the matter once again. Yuan explains that Amiterasu did not kill Susanu directly, but was involved, as he was the one who pushed Susanu to fight Yamato no Orochi. He had promised to face the monster together, yet never appeared, leaving Susanu to fight alone. Tsukuyomi reflects on Susanu's nature, acknowledging that while he is battle-crazed, he is not so foolish as to misjudge his own death. Our boy insists that he knows the truth because he heard it directly from Susanu and summons him with his sword and magic. Susanu appears before Tsukuyomi, leaving her in shock. With limited time, Tsukuyomi asks if Amiterasu truly played a role in Susanu's death. Susanu confirms that Amiterasu was not uninvolved. He explains that Amiterasu had changed after obtaining the Yasakani no Magatama. At first, Susanu believed his promise to fight together, but as time passed, Amiterasu gave excuse after excuse until he never appeared at all. Susanu recalls that in the end, Amiterasu only appeared when he was already on the verge of death, not to help, but to search greedily for the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. As he lay dying, Amaterasu's eyes sought only the sword, ignoring him completely. Knowing its value, Susanu hid the blade in a place where it could not be easily found or stolen. Turning to Tsukuyomi, Susanu urges her to decide whether she will trust him or Amaterasu, assuring her that his words are true. Before long, the time for his departure arrives. He and Tsukuyomi promise to meet again before they both vanish. The system notifies Yuan that he fades into the background for a moment, and he realizes that through their exchange, he has gained a powerful ally. Almost immediately, a group of soldiers approaches, identifying him as Kim Yuan. He senses many more nearby and knows it is time to retreat. Meanwhile, Amaterasu notices Asgard's forces circling the same location repeatedly. Despite extensive searching, he finds no traces of Valhalla and begins to wonder if the signs were false. Even so, he remains confident in the number of players gathered. Yuan, hidden among the players, witnesses the activation of the Yasakani no Magatama. The players realize that the three precious children are present. He resists the artifact's influence by activating his Cinder Eyes and using the powers of Predator and the Heart of Uranus, successfully countering its effect. Players rush in one after another to attack him, but our hero cuts them down with Kusanagi no Tsurugi. The system announces that he has slain 100 opponents. Though he is not yet drained of much constitution, he hates that he is beginning to enjoy the slaughter. Growing increasingly irritated that Amaterasu does not appear, despite surely recognizing the sword, Yuan decides to force his hand. He drives Kusanagi into the ground, and the blade vanishes into the earth. As expected, Amaterasu appears, enraged, demanding to know where the boy has sent the sword. The system immediately alerts that a penalty is being activated due to the assault of high-ranking opponents. Yuan states that Kusanagi has not disappeared, only returned to where it belongs. The clever man, furious, demands silence, and warns him that if he hands over both Kusanagi and Yata no Kagami immediately, he will erase the conflict as if it never happened. Yuan only laughs in contempt, refusing to believe a single word from Amaterasu. Enraged, the man hurls a mana bomb, but our boy remains unmoved. The truth becomes clear. Yuan is wielding Yata no Kagami. The system announces the mirror's reflection, and the surroundings erupt in fire. Another notification follows, signaling the summoning of a lightning bolt. Consumed by rage, Amaterasu unleashes flames toward Yuan. The ocean's blessing shields Yuan, resisting the inferno. He remarks that Amaterasu has summoned something even worse than Surtur, questioning if he intends to burn alive all the people he himself had gathered. The man screams again for Kusanagi. Yuan taunts him, daring him to take it directly, and mocks him not to rely on others as he did before. At that moment, the true dragon, Yamato no Orochi, emerges, leaving him stunned. The system declares Orochi's awakening from its slumber. Yuan recalls Odin's strategy, that the criminals of the 44th floor must never be allowed to unite, and that Orochi is meant to wipe them out. He understands the plan, but questions why it is responding to him. Orochi demands to know if Yuan is the master of Kusanagi, declaring that the blade and he are one. Our dude asks if Orochi simply aids the sword's master. Orochi denies this, clarifying that he himself is not the one he serves. This leads Yuan to realize the link between Orochi and Danpung. Danpung points toward Amaterasu, and Orochi immediately recognizes him as the enemy. He agrees to fight under Yuan's command, but laments the absence of his heart and one of his heads. Amaterasu, struggling to hold back Orochi's flames, questions whether this is why Yuan coveted Kusanagi. In the chaos, Susanu appears, declaring that he has always longed to fight Amaterasu to the death and relishes this long-awaited chance. Susanu demands to know why Amaterasu betrayed him. The question drags the man back into his memories, recalling Susanu once calling him a coward and claiming he could have been stronger if he was not ruled by fear. He remembers his so-called friend telling him to stand back while he cleared the path for him. With a trembling voice, Amaterasu admits that he no longer needed Susanu. The system announces that Amaterasu sheds his mask and begins to return to his true form. Susanu thanks Amaterasu for finally speaking the truth, relieved that he no longer has to hesitate. Without wasting another moment, he charges straight at him. Amaterasu watches the reckless rush and remarks that he is still the same as when he was alive, always throwing himself headfirst into battle. He mocks that such straightforward strategies may have worked in the past, but no longer hold any value. He taunts further, claiming that unlike Susanu, who remains bound to the moment of his death, he himself has continued to grow stronger. As Susanu suddenly turns, Amiterasu realizes too late that he intends to strike from behind. Susanu unleashes his attack. His opponent shrieks at the cowardice of striking from behind, but he counters by declaring that he will do anything to win, and that this is why he fights in such a way. The system notifies that Amaterasu's flames absorb the lightning. Amiterasu quickly realizes that the lightning belongs to Kim Yuan. Its strange composition makes him question whether dark attribute mana is mixed within it. Even so, he concludes that Susanu poses a greater threat. As a high ranker, his undead presence requires enormous mana to sustain, and Yuan cannot possibly maintain him for long. Amiterasu resolves to endure until our hero inevitably burns out. Susanu, however, warns him that ignoring Yuan will only lead to regret. He reminds him that Yuan is far more cunning than he is, and that his first attack was likely only a test to measure Amaterasu's reactions. As Amiterasu continues absorbing lightning, the surplus that he cannot take in begins to scorch his body. Yuan realizes that he intends to weather even attacks of this magnitude. It may be because he also wields dark mana, but Yuan finds that the damage he deals is far less than he anticipated. At this point, Yuan recognizes that he must make a critical choice to retreat briefly and let Orochi drag the battle into chaos, or seize this narrow window and try to end everything now. He acknowledges that maintaining Susanoo consumes tremendous mana, just as sustaining the fire giant had done before. Logic tells him that relying on Orochi's rampage under Danpeng's command would increase his odds the longer the fight stretches. Yet, for reasons he cannot explain, he does not want to delay any longer. The system announces that the heart of Uranos quakes, opening Tartarus. A surge of certainty rises within Yuan, a conviction he cannot quite understand, though he recalls the evidence from the moment the spear pierced Hercules' body. The system then declares the birth of a divine weapon. Yuan has forged the lightning bolt, Gungnir. Amiterasu is left in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he still possesses this much mana. Amiterasu realizes the incoming attack is dangerous and attempts to dodge, but his hand is cut. Susanu seizes his wrist firmly, and the system announces that the Totsuka no Tsurugi cuts through the flames. He smirks, aware that he is already dead, and that Yuan will resurrect him regardless, and begins dragging Amiterasu forward. A massive explosion erupts as he pulls him along. The system announces the retrieval of the Yasakani no Magatama, and Susanu's health begins to regenerate. He taunts Amiterasu for being afraid of the serpent, noting that he only used the Yasakani to control the giant and failed to defend himself in time. The man despises Susanu's ruthlessness, but before he can act further, Tsukuyomi appears, stepping onto his collapsed body. He brightens at her presence and begins to explain his side, but Tsukuyomi interrupts, making it clear that Yuan deceived only him. Amiterasu falters in confusion, insisting that he had no true justification for striking Susanu down. He admits there was no betrayal, as he never considered Susanu or Tsukuyomi friends, one being merely a woman and the other his rival in love. Susanu, unmoved, declares that Amaterasu's end will be no better than the fate he wished on others. With finality, he delivers the killing blow, severing Amaterasu's head from his body. Elsewhere, Orochi roars in fury. Yuan recalls the marshmallow experiment and urges Danpeng to endure for the greater reward, convincing him to help break free. As holy fire surrounds them, Yuan realizes Danpeng may be using his skill. The system announces that he has absorbed divinity and can wield a portion of it. The holy fire reveals itself as an external power with its own will. It does not obey any master it does not respect, leading our dude to question whether the fire itself is the true master. Steeling himself, he prepares to synchronize with Danpeng to command it. The system continues to announce that the 11th, 6th, and 3rd eyes of the great sage, Heaven's Equal, fix their gaze upon Yuan. Tsukuyomi observes Yuan's weakened condition, noting how frail he appears. Susanu explains that this weakness comes from having controlled him, since controlling someone like Susanu drains mana to the very last drop. Tsukuyomi reflects on the strange thing she witnessed earlier, a grotesque form unlike anything she has ever seen in a living creature. Countless eyes stared at Orochi, endless rows of teeth chewed everything apart, devouring it all as though it were the first meal after ages of starvation. She cannot believe that even Susanu chooses to follow someone like him. She wonders where this boy appeared from, convinced that with him, they will likely climb the tower without much resistance. The system begins spamming notifications of Maple's rapidly increasing stats. Yuan acknowledges that Maple and Susanu's support play an important role, but he also recognizes that Tsukuyomi should not be underestimated. His goal now shifts towards summoning the presence that has been watching him from the beginning. As he closes his eyes and lets the cinder eyes resonate, he senses a connection with one of the clones. The 3rd clone responds, explaining that the 12th clone is occupied with gathering the others. He reports that nearly all clones are assembled except for 3, and warns our boy that facing the heavenly realm, the ones who imprisoned the original body, will not be easy even with their combined strength. Yuan remains confident, directing the clones to focus on rounding up the rest. He believes that with enough firepower, rescuing the original will eliminate the need for a full-scale war against the heavenly realm. He warns them to avoid exposure before reaching the 50th floor. The scene shifts to the 44th floor, Victory Tower's trial hall. Polaris addresses the participants, explaining that due to recent incidents, the number of challengers has dwindled. Normally, the hall would be filled to capacity, but now only a fraction remains. She instructs the remaining players to prepare themselves and break through the sound wall, marking the start of the trial of victory. Yuan understands the chaos stems from his own actions. Although he dislikes interfering in others' affairs, he decides to make an exception. He resolves to take responsibility, declaring that this battlefield belongs to him. With his intervention, the trial concludes, and the challengers advance directly to the 49th floor. There, Yuan pours tea for the gathering of clones. He realizes that they appear each time he clears a floor and questions their increasing presence. They explain that lacking player kits prevents them from communicating through the system, forcing them to meet him in person. They admit to knowing little about him, aside from what the 12th clone has shared, that Yuan comes from the future. He postpones explanations, asking them to leave since the trials will begin soon. The clones argue among themselves about when he will reveal the truth, deciding to press him individually. Their chatter irritates the 12th clone, who angrily warns them of the danger of attracting the heavenly realm's attention. Elsewhere, on the Five Elements Mountain, the original clone lies shackled in chains of mana. Tormented, he curses himself for returning to this prison and waits in frustration, wondering when Yuan will finally arrive. The administrator praises Yuan, noting that he is different from others and will not fail. Yuan remains confident, believing that defeating an opponent who only relies on speed is not difficult. The administrator informs him that he has now reached the 50th floor, the location of the heavenly realm, and asks about his next step. Our boy questions what he means, and the administrator explains that there are countless clones, and he is entangled with them as well. Yuan reminds the administrator that he is not supposed to interfere in worldly affairs, comparing him to nothing more than an errand runner. The administrator warns him to mind his tone, and insists that he must not act against the ways of nature. Yuan argues that this cannot be used as an excuse to ignore the parts of the world that are rotting. He notices the administrator's confusion and points out that there are many of them, so it is not his place to judge. He then asks the administrator to understand that sometimes chaos is natural depending on the situation, and if it is not justified, he will accept whatever punishment comes his way. The administrator calls him stubborn and warns that if this is simply a matter of conflicting interests, he must be cautious. He adds that even among the administrators, opinions are divided, but for now, he stands on Yuan's side. With that, the administrator vanishes. Yuan then hears multiple voices calling his name, asking for his thoughts after arriving on the 50th floor. As he opens his eyes, he sees reporters with microphones and cameras surrounding him, bombarding him with questions. Yuan answers casually, claiming that his performance will likely fall short of their expectations. As for reaching the 50th floor, he considers it nothing special, not even a true destination, but just another place he is passing through. One reporter brings up that player Hergon has chosen Yuan as his rival, to which he finds the idea absurd. Another reporter asks if there is any guild or ranker he would like to meet, and if he has something to say to them. Yuan responds that he wishes to meet the Heavenly Realm Guild, and among rankers, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. Later, Yuan spends time in the downtown district of the 50th floor, eating meat while reflecting on how troublesome the reporters had been. He looks around, wondering where the Five Elements Mountain might be, the restricted area where the Demon King is sealed. He thinks about the many titles associated with the Monkey King: Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, Victorious Fighting Buddha. He adds up, contemplating that for days, he can be lying low and avoiding attention, but after 3 days, the inactivity will begin to irritate him. He will feel restless and alone, finding no purpose in being surrounded only by clones. The very thought of it seems noisy to him. Eventually, he enters a restaurant and notices that there are no customers, though he remembers it once being a popular place. Watching the workers in the kitchen, he reflects that they are still keeping the place running despite its decline. Sitting down, he notices someone beside him, True Lord Erlang from the Heavenly Realm, who acknowledges waiting specifically for Yuan. Erlang brings up Yuan's connection to the Monkey King, clearly curious about their relationship. The next scene takes us to when Yuan encounters one of the clones, remarking on its sharpness and noting that things would be easier if the original body possessed such clarity. The clone admits that it knows little about its original self, as it was locked away immediately after being created and has only seen glimpses of the original. Though the clones share fragments of the original's memories, what remains strongest is an inherited sense of loyalty mixed with resentment toward the Heavenly Realm. Yuan recalls a past conversation with the 12th clone, when he questioned whether the clones were simply a skill or a true extension of self. The 12th clone dismissed his doubts, insisting that there must be a reason why the reckless copies managed to work together. Placing a hand on its chest, the clone explained that no matter how many bodies exist, one thing is shared among them all. Returning to the present, our boy reflects on the curiosity of this particular clone, and wonders what it must feel like to live without knowing one's true self. He asks the clone how much it knows about its original body, offering to share everything he himself knows. The clone accepts. Erlang asks about Yuan's relationship with the Monkey King. He questions back why that would matter, since it has been years since the Monkey King stopped his activities. Erlang presses further, wondering why the monkey would insist on meeting Yuan. Yuan responds that there is no one in the tower unaware of the Monkey King's name. Countless myths surround him, and the reasons behind them are common knowledge. He acknowledges this, and admits that perhaps he was mistaken in thinking Yuan shared something in common with the Monkey King. Erlang then shifts the topic to their real discussion. He recalls that Yuan named the Celestials as the guild he was most interested in, and asks if that statement was meant as a message for them. Erlang adds that he has heard Yuan being called the strongest player, and admits that his curiosity drove him to see his abilities firsthand. He wonders aloud how Yuan's strength compares to the Monkey King's prime as a player. Yuan replies that he has heard many stories about the Monkey King's days. Instead, he turns the conversation toward an incident involving a fight between the exam guide and the Chimera creator. The man, confused, questions how he could know about such an event. Our boy explains that after the incident, the Chimera creator was disciplined by the administrator and reassigned as the final boss of the tutorial. Yuan himself had been the one to defeat him. After a moment of consideration, Erlang grabs Yuan's wrist and asks if he would come with him to the Celestials. Our hero gives him a suspicious look, but Erlang quickly clarifies that it is nothing underhanded. He simply enjoys being around strong people. Yuan ends the conversation, promising to continue it another time. When he leaves, Erlang reflects on their brief exchange. He notes that every word this boy spoke carried weight, deliberate and precise, yet somehow overlapping in meaning. He cannot help but wonder whether he will prove to be a blessing or a threat to the Celestials. 3 days later, in another location, a general is informed by his subordinate that a customer has arrived seeking him. The general immediately asks if it is Kim Yuan, but the subordinate clarifies that he has not appeared yet. Instead, word has spread that he is currently touring the Celestials. Meanwhile, Yuan is indeed taking a tour of the Celestials. His guide proudly introduces the road leading to the Peach Blossom Garden, describing it as one of the Celestials' greatest points of pride. He explains that the peaches lining the roadside are merely decorative and offer no magical benefits if eaten. Yuan silently observes the place, thinking that it is worth the visit, especially since he knows he will have to return here again in the future. The guide politely asks Yuan if there is anywhere else he would like to visit, secretly hoping to impress him. If he succeeds in recruiting our boy, it would mean an instant promotion of 2 ranks. At that moment, the general arrives and greets him. The guide bows to the general as well, but the general dismisses him. The general turns to Yuan, mentioning that he has heard he is not interested in the Celestials and asking if this is true. Yuan denies the claim, pointing out that it is still the Celestials they are talking about. The general responds that it is fine for Yuan to see things for himself. He takes the boy by the arm and leads him away, insisting that if it is their guild, he will personally show him every corner worth seeing. The general then brings Yuan to meet someone, and Yuan immediately recognizes him as Erlang, the man both Hercules and son Ogong warned him about. Hercules had explained that Erlang, unlike a brute relying only on strength, was someone with real power and skill. Ogong had warned that once Erlang fixes his sights on a target, he never lets go. His relentless nature, they explained, stems from his perfectionism. He is never satisfied until something is done flawlessly. Hercules had questioned whether Ogong's high regard for Erlang meant that Erlang was truly exceptional, but Ogong clarified that it was not like that. He found him to be a loyal and hard-working person. He admitted that Erlang's persistence was troubling, yet he seemed reliable. Ultimately, he concluded that it would be up to the one who returned to the past to decide whether he should be killed or spared. Back in the present, Yuan reflects that Erlang indeed feels like an upright person. Just as Hercules and Ogong described, our dude senses that dealing with him will not be easy. The general interrupts his thoughts by asking how the place feels. Yuan remarks that it seems spacious. The general smiles, saying there is still more to see, and urges him to continue. That night, Yuan chooses to remain cautious and simply observe. With his current strength, he cannot yet oppose a high-ranking figure like Erlang. He recalls his promise to join the general for dinner, using that as an opportunity to gain more access. As a general, his host enjoys privileges that open countless doors within the guild, and through this, Yuan is able to witness much, including a crucial location. He notices a spell cast over Mount Huaguo, a powerful sealing technique that only the great sage, Saint of Heaven, would know. His gaze lingers on a certain building, realizing that it is where the Monkey King is imprisoned. To move forward, he knows he must first rescue him. Meanwhile, in another scene, Warden and top ranker Jin Hurak demands that his subordinates show him some tricks. When they fail to understand, he berates them and orders them to clean up instead. Watching them leave calmly, he laments being surrounded by incompetence, wondering if they even know who he truly is. He despairs at the thought of wasting years in such a place. As footsteps approach, he frowns, questioning where the sound comes from. He warns the intruder that entry is forbidden to all except administrators. From the shadows, Yuan appears, wearing a veil, and immediately recognizes Jin Hurak.